University student Song Chuha awoke from slumber to find herself thrust into a real-life version of the game Survivor Island. While others struggled to create fire through arduous means, a cheerful notification chimed. Ding! Koi system has been activated. Consequently, seafood washed ashore effortlessly, treasure chests appeared at her feet, and even fishing yielded rare delicacies. Just as she was reveling in her leisurely life of beachcombing, snorkeling, and frolicking with marine creatures, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a scarred, handsome fish on the beach. With silver hair that shimmered like moonlight and a tail glistening with the brilliance of shattered diamonds, his gaze was laced with menace. Now, questions arose. 1. How could this fish send a shark flying with its tail? 2. Why did the entire coral reef glow when he serenaded the waves at midnight? 3. What prompted the sudden quest to unravel the mystery of the merfolk's extinction when she had intended to lead a languid existence? Is it reasonable that, while all island players are fervently leveling up, I am assisting a mermaid prince in reclaiming his kingdom? System. Dear user, this is merely the daily life of a fortunate one. Chapter 1. Survivor Island Game. Did I just wake up in paradise? Song Chu-hum murmured, still half convinced she was dreaming. Ignoring the peculiar sensation beneath her feet, she stifled a yawn and promptly fell back asleep. Before she could fully succumb to slumber, a chilling mechanical voice pierced the silence. Loading game. The map is ready. Items are prepared. Players are set. The game is about to commence. Startled from her stupor, Song Chuha struggled to grasp her surroundings. After a moment of bewilderment, she realized she was seated on a sandy beach, mere steps away from a crystalline sea and a picturesque sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. Pinching her thigh, she felt a sharp sting. This was no dream. So, I crossed over. Astonished, she rose to her feet, brushing the sand from her body as she began to survey her surroundings. The beach stretched wide before her, its coastline curving gracefully, revealing a hidden bay. Behind her, a gentle slope was dotted with coconut palms and unfamiliar flora. The scenery is magnificent, but what am I meant to do here? Dressed in casual home slippers, she ambled towards the shoreline, letting the waves lap at her feet. Moments ago, she had been nestled in bed, engrossed in a video by an overseas vlogger about beachcombing, only to drift off to sleep. As she pondered her next steps, the mechanical voice returned. Ding! Congratulations to all players for joining the Survivor Island game. A beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Utilize your skills to survive on your island. As the announcement faded, a blinding flash of white light erupted behind her, revealing a treasure chest on the sand. Realization dawned upon Song Chuha. She had indeed been transported into a game. Ever the optimist, she inhaled deeply and resolved to take things as they came. Having arrived, she was determined to leave no regrets. With excitement swelling within her, she approached the chest. Just as she neared it, a series of lines appeared on its surface. Bread X 4500 ml drinking water X 2 frying pan X 1 flint X 1 wooden axe X 110 X 1 game manual X 12. These basic supplies are quite decent. But why is the manual only half a page? Opening the chest confirmed its contents matched the written description precisely. She retrieved the tattered paper from the corner while the text remained legible. The lower half appeared to have been scorched. Survivor Island game rules? Ah, so this is indeed an island. As she perused the manual, she twisted open a bottle of mineral water. The game's rules mirrored those of other survival games she had previously played, where each island initially hosted only one player, requiring them to survive based on their own efforts within a designated map. However, she was curious about the content of the burnt section. The 7-Titwohor beginner protection period is about to commence. During this time, players will find it easier to acquire survival resources. 3, 2, 1, the game officially begins. The mechanical voice announced abruptly, and as she lifted her gaze, a countdown appeared before her. Simultaneously, a flamboyant game interface materialized in her mind. The upper left corner displayed a mini-map, which, upon her focus, revealed a crescent-shaped island. A red dot marked her current position at the island's curved edge. Below the map were system and player chat channels. The player chat scrolled rapidly, and a quick glance revealed a plethora of complaints regarding their circumstances. Zhou Xiaohu. My spawn point is on an island the size of a basketball court. There's not a blade of grass here. How am I supposed to survive? Qizhen. Did you all receive a half sheet of the manual? Wang Shuero. I found many live shells and little crabs on the beach. I can have seafood tonight. Yu Shiyang. Help. I was teleported into this game while showering. Does anyone have spare clothes? Urgently requesting. Indifferent to their grievances, Song Chuha continued to explore the game interface. At the very top, the island's comfort level displayed a mere point. Unable to restrain her laughter, she remarked, "This beautiful island has only a comfort level of 1 point. It seems my task is to improve this statistic." Below the comfort level, a virtual human model appeared. She noticed the model's stomach was red, and her own stomach grumbled in response. "Oh, this must be a monitoring system related to my physical condition." Quickly, she retrieved a piece of bread from the chest, but recalling the limited supplies, she swallowed hard and opted to consume only a quarter of the loaf. After slightly satiating her hunger, the model's color returned to normal, allowing her to further investigate the interface. To the right, a taskbar displayed a backpack section with 10 slots. Having grasped the basics, Song Chu's thoughts turned to her situation. In reality, she had no ties left. Her parents had tragically passed away 6 months prior, rendering her participation in this survival game inconsequential. Yet, while she had only viewed wilderness survival videos online, the reality of her need to survive was daunting. Most troubling was her lack of survival skills or culinary prowess being barely adequate. Can I truly survive on this island? What if I am the first to be eliminated once the beginner phase ends? Though the manual did not outline rules or penalties for elimination, unease crept in her mind. Would death in the game equate to death in reality? As a breeze swept by, she gazed at the endless ocean, yet she was resolute in her desire to attempt survival. To begin, she dragged the chest to a shaded area. The sun at the beach was unrelenting, and after standing for less than 5 minutes, she felt as though her head might ignite. The beginner's gift included a tent, and she decided to find a suitable spot to erect her shelter. As well as search for fresh water and food, there was no time for idle contemplation. Chapter 2. Never mind, let's roll. Choosing a site for her shelter required finesse, a concept Song Chuha understood, albeit vaguely. At this moment, she was exerting herself to drive stakes into the ground to secure the tent, but the loose sand proved uncooperative, causing the stakes to topple shortly after insertion. Well, I've encountered my first challenge. With a resigned glance at the sand she had renovated, she dragged the chest to seek a cooler, more sheltered location. After another attempt, she became convinced that she lacked the talent for setting up a tent and could only temporarily tie the fixed ropes of the tent's corners to the trunks of nearby trees. Just as she installed the final support pole inside the tent, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding. Comfort level increased. Excited, Song Chuha opened the game interface and discovered that the comfort level at the top had risen from 1 to 2. What? After all my hard work, the tent only increased comfort by 1 point? She sighed and then opened the world chat channel to check the progress of other players. Li Jibin, brothers, I've set up my tent, and the island's comfort level shot up from 1 to 23. Renan, wow, are you serious? Why is my comfort level only 10 after setting up my tent? Duan Nani, let's not discuss comfort for now. Just remember not to set your tent under a coconut tree. I've already gotten a huge bump on my head. Zhao Nintai. Who's the unfortunate soul up there? My comfort level is 33, and am already enjoying fresh coconut juice and sunbathing. Seeing these messages, Song Chuha felt somewhat disheartened. Others' comfort levels were rising much faster than hers. She was clearly lagging behind. Yet, she knew that now was not the time to rest. If she did not find more fresh water and food, she could not survive long on this island. After nibbling on a couple of pieces of bread, she grabbed a wooden axe and a bottle of drinking water before stepping outside. Fortunately, she had the map of the island in her mind, so she was not afraid of getting lost. The forest in the center of the island appeared somewhat perilous, and she could not be sure if there were wild beasts within, so she decided to explore along the edge of the jungle. After walking southward for about 10 minutes, the sandy beach gradually transformed into a vast rocky area. The waves here were more turbulent, and she hesitated to climb up. Reluctantly, she turned back. On the way, she returned to the tent to rest for 5 minutes before promptly heading north. This time, Song Chuha quickly made a new discovery. There lay a wooden box gleaming in the sunlight on the beach, though it was smaller than the novice gift package. This must be the random treasure chest mentioned in the game manual, she thought, hastening to the wooden box. Just as she reached out to open it, several lines of text appeared on the top. Wooden treasure chest. Iodized table, salt 1. Oh, this is quite nice. At least I won't have to figure out how to extract sea salt on my own. Elated, Song Chuha picked up the supplies, and then the words decompose appeared on the box's top. The random treasure chest would refresh later, potentially yielding sturdier boxes, rendering this wooden box unnecessary, so she clicked to decompose it. Ding! 6 wooden planks. The notification chimed again, and soon her game backpack contained 6 wooden planks, with her inventory changing from 0 to 10 to 110. So, a single item occupies just one space? She pondered, tossing the salt and the remaining half bottle of mineral water into her backpack, which then shifted from 110 to 310. It seems so. This will certainly make it more convenient when I go out collecting supplies. Since these random treasure chests could yield living essentials, Song Chuha resolved to search for fresh water while also looking for other treasure chests along the beach. However, events did not unfold as smoothly as she hoped. After thoroughly exploring the northern beach, she had only found a few small seashells, with nothing else useful in sight. Wasn't it promised that supplies would be easier to obtain during the novice protection period? Now the sun hung low in the sky, and she felt hot and thirsty, unable to drink water freely, standing at the edge of the jungle in frustration. The trees behind her grew densely, their overlapping leaves obscuring the sunlight. Based on past experience, there was a high probability of finding a water source in the woods, but it was simply too dark inside, causing Song Chuha to abandon the idea of exploring the jungle. The only potential weapon she had was that small wooden axe, which she weighed in her hands, estimating that it would be quite difficult to chop even a slightly thicker tree, let alone any other creatures. Just as she hesitated, pondering her next move, a sudden thud echoed from a few steps away. Instantly, Song Chuha drew her wooden axe from her backpack and assumed a defensive stance. She cautiously gazed in the direction of the sound, and after several seconds of bewilderment, she realized that a coconut had fallen from a tree. Coconuts can quench thirst and stave off hunger, but opening them can be a hassle. After stowing the coconut in her backpack, she breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Noticing the sun gradually setting, Song Chuha collected some dry branches while hurrying back toward her tent. Fortunately, the novice gift package had provided her with a flint. Otherwise, she would have had to attempt fire by friction, a scenario she could hardly bear to imagine. By the time she returned to her shelter, the sun was nearly kissing the horizon. She hurriedly gathered some clams and small snails from the beach, planning to make seafood soup for dinner. Though her remaining drinking water was limited, she knew she needed to eat well to maintain her strength for the continued search for fresh water. The process of starting a fire went smoothly. Looking at the makeshift stove constructed from stones, Song Chuha felt grateful for her past enjoyment of wilderness survival programs. As she waited for the seafood soup to boil, she quietly monitored the chat channel. Jiang Haiping, I just found flour and tissue in a random treasure chest. It's fantastic. Lu Qing, I found a half-kilogram pack of beef jerky. Xiang Gao, what you got doesn't compare to mine. I've already speared a fish in the sea. I'm having grilled fish for dinner. Everyone's optimistic attitude lifted Song Chuha's spirits slightly. At least she wasn't alone in her adventures in this game as long as she remained diligent. The food issue would eventually be resolved. Forget it, let's roll up our sleeves. I can survive on this island, just like everyone else. After motivating herself, the seafood soup in the pot began to boil. She fashioned chopsticks from 2 wooden sticks of similar thickness and eagerly dug into her meal. The seafood soup was indeed delicious, though it had one flaw. The clams she had gathered had not been soaked to expel the sand. She ate her meal like a pea shooter, frequently having to spit out the gritty bits from her mouth. Chapter 3. No more striving, let it be. On the deserted island, devoid of electricity and any electronic entertainment, the nights proved to be an arduous ordeal for Song Chuha, a modern individual. However, the starry sky here was astonishingly beautiful, almost surreal. She strolled along the beach under the moonlight until the sea breeze made her feel a bit chilly, prompting her to hurriedly return to her tent. After adding 2 thicker logs to the fire pit, she listened to the sound of the waves while browsing through the chat channel. Fuyuan, oh no, my tent is filled with mosquitoes. I'm about to finish off 2 watermelons. Huxinyu, please be quiet, you've been bragging all night. What's so impressive about opening a chest to find watermelons? I found 2 cantaloupes myself. Xioxinlei, TSK, what you have is nothing compared to my self-heating hot pot. Oh, and I also found an inflatable mattress. It's so comfortable. Yeshiyang, QAQ, I found a set of women's pajamas. Unfortunately, after crossing over, I have nothing to wear, so I have to make do for now. Sob sob. After approximately 10 minutes of reading the chat, Song Chuha realized that the luck of other players seemed to surpass her own, and their islands were developing at a faster pace than hers. Glancing at the packet of salt in her inventory, she silently sighed and resolved to gather resources more diligently the following day. Having exhausted herself from the day's endeavors, she quickly succumbed to sleep, lulled by the distant sound of the waves. As dawn broke, a sudden gust of wind collapsed her tent. Although the 4 corners remained secured to nearby tree trunks, the top frame had bent, resembling a broken umbrella, providing no support. Startled by the noise, She awoke in a panic to discover the dire state of her shelter and noted that her island comfort level had plummeted from 2 to 1. Well, it seemed like she had regressed overnight, as if everything had reverted to the beginning. Crawling out of the tent to assess the situation, she noted that today's winds were stronger than yesterday's, with waves crashing upon the shore in layers. Fortunately, the main structure of the tent remained relatively intact. Drawing from her limited experience, she picked up a slender branch to resecure the collapsed part. Since she had gone to bed early the previous night, she felt surprisingly refreshed. After finishing the remaining half of her bread, she checked her supplies: 3 pieces of bread, just over a bottle of drinking water, and various other non-perishable items. The meager rations made her frown. Well, she might as well continue the search for new resources. With renewed determination, she set out. She first visited the beach where she had discovered a treasure chest the day before, but found only a few small crabs digging in the sand. There were no treasure chests, not even a single plank of wood. Reluctantly, she continued northward. Today, she carried the last of her bread and drinking water, with ample time to explore the island. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side, and her search yielded no fruitful results. As the morning passed, she was almost certain that there was no fresh water at the juncture of the eastern beach and the jungle. After 2 days of exploration, she had unlocked less than 1/6 of the map, while the unvisited areas remained shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, the known region appeared relatively safe. It was merely her lack of fortune that hindered her from collecting more useful supplies. The midday sun blazed fiercely, causing her to wipe the sweat from her brow. Seeking respite, she sat beneath an unfamiliar tree. The novice protection period had already passed halfway. If things continued as they were, she would soon face elimination. Moreover, the high temperatures on the island made her suspect she was showing signs of heat stroke. Song Chuha had little desire to check the chat channel. Nearly everyone else was progressing faster than she was. Fearing that too much exposure to their success would dishearten her, she avoided it to maintain her adventurous spirit. Just as she immersed herself in somber daydreams of tragic tales of young maidens meeting their demise on deserted islands, a bright, cheerful voice suddenly broke through. Hooray! Finally found a suitable host. Hello there. Huh? Why aren't you responding? Hello, hello. After a moment, Song Chuha realized the sweet calls were not a figment of her imagination. Weakly, she responded, Hello, may I ask who you are? In this unfamiliar place, she remained polite, not wanting to attract unnecessary trouble so early in the game. Congratulations. You have acquired a koi system. Would you like to bind with me now? The voice was sweet and lively, and instantly revitalized Song Chua, dispelling her fatigue. Straightening her posture, she began to converse with the new system. Wait, wasn't that robot that announced the start of the game my system? Why is there another one now? That system oversees the entire game, while I, little koi, am tailored specifically for you, the unluckiest one. The voice belonged to what seemed to be a 7 or 8-year-old girl, with a cheerful and playful tone. Just from this youthful voice, Song Chufa could imagine how adorable this koi would be in human form. However, the word stung a bit. Compared to other players, she certainly was the unluckiest one, as her island had developed the slowest after a day and a half. Unscrewing a bottle of mineral water, she took a sip before continuing her inquiries. What are the benefits of binding with you? Oh, there are plenty of advantages. I can enhance your luck, allowing you to obtain more and better resources. In human terms, I'm like a mobile cheat. There are more functions that will be unlocked once you bind with me. At this point, the koi's tone turned proud. Isn't that cheating? Song Chua hesitated. She was uncertain how the game would ultimately unfold. But all other players seemed to be building their islands through their own efforts. Binding with the koi would seem unfair to others. If you don't bind with me, I'll just bind with another unlucky player. Besides, I can cure your heat stroke right away. Think it over. Feeling a tinge of disappointment in the koi's voice, she pondered. You would bind with others? All right, let us bind together. Come, I choose to bind with you, not wanting to miss out on this little gem. Song Chua hurriedly nodded in agreement. Great. Host detected, koi system binding successful. As soon as the words were spoken, a warm glow enveloped her. Miraculously, the dizziness and nausea she had felt vanished. How marvelous. Little koi, do you have a physical form? Song Chua stood up and turned in circles, searching for the presence of her new system. She assumed such systems could manifest a physical appearance, with only herself on the island. Having the koi appear as her companion would be ideal. Yes, but I can only take form after the novice protection period ends. Understood. I'll wait for you. Accepting the koi's existence, Song Chuha made a significant decision. No more striving. Let it be. Chapter 4. The meeting gift of the little koi due to the binding of the little koi. Song Chuha experienced an unexpected surge of luck on her way back to the tent, stumbling upon 3 randomly spawned treasure chests clustered together. Little koi, I am now utterly convinced that you will bring me boundless fortune, she exclaimed excitedly as she approached the chests. discovering that one was a leather chest while the other two were iron chests. They were originally wooden chests, but I have elevated their quality, the little koi proudly claimed, revealing its skill that enhances the quality of chests obtained by the host by 1 or 2 levels. In this game, there are 5 types of treasure chest qualities: wooden, leather, iron, golden, and diamond. The higher the quality of the chest, the better the resources contained within. How wonderful! I hope to uncover some useful supplies. Song Chuha gleefully squatted beside the chests, and instantly, several lines of text popped up. Leather chest, 500 milliliters drinking water 5. Iron chest, iron axe blueprint 1. Iron chest, exquisite bow 1. Exquisite arrows 10. Among these treasures, Song Chuha was most pleased with the leather chest, as the 5 bottles of drinking water undoubtedly resolved her current water shortage. As for the contents of the 2 iron chests, she was somewhat perplexed and humbly sought guidance from the little koi. Once you gather the materials, you can forge the iron axe at the workbench. However, the items created will also vary in quality, ranging from ordinary, exquisite, perfect, to exceptional. Rest assured, with my presence, you will never produce ordinary equipment. The bow and arrows will serve as weapons when we confront the beasts of the jungle. The little koi patiently elucidated Song Chua's inquiries, eager to guide her in her endeavors. Compared to other players, its host was indeed progressing rather slowly, struggling to absorb the numerous concepts presented to her. Upon hearing the term beasts, her eyes widened in alarm. Are there truly beasts in the jungle? Can they harm people? Fortunately, she had refrained from venturing into that unknown territory these past few days. Otherwise, she might have risked her very life. During the novice protection period, they will not actively harm players, but if you provoke them, the outcome could be different. By the way, I just scanned the island you are on. There is only one freshwater spring deep within the jungle, but it is fraught with peril, so prepare yourself. The little koi diligently assisted Song Chuha in her development. Yet it had not anticipated that this island would present a certain level of difficulty, one not easily surmountable for a novice player. Then I shall first strive to obtain drinking water from the random chests. I do not wish to be eliminated prematurely. As Song Chuha chatted with the little koi, she stored the treasures from the chests into her game backpack. She now possessed 6 bottles of drinking water and was optimistic about acquiring more in the future, alleviating her concerns regarding water supply for the time being. Additionally, she dismantled the chests, gaining 12 iron ingots and 6 pieces of leather. Regarding the workbench mentioned by the little koi, she had recently noticed on the game interface that it could be crafted using 4 wooden planks. Thus, on her way back to the shelter, she also decided to chop down 2 coconut trees on the jungle's edge. The wooden planks she had obtained from dismantling the wooden chest the previous day had already been used as firewood, and to ensure she could light a fire again today, she needed to gather more wood. Oh dear, it seems I forgot to present you with a meeting gift. Upon returning to the tent, the little koi suddenly exclaimed, startling Song Chuha. What meeting gift? She tossed the items from her game backpack into the tent and casually sat down. Your shelter is far too dilapidated. I have decided to gift you a small house. Please close your eyes. All right, Song Chuha nodded, feeling that her shelter did indeed appear somewhat shabby. However, she had no choice, as her current resources only allowed her to reside in such a humble tent. Having accepted the little koi's assistance, she resolved not to deprive herself. After 5 seconds, the little koi urged Song Chuha to open her eyes. All right, to maintain game balance, I can only provide you with a small wooden house of minimal comfort, but it will adequately shield you from the elements. Upon opening her eyes, Song Chuha was astonished to find herself in a modest wooden house. The dwelling spanned approximately 20 square meters, with a large floor-to-ceiling window facing the sea, beside which lay a soft mattress. Near the jungle side, there was a bathroom. Most astonishingly, the bathroom featured a shower with a spray head, and next to the toilet was a small sink. She approached and turned on the faucet, discovering clear water flowing forth, without considering whether it had been sanitized. She cupped her hands and drank deeply, and moments later, her expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. Heavens, this is fresh water. Little koi, is this water limitless? In theory, it is unlimited, but we must not waste water resources. This unexpected surprise was prepared by the little koi for Song Chuha, as there was only one place on the island where fresh water could be obtained, and it did not wish for its host to venture out into danger. Song Chuha felt that this meeting gift was truly precious and expressed her gratitude to the little koi multiple times before finally stopping. Moreover, she noted that the comfort level of her island abode had surged to 161 points, marking a remarkable leap for someone who had once been a harbinger of misfortune. After exploring the interior of the house, she excitedly stepped outside. There, she discovered a small platform of approximately 4 to 5 square meters, where the view of the sea was far more expansive than from inside the house. Little koi, you are truly remarkable. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Sitting on the steps, Song Chuha was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy that felt almost surreal. The difference between today's shelter and that of yesterday was nothing short of astronomical. I do not seek repayment. I would be delighted simply to have you thrive on this island with me. In truth, the little koi felt a tinge of regret. Having initially envisioned gifting Song Chuha a luxurious seaside villa, although it was merely a string of data, its very essence was dedicated to serving its host. Yes, I will strive to survive. However, before that, I must take a hot shower. Song Chuha lowered her head to sniff her own scent, realizing she had not bathed for 2 days. Chapter 5. Embracing vacation life. After completing her morning rituals, Song Chuha felt considerably refreshed. She hung her previously worn clothes on the platform outside the quaint wooden cabin while she donned a bathrobe to organize her supplies inside. As creating other tools necessitated the use of a workbench, she resolved to construct one first. 4 wooden planks, 1 iron block, and then arranged in this order, right? Huh. Why has anything changed? Observing the unchanged materials on the floor, she scratched her head. Almost there. The iron block should be placed in the center. Yes, that's it. Under the guidance of the little koi, a flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing a cylindrical workbench before her. Next, she retrieved the blueprint for the iron axe from her treasure chest, placed the paper on the workbench, and automatically learned the crafting recipe. I think it would be wise to create an iron axe first, as your little wooden axe has a rather low durability and is almost on the verge of breaking. The little koi kindly reminded her. The wooden axe from her beginner's package was rather cumbersome, and Song Chuha had expended considerable effort merely to fell a single tree earlier. All right, 3 iron blocks and 1 wooden plank. I just happen to have these materials. Song Chuha placed the items on the workbench, and another flash of white light occurred, resulting in a brand new iron axe, and it was of perfect quality. Splendid. This will significantly enhance your efficiency when chopping wood. As for the little wooden axe, it can serve as fuel. The wooden cabin lacked a kitchen. Hence, if Song Chuha wished to cook, she would need to proceed to the beach. The little koi contemplated upgrading her shelter soon, at the very least to include a small kitchen. It was midday, and the sun blazed fiercely as Song Chuha reclined on the soft mattress, leisurely observing other players engage in conversation. Shinju Ming, my island has reached a comfort level of 196. Anyone surpassing this? Fu Yin, bowing to the Great One, could you teach this novice how to enhance comfort? Wang Shuero, I've uncovered a blueprint for an aircraft. It's astonishing that this game allows us to soar into the skies. Zhao Intai, to the brother above. I request a challenge with my comfort level of 199. It appeared that even after acquiring her little cabin, her comfort level paled in comparison to others. Song Chuha pondered with a sense of melancholy. Had her prior luck truly been so dismal? Uncertain of how others had developed their islands, she remained quite content with her current shelter. At the very least, she no longer needed to worry about her tent collapsing during storms at sea. Well, you were indeed rather unfortunate. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you as my host. Now that I am by your side, your fortune is soaring like a rocket. The little koi brimmed with confidence regarding its role. As Song Chuha was its first host, it was particularly eager for her to thrive. All right, I'm counting on you. Do you have an alarm function? I would like to take a nap for an hour before heading out to gather ingredients for dinner. Song Chuha recognized she could not linger too long. Although she had resolved her water dilemma, food remained a pressing concern. She did not wish to subsist solely on seafood, as that would be detrimental to her health. Moreover, with numerous unfamiliar marine creatures surrounding her, she feared consuming toxic fish or mollusks could lead to dire consequences. Good night. I will wake you promptly in an hour. The little koi cheerfully accepted her request and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her afternoon exploration proved fruitful, as she discovered 6 treasure chests. Among them were a golden chest, 2 iron chests, and 3 leather chests. She found 2 large bags of flour in one of the leather chests, sufficient to sustain her for an entire week. However, aware of her poor cooking skills, she resolved to subsist on simple seafood dumpling soup for the week ahead. The remaining leather chests yielded a water bucket and a hygiene kit, both of which were exceedingly useful, and she gladly accepted them. As for the 2 iron chests, they were somewhat disappointing, containing 2 identical blueprints for the iron axe. Fortunately, she had already learned how to craft the iron axe, leaving her uncertain about how to dispose of the surplus blueprints. Ultimately, within the singular golden chest, she uncovered a blueprint for the swift boots. After placing it on the workbench for study, she realized she lacked several essential crafting materials, none of which she had yet encountered, so she decided not to dwell on it. Once a player's island reaches a comfort level of 300 points, the trading system will automatically unlock. At that point, you can sell those extra blueprints. In this game, players could trade with one another, as well as with the system, though the value of items relied on player judgment. Alright then, I shall set them aside for now. Let us not disassemble this golden chest just yet. I still need a lovely nightstand. and until I find a diamond chest, this will suffice. Song Chua dragged the golden chest back to her wooden cabin, wiped it down, and placed it beside her mattress. As evening approached, she strolled beneath the setting sun, carrying a bucket as she energetically pursued sand crabs along the beach. While shells and mollusks were easier to obtain, she remembered the unpleasant experience of swallowing several mouthfuls of sand after eating a clam. Thus she focused her efforts on capturing the little crabs instead. As night fell, a warm lamp illuminated the eaves of the wooden cabin, powered by solar energy, alleviating her concerns about being in darkness. Song Chua casually sat on the beach, cooking her dumpling soup while humming an unknown tune. This marked her second day in the island survival game, filled with continuous surprises as everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Although the little koi lacked a physical form, it frequently uttered encouraging words, and she did not feel lonely in her solitude on the island. After dinner, Song Chua returned to her cabin. Devoid of a mobile phone for entertainment, she resorted to watching the conversations of other players. With only one day remaining in the beginner protection period, everyone looked forward to the upcoming days. However, Song Chua felt less eager than before. With the little koi's assistance, her future days promised to be remarkably easy. Reflecting on her lengthy struggles in the real world, she sensed that her past had been excessively taxing. Now, presented with the opportunity to relax and take it easy, she contemplated becoming a sloth. While others fought for survival on the island, she decided it was time for her to indulge in a vacation. Chapter 6. Comfort ranking. On the final day of the novice protection period, all players, except for Song Chua, were filled with excitement. This was their last chance to easily acquire resources, prompting everyone to prepare fervently for their forthcoming adventures in the game. In stark contrast, Song Chua lounged leisurely in bed, savoring the sunrise before finally rising lazily. The soundproofing of her small wooden cabin was remarkable. After closing the door, she could hardly hear the roaring waves outside, allowing her to sleep soundly through the night. After a quick wash, she perched on the golden treasure chest by the floor-to-ceiling window, indulging in some bread. With only a mattress and this chest for furniture, she refrained from eating in bed and opted for the chest instead. Its height was perfectly suited to serve both as a bedside table and a seat. 3 treasure chests have respawned on the beach. Are you going to check them out? Little Koi observed Song Chua's leisurely demeanor and did not rush her, knowing she was free from any life pressures at the moment. I'll go in a bit. By the way, is there a limit to the number of treasure chests that can respawn? Song Chua asked, stuffing the last bit of bread into her mouth and glancing towards the beach. Her keen eyesight easily spotted the 3 chests Little Koi mentioned. The limit is 10. That's roughly the maximum for a day. If players do not open them, they will not respawn afterwards. The respawn rules for random treasure chests are quite user-friendly, as they only appear near the player's spawn point and allow ample time for collection. Nodding in understanding, Song Chua felt reassured that even if she chose to stay indoors occasionally, she could still amass a considerable number of chests. In the real world, she had a peculiar hobby of hoarding online purchases until she had a substantial number to unbox all at once. She found this practice quite relieving, though others often expressed confusion, as most people eagerly opened their packages upon arrival. Ding. The comfort ranking for the island has been activated. Ding. The island trading hall has been opened. Ding. Congratulations to player Shin Ju-ming for reaching a comfort level of 300 points, becoming the first player on the leaderboard. To encourage this achievement, rewards have been sent to the player's inventory. As the system's notifications echoed one after another, Song Chua halted her steps, realizing a new panel had indeed appeared on the game interface. This panel displayed the aforementioned comfort ranking, featuring 100 players, with Shin Ju-ming at the top. In the brief moment she spent studying the leaderboard, Shin Ju-ming's comfort level surged by another 8 points, reaching 308. These players are impressive. Even the 100th has achieved 200 points in comfort. I fear I may never see my name on that list, Song Chua mused, her current comfort level resting at a mere 161 points, barely elevated with Little Koi's assistance. As for the trading hall, it could only be unlocked upon reaching 300 points in comfort. Do you wish to join the ranking? At the start of each month, the system rewards the top 10 players, Little Koi exclaimed eagerly, expressing its willingness to assist her. Once the novice protection period ends, I will ensure that your little wooden cabin transforms into a luxurious seaside villa without delay. No, I cannot compete with them. Remember, I have chosen a laid-back vacation approach. One must learn to be content. Song Chua stretched, dismissing the idea of Little Koi constantly providing her with advantages. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and she had no desire to draw the attention of other players. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with activity. Zhao Entai, did the top player cheat? Your comfort level was lower than mine yesterday. UXIN, ladies, let us not overexert ourselves. We'll end up twisted like dough. Chizhan, I'm curious about what reward the system granted Xin Junming. Wang Linlin, Xin Junming, come out and share what you received. Don't be shy. Yu Shiyang, let us go. I must strive to enhance my comfort level. When my trading hall opens, I'll buy some outfits for men. Conversations primarily revolved around Xin Junming, with some congratulatory and others envious remarks. Song Chuha, too, felt a tinge of curiosity about the rewards bestowed upon the top player. She discreetly observed the chat for several minutes, but Xin Junming remained silent. Well, he certainly possesses patience. I suppose I shall focus on opening treasure chests instead. To avoid wasting time, she resolved to abandon her curiosity. Today, 3 iron treasure chests had respawned on the beach. Rubbing her hands together, she crouched beside the chests. Iron treasure chest, lazy sofa 1. Iron treasure chest, Wuchang rice 2. 5 kilograms 1. Iron treasure chest, coral-friendly sunscreen 240G 1. Wow, I can finally enjoy some rice. This sunscreen is great too. No more worries about getting sunburned. With the glee of a child receiving candy, Song Chua swiftly stowed the contents into her game inventory, then proceeded to dismantle the iron treasure chest into iron blocks. Iron blocks were essential materials for crafting other tools, obtainable solely through mining or disassembling chests. After opening the chests that had respawned the night before, Song Chuha collected a few beautiful seashells from the beach before returning to her wooden cabin at a leisurely pace. Upon placing the lazy sofa on the floor, her island's comfort level increased from 161 to 181 points. Little Koi, does this comfort level correlate with the furniture placed in the shelter? She had pondered this question since acquiring the wooden cabin, but her previous circumstances had prevented her from verifying her theory. Indeed, though there are other influencing factors, such as the shelter's environment and its sturdiness and safety, Little Koi recalled how Song Chua's previous shelter had collapsed after just one night due to the wind, eliciting sympathy. I see. I surmise that the top player must have constructed a very sturdy tent and fortuitously opened numerous furniture items from the random chests. With that, she glanced back at the leaderboard. In just a few minutes, Shun Juanming's island comfort level had soared to 360 points, while other players' levels were also in constant flux. Choosing not to compete with them, she quietly reclined on the lazy sofa, enjoying the distant sea view. In the afternoon, she applied a bit of sunscreen before venturing out to gather resources. Despite her inclination to relax, she understood the necessity of adequately preparing food and firewood during the early stages of the game. Chapter 7. The Diamond Treasure Chest. Heart of the ocean on the morning of the 4th day, while Song Chuha was still indulging in the comforts of her bed, the game system announced that the novice protection period had come to an end. As she turned over on the soft mattress, she was startled awake by the sudden appearance of another person before her. Good morning, host. The little koi fish, with its hands cradling its face, lay beside Song Chuha. Its large, glistening eyes blinking animatedly. Little koi, how delightful your physical form is. Song Chua sighed in relief, extending her arms to embrace the little koi. She had imagined what the little koi might look like, but seeing it in person filled her heart with a different kind of joy. The petite girl, reaching only to her waist, had a fair complexion, adorned with 2 antenna-like tufts on her head, and donned a sleek silver bodysuit. The little koi exuded a futuristic charm, yet felt as soft and fragrant as a child when held. I can transform into other forms too, perhaps a kitten, a puppy, or even a robot. Do you have any other ideas? It was merely a string of data created by the main system, capable of taking any shape. You look splendid just as you are. I adore it. Song Chuha had no desire for the little koi to change. For a long time, she had wished for a cute younger sibling, and the little koi perfectly fulfilled that longing. Moreover, she wanted to regard the little koi as a companion rather than a pet or mere accessory. All right, then I shall stay with you like this. The little koi joyfully hopped out of Song Chua's embrace and gleefully ran around the room twice. Play for a while. I need to brush my teeth and wash my face first. Observing the little koi's lively demeanor uplifted Song Chua's spirits. However, before she could finish brushing her teeth, the familiar crackle of the system reverberated through the air. Ding. A new task has been delivered. All players are required to develop the island map to 20% within 7 days. Upon hearing this, Song Chua paused, immediately glancing at the game panel. Indeed, a new task had appeared in the previously vacant taskbar, showing a progress of 12%. This indicated that the area she had explored constituted only a small fraction of the entire island. If we explore the rocky area to the south, we can complete this task. The little koi, having heard the game's announcement, swiftly scanned the entire island and calculated the optimal plan for Song Chuha to accomplish the task. Compared to the eerie jungle behind the cabin, the southern rocky area seemed quite manageable. No rush. We have ample time for the task. Let's first enhance our equipment. Song Chuha was the type who procrastinated her homework until the last day of vacation. She recognized that this was not commendable behavior, yet found herself enjoying it nonetheless. Moreover, it wasn't fear that kept her from venturing out. Rather, her current equipment was simply inadequate. The game manual stated that after the novice protection period, monsters lurking on the island or in the sea would begin to attack players actively. Presently, she possessed only an iron axe, which was merely suitable for chopping wood. If she encountered a monster, she wouldn't be able to escape. Well, we have 7 days. Today, for treasure chests have appeared on the beach. Let us go see what treasures await us. The little koi thoughtfully handed Song Chua a dry towel after she finished washing her face, even wiping up a small puddle on the floor. The main system had programmed it to assist with household chores, so whenever it noticed an untidy area, it would promptly clean it. Because of this, in the days to come, Song Chua, who was not particularly skilled at tidying up, would enjoy royal treatment. However, Song Chua felt a twinge of annoyance regarding her lack of new clothing. A few days prior, she had entered the game dressed in casual loungewear. Now, she had only that outfit and the bathrobe provided in the bathroom to change into. Standing on the platform outside her little cabin, she pondered whether the treasure chests on the beach might contain suitable clothing. She recalled a male player mentioning that he had found a women's nightgown in a chest a couple of days ago. If luck was not on her side and she failed to find any clothing, she would have to work harder to raise the island's comfort level to 300 points and then purchase clothing from the trading hall. I'm ready to go. After applying sunscreen, Song Chua, accompanied by the bouncing little koi, made her way to the beach. Today, for treasure chests had appeared, with the most eye-catching being the diamond treasure chest. This was her first encounter with a diamond quality chest. Although the little koi had contributed to this, she was nonetheless exhilarated, for it represented the highest quality chest in the game. Could I possibly find a weapon within? Before opening the chest, Song Chua and the little koi crouched beside it, both wearing expressions of eager anticipation as they gazed at the opulent treasure chest. She was in dire need of a reliable weapon to explore this island, both for self-defense and to provide herself with a sense of security. Theoretically, yes. Just open it and see for yourself. All right. Nodding, Song Chua placed her hand on the chest. Diamond treasure chest. Heart of the ocean one. The heart of the ocean? She extracted a blue stone the size of a fingernail from the chest, yet her thoughts drifted to another legendary gem necklace associated with the tail. Oh. This is a treasure. Wearing it will allow you to understand the language of all sea creatures and converse with them effortlessly. As Song Chua pondered, the little koi clapped its hands, appearing quite delighted. This item was exceedingly rare, and possessing it would grant her vital insights into the underwater world. That does sound fantastic. But it's so small, I'll need to think of a way to turn it into a piece of jewelry to wear. Although Song Chua had not acquired the weapon she desired, this small stone was a different kind of gain, and she carefully tucked it away. The remaining 3 chests on the beach were all leather ones, and she opened them in one breath, yielding a dress, 2 packets of teddy bear cookies, and a fishing rod imbued with a peculiar buff. Ah, the CS disdain. This rod is useless. With the status, I can only catch trash fish. The little koi peered at the fishing rod in Song Chua's hand, its expression one of disdain. I've only seen the CS favor bestow good luck when playing games, but this status isn't too bad. I want to be fishing anyway. Song Chua had no intention of becoming a fisherman in this game. She was certainly not the type to sit by the sea for an entire afternoon. However, the dress found in another chest was quite to her liking. She held it up to herself. The pale blue gradient was refreshingly beautiful, and it fit her perfectly. Chapter 8. Task completed. After tidying up the items retrieved from the chest, Song Chua returned home. Instead of trying on the new dress immediately, she took it to the bathroom to wash, planning to wear it once it dried. Lacking laundry detergent, she scrubbed it several times before hanging it out on the platform. A gentle warmth from the distant breeze caressed her, and after stealing another glance at the breathtaking view of the sea, she turned back indoors. At last, she could replace the dazzling golden nightstand. She placed the diamond chest beside her bed and proceeded to disassemble the original golden chest. Frowning at the meager spoils in her backpack, she wondered, little koi, why did I only receive 2 gold ingots from breaking down the golden chest? I distinctly remember that dismantling an iron chest yielded 6 iron ingots. I can explain. Little koi chimed in. Dismantling items incurs a certain loss. And if luck is not on your side, you might end up with nothing at all. Perched on the edge of the mattress, little koi looked every bit the picture of innocence, hands folded neatly on her knees. Ah, this rule feels quite realistic, Song Chua mused, nodding thoughtfully. She adjusted the position of the diamond nightstand to her satisfaction before indulging in a pack of gummy bear cookies. As she enjoyed her breakfast, she scrolled through the chat channel for amusement. Wang Shuero, I have completed my first task, and the reward is a set of wooden furniture, which boosts the comfort level of the shelter by 160 points. Fuyin, CBDD, Li Jibin, my island has a vast bamboo growth. As a bamboo craftsman, I am ready to showcase my skills. Just a secret between us family members. Crafting furniture also increases comfort. Yi Yongong, are there any takers among the family for custom orders? I'd like to commission a fishing net, and I can trade supplies for it. Zhou Xiaoqin, thanks for the invite. My comfort level has reached 320 points. I just opened a waterproof mask. It's time for underwater exploration. The chat was a tapestry of varied messages, yet it was evident that everyone was diligently striving to thrive. Upon noticing that some had begun to explore the ocean, Song Chua couldn't help but retrieve the ocean heart from the diamond chest. Let us stroll along the shallows and see if this stone has any use. She beckoned to little Koi, who was frolicking joyfully. The little figure immediately rose to follow her lead. Let us go, let us go. A new chest has appeared at the shallows. Little Koi dashed ahead and squatted beside the newly found chest. It was a leather chest, and upon opening it, Song Chua was astonished to discover a complete set of kitchen utensils inside. How fortuitous! A cutting board, a knife, and a spatula, all things I need. In reality, finding a set of kitchenware would not evoke such joy, but within the game, after days of using twig chopsticks, everything in that chest felt like a treasure. How wonderful! Let me help you carry these back. Little Koi exclaimed, instantly lifting the chest and sprinting toward the wooden house. Wait, you're so strong? Song Chua was taken aback as little Koi, carrying a chest almost her size, darted several meters away in a flash. Within seconds, little Koi had securely placed the chest on the platform outside the wooden house, bouncing joyfully on the steps before running back to her. Of course I'm strong. I could even lift you easily. Want to give it a try? No, that is quite all right. Song Chua quickly shook her head, not wishing to perform such an absurd display on the deserted island. Well then, let me accompany you to the sea. The shallow area is relatively safe. Little Koi, undeterred by Song Chua's refusal, took her hand and led her toward the ocean. The island resembled a crescent moon, and they found themselves in a bay where the waters were calm and crystal clear. The ocean heart indeed proved to be a remarkable treasure upon stepping into the water. Song Chua was greeted not only by the sounds of the waves. Oh my, there are so many little shrimp here. Quick, let us eat. Ugh. I'm covered in barnacles. It's so uncomfortable. Run. There's a shark behind us. Look at that beautiful fish in the East Canyon. Let us swim over and take a look. Surprisingly, Song Chua found these sounds not at all bothersome. She closed her eyes, envisioning the charming marine creatures chattering away in her mind. Living on such a deserted island, her future days would undoubtedly be far from dull. As the morning progressed, after listening to the gossip for a while, she guided little Koi toward the rocky area in the south. Although she hadn't intended to complete the system's task so early, the enticing reward of a furniture set had sparked her interest. Furthermore, if she added that furniture set to her collection, her island's comfort level would exceed 300 points. When the trading hall opened, her standard of living would surely rise significantly. According to little Koi, once she explored the rocky area, the map would expand by 20%. However, the rocky terrain proved challenging, and Song Chua had to use both hands and feet to navigate safely. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the exploration task. The reward has been added to your game backpack. The system's sudden notification prompted a sigh of relief from Song Chua, while little Koi cheered alongside her. Looking at the furniture set in her game backpack, she decided to wait until she returned home to open it. I'm exhausted. My back feels like it might break. Wiping her face, Song Chua began to assess the rocky area for any valuable resources to take back. The stones were encrusted with oysters and barnacles. But with only an iron axe at her disposal, extraction proved difficult. Here you go, emerald mussels. Little Koi proudly presented a handful of shells she had unearthed from somewhere, lifting her chin with satisfaction. Thank you. I should have brought a small bucket with me, Song Chua replied, though her backpack was nearly full. She accepted the treasures little Koi offered. The two ambled back toward the little wooden house, leisurely collecting shells along the beach as they walked. Chapter 9. Shell Coins and Wealth Rankings. After arranging the items from the furniture set onto the floor of her quaint wooden cabin, Song Chua discovered that her island's comfort level had surged to 341 points. Moreover, her game interface revealed the addition of a trading hall feature. Upon perusing the trading hall's instructions, she found it akin to online shopping platforms in the real world, albeit with less detailed categorization and the absence of an active product search function. Nevertheless, the activation of this feature was commendable. Song Chua, ever content, began to joyfully explore the wares available in the trading hall. Little Koi, where can I obtain shell coins for purchasing items? I haven't noticed possessing any, she inquired. After selecting a few items, she came across a player selling a dress that, based on the product image, appeared to be the same style as one she had previously unwrapped from a treasure chest, differing only in color. Shell coins served as the trading currency within the island game, and players could exchange resources to acquire these coins. with the recycling station conveniently located in the lower right corner of the trading hall. Little Koi promptly and accurately elucidated her queries, subsequently listing a series of recyclable materials. Can I really recycle the sand crabs and clams I pick up on the beach? That means I could potentially earn a significant amount. Song Chuha mused. Eager to investigate the exchange rate, she placed a bucket of clams, which she had yet to cook, into her game backpack and then opened the recycling page. Upon weighing the bucket on a scale-like device, the screen unexpectedly displayed 2 lines of text. Bucket 1. Value: 10 shell coins. Clams 13. Value: 13 shell coins. What? 13 clams are only worth this little? Skeptical, Song Chua placed her well-used, perfect quality iron axe on the recycling station, and this time, the displayed price was substantially higher, over 500 shell coins for her axe. Commonly obtained resources tend to be relatively inexpensive. You might consider crafting items yourself for recycling. You may stumble upon unexpected rewards, Little Koi suggested thoughtfully. In fact, handmade items can also be sold directly in the hall. How can we maximize our profits? Little Koi pondered, tilting its head in contemplation. Stop. You needn't think anymore. I can compare and assess myself, Song Chua intervened, wishing to prevent Little Koi's CPU from overheating. She already had a strategy, whether to sell or recycle items based on the pricing from both avenues. If the recycling station offered a higher price, she would recycle. Otherwise, she would list the item in her trading hall. She glanced back at the dress priced at 1,288 shell coins, deeming the seller's demand exorbitant and not wishing to be taken advantage of. Only the clams were placed in the recycling station, and upon retrieving her bucket, she noticed an additional ranking board beside the original comfort leaderboard, the wealth rankings. Curiosity piqued. She opened the board and noted that the top player had amassed over 5,000 shell coins. These players truly exerted themselves, glancing at her own 13 shell coins. Song Chua could only silently envy the affluent individuals atop the leaderboard. As she diligently examined her backpack for recyclable items, Little Koi's friendly reminder chimed once more. Host. 2 chests have respawned outside. Let's go open them. Opening treasure chests was far more entertaining than analyzing data. Song Chua brushed off non-existent dust from her clothing and, accompanied by Little Koi, returned to the shallows. This time, 2 leather treasure chests had appeared. Upon closer inspection, she found the contents identical, though differing in quantity. Leather treasure chest, melon ice cream 2. Leather treasure chest, melon ice cream 3. Incredible. We can even uncover frozen treats from chests. Since entering this game, Song Chua had not indulged in any chilled snacks. The island's high temperatures meant that she could only rely on lukewarm mineral water for refreshment, which was far from satisfying. She picked up a box of ice cream, eagerly unwrapped it, and began to savor it. Sitting on such a picturesque beach while enjoying ice cream was undeniably a delightful experience, as the refreshing chill surged through her, causing her eyes to squint in bliss. However, as she relished her treat, she suddenly remembered a crucial detail. She had no refrigerator. With 4 additional boxes of ice cream before her, she realized she could not consume them all at once. Would she have to watch them melt away? Little Koi, does my game backpack possess a freezing time function? Song Chua frantically sought a solution, but Little Koi was equally at a loss. The flow of time within a player's backpack matched that of the outside world. There was no way to prolong the lifespan of her delectable treats. Sighing, she resolved to sell them instead, reassuring herself that these items would resurface in the future. After a moment of self-encouragement, she placed the remaining 4 boxes of ice cream in her trading hall. Before listing, she checked the recycling station for the price. The system offered 8 shell coins per box. After careful consideration, she decided to sell each box for 50 coins. Given that most players were just beginning to explore the trading system, the prices in the hall were rather inflated. She had recently observed someone selling a bottle of mineral water for 588 shell coins, while the recycling station valued it at merely 2 shell coins. Once she listed the ice cream, Song Chua remembered the 2 extra iron axe blueprints she had. She quickly retrieved one and placed it in the trading hall. The recycling station indicated that each blueprint was worth 30 shell coins. After contemplating, she listed it for 90 coins in her shop. She understood that pricing these items too high was unwise since they could be readily found in random treasure chests. Selling these items was merely a way to capitalize on the time difference. Perhaps other players might find them valuable. Sold. The ice cream has all sold out. Little Koi's jubilant exclamation interrupted Song Chua's thoughts, prompting her to check her store. All 4 boxes of ice cream had been purchased. I knew it. There are definitely players willing to buy. She felt no guilt in profiting, as her prices were reasonable. Who could predict whether shell coins would prove invaluable in her future endeavors? She certainly needed to amass wealth to sustain her leisurely lifestyle. Once she had savored the triumph of her small earnings, Song Chua suddenly noticed a flashing mail icon on the trading hall panel. Clicking on it revealed a bargaining message from an unfamiliar player. Zhang Lei, beautiful lady, your iron axe blueprint is overpriced. It's only worth 10 coins. I'll be generous and offer you 12 coins for a trade. Please adjust your price quickly. After reading the message, Song Chuha rolled her eyes internally. Selling for 12 coins was less advantageous than recycling it. Moreover, she found the name somewhat familiar. Upon visiting his product page, she was astounded to see that this was the individual who had just listed mineral water for 588 coins. Perusing his other offerings, she noticed wooden planks priced at 50 coins each, half a pack of tissues for 251 coins, stainless steel basins for 330 coins each, and cheese sticks for 666 coins each. Goodness! Song Chuha exclaimed, recognizing that Zhang Lei's pricing was outrageously exploitative. Upon receiving no response, the other party sent another message. Zhang Lei, hurry up, do you still wish to earn money? I am in a rush to collect other items. Do not waste your elder brother's time. Song Chuha felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising within her. However, out of courtesy, she typed a few words. Song Chuha, no changes, farewell. After sending the message, she closed the chat window and refrained from checking any subsequent messages from him. Chapter 10. Skincare products in the evening. The 2 iron axe blueprints that Song Chuha had hung in the trading hall were purchased by other players. She now possessed 393 shell coins. After perusing the shops in the hall, she shook her head in disappointment. The items she desired were exceedingly expensive. The temperature on the island was sweltering, and she sat with her head drooping in the open space at the doorstep of her cabin, cooking dinner. The little koi beside her watched intently, seemingly eager to learn the culinary skills. Her boundless curiosity about all things human led her to ask questions about knowledge not stored in the system's database, and Song Chuha patiently answered each one. After dinner, the pair sat on the platform outside the wooden cabin, admiring the night scenery. The night sky above them was breathtakingly surreal, with stars twinkling as if within reach, and a distant river of stars formed by a multitude of tiny lights. In such moments, Song Chuha truly felt immersed in a virtual game, in the real world. She would have never witnessed such an untainted ocean and pristine starry sky. Suddenly, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes interrupted her reverie. She shook her legs and pulled the little koi back inside the cabin. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Shall we rest? She asked. The little koi continued to bounce happily around the room, impervious to the mosquitoes, even managing to catch a couple of them that flitted before her. Almost time. You can play for a bit longer while I take a shower. As she scratched at the welts on her arms, she headed toward the bathroom. The cabin lacked air conditioning or fans, and even a little movement caused her to sweat. Fortunately, the little koi provided an endless supply of water, allowing her to cool off with refreshing showers. However, this was not a sustainable solution, as she found herself showering 5 to 6 times a day, causing her skin to become almost wrinkled, not to mention the considerable waste of water. There were many players in the chat channel seeking to purchase bottled freshwater and drinking water if they discovered she was lavishly wasting water resources on showers. She would undoubtedly face their scorn. After showering, Song Chuha sat by the floor-to-ceiling window to let her hair dry, contemplating ways to address the temperature issue. The trading hall offered blueprints for electric fans, but upon seeing the price tag of 999,999 shell coins, she silently scoffed at the seller's audacity and continued browsing other items. However, even if she learned to craft an electric fan, her meager supply of materials rendered her incapable of creating anything functional. After half an hour, she abandoned the idea of shopping in the trading hall, realizing that in the early stages of the game, it was far more practical to acquire resources by opening chests. Little koi, come here. It's time to rest. Her hair was completely dry as she beckoned to the little koi, preparing to settle down for the night. Although she knew the little koi was a high-tech creation that did not require sleep, she couldn't help but treat it like a child. Okay. Do we need to set an alarm? Let's set it for 6 o'clock. Since entering middle school, she had never enjoyed a full 8 hours of sleep, often finding herself in a state of exhaustion, even napping briefly during 10-minute breaks. Now, in the perilous survival game, she understood the significance of rest even more. She had to be in optimal condition to face the unknown ahead. The little koi lay beside Song Chuha, occupying only a small portion of the bed, obediently closing its eyes to initiate its self-repair mode. The next morning, both the girl and the little koi awoke promptly. Song Chuha habitually brushed her teeth while secretly monitoring the chat page for updates on other players. She had recently become familiar with several names. A few players who had been quite prominent since the novice protection period had already formed their own small teams. Upon reviewing their profiles, she noted their impressive collaborations and progress, with each of them making a name for themselves. If the game eventually introduced guilds or factions, they would undoubtedly be far ahead of solitary players. In the real world, Song Chuha had never been fond of socializing, and this carried over into the game. She merely chuckled at the messages seeking team members. Chuha, 3 treasure chests have respawned outside. Let's hurry and open them. The little koi peered eagerly around the bathroom door, brimming with energy. All right, I'm coming. She splashed her face with water, feeling that her skin had become somewhat coarse without skincare products. However, upon reaching the shallows with the little koi, she was pleasantly surprised to find a complete set of moisturizing lotion inside an iron chest, while the other two leather chests contained a sun hat and makeup remover wipes. These items alleviated her immediate concerns, and she returned to the cabin with a smile, pampering her sun-kissed skin before leisurely enjoying breakfast. The system typically issued tasks at 9 in the morning, but with many players yet to complete their island exploration quests, no new tasks were announced that day. Determined to relax, Song Chuha decided to remain in the cabin, awaiting the next wave of treasure chests. Her supplies were sufficient for the time being, so she did not need to venture out to gather perishable food like sand crabs or clams. In the afternoon, 2 more chests appeared on the ocean's surface. Not wanting to brave the scorching sun, she instructed the little koi to retrieve the chests and bring them back to the platform outside the cabin. Chuha, I'll bring over any chests that respawn over there from now on. The little koi beamed with delight, eager to assist its host. Thank you. You truly are my wonderful helper. Song Chuha hugged the little koi, who had opened its arms wide. Over the past 2 days, she had noticed that the little creature thrived on praise. Every time she expressed her admiration, it would light up with joy. With such a companion who provided positive emotional value by her side, she felt optimistic about her gaming journey ahead. The little koi returned with 2 leather chests, containing 3 bottles of drinking water and 2 large bags of flour, while she preferred rice as her staple. The current circumstances did not allow her to enjoy rice at every meal, so she settled for several bowls of seafood dumpling soup to satiate her hunger. Chapter 11. The sea fishing competition. In the past 2 days, Song Chuha had confined her activities to the vicinity of her little cabin. Were it not for the need to venture into the nearby thicket to gather firewood, she might have remained within the cabin's embrace. The system had announced that 67% of players had completed the task of exploring the island, and she felt a flicker of anticipation for what the next quest might entail. The little koi was a restless soul. As soon as treasure chests refreshed on the shallows, she would promptly retrieve them, saving Song Chuha considerable effort. Alas, why has my ability not yielded a second diamond treasure chest? The once cheerful koi now wore a look of dejection, her head bowed as she stood on the beach, repeatedly pressing her feet into the dry sand. Clad in a shimmering silver jumpsuit that hugged her slightly plump feet, it was said that the outfit possessed self-cleaning properties, alleviating any concerns about dirt. A row of leather and iron treasure chests lay on the steps of the cabin, and Song Chuha was preparing to open the only 2 golden chests on the platform. Quality chests were not easily summoned. Do not lose heart. Other players are still opening wooden chests. With you here, I already consider myself much luckier. With that, she placed her hands atop the 2 chests. Golden chest, energy-efficient air conditioner 1. Golden chest, solar power panel 1. The contents of these chests took Song Chuha by surprise. Could it be that each time she lacked something, the chest would provide it? She silently recited milk tea and strawberry mousse in her heart before eagerly opening the remaining chests on the steps. Unfortunately, they did not yield her desired items. The iron chest revealed 3 power strips, while the leather chests contained an assortment of basic supplies. The little koi squatted beside her, skimming through the 2 installation manuals from the golden chests. I've learned how to install them. Her capacity for learning surpassed that of humans, particularly in matters of technology. With a brief overview, she could assemble items in the shortest time possible. Well then, I shall rely on you. Song Chuha assisted the little koi in retrieving the contents from the chests, and just as she lamented the absence of a ladder, the koi swiftly scaled the wall with the solar panel in hand. Dumbfounded, she quickly regained her composure and incessantly reminded the koi to exercise caution. The small golden chests possessed the ability to compress items as sizes, allowing her to extract components one by one and pass them to the koi as per her instructions. Within half an hour, both the solar panel and air conditioner were installed. Song Chuha pulled the little koi into the cabin, and as the cool breeze enveloped her, she felt rejuvenated. Simultaneously, her island comfort level surged from 341 to 551 points, even placing her on the leaderboard. Fortunately, her rank was not overly high. The leader, Shinju Ming, still held a commanding lead, with his island's comfort level nearing 1,000. How delightful. With the air conditioning, I find myself even less inclined to venture outside. Reclining in a lazy sofa, Song Chuha squinted her eyes, thoroughly relishing this moment of leisure. However, her bliss was short-lived. After half an hour in the cool air, the system's cold voice echoed from the void. Ding. 80% of players have completed the island exploration task. Remaining players are urged to participate actively. Failure to complete the task within the specified time will result in penalties. Ding. A new task has been delivered. The sea fishing competition is about to commence. Please refer to the flyer for details. The two messages arrived in succession. And upon hearing of the penalties for those who had not completed their tasks, she turned to the little koi for clarification. The penalty for this exploration task is a reduction in the refresh rate of random chests for 5 days. You've already completed it, so there is no need for concern. The little koi blinked, relaying all the game rules she had gleaned. Songchua nodded thoughtfully. This penalty was quite severe for early players, as the inability to access chests equated to a lack of resources. As for the second message, the flyer for the sea fishing competition had already appeared in her game inventory, and she examined it closely. This fishing endeavor required players to row their kayaks out to sea, with necessary equipment having refreshed at the player's spawn points. She sighed deeply. This task posed a certain level of difficulty for her. While she perused the flyer, the little koi joyfully bounced outside to drag the kayak and fishing gear back to the little cabin. Chuha. This fishing rod is slightly better than the one you opened from the last chest. It doesn't have any peculiar buffs. The little koi waved a green bamboo fishing rod before curiously climbing into the kayak to play. Peculiar buffs? Oh, you mean the one that the ocean despised? I forgot where I discarded it. Songchua approached the little koi to inspect the equipment. Finding it to be a rather simple fishing rod, just a bamboo stick tied with fishing line and a hook. Could such a thing truly catch sea fish? She couldn't help but question the very nature of the sea fishing competition. Was it not a prank on the players? The thought of facing penalties for failing the task made her swallow hard, and she resolved to forge ahead. The sea fishing competition would commence at 9 o'clock on the morning following the conclusion of the first exploration task, leaving her with 3 days to prepare. She decided to practice her kayaking skills. She certainly didn't want to find herself unable to navigate the bay. Little koi, can you swim? She inquired, crouching down to converse with the koi before entering the water. Uncertain whether this high-tech equipment could withstand water, she considered leaving the koi on the beach to collect seashells. I can swim. When we're underwater, I can push you forward and help you catch fish. To showcase her abilities, the little koi dashed into the sea, splashing through the waves. Her short limbs moved with remarkable agility through the crystal-clear water, and after a moment, she dove to the bottom, resurfacing only when she had grasped a sea conch larger than her fist. Proudly, she presented the conch to Songchua, lifting her chin with satisfaction. Impressive. Songchua clapped in appreciation, yet she had no intention of allowing the little koi to cheat for her during the fishing competition. Fishing, after all, was a matter of chance. Besides, with her oceanic heart, she was confident that she could find a spot teeming with fish. After a brief exchange with the little koi, she pushed the kayak into the sea. Watching others row appeared effortless, but she soon discovered that it required a certain skill. After more than half an hour of struggle on the surface, she finally managed to avoid capsizing and spinning in circles. Chapter 12. The little fish eating dried meat. The highly anticipated sea fishing competition had commenced as scheduled. At 9 o'clock that morning, the system once again broadcasted the rules of the competition. The game provided players ample preparation time, and precisely at 10 o'clock, with the sound of a signal gun, the players sitting in their kayaks vigorously paddled towards the designated fishing area. Songchua did not bring her little koi fish out to sea. She had reviewed the map and knew that the fishing spot was merely 20 meters from the shore, posing little danger to her. Had she brought the little koi, the creature might have swum around and scared away the fish. The sea was calm, and with the sun shielding her from the sun, Songchua clumsily cast her fishing line. In her memory, the fish caught from the sea were typically 50 to 60 centimeters long, or even larger. She tightly gripped the slender fishing rod, fearful of accidentally breaking it. Fishing was an activity that required immense patience. After floating on the water for over half an hour without any movement from her rod, she began to feel drowsy. Beneath the surface, there were indeed schools of fish. With her oceanic heart, she could hear the little fish chattering and frolicking, yet none approached her bait. Just as she was about to doze off, her fishing rod was suddenly tugged twice by an unseen force, snapping her to attention. In her haste, she yanked the rod upwards, but perhaps due to her excessive force, the creature that had been pulled from the water fell back with a splash. To her surprise, it was merely a crab. Her excitement was short-lived, and with a sigh, she rebaited her hook and cast her line once more. In truth, the sea fishing competition did not require players to remain in the designated area. They could return to their shelters to rest or engage in any activity of their choosing. However, the crab had ignited Songchua's competitive spirit. Gritting her teeth, she vowed to catch something before returning to shore. As noon approached, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and refocused on the sea. Unfortunately, her morning yielded no catch, and the little koi on the shore waved at her, urging her to return. With no other option, she glanced at the chat channel and saw other players lamenting their fruitless morning, prompting her to pack up her fishing rod and head back to the shore. You finally returned. I was worried you might suffer from heat stroke. The little koi had found a large leaf from somewhere and was fanning her while helping drag the kayak's belongings back to the beach. I can take care of myself. There's no need to worry, Song Chuha reassured her, patting the little koi's head before leading her back to the cool wooden cabin. Today, she had no desire to cook, so she paired her mineral water with 2 bread rolls. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, and the sand beneath her feet became scorching. With the air conditioning providing a soothing respite, she was even less inclined to venture out for fishing. The deadline for the sea fishing competition was 5 o'clock in the evening, and she planned to take a brief nap before heading back out. Habitually, she checked the chat page before dozing off and noticed a new scrolling message at the top. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. The bold lettering caught her attention. And upon further investigation, she discovered that several players had been penalized for littering. Sitting up, she gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling window, a smile appearing on her lips as her mood lightened. Such a beautiful environment truly deserved to be preserved. The waste she had generated over the past few days had all been discarded into a trash bin outside her cabin, and to her amazement, the garbage vanished the moment it landed inside, presumably a feature of the system recycling the useless items. After enjoying the view, she resumed perusing the chat messages from other players. Fuyin, I finally caught a fish. I used dried beef as bait. You sure young. I can barely feed myself. And this brother upstairs is using dried beef as bait? What a waste. Wangshuero, I got sunburned. It's so painful. Renan, my fishing rod broke. What a terrible game. After scanning through the messages, Song Chua found the player using dried beef as bait to be quite inventive. She rummaged through her food supplies and decided to try using 2 pieces of pork jerky as bait. With her oceanic heart, she knew that some fish and shrimp possessed a degree of consciousness, and she suspected that ordinary bait might not capture their attention. Following a brief afternoon nap, she equipped herself once more and set out to sea. The previous day, she had opened a treasure chest containing a large bag of pork jerky. Snacking on the treat, she cast her line with a small piece of jerky attached to the hook. It wasn't long before she heard a commotion in the water. Hey, what is that? It smells so good. It looks tastier than seaweed. Let me try it. Let me try it. Before long, Song Chua felt her rod being tugged several times. Learning from her earlier experience, she eased her pull. Moments later, a small silvery fish broke the surface. One hand raised the fishing rod, while the other reached desperately for the fish hanging in the air. The little fish struggled, splashing her with seawater as she clutched the line. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. The little fish seemed oblivious to its peril until it was placed into a nearby net, at which point it began to wonder why it was confined to one spot. Ignoring the little fish's murmurs, Song Chua rebaited her hook with another piece of pork jerky and cast again. She had heard that fish had a memory span of only 7 seconds. While this notion was dubious, mere minutes later, she successfully caught another greedy fish. Half an hour passed, and the net was filled with 12 fish of various colors, none larger than the palm of her hand. Although she had not caught the formidable fish she had imagined, this was more than sufficient. Moreover, she became increasingly adept at fishing, using the remaining pork jerky as bait. The little fish in the sea proved to be rather dim-witted, repeatedly nibbling at the novel bait, until the system finally announced the conclusion of the sea fishing competition. Dragging her net brimming with spoils back to shore, the little koi joyfully surrounded her in celebration. Chuha, you're amazing. With so many fish, we can eat for a long time. Well, it's okay. I don't particularly enjoy eating fish, she replied with a smile. Hauling the catch to the game's spawn point, where the words calculating appeared in front of her in the void. Chapter 13. Reclaiming the wasteland. Settling the accounts required a considerable amount of time. During this interval, Song Chuha idly played with sand near the spawn point. The net provided by the system shimmered with a silvery light, and the fish within it exhibited remarkable vitality, occasionally jostling against one another and squabbling. The haul was far too abundant for her to consume alone, and as she pondered how to address the surplus, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. The sea fishing competition has concluded successfully. The top 100 players and points will receive rewards. Please check your notifications. As the announcement faded, Song Chuha noticed a new leaderboard materializing on the game interface. To her astonishment, she spotted her name among the last few entries. Eliciting a wave of shock, she had achieved a ranking. Wow, Chuha, you're amazing. The little koi, capable of seeing the leaderboard's contents, joyfully circled around her, its chubby hands clapping incessantly. The players in the top 30 received various item rewards and shell coins, while those ranked below were awarded diminishing amounts of shell coins. Song Chua finished in 96th place, earning 500 shell coins. She felt somewhat shortchanged. After basking under the sun for so long and losing a substantial amount of pork jerky, the final reward seemed rather paltry. However, upon witnessing the penalties imposed on those who failed to catch any fish, She felt a sense of relief. She certainly did not wish to receive reduced rewards when opening random treasure chests over the next week. Although the sea fishing competition had ended, the system did not reclaim the props such as kayaks. Song Chuha and the little koi carried these items back to the small wooden cabin, intending to save them for their next outing at sea. Regarding the silver fish in her net, she deliberated and decided to divide them into two portions, one for immediate cooking and the other for sale in the trading hall. While she had contemplated turning the fish into dried products for longer storage, she lacked the necessary skills and did not wish to waste food, thus reluctantly setting that idea aside. After organizing the fish, the sun began to set. Song Chuha continued to cook her dinner on the sandy ground in front of the cabin. Initially, she worried that the fish, unseasoned with ginger and scallions, would possess a strong fishy odor, but after tasting the creamy fish soup, her eyes widened in surprise. The soup was profoundly flavorful. For the first time, she felt she might possess the potential to be a chef, yet this delectable pot of fish soup was solely for her enjoyment. As the little koi could not partake in human food, once satiated, she reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the coolness of the air conditioning. While the nighttime was ideal for foraging along the shore, she lacked portable lighting tools, and venturing out with a torch was rather inconvenient. Thus, she resigned herself to idleness. Before sleep, Song Chuha reflected on the processes she had followed in survival games in the real world. After establishing a shelter and securing a water source, the next step was likely to cultivate crops, was it not? As she contemplated her reclamation plan, she soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, the system indeed released a long-term task for land reclamation, which included a series of subtasks for planting various crops. The first requirement was to clear a patch of farmland near the shelter, with the task reward being 2 selections of crop seeds. Armed with the ordinary quality hoe provided by the system, Song Chuha wandered near the cabin and ultimately selected a flat area to the left of the cabin as her farmland. She understood that cultivating crops required a substantial amount of soil, which she could easily obtain from the forest's edge, conveniently close. She could transport the soil to her designated plot using tools for planting later. The reason she did not choose to plant directly in the jungle was that she had not yet explored that area and was unaware of the potential dangers lurking deep within. She preferred to play it safe, avoiding unnecessary risks. Reclaiming the land proved more challenging than anticipated. Under the blazing sun, Song Chuha swung the hoe, soon feeling discomfort. Her arms ached, and her palms threatened to blister. As she recited the poem Sympathy for Farmers, she reflected on the hardships faced by those who toil in the fields. Eventually, she managed to clear a plot roughly 4 meters on each side. After a brief rest, she and the little koi transported the soil to the newly cleared land. By the time they completed this task, it was already afternoon. Her clothes were stained and dampened by sweat, then dried in the sun, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. However, she could not afford to clean up just yet. After finishing most of a bottle of mineral water, she sprawled on the floor, unwilling to move another inch. Go wash up and then sleep. I'll help you with the laundry. You only need to take a shower. The little koi squatted nearby, poking at Song Chua's cheek with her soft fingers. Let me rest for half an hour first. I'll definitely go shower after that, Song Chua mumbled, using her arm as a pillow before succumbing to deep sleep. Today's labor had truly exhausted her, but the first task was not yet fully complete. Tomorrow, she needed to surround the plot with a fence to consider it a success. After half an hour, the little koi indeed half-dragged, half-carried her into the bathroom. She quickly cleaned herself, lying on the mattress with her hair only half-dried, slipping into the realm of dreams. The little koi dutifully washed her clothes and, after they dried, quietly lay by the bed, initiating her self-repair program. The next day, Song Chuha awoke at 9 o'clock, stretching lazily to find that the little koi had already brought back the treasure chests refreshed on the beach. Observing the neatly stacked boxes and the clothes drying outside, she felt a pang of conflict within her. Subconsciously, she regarded the little koi, who appeared to be 6 or 7 years old, as a younger sister. Yet this little creature accomplished tasks more adeptly than she, an adult, leaving her feeling somewhat inadequate. Aside from offering compliments, she felt she could do little more for the little koi. Nevertheless, Song Chua recalled that the little koi had once said that as long as they lived well together on this island, she would be exceedingly happy. All right, today, we shall strive together. She affectionately pinched the little koi's cheek and approached the pile of treasure chests. Golden chest, women's casual outfit 2, golden chest, silk nightgown 1. Song Chua eagerly opened the 2 golden chests, delighting in the discovery that both contained the clothing she urgently needed. How wonderful. I thought I would have to wear a dress while tilling the fields. She tried on the garments, pleased to find that both style and size were perfect. However, as the casual outfits were loose and short, she realized she would need to apply more sunscreen to avoid sunburn. The subsequent iron and leather chests yielded drinking water and other daily necessities. She placed the useful items inside the cabin and hung the surplus in the trading hall to earn additional shell coins. Chapter 14. The Farming Gift Package. After joyfully opening the treasure chest, Song Chua steamed a pot of white dough balls for breakfast. Initially, she had intended to make steamed buns, however, lacking yeast and the knowledge of how to ferment the dough. She ended up shaping a few random dumplings and steaming them instead. Recently, her meals had consisted mainly of seafood or bread, and she longed for some vegetables to change her palate. Thus, she was determined to swiftly complete the land reclamation task, eager to cultivate a small vegetable garden. Today's workload was substantial, as she needed to fell trees and process the wood into suitable sizes for fencing. Gazing at the farmland, she anticipated the strain her arms would endure. Nevertheless, she faced these challenges with courage, harboring a faint hope for the day she would successfully grow green vegetables. Before commencing her work, Song Chua routinely scanned the world channel for other players' comments. Tao Weigua, what is this land reclamation about? I can barely manage my own water supply. Who has the time to farm? Zhang Lei, my gout has flared up again. I no longer wish to eat seafood. I might as well play a game about cured chicken. Wang Linlin, collecting sunscreen, sun protective clothing, and umbrellas. Private message me if the price is reasonable. No unscrupulous merchants, please. Yu Shiyang, I found apple tree seeds in the treasure chest. Fantastic. I must grow a gigantic apple tree. Li Jibin, brothers, come check out my trading hall. You can exchange shell coins or other resources for furniture made from bamboo. Many players expressed a pessimistic attitude toward the land reclamation task. Ultimately, the difficulty of farming on the island was daunting. The temperature and irrigation water posed significant challenges. Not everyone was fortunate like Song Chua, who had ample water resources, with little time to concern herself with others. Song Chua diligently prepared for sun protection and began her work. Little Koi followed her like a tail, rushing forward to help clear the branches and leaves from the trunks after she felled each tree. She discovered that she could directly decompose the wood into planks, which certainly saved her a great deal of effort. As dusk approached, a pile of wood accumulated beside the small cabin, with a few planks scattered along the edges of the farmland. Sitting on the steps and drinking water, she felt both exhausted and exhilarated. Little Koi, I'm grateful for your presence. My work efficiency has significantly improved. She reached out to pat Little Koi's head but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her palm. Upon inspection, she noticed several red specks of blood. Reflecting on it, she deduced that she must have been pricked by a splinter while handling the planks. Observing her distress, Little Koi hurried back into the house to retrieve a small box of ointment she had found in a random treasure chest a few days prior. I'll help you apply the ointment. It won't hurt. As she tended to her minor wounds, Song Chua marveled at her current life. In the past, she would have cried to her mother over the slightest injury, but now, having ventured away from her parents, she had grown increasingly strong and independent. Though her fencing work was not yet complete, darkness began to settle in. She started a fire in the clearing, preparing to enjoy dinner before retiring for the night. In the chat channel, several players had already completed the first task of land reclamation, mentioning that upon completion, they would receive a farming gift package containing not only crop seeds, but also a basic quality hoe and a seawater filter. Upon hearing about these rewards, other players sighed in relief. With the filter, they would not have to worry about irrigation water. However, some inquired whether the filtered seawater was safe for drinking, to which the answer was a resounding no. It was only suitable for watering crops. Song Chua did not need to worry about this issue, as she had ample drinking water from random treasure chests. Little Koi, what vegetable seeds should I choose after receiving the farming gift package tomorrow? She tossed 2 pieces of wood into the fire and stirred the porridge simmering in the pot. Select the vegetables you enjoy most. Those players are unaware that the seawater filter contains high-tech components that accelerate plant growth. Little Koi neatly stacked the scattered firewood into a pile, patiently explaining the filter's capabilities to her host. Song Chua was astonished. Is it truly that remarkable? Absolutely. It's akin to a nutrient solution. Crops watered with this water will thrive. Some can mature in as little as 72 hours, all while being green, healthy, and pollution-free. After tidying the firewood, Little Koi rose to gather the planks near the farmland. Upon hearing this explanation, Song Chua breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially worried about her ability to tend to the crops, but if the filter indeed possessed such functionality, she could focus solely on sowing, watering, and harvesting without concern. After contemplating this, she settled down to enjoy her dinner. The new clothes she had received that morning were washed and dried by the industrious Little Koi. After freshening up, Song Chua donned a comfortable silk nightgown. With time still on her side, she performed a few sets of stretching exercises before returning to bed. The past few days had been exhausting, and she quickly drifted into a sweet slumber. The following day of work went smoothly. She spent just one morning erecting a half-meter-high fence around the farmland. The planks were interconnected with dried vines, and after giving the low wall a gentle push, she found it quite sturdy. Congratulations! The farming gift package has been issued to your inventory. Please check. After completing her final tasks, the system promptly notified her of her accomplishment in the first task. She retrieved the items from the farming gift package and focused her attention on the seed selection. Inside were seeds for lettuce, spinach, tomatoes, peppers, and radishes. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose lettuce and tomatoes. Each pack contained 1,000 seeds, and she planted only a few of each. Mindful that she was alone and did not wish to waste, lettuce would be ready for harvest in just 24 hours, while tomatoes required a bit longer, maturing in 72 hours. Little Koi filled a bucket with seawater from the filter and then picked up the hoe to examine it. The basic quality hoe will soon wear out. We can upgrade its quality with iron or even gold. You already possess the necessary materials. She stood patiently beside Song Chua, offering guidance on how to best develop their island. Chapter 15. Upgrading the quality of the bow and arrow. It would be prudent to utilize iron blocks to enhance this hoe. As far as I am aware, iron possesses a greater hardness, and iron chests are relatively abundant. After inspecting her backpack, Song Chua discovered that she had amassed over 30 iron blocks, whereas she possessed only 10 gold blocks. On the beach, leather and iron chests were the most frequently encountered, with gold chests appearing perhaps once a day. While diamond chests were exceedingly rare, she had only opened one since entering this game. To upgrade tools, one must visit the workbench. She returned to her humble cabin with the hoe, and following the guidance of her little Koi companion, she soon acquired a finely crafted iron hoe. As she wielded the hoe, she felt a subtle change in its grip, though she could not tell if it was merely an illusion. For the time being, she would make do. A perfect quality upgrade seemed excessively extravagant and required more materials, which was not cost-effective. After placing the hoe down, she turned her attention to the taskbar to check her subsequent quests. The first phase of land clearing and farming tasks was marked as complete, and now she needed to proceed with the second phase, which involved harvesting. This task was considerably lighter, requiring only the collection of the 2 types of vegetables she had planted. Over time, Song Chua's island comfort level reached 628 points, and she had accumulated over 1,000 shell coins. For this progress, she felt quite satisfied. Although she did not rank on the leaderboard, her daily life was fulfilling. She had enough to eat, could enjoy the beautiful scenery, and most importantly, she was alive. Was that not splendid? A few days later, players gradually completed the land clearing and farming tasks, and the system issued a new quest that posed some difficulty for Song Chua. What? She was to continue exploring the island? Moreover, the island map had to be developed to 50%. Upon grasping the task's requirements, she leaped out of bed in surprise. Indeed, reaching 50% meant they would have to venture into the jungle. I am with you. Fear not, chirped the little Koi, excitedly rubbing her tiny hands. She believed that with Song Chua's current equipment and abilities, they were well equipped to tackle this quest. However, did you not previously mention that there are monstrous beasts within the jungle? To be honest, I am still a bit frightened, Song Chua admitted, biting her lip. The vast expanse of forest behind her cabin appeared ominous and dark, devoid of paths. How could she dare to tread into such a foreboding place? After enjoying a period of tranquility, she had come to regard the survival game as a leisurely retreat rather than a thrilling adventure. Her prior spirit of adventure had long been supplanted by a mindset of complacency. Yet, deep down, she understood that failing to complete the quest would result in punishment. I suppose I should venture out. I will bring ample equipment and flee at the first sign of danger. I should be able to preserve my life, right? After several minutes of internal deliberation, she ultimately decided to take the plunge. Before embarking on this task, Song Chua rummaged through her belongings to gather various tools. Previously, she had uncovered a finely crafted bow in an iron chest, and she drew it out, measuring it in her hands. Little Koi, if this bow's quality is enhanced, will its lethality increase as well? The iron axe and similar tools could only serve as melee weapons, and this bow was her sole ranged weapon. She needed it for an extra layer of safety. Indeed, if we upgrade it to exceptional quality, those small monsters could be felled with a single arrow, provided you can hit them, the little Koi declared, mimicking a shooting motion and beaming with pride at Song Chua. Hitting them is exceedingly challenging. I played with a slingshot as a child, but the difficulty levels are hardly comparable. Song Chua's expression soured. She was acutely aware of her abilities, and recklessly entering the jungle seemed far too perilous. She harbored a fear of the unknown, and gazing upon the darkened area of the map sent shivers down her spine. I will practice with you for a few days. This exploration task must be completed within 15 days. There is no need to rush. Let us first enhance the bow's quality and craft more arrows. I can assist you in defeating monsters as well. Often, the little Koi, with her innocent and radiant visage, guided Song Chua through various tasks, creating a somewhat dissonant impression. Nevertheless, despite her small stature, the knowledge she possessed was akin to that of an encyclopedia within the gaming realm. Well, I shall heed your advice. Song Chuha nodded and subsequently placed the bow upon the workbench. Upgrading the bow's quality required a minimum of 8 iron blocks and 4 gold blocks. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved 12 iron blocks and 6 gold blocks. The more materials she contributed, the greater the success rate for the upgrade, along with the potential for a higher quality. It was true that failures could occur during the upgrade process, and materials would not be refunded in the event of a failure. In her heart, she silently chanted several times that the upgrade must succeed. Soon, a flash of white light illuminated the workbench, revealing a brand new bow before her. An exceptional bow. This is the highest quality to which this bow can be upgraded. Your luck is extraordinary. Upon reading the bow's description, the little koi leaped into the air, cheering for Song Chuha. When a weapon bore the term exceptional, it signified that all its attributes had reached their maximum potential, and further formidable skills could be added later. For players at this stage, possessing an exceptional weapon would allow them to navigate their island with confidence, as the beasts on land were far easier to contend with than those of the sea. Indeed, I believe the credit is largely yours. Had you not brought me such fortune, I might never have obtained this bow. Song Chuha did not forget the reason the little koi had chosen her as a host. She had little claim to luck in that regard. She weighed the bow in her hands before shifting her attention to the 10 exquisite arrows she possessed. As she had yet to learn how to craft arrows, she currently had only this limited supply. While she could recover arrows during practice, if she encountered a beast, they would become mere consumables. We could visit the trading hall to see if anyone is selling arrow blueprints, the little koi suggested at an opportune moment. After all, they have plenty of shell coins and resources, making it easy to exchange for useful items with other players. Oh, how could I have forgotten about that feature? Song Chuha exclaimed, delighted as she opened the chat channel and typed a message in the dialog box. Song Chuha, seeking arrow blueprint. Please message me to negotiate. It was midday, and many players were chatting in the channel. Her message was quickly buried beneath new ones. To ensure she received the blueprint, she sent another message after a few minutes. Chapter 16. Acquiring a new kitchen. Within mere minutes of sending out her message, players began to privately message Song Chuha. However, most of them were rather audacious, either demanding thousands of shell coins or seeking to exchange exorbitant amounts of drinking water and rice. Song Chuha was no fool. For merely a blueprint of arrows, she would spend at most 200 shell coins. Anything beyond that would be rather impolite. Ignoring the greedy player's messages, she continued to wait. And after approximately 5 minutes, she finally received a message of reasonable content. Su Guanyue. Hello, I have the arrow blueprint and the materials to craft arrows. Before we discuss the trade, may I ask for your gender? Though somewhat perplexed, Song Chuha replied that she was female. Soon after, the individual sent another message. Su Guanyue, great. I don't want shell coins. Could I trade the blueprint and materials for 2 packs of sanitary napkins? Both day and night use are acceptable. Upon reading this, Song Chuha nodded in agreement. She was acutely aware of the monthly tribulations faced by girls, and given the politeness of the request, she found the trade quite reasonable. She initiated the transaction, placing 1 pack of day-use and 1 pack of night-use sanitary napkins in the trading hall. Su Guanyue reciprocated with the blueprint and materials, adding a courteous thank you. Both parties felt that the trade addressed their immediate needs, without dwelling on whether the items held equivalent value. Upon receiving the blueprint, Song Chuha immediately learned the method of crafting arrows. At her workbench, she decomposed iron blocks into iron grains and processed wood into wooden sticks. A brilliant light flashed repeatedly, and soon enough, a considerable number of exquisitely crafted arrows were completed. Quite impressive, 1 iron block could yield 30 arrows. Alas, she lamented the lack of spare feathers, otherwise she would have made some extras. The feathers she had just received seemed to be from a certain bird species, likely not naturally shed, indicating that Su Guanyue might have already begun capturing small creatures on the island. This quantity would suffice. They would not venture too deep. Merely wandering around the outskirts of the jungle would be adequate. Little Koi, wielding a broom fashioned from leaves, swept the wood shavings from the floor outside. Observing her actions, Song Chuha contemplated another matter. The workbench was located inside the small cabin, necessitating the transportation of various scattered materials each time she wanted to craft something, resulting in the work area and resting area nearly overlapping. While tidying up daily was not a burdensome task, she had already resolved to live in this small cabin for the long term, thus it was imperative to thoughtfully plan the space. After surveying both the interior and exterior, she found that the viewing platform at the cabin's entrance was quite suitable as a workspace, prompting her to relocate the workbench outside. While it lacked air conditioning, at least it would prevent the cabin floor from becoming dirty so quickly. The platform was spacious enough, and she also placed a chair beside the workbench. Shall I arrange for you to have a larger house? Some players are already residing in more luxurious cabins, and we cannot fall behind. Inside the small wooden house, little Koi was assisting Song Chuha in moving various pieces of furniture. Previously, during the novice phase, she had not provided her with a better shelter to avoid drawing too much attention. However, now there was less to worry about, as the top-ranked player in comfort had already moved into a 2-story villa. No, our current residence is quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Song Chua quickly shook her head. She was not fond of excessively large spaces, as they could feel cold and desolate, lacking a sense of security during the night. After more than half a month, she had grown accustomed to the small wooden cabin, finding it comfortable and easy to tidy up. All right, if you are not inclined to change houses, I shall still help you construct a new kitchen. Otherwise, you will have to cook on the beach each time, risking getting sunburned. As they chatted, little Koi dashed outside to measure the dimensions of the vacant space in front of the house, her mind swiftly calculating how large the outdoor kitchen should be. Do you require any assistance in building the kitchen? Indeed, Song Chuha desired a proper kitchen. The makeshift stove she had constructed from stones had collapsed several times, once nearly causing her porridge to spill into the fire. Moreover, cooking on the beach was rather unsanitary, with strange debris often blown into her pots. Little Koi waved her hand dismissively. No need. Leave it to me. Do you have any specific requirements for the kitchen? I have finished measuring the dimensions and can begin construction. Let me think. If given the choice, I would prefer it to be well ventilated, ideally allowing me to enjoy the ocean view while cooking. The scenery on the island is so beautiful, and Song Chufa wished for nothing to obstruct her sight. Recently, she would occasionally gaze at the sea to clear her mind, finding it a splendid method to relieve stress. All right, leave it to me. Little Koi clapped her hands as if brushing off non-existent dust, then requested a special privilege from the main system. Moments later, as Song Chua turned to grab a bottle of water, a structure suddenly materialized in the vacant space, supported by 4 wooden beams, with a slanted thatched roof. Beneath the roof was a cement stove for cooking over a fire, along with a generously sized preparation area. Wow, she marveled as she approached. This was the second time little Koi had demonstrated her ability to conjure buildings out of thin air, and no matter how many times she witnessed it, it never ceased to amaze her. The kitchen was remarkably sturdy. Even a typhoon would not be able to blow it down. The sink provided fresh water, which was also safe to drink. Standing beside the stove, little Koi proudly introduced the kitchen's features, her face beaming with delight. The roof of the kitchen connected to that of the small wooden house, allowing them to walk directly from the eaves to the kitchen without being exposed to the sun. Furthermore, due to the absence of walls, they could still observe the happenings on the beach through the floor-to-ceiling windows from within the house. Come here for a hug. You are truly amazing. Song Chua crouched down, extending her arms to little Koi, who promptly leaped into her embrace. With the addition of a kitchen, the comfort level of the island soared to 728 points. Although it remained far from the players at the top of the leaderboard, she felt immensely satisfied. Hee. I'm glad to help you. Lunchtime is approaching. Let us see how well this kitchen works. Little Koi, like a miniature adult, patted her shoulder before turning to bring over the cooking utensils. Undoubtedly, this kitchen was exceedingly functional. Song Chua no longer had to crouch while cooking. Ingredients and seasonings were easily within reach, vastly improving her cooking conditions compared to before. Chapter 17. Setting off to explore the jungle in the new kitchen. Song Chua prepared a tomato egg soup devoid of eggs. The tangy broth whetted her appetite, prompting her to consume half a bowl more of porridge than usual. After satiating her hunger, she prepared to practice archery. The afternoon breeze was somewhat stifling, so she splashed her face with cool water and resolutely took her bow and arrows outside. Little Koi had set up a tree stump as a target 5 meters away from the platform of the small cottage. After confirming the distance was appropriate, she stood obediently beside Song Chua. All the equipment is ready. Allow me to demonstrate first. With an air of innate skill, she gracefully drew the exquisite bow, aimed, and within the blink of an eye, an arrow struck the tree stump with precision. Song Chua stared in astonishment at the quivering fletching of the arrow, swallowing back all the admonitions she had intended to give little Koi about safety. You see, archery isn't particularly difficult. With practice, you'll be able to handle those little beasts in the jungle effortlessly. After her demonstration, little Koi lowered her bow. Her shooting was swift and accurate because her mind had been pre-programmed for this purpose. As long as there was a target, she could hit it even with her eyes closed. In contrast, Song Chuka, being human, could only enhance her accuracy through diligent practice. Nevertheless, little Koi was more than willing to impart all her knowledge regarding shooting stances and techniques. In the following days, the duo, one large and one small, practiced diligently in the open area in front of the cottage. Song Chua's right hand had developed numerous blisters, Yet she persisted unwaveringly in her training. Hard work bore fruit. After 3 days, her accuracy reached 70%, and her shooting range expanded from 5 to 15 meters. Alas, there are only 20 arrows left. What if that isn't enough? Should I gather more feathers? That evening, before venturing into the jungle, Songchua solemnly inspected her equipment. The practice had depleted many arrows, some of which she had inadvertently broken, while others had damaged or lost their tips. The 20 or so arrows she had salvaged were all worn and likely diminished in effectiveness. That is plenty. You've improved immensely compared to a few days ago. You'll surely hit your mark against the current beasts. Little Koi dismissed her concerns. Confident that her companion had made rapid progress and was sufficiently prepared for the creatures they would encounter. Besides, she would ensure Songchua's safety. With a reassuring pat on her shoulder, Little Koi conveyed her unwavering support. I'm not that remarkable. Feeling bashful upon receiving praise, Songchua scratched her head. While she indeed sensed her own improvement, the targets used during practice were stationary, whereas the creatures in the jungle would likely be mobile. This thought made her feel uncertain. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, she laid out her gear for the next day on the table and nervously returned to her bed. Before drifting off to sleep, she glanced at the chat channel. Yi-Yong-Ong, is anyone selling clay and stone powder? Is anyone selling clay and stone powder? Is anyone selling clay and stone powder? Qijun, selling wild chicken eggs. Zhonglei, can that brat named Yi stop spamming? Every day, it's the same. Making it seem like everyone is oblivious to your rapid development. Pfft. Just post a blueprint for a fan, and don't come here being a miser. Li Jibin, offering various bamboo furniture, great quality and low price. Tonight's messages were predominantly trade-related. After barely 3 minutes, Songchua realized she was unable to keep pace with the other players. The peculiar materials mentioned would likely only be encountered after exploring the island, and she wasn't in a hurry to familiarize herself with them. Chua, hurry and sleep. I've set an alarm for 7. You mustn't linger in bed. Little Koi, noticing her still awake, climbed up to pat her shoulder. I'm going to sleep now. I won't linger, I promise. Good night. Songchua gently urged the little creature back into bed before closing her eyes and succumbing to slumber. The following day dawned bright and clear, with only a slight increase in heat to mar its perfection. After finishing breakfast, Songchua, accompanied by Little Koi, made her way to the edge of the jungle. It was daylight, and sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The visibility in the outer 4 to 5 meters of the forest was decent, but deeper within, it became ominously chilly and eerie. I'll lead the way. If we encounter any beasts, you stay behind me. Little Koi clenched her fist and held onto the hem of Songchua's clothing, guiding her cautiously into the woods. Let us explore the outer edge first. If anything seems amiss, we'll retreat. Songchua did not intend to delve deeply into the jungle right away. She had resolved beforehand to venture no more than 10 meters in. At this distance, she could swiftly return to the beach. Venturing further would be decidedly perilous. Leaves rustled intermittently overhead, and beneath her feet lay a soft and decayed layer of foliage mingled with soil. She dared not breathe too deeply. Holding her bow in her left hand and an arrow in her right, remaining in a state of constant vigilance as she moved into the coolness of the shadows. Wishing for a third eye to keep watch behind her. After advancing approximately 4 to 5 meters, Songchua remained alert to her surroundings. Noting that only her and Little Koi's footprints marred the ground, no other signs of life were apparent. As she felt they had ventured sufficiently deep, she prepared to explore laterally. But upon turning, she inadvertently stepped into a cluster of berries. The burst of juice splattered her leg, a vivid red that seemed particularly unsettling in the shade. These were the sneakers I bought for over 600 shell coins. Songchua felt an overwhelming urge to wail at the sky. Yet fearing the noise might attract beasts, she could only silently lament her misfortune. This pair of sneakers was specifically purchased for jungle exploration, and today marked only their second outing. Not to worry. I can help you clean them when we return. My data indicates that these berries are edible and non-toxic. Would you like to pick some to try? Little Koi crouched beside a cluster of untouched berries, reaching for the plump, ripe fruits. Hearing that the berries were safe to eat, Songchua's earlier distress evaporated. In the past couple of days, she had gnawed on several tomatoes to replenish her vitamins, leaving her teeth nearly sore. After surveying her surroundings for danger, she knelt beside Little Koi to closely examine the fruits, which resembled cherries in size but appeared more translucent and glistening, looking immensely delicious and juicy. Chapter 18. Harvesting berries and ginger having brought along ample drinking water. Songchua rinsed the freshly picked berries twice before savoring the succulent fruits. So sweet, and no seeds. Delight illuminated her face as she quickly washed a few more and stuffed them eagerly into her mouth. The berry skin was so thin it was almost negligible, while the flesh melted away at the slightest bite. releasing a cascade of sweetness that enveloped her palate. She instantly fell in love with this delicacy. Having only eaten a few berries after breakfast, her stomach was already quite full. Yet, the delightful taste lingered in her mind, prompting a sudden thought. Little Koi, could we transplant the berry bushes outside? While it was not far from the beach, she felt the surrounding woods harbored potential dangers. For the sake of convenience in enjoying these berries, transplantation seemed necessary. Indeed, but these berries thrive in shaded areas. We can only move them beneath a few large trees at the forest's edge. Little Koi eagerly began to unearth a berry sapling by hand. It's also acceptable to relocate them closer to the cabin. Let us dig up a few to take back. Nodding in agreement, Songchuha joined Little Koi in the task, armed with a hoe that made their work relatively smooth. Taking advantage of the mild sun, the duo successfully relocated over a dozen berry saplings to the vicinity of several large trees by the farmland. If they survived, she could conveniently gather some fruits alongside her vegetable harvest in the future. By the time they finished, it was only 9 in the morning. The two took a brief respite before setting off again, continuing their journey northward, the joy of berry gathering easing the fears within Songchuha, who appeared particularly exhilarated. The forest was not solely populated by towering trees. A short distance from the berry patch lay a thicket where the sunlight poured in more generously, and the fallen leaves beneath their feet turned a crisp yellow. It seemed they had not encountered any other animals along their path. Little Koi, what do the demon beasts you mentioned look like? Songchuha inquired, wielding her axe to clear the vines obstructing her passage, creating a narrow pathway for one person. Not necessarily. Any creature in this game could potentially evolve sentience. Sometimes it's the ants beneath our feet, other times, birds in the sky. Oh. And those ancient trees can become sentient too, but the likelihood of encountering them is exceedingly rare. Little Koi mirrored the actions of the person ahead, clearing the debris along the way, albeit using her hands to snap branches and vines apart, demonstrating remarkable strength for her tiny frame. In this game, all dangerous creatures were collectively referred to as demon beasts, and defeating them would yield beast meat and various peculiar items. I see. Reaching the edge of the thicket, Songchuha paused to take a sip of water. Today, she was clad in home attire brought from the real world, the only long-sleeved outfit she possessed at this stage, providing excellent protection against insect bites, though it had become soaked with sweat. The path had felt like an uphill climb, albeit gentle, posing a considerable challenge for someone like Songchuha, who was not fond of physical exertion. Her task panel in her mind updated in real time, indicating that their exploration progress only reached 25% upon arriving at the thicket, leaving a significant distance to reach 50%. Look, feathers? Let us collect some. They're materials for making feathered arrows. Little Koi's keen eyes quickly spotted a few brown feathers scattered near the bushes. She hopped over, selectively gathering the more intact ones. Upon examining them closely, Songchuha noted their striking resemblance to rooster-tail feathers from the real world. If so, did that imply the existence of chickens on this island? Shoo, let us be cautious. She readied her bow, squinting to scan the surroundings, prompting Little Koi to fall silent as well. However, after 10 minutes, the only sounds in the forest were the rustling leaves stirred by the wind and the distant roar of the waves. They heard no crows or clucks nearby. The persistent tension left Songchuha feeling utterly fatigued. Rubbing her sore eyes, she settled onto a flat, smooth stone. After such a prolonged wait without any sightings, it was likely the creature had wandered far. Staying put isn't a viable option. I still have exploration tasks to complete. Let us move on. Knowing it inhabits the island is enough. We will encounter it eventually. Little Koi, who had been collecting fallen leaves, clapped the dirt off her hands and beamed at Songchuha, encouraging her to proceed. All right, let us go. With a substantial distance yet to explore, Songchuha did not linger long. They pressed forward, traversing over 10 meters, passing the low bushes until they were met with towering, flourishing trees ahead. The shade beneath the trees was refreshingly cool, yet Songchuha did not perceive it as a blessing. What if strange creatures lay concealed beneath the layers of fallen leaves? She remained on high alert. Fortunately, she navigated smoothly to the northernmost tip of the island, the exploration progress nudging up to 36%. As she prepared to lead Little Koi back from the woods to the beach, her eyes caught sight of several plants with elongated leaves growing at the base of a rock wall. Wait, I feel like I've seen these before. Confident she recognized the leaves from the real world, she just couldn't place the plant. Let me scan it. Oh, this is ginger. The rhizome is edible and has a spicy flavor, typically used as a seasoning in dishes. Little Koi's eyes acted like a scanning device. With a mere glance, she could identify the species before her. This feature proved invaluable during their jungle exploration, assisting her host in selecting usable ingredients. Ginger? Let us dig some up to take back and plant. It's a treasure. Song Chuha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed towards the rock wall with her hoe in hand. A few strokes later, plump ginger rhizomes began to emerge from the earth. Although she lacked extensive agricultural knowledge, she understood that to cultivate ginger, one must retain the sprouting rhizomes. Hence she refrained from keeping the mature leaves and shoots. Having unearthed a considerable amount of ginger, Song Chuha decided to only take a quarter of what she found, uncertain of her ability to successfully cultivate it, so she opted to bring back a modest portion for experimentation. Chapter 19. Hot Pot. After stowing away some fresh ginger in her backpack, Song Chuha left the northern forest with a radiant smile, accompanied by her little koi. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, and they returned to the cabin along the edge of the forest and beach. Exhausted, she decided to explore the southern jungle the next day. First, she would take a shower, change into clean clothes, and prepare lunch. Her shoes and pant hems were caked with mud, and considering that there were no other people on the island, she stripped off her dirty clothes before entering the bathroom. "Let me help you with your clothes and shoes," the little koi exclaimed, reaching out to take the bundle from Song Chuha, only to be gently declined. "No need. I'll handle this. You go fetch the boxes from the shallows and help me open them." With one hand, Song Chuha affectionately ruffled the little one's hair, then padded barefoot into the bathroom. As there was currently no laundry detergent on the island, she found it convenient to use shower gel to wash her clothes after her shower. The little koi always insisted on helping her with the laundry, which made her feel a bit guilty, so she often declined the offer and assigned the little one easier tasks instead. Not long after she entered the bathroom, the little koi knocked on the door. "I've brought back the boxes." There were 3 boxes in total. The sole golden chest contained blueprints for a fan, while the 2 iron chests held spicy hot pot base and a box of 300 grams of fresh beef. As soon as the little koi finished speaking, Song Chuha peeked out from the bathroom with a damp head. "Is today's random treasure chest a hot pot special?" "That is fantastic. Thank you, little koi. I'll be right out." With that, she finished her shower at her fastest pace and dashed outside to examine the package of hot pot base. The vibrant red packaging looked utterly enticing. Though she hadn't opened it yet to smell, she could already feel her mouth watering in anticipation. Since arriving on this island, her diet had been exceedingly bland, consisting mainly of boiled ingredients with just a sprinkle of salt. This had only recently improved slightly with her newly established farmland, which allowed her to grow more flavorful vegetables. Surprises kept coming. Today she had collected sweet berries, spicy ginger, and this package of hot pot base. Life on this island was becoming increasingly delightful. A few days ago, she had seen self-heating hot pots for sale in the trading hall for over 400 shell coins, but had hesitated too long to buy one. Now, however, she no longer needed to envy others. "All right, let us cook a hot pot today." She wrapped her still dripping hair in a dry towel and scurried into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. "Is there anything I can help you with?" the little koi asked, standing beside Song Chuha, eager to assist. "Let me think. How about you pick 3 heads of lettuce and 2 tomatoes?" Song Chuha replied, diligently preparing the beef. Just eating meat wasn't sufficient, but thankfully, she had 2 types of vegetables in her field that could help balance the richness. Additionally, she could toss in some clams that had been soaking in a bucket to expel sand. At this point, there was no need to fuss over savoring seafood in its purest form. Carefully, she poured a quarter of the hot pot base into the pot, followed by 2 bottles of drinking water. Even diluted, the bubbling red broth was enough to whet her appetite. The kitchen was equipped with a wood-burning stove, and she sweat profusely as she added plenty of lettuce and beef to the pot. Once everything was cooked, she returned to the cabin with a bowl brimming with fragrant ingredients. Few it was a pity she couldn't eat while cooking. Sitting beneath the air conditioner, she lightly blew on the steaming meat before eagerly placing it into her mouth. Having not tasted such a rich dish in a long while, she closed her eyes in delight. The power of good food should not be underestimated. After finishing her lunch, she felt revitalized, leaving behind the morning's fatigue. After satisfying her hunger, the beach revealed 2 more iron treasure chests. "Little koi, you're lucky. It's your turn to open these." Song Chuha licked her lips, eager for the little one to uncover more ingredients. However, this time, the little koi found only blueprints in the boxes. 2 blueprints for an ice maker? "Oh, you just found a blueprint for a fan, so it seems we're in the realm of cooling appliances today." Not acquiring any food wasn't a significant issue, and Song Chuha smiled as she patted the little koi's head affectionately. She placed the blueprints on the workbench to study them and discovered that making both the fan and the ice maker required copper ingots and plastic fragments. Currently, she had yet to encounter either material. "Copper or can be mined in the reef area or underwater, provided we have a pickaxe," she noted. "As for plastic fragments, we can search along the beach. They're often buried in the sand and can be found quite easily." The little koi leaned against the edge of the workbench, diligently providing clues to her host. "A pickaxe? I don't have that blueprint yet. Will a hoe work?" Song Chua pondered, eager to craft the ice maker so she could enjoy chilled coconut juice. She also needed a fan urgently, as cooking in the kitchen often left her drenched in sweat. Having a fan would make things much more comfortable. Mining must be done with a pickaxe, otherwise, minerals 1T drop. Let us check the trading hall. You can also sell this extra ice maker blueprint. The little koi waved the blueprint excitedly, realizing it could fetch a good price, especially since ice was in high demand on the hot island. All right, let me take a look, Song Chua agreed, finding the reasoning sound. She promptly listed the ice maker blueprint in the trading hall without setting a price, simply marking it for negotiation. Whether it sold for shell coins wasn't particularly crucial. If she could exchange the blueprint for a pickaxe blueprint and other items, that would be ideal. Once the blueprint was posted, her private messages began flooding in. She braced herself and clicked through them one by one. Chishan, will you sell the ice maker blueprint for 3,000 shell coins? Renan, 2,000. Firm price. I beg you, it's all I have. Duan Nani. Miss, can I trade your blueprint for 800 shell coins and 2 pounds of rice? The messages were varied, but Song Chua felt that none of the offers were quite right. Chapter 20. Starting to raise chickens at the recycling station. The system priced the blueprint for the ice machine at 128 shell coins, even though other players had proposed significantly higher bids. Song Chua remained resolute in declining their trade requests. She stared blankly at the flood of messages in her private chat, some of which had become increasingly outrageous. With a deep sigh, she reflected on the mixed qualities of players within the game. Recently, the system had penalized several players for littering, and just yesterday, she witnessed another being muted for 48 hours for using foul language in the World Channel. At least the system did not tolerate those who violated the game rules, which was commendable. Just as she was about to engage in other activities, a familiar name appeared in her latest private message, prompting her to take a look. Su Guanyua. Hello, may I exchange a pair of mature live wild chickens and 4 fertilized eggs for the blueprint? Alternatively, if there is something else you require, I can check if I have it. Upon reading this, Song Chua's eyes widened in astonishment. Had other players already begun raising small animals? Their progress was astonishingly swift. Meanwhile, her own island was still a work in progress, with her farmland far from being fully cultivated and the crops appearing wilted. The disparity was growing increasingly evident. To be honest, the conditions Su Guanyua offered were quite tempting. She genuinely desired to raise some poultry. After much contemplation, she decided to reply. Song Chua, hello? I currently need a blueprint for a pickaxe, and I also require wild chickens. Su Guanyue, is the pickaxe intended for mining? I have already learned how to craft one. How about I exchange a pair of wild chickens and 2 exquisite iron pickaxes for the ice machine blueprint? What do you think? Song Chua, sounds good. Since she could not obtain the blueprint directly, acquiring pickaxes would suffice for the time being. With the presence of a little koi, perhaps she would soon uncover new blueprints from random treasure chests, although feathers occasionally dropped on the island. Its vastness made it uncertain where the chickens might be hiding. Song Chua was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to raise chickens. Thus, the 2 girls joyfully completed the trade once more. As the 2 wild chickens frolicked and chased each other in the clearing outside the cabin, the little koi swiftly ran over to catch them. Should she build them a nest? The little creature looked up at Song Chua, each hand holding a chicken, creating an adorably comical sight. How could she have forgotten? There was currently no suitable place on the island for raising chickens. In a flurry, Song Chua set down the 2 pickaxes and hurriedly began to gather materials for a nest. If she didn't find them, it wouldn't take long for the chickens to vanish without a trace. Lacking experience in constructing chicken coops, she relied on her memory to enclose a small area with a few wooden planks. Before long, the little koi tossed the chickens into the nest. But they barely stayed inside for a few seconds before flapping their wings and escaping, knocking the planks askew. It appeared quite unstable. Indeed, without nails, it was inadequate. With no other option, she found 2 thin yet sturdy vines nearby. After carefully binding the chickens' feet with the vines, she secured them to a large tree by the edge of the farmland. Let us upgrade the cabin. More rooms would provide you with ample opportunities. The little koi playfully waved a stick at the 2 chickens, which seemed somewhat timid, clucking incessantly. Her attitude was always to provide her host with better living conditions. After all, the main system recognized that humans tend to prefer comfortable villas. No need to upgrade. I have a solution. Song Chua smiled mysteriously. For the time being, she decided the chickens would stay in the area she had just enclosed, but first, she needed to visit the trading hall. There was a player consistently selling various handcrafted bamboo furniture, and she resolved to commission a cage with a door, ensuring that once the chickens were confined, they could not escape. However, upon entering the trading hall, she discovered that her shell coins were only sufficient to purchase the smallest vegetable basket. Upon reflection, the high price of handcrafted items was understandable, as labor costs were notoriously difficult to assess. In the real world, hand-knitted sweaters often commanded several times the price of machine-made ones. In an instant, she felt disheartened, lacking the courage even to send a private message. Accumulating shell coins proved to be quite challenging. Oh well, she thought, perhaps it would suffice to keep them tied up for a while. Who knows, once they become accustomed, they may not escape after all? Consoling herself, Song Chua then took a handful of rice to feed them. The afternoon passed swiftly. After washing her dirty clothes in the bathroom, she noticed the sky outside had taken on a lovely golden hue. Oh no, they had dashed into the vegetable patch to munch on the lettuce and tomatoes. The little koi had inadvertently let them run amok. Quickly, she called out to them, suggesting they tie the chickens near the kitchen instead, as she prepared to cook some dumplings with the leftover hot pot broth. She caught sight of the lively scene beside the cabin, smiling as she directed the little koi to relocate the chickens. Time on the island flowed imperceptibly. Though she felt fatigued, this fulfilling life imbued her with boundless energy. Wherever one may be, life continues. Why not savor every moment here? The next day, Song Chua planned to further explore the southern jungle. Before leaving, she made a point to check on the 2 chickens she had traded for yesterday, and to her delight, they were still happily settled in the kitchen. Even more astonishing was the sight of a chicken egg nestled beneath the hen. Oh, it had begun to incubate chicks. The little koi, initially eager to tease them with a tree branch, obediently returned to her host's side upon discovering the egg. Let them incubate for now, perhaps soon we would be able to raise more chicks. With a sense of joy, Song Chua poured some feed for the chickens and even set aside a spare bowl for their drinking water. Once the number of chickens increased, she could freely enjoy eggs and chicken meat. After completing these tasks, she and the little koi ventured into the southern jungle. The previous day's exploration had bolstered her confidence, making today's adventure much more successful. Mindful that crafting the ice machine required minerals, she kept an eye out for exposed ores while mapping the terrain. After walking southward for approximately 50 meters, she unearthed 10 copper ores and 4 iron ores. The island's mineral resources were indeed quite abundant. Chapter 21. Map at 50%. The expanse of jungle south of the cabin was rather modest, primarily consisting of sprawling, steep rocky zones, compelling Song Chua to journey westward. After 4 hours of diligent exploration, she had uncovered 48% of the map. Just as she was on the brink of completing her task, an unexpected incident occurred. The sea to the southwest of the island, already known for its tumultuous waves, was particularly tempestuous that day, with successive surges crashing against the rocks and sending sprays of water soaring high into the air. Fortunately, her spawn point was not located in that area. Otherwise, her progress would have been significantly hindered. As Song Chua sat upon a flat rock savoring her lunch, she reflected on her fondness for the small beach where she frequently roamed. The sand was fine, the sea crystal clear, and most importantly, the winds were seldom fierce, rendering it her ideal retreat. Indeed, the environment here was rather harsh, lacking in resources. The little koi perched on a jagged rock, stretching her arms to reach the sea snails nestled in the crevices. Alas, her arms were too short, and the snails too deeply concealed. After much effort, she had yet to procure anything of value. Undeterred, the little creature sought a pickaxe from her master and resumed her diligent investigation of the rocky gaps. While nibbling on her bread, Song Chua gazed absently at the restless sea. Suddenly, amidst the frothy waves, she glimpsed a flash of shimmering gold, albeit fleeting. Before she could discern its nature, it vanished into the depths. She was certain she had not been mistaken. Something extraordinary had indeed surfaced from the waves. Little koi, do you think there might be golden fish or mythical beasts in these waters? Having limited knowledge of the game's fauna, Song Chua turned to her companion for insight. Gold. Allow me to ponder. That is a color of nobility. Mythical creatures seldom exhibit such hues. If they were to exist in the sea, it might be a mysterious merfolk adorned with golden scales. Upon mentioning mermaids, the little koi added, mermaids are not NPCs in the game. The main system does not provide extensive information on that race. It is advisable for us to avoid provoking them. So that is the case. I believe I just saw a golden mermaid amidst the waves. Though curious, Song Chua chose not to pry further. After all, it was merely a game. The emergence of mermaids seemed entirely plausible. If one day she were informed of celestial beings inhabiting the game, she would likely accept it with little more than a blink. Perhaps that mermaid had merely surfaced for air. The little koi finally excavated a sea snail from the rocky crevice, the shell fractured at the edge by the pickaxe. Yet it did not deter her from presenting it to her master. The duo lingered in the rocky area for half an hour before resuming their quest to complete the final segment of their task. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Chua's island map had finally reached 50% completion, and in her mind's eye, half of the map glowed brightly. The reward for this task was a set of diving gear and a blueprint for constructing a dock. According to the system's prompt, Players were required to follow the steps outlined in the blueprint to build their own dock on the island. This appears to be quite a monumental undertaking, she mused. Though the task bore no deadline, resting against a tree trunk thicker than her waist, she examined the blueprint, which was nearly as long as 3 A4 sheets combined, densely inscribed with instructions and several intricate diagrams. With my assistance, there's no need for concern. The little koi tilted her head, scanning the entire contents of the blueprint into her memory. This would undoubtedly facilitate her help in the dock's construction. After studying the plans, Song Chuha retrieved the diving gear for further inspection. The system's provision of such rewards surely indicated a forthcoming task related to the ocean. Thus, she resolved to find time to practice her diving skills, ensuring the little koi accompanied her into the water. Otherwise, if she were to find herself in peril, no one would know. Once they had organized their rewards, they chose not to retrace their steps but instead detoured to the beach to collect some plastic fragments. The materials needed for crafting a fan and an ice maker were successfully gathered that afternoon. Upon returning home, Song Chuha eagerly commenced the construction of these items. With a power strip in place, both the fan and the ice maker operated smoothly. It will take 10 minutes to produce ice. In the meantime, let us fetch a couple of coconuts. The prospect of enjoying refreshing coconut water filled Song Chuha with delight. I'll go fetch them. You can start preparing dinner. The little koi sprang into action, darting toward the nearby coconut tree like a firecracker. In the days prior, the naturally fallen coconuts had been gathered and sold by Song Chuha, and the little koi circled the sandy area multiple times without discovering any new fallen fruits. Consequently, she kicked the tree trunk a couple of times, and soon, several green fruits tumbled down with a series of thuds. Song Chuha watched, astonished, as the little koi nimbly dodged the falling objects. She realized she need not worry about this little one. The koi possessed remarkable skills in avoiding danger. All right. These will last you for many days. The little koi swiftly transported the coconuts back to the platform in front of the small house, proudly presenting them to her master and receiving affectionate praise in return. Dinner was prepared promptly, featuring tomato soup, poached sea snail meat, and boiled beef slices, and most notably, a large cup of chilled coconut water filled with ice. Initially, she intended to pour the coconut juice directly into the ice maker, but realizing this would be detrimental to the machine, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. Oh, this icy sensation is blissful. It feels as though I have returned to the real world. After savoring a sip of the icy drink, Song Chuha joyfully swayed her head alongside the little koi. This long-awaited chill evoked memories of the summer following her college entrance examinations, when she indulged in ice pops daily without concern for stomach ailments or colds, occasionally relishing frozen fruit platters prepared by her mother. As the reminiscence faded, Song Chuha opened her eyes to the starry sky above. She yearned to inform her parents of her well-being, hoping they would cease their worries. Lost in thought, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 22. Her little shop. In an effort to alleviate any concerns from her little koi, Song Chuha swiftly adjusted her emotions. After finishing the coconut water in her hand, she noticed that the ice maker still contained a considerable amount of ice cubes, prompting her to open 5 more coconuts and toss some ice into each. One mustn't drink too much ice-cold beverages at once. The little koi squatted beside the ice maker, worried that her host might harm her health. It's not that I wish to drink them. I intend to sell them in the trading hall. I still need many shell coins to customize a chicken coop, so I must find a way to earn some money. Song Chuha sealed the coconuts filled with ice and then opened her trading hall. She placed 1 coconut on the recycling platform, and after system assessment, she discovered that a refreshing coconut drink could sell for 16 shell coins, while a fresh coconut was worth only 8. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to price the coconut water at 66 shell coins. Within a minute of listing, all 5 servings of chilled coconut water were purchased by other players, and as she gazed at her gradually swelling wallet, a sense of joy filled her heart. With the ice maker at her disposal, as long as the coconuts on the island were abundant, she could continue this business throughout the early stages of the game. Furthermore, when she noticed other players complaining about the heat, a new business opportunity sparked in her mind. She could also create and sell electric fans, not limited to these ventures. She realized that anything she learned could be transformed into materials that she could gather, process, and sell. As for pricing, given that these were her creations, she could set any price she deemed fit without worrying about competition with other players. With a firm resolve, Song Chuha checked her materials. She had exhausted her supply of plastic shards, but still had plenty of iron ingots and wood. Consequently, she crafted 5 iron axes, 2 of perfect quality and 3 of exquisite quality, while most players were still using ordinary and exquisite tools. Her perfect quality axes could command a slightly higher price. The little koi assisted Song Chuha by observing the movements of other players. Knowing her host was in dire need of shell coins, She promptly brought up the shops in the trading hall that sold axes. Some stores were charging over 2,000 shell coins for exquisite iron axes, while the sole perfect iron axe was priced at a staggering figure. You even have a search function. Song Chuha was initially struck not by the prices of the axes, but by how the trading hall's page had become significantly neater and more organized than before. Previously, she found the page too chaotic, displaying only images of various items with no classification or sorting. Before venturing into the jungle, she had spent an entire afternoon searching through hundreds of images to find a pair of sneakers. The solution was simple. She could just shout out in the chat channel. However, that would easily attract unscrupulous merchants, and Song Chuha was reluctant to engage in lengthy disputes with them. Indeed, whatever you seek, I can help you categorize it. The little koi nodded, recalling that her host had never expressed a need for this before, hence she hadn't proactively categorized the items in the trading hall. All right, please help me see if anyone is selling plastic shards. Song Chuha was immensely delighted at the thought of acquiring materials at a lower price, processing them into finished products, and then selling them. Why had she never realized this profitable avenue before? The prospect of her financial future was boundless. The little koi worked swiftly. Within a blink of an eye, she had filtered out the shops selling plastic shards, even thoughtfully arranging them by price from low to high. Song Chua purchased 10 plastic shards for 90 shell coins. Considering that not all islands had access to electricity, she ultimately crafted only 2 electric fans. The reason she refrained from making an ice maker was due to the higher cost of harder-to-obtain materials. Moreover, she harbored a slight selfish desire. If more players possessed ice makers, the market for her iced coconut water would diminish. Once these tasks were completed, she promptly listed the axes and electric fans in her shop. The exquisite iron axe was priced at 988. The perfect iron axe at 1,688, and the electric fan at 8,888. What a fortuitous number. Song Chuha looked at her little shop with joy, her mind already envisioning a leisurely life as a small fortune owner. Following the listing of her products, she quickly received a flurry of private messages. With no time to open each one, she entrusted the task to the little koi. I'm going to take a shower. Could you please keep an eye on the private message page and filter out the players sincerely interested in buying? The little one nodded with a cheerful smile, assuring her that the task was in capable hands. It must be said that the little koi was indeed a perfect assistant. Even with a continuous influx of new private messages, she managed to filter out the irrelevant content in the shortest time possible, occasionally encountering unfriendly comments. She swiftly added those players to her blacklist. When Song Chuha emerged from the bathroom, the private messages had become less overwhelming, and she discovered that the perfect quality iron axe had already been sold. As she toweled her hair, she reviewed the content filtered by the little koi. Most players expressed that they lacked sufficient shell coins and wished to exchange goods for her products, offering various items along with some shell coins. Trading an electric grill and 100 shell coins for an exquisite iron axe? A grill. I haven't had barbecued meat in quite some time. Tempted by the prospect of delicious food, Song Chuha decided to accept the trade. However, when she finally acquired the electric grill, she remembered that there was no beef left on her island to grill. Even if there were meat, she lacked seasonings like cumin. But that was not the pressing issue. Once she earned shell coins, what couldn't she buy? After successfully selling the first exquisite iron axe, she also sold the remaining axes, but the 2 electric fans remained unsold. Just as Song Chua began to doubt whether her pricing was too high, the little koi reminded her to check the chat channel. Zhang Lei, who's the unscrupulous merchant? Selling a broken electric fan for over 8,000? Zhang Lei, my electric fan blueprint only costs 7,000 shell coins. Buy my blueprint. Learn how to make an electric fan, and you can create your own. Zhang Lei, those with sense should consider which option is more cost-effective. TSK. Only a fool would buy that woman's electric fan. That's the one. He just privately messaged you with insults, and I blacklisted him. The little koi wore a rare expression of disdain, indicating that this player named Zhang Lei was indeed unpleasant. Chapter 23. Acquiring a washing machine and expanding the bathroom. It turned out to be the person. A few days ago, he had been silenced by the system for his rude remarks, and he was only just released from his ban, wasn't he? No need to bother with him. Let the electric fans remain as they are for now. As she prepared for sleep, only 2 electric fans remained in the shop. Song Chua yawned, unconcerned about their sales. For in her observations, the player population in this game numbered at least several tens of thousands. Surely, someone would find these items useful. She instructed little koi to disable the alarm function. Her map exploration task was completed, and she could finally enjoy a restful slumber. After 2 consecutive days of intense activity, Song Chuha was utterly exhausted and fell asleep shortly after lying down. Upon waking the next day, little koi excitedly delivered good news. One of the electric fans had been sold during the previous night, earning her an impressive 888 shell coins. At last, her small treasury was no longer in dire straits, allowing her a little more freedom to indulge in her desires. However, she did not rush to spend her newfound wealth. Unless something was urgently needed, she preferred to acquire resources through random treasure chests. Today, the treasure chests were neatly stacked in front of her cabin. Song Chuha seated herself on the steps, watching as little Koi opened them one by one. A washing machine. The first golden chest revealed an exceptionally practical item. In her excitement, little Koi swiftly extracted the washing machine, its size expanding rapidly once free from the confines of the box, causing Song Chuha, who was sipping water beside her, to tumble off the platform. To her surprise, it was a drum washing machine, and not merely a blueprint. Elated, Song Chuha scrambled to her feet, brushing off the sand from her clothes, and joyfully caressed the large appliance. She had grown weary of hand-washing clothes, especially after exhausting days, and felt too shy to trouble little Koi, so she had endured the chore herself. But we lack laundry detergent and washing powder. Little Koi remarked as she placed the machine on the ground and began to scrutinize the instruction manual. Buy it. Purchase it in the trading hall. Song Chuha gestured grandly. She could afford this expenditure. Thus, little Koi quickly sifted through the trading hall to find suitable shops. This item seemed relatively common, with over 5,000 players offering it for sale, yet it had not appeared on her island. The price was reasonable too. A 3-kilogram bottle of laundry detergent could be acquired for as little as 60 shell coins. She purchased 2 bottles and began to deliberate on where to place the washing machine. The bathroom was rather small, and if she crammed a washing machine inside, she feared she would struggle to turn around. However, placing it outside might expose it to the sun's harsh rays, significantly reducing its lifespan. If we do not wish to change houses, let's renovate the cabin together and expand it. Little Koi, sensing her host's thoughts, searched her mind for a solution and ultimately proposed this compromise. How can we renovate? Song Chuha suddenly felt intrigued and beckoned little Koi back into the air-conditioned room to hear her elaborate on the idea. My database contains numerous house blueprints. Once projected, we can place materials according to the guidelines, and the new room will come to fruition. You need not worry about lacking materials. I can directly provide those that are currently unobtainable. With that, little Koi demonstrated this function. Her eyes emitted a white light, and soon a 3D model of a bathroom materialized before them. Although this method was scarcely different from directly providing the house, at least her host could engage in the construction process, making the act of cheating seem less conspicuous. Wow, this bathroom even includes a bathtub. Gazing at the ever-changing model, Song Chuha felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, they could expand behind the cabin, adding a small room as a bathroom while converting the existing shower area into a laundry space. Little Koi enthusiastically extolled the benefits of expanding the cabin and showcased several models of 2-bedroom, 1-living room layouts. Ultimately, Song Chuha embraced little Koi's suggestion. However, when the time came to commence construction, she realized that the only materials she could contribute were wood and iron ingots, while the remaining necessities, glass, pipes, a bathtub, would all rely on little Koi. The bathroom expansion took less than 10 minutes, with the original room remaining unchanged. Only the bathroom and the comfort of the island had improved. Comfort levels were nearing 1,000. How delightful. Song Chuha reclined in the unfilled bathtub, lifting her feet as if truly indulging in a bath. With the weather so pleasant, let us further expand the room. Little Koi perched on the edge of the tub, continuing to blink her large eyes at her host. Was there ever a day on the island when the weather was not fine? All right, I am running low on materials. As for the room, we can continue the expansion when the need arises. Song Chuha gently patted little Koi's head, not wishing to plunge into a life of excess. After all, what meaning would her existence in this game hold if she did? At least she remembered that this was a survival game. After enjoying the new bathroom, the duo returned to the outside platform to continue opening treasure chests. Among the remaining boxes, they unearthed a wardrobe, a clothes rack, and a bedside table. Once arranged in the room, the island's comfort level successfully surpassed 1,000. As the furniture increased, Song Chuha felt her small bedroom growing ever more cozy. She gleefully rolled around on the mattress, then allowed herself to relax. Currently, she had only one main task remaining, to construct a dock, which had no time constraints. So she was in no rush to build it. As for side quests, she had completed the tasks for planting tomatoes and lettuce, yet received no rewards upon completions, leaving her uninterested in pursuing further side quests. Speaking of planting, she suddenly recalled the ginger she had unearthed during her jungle explorations. The ginger roots should have sprouted by now. Song Chuha glanced at little Koi, who had recently taken a liking to tending to crops. She was responsible for the ginger as well. Indeed, they have mostly sprouted. We can plant them today? Little Koi nodded, her agricultural knowledge rivaling that of an encyclopedia. All right, let us tend to the fields. Once we harvest more ginger, I can sell them in the trading hall to earn shell coins. Song Chuha cheerfully climbed out of bed, her motivation soaring at the thought of acquiring more shell coins. The planting site was right beside the berry bushes. She wielded her hoe, turning over a patch of soil, and systematically buried the sprouted ginger roots within. Chapter 24. Raising chickens and constructing the dock over this period of development. For varieties of crops have been cultivated near the cabin: tomatoes, lettuce, ginger, and sweet berries. Although the yield from these crops is not sufficient for Song Chuha to earn shell coins through vegetable sales, both the tomatoes and lettuce are thriving, allowing her to enjoy the freshest produce at each meal. The only source of her distress is the large rooster tethered in the kitchen, which crows incessantly before dawn. Its piercing call disrupts her sleep, making it impossible for her to indulge in a leisurely morning. Something must be done. I need to relocate it. I will inquire if the custom chicken coop is ready. On another early morning, unable to bear it any longer, Song Chuha rolled over in bed and opened her friends list. 3 days prior, she had spent a substantial 12,000 shell coins on a chicken coop designed to accommodate over 10 chickens. This amount was a significant sum for her, yet she gritted her teeth and paid the deposit. After all, one must invest to reap rewards. If she desired a better life, such expenses were necessary. Today was the delivery day, and as she opened the private chat window, she discovered that the other party had notified her half an hour ago that the chicken coop was complete. How early? No wonder he holds a prominent position on the wealth leaderboard. Rubbing her eyes, Song Chuha muttered a few words before sending a trade request to Li Jibin. The coop was too large. After receiving it, she had to go to the beach to extract it from her game backpack. Wow, I could fit inside it. The curious little koi opened the bamboo door and peered inside, even attempting to climb into play, but Song Chuha intervened. The craftsmanship of the coop was quite exquisite. The door opened and closed smoothly, and the food and water troughs on the opposite side were sufficiently spacious. All right, let us determine the most suitable location for it. Still feeling drowsy, Song Chuha was eager to resolve the crowing rooster issue as she was looking forward to returning to her room for some more sleep. Ultimately, the chicken coop was placed at the edge of the forest, a mere 10 meters north of the cabin, with a field separating the two. She secured the coop under a tree with vines, while the little koi quickly captured the rooster. Come on, let us see if your crow can be heard from the cabin. After tossing the rooster into the coop, the little koi playfully plucked a feather from its tail. The rooster emitted a painful crow that echoed through the air, and it immediately began to dart around inside the coop. Song Chuha shook her head helplessly and remarked, "As long as the sound that reaches the cabin is somewhat muted, I can manage to sleep well." She knew that such sounds could not be completely eliminated unless the rooster was relocated far away, which would complicate her daily checks on the hen's eggs. The hen had already laid 5 eggs, and she had asked the little koi to check them. If all went well, they could hatch into chicks. In the real world, chicks take 21 days to hatch, but in this game world, she only needed to wait 7 days. All right, little koi. I will go fetch the hen and the straw nest, while you gather some dry grass from the forest to line the bottom of the coop. She assigned the playful little creature a task, and turned to retrieve the hen from the kitchen. After all the commotion, the sun had risen high, and with no lingering sleepiness, she returned to the cabin to assess her current situation. She still had over 8,000 shell coins, and her island's comfort level had reached 200 points. Compared to her initial arrival in this game, her life had improved significantly. She no longer worried about food and clothing, and her days were gradually progressing in a favorable direction. Yet, it seemed she had increasingly lost track of time. Having experienced her menstrual cycle twice, she must have been living on this island for over 2 months now, she thought while counting on her fingers. The more she calculated, the more frustrated she became, so she shifted her focus back to the chat channel. Shinju Ming. Yes, after constructing the dock, the social system will be activated. Zhou Xiaoqin. Shingu is amazing. He has collected so many strange materials for building the dock. Fu Yin. CBDD. We can meet up. Yu Shiran. Hi. Once the social system is activated, can we visit each other? Shin Junming. Brother Shin. May I come to your island for a visit? Qixin. Selling wild chicken mate. Choose your cut. Among the flurry of messages, Song Chuha was most intrigued by Shin Juming's comment. This prominent figure's island comfort level consistently surpassed others, leading her to suspect he might have also bound to some system. According to what he had said, once the social system was launched, player interactions would extend beyond the confines of this chat page. Little koi, do you know anything about this social system? Yes. The little creature nodded vigorously and began to enthusiastically explain this upcoming new feature. Once the dock was built, players could directly purchase tickets from the system and then sail away from their islands. Each player's island has designated coordinates. Simply inputting the destination would ensure a smooth arrival. By the way, the lowest ticket price is 1 000 shell coins, and the farther the destination, the higher the cost. Players cannot leave their islands for more than 48 hours, or else the main system will reclaim their island, rendering them homeless wanderers. The little koi finished speaking in one breath, and then looked up expectantly for her next question. Coordinates? What are the coordinates of my island? Song Chuha inquired. That will only be unlocked after the dock is constructed. Currently, each player's island is surrounded by barriers. Even two islands that are very close together will not allow players to see each other. Once the coordinates are unlocked, they will be able to see one another. The little koi blinked, explaining that she could not currently scan for other players in the vicinity. In that case, I will consider whether to start building the dock right away. Song Chuha was not fond of socializing. She preferred to continue living a solitary life with her little koi. However, she also vaguely suspected that future system tasks would involve teaming up with other players. Otherwise, why would the system go to the trouble of providing a dock for players to visit one another? We can build it. The scenery at sea is splendid. With me protecting you, you surely won't encounter any mishaps. The little koi bounced excitedly, offering suggestions for Song Chuha's betterment. Then, if I take you out, can other players see you? Song Chuha was concerned that the presence of the little koi might cause envy among other players, yet she was reluctant to hide it away. I can choose to make myself visible only to you, and our communication can take place solely in your mind. Don't worry so much. New treasure chests have refreshed outside. I'll go help you collect them. All right, go ahead. She smiled gently, watching as the little koi hopped out the door. Currently, 4 treasure chests had refreshed on the beach, 3 golden chests and 1 iron chest. All the items obtained from these chests were related to constructing the dock, including materials like steel and iron nails appearing in large quantities. Is this a prompt for me to expedite the next task? As Song Chuha gazed at the pile of materials on the sand, her mind momentarily drifted. She wondered if she continued to delay the construction of the dock. Would the upcoming chests yield only these peculiar items? It seemed likely. I will assist you. Don't overthink the construction of the dock. The little koi was energetically bouncing atop a stack of steel taller than herself. All right, I will prepare breakfast first, and once I am full, I will chop some wood to gather the materials and then begin the work. Gazing at the serene expanse of the distant sea, Song Chuha took a deep breath and ultimately resolved to embark on the task of constructing the pier. Chapter 25. The completion of the dock and the activation of coordinates with the dock blueprints in hand. Song Chuha simply needed to gather materials as indicated. She took the time to tally the materials required and then began her industrious work, tools in tow. The dock was to be erected 10 meters south of the spawn point, where a vast expanse of shallow water lay, necessitating an extensive wooden walkway extending into deeper waters. The island's timber and minerals replenished periodically, so she harbored no fears of depleting the resources. After 2 days of relentless logging, Song Chuha found her game backpack laden with over 400 wooden planks. Unsure if it would suffice, she lamented her inability to wield the axe any longer. Her arms ached terribly. She sprawled out on the mattress like a starfish, arms outstretched, every muscle feeling as if it had been rigorously tested. Just relax, I'll give you a massage. Little koi delicately climbed onto the bed and began to knead Song Chuha's arms, shoulders, and back with her tiny hands. Fortunately, her programming included a massage function, allowing her to serve her host adeptly. After half an hour of blissful massage, Song Chuha succumbed to slumber. Little koi gently covered her with a thin blanket and adjusted the air conditioning by 2 degrees before quietly occupying herself nearby. When Song Chuha awoke, twilight had descended, and the room was aglow with the warm light of a lamp, creating an inviting atmosphere. What a refreshing nap. She stretched and affectionately ruffled little koi's hair. Time for dinner. 3 random treasure chests have respawned outside, and I've already brought them back. Little koi wiggled her legs. She never felt bored while Song Chuha rested, following her designated tasks of feeding chickens or retrieving treasure chests. Occasionally, she would also collect the dried laundry or boil water in the kitchen. Compared to typical 7- or 8-year-old children, the high-tech little koi was undeniably charming. All right, you open the treasure chests while I prepare dinner. Song Chuha nodded and stepped outside with little koi. Her first-made electric fan sat on the workbench. During regular use, it circulated cool air into the kitchen, alleviating the heat she once endured while cooking. Additionally, the issue of insect bites had been resolved, following little koi's advice. Song Chuha had gathered some mugwort from the jungle, and lighting it proved to be more effective than incense at repelling mosquitoes. Recipe? I found a recipe. Just as Song Chuha ignited the fire, little koi's excited voice reached her ears. Let me see. She wiped her hands and casually flipped through the recipe book. It was not thick, detailing various seafood cooking methods, yet Song Chuha lacked an abundance of ingredients and seasonings, rendering the book somewhat impractical for her needs. I'll memorize everything in this book so I can assist you in the kitchen. Little koi's programming was not without flaws. She lacked culinary skills and could only master them through future learning. Nevertheless, her eagerness to assist her host made her excitement over the recipe palpable. All right, I entrust this recipe to you. Returning to the kitchen, Song Chuha did not expect little Koi to cook for her. She enjoyed the cooking process herself. However, since little Koi was enthusiastic, she figured it would not hurt to indulge her. As the fire crackled in the stove, Song Chuha washed the rice and began to prepare a seafood risotto. While she was cooking, little Koi opened treasure chests to reveal steel, iron nails, and 8 guiding lights, materials essential for constructing the dock. Little Koi, after dinner, we shall commence dock construction. I believe we've gathered all the necessary materials. Stirring the porridge in the pot, Song Chuha was consumed by a singular thought. If she delayed any longer, she would miss the opportunity to uncover more useful resources from the treasure chests. Certainly, building the dock is as straightforward as expanding the bathroom. We'll succeed simply by placing materials according to the projection. Little Koi neatly arranged the materials and moved the unopened chests to a nearby clear area, creating a passage between the kitchen and the small dwelling. Currently, the island's lighting was limited, with only 4 lamps illuminating both the interior and exterior. As she prepared for construction, Song Chuha brandished a torch and made her way to the southern shallows. Surprisingly, when little Koi projected the dock's image into the external environment, the patterns illuminated automatically, allowing Song Chuha to see precisely where each material should be placed, even without additional lighting. With this assistance, she continuously retrieved wooden planks and steel from her game backpack, placing them meticulously in their designated spots. The distance from the beach to the deep sea was approximately 15 meters. She laid planks all the way without needing to enter the water, successfully completing a wooden walkway that was 2 meters wide and 15 meters long. Next came the placement of steel to reinforce the walkway, while it could function without reinforcement. Wooden structures inevitably succumb to the erosive nature of seawater, and fortifying it would extend its lifespan. Finally, she installed the guiding lights along both sides of the walkway, thus completing a rudimentary island dock. It was indeed simple, though gathering materials had consumed an inordinate amount of her energy. Song Chuha sat at the end of the walkway, her legs dangling above the sea, savoring the caress of the ocean breeze. She had exhausted her supply of collected timber. Yet a substantial amount of steel and iron nails remained from the treasure chests. She intended to save these materials for future constructions, ensuring she would not be caught unprepared. As little Koi had previously mentioned, at the moment the dock was completed, her game interface underwent several changes. The coordinates of the island now appeared on the map, displaying 800, 640. Additionally, the private chat interface introduced a social option, featuring functionalities such as adding friends, visiting, and blocking. I can now scan for nearby players. Would you like to see how many neighbors we have? Little Koi bounced joyfully beside Song Chuha, perpetually brimming with energy. Sure, let us scan. Song Chuha nodded. With the glimmer in little Koi's eyes, she soon noticed the map in her mind becoming increasingly detailed. Chapter 26. Her new neighbors. To the right of this crescent-shaped island lies a particularly neat circular island, its area comparable to that of Song Chua's island. Further along in the upper right corner, there exists a droplet-shaped island, its expanse seemingly greater than the combined areas of both the crescent and circular islands. Within a 10-kilometer radius, these are the only 2 islands with established docks. Unfortunately, I cannot provide specific details about them until you have interacted with them. Song Chuha, puzzled, inquired, what constitutes interaction? Surely, it cannot be limited to adding friends or having visited each other's islands. It simply requires both parties to activate their social systems and engage in a conversation at least once. You may check the chat page. There is a nearby channel where you can discover your neighbors. The little koi fish squatted beside Song Chuha, patiently elucidating how to utilize the social system. Oh, I see. Let me take a look. Ignoring the rapidly refreshing world channel, Song Chuha focused her attention on the nearby channel. To her astonishment, upon clicking, the name of the latest message sender left her in awe. Shen Juming. Good evening, friends. Her neighbor happened to be the esteemed individual ranking first in comfort levels, leading Song Chuha to surmise that the largest island must indeed belong to Shen Juming. To validate her hypothesis, she, despite her social anxiety, mustered the courage to type a greeting in the chat box. Song Chuha, hello, new neighbor. Information has been acquired. Shen Juming's coordinates are 932, 906, which corresponds precisely to that immense island in the upper right corner. The little koi swiftly provided this information, confirming Song Chua's suspicions. Before she could exchange further pleasantries with her distinguished neighbor, another new message appeared in the nearby channel. Su Guanyue. Hello, everyone. Ah, a girl. Her coordinates are 1028. 700. We have traded with her twice before. Yes, I remember her. Among the various transactions, Song Chuha recalled this polite girl vividly. having enjoyed pleasant exchanges during their dealings. Shinju-ming, it seems we are the only three who have constructed docks nearby. Are you all girls? If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I look forward to your guidance. Su Guanyue, thank you. Song Chuha, thank you. With the esteemed individual offering assistance. They naturally could not reject such goodwill outright. However, Song Chuha had no intention of genuinely soliciting help. She was steadily progressing, and the living conditions on her island were certainly not inferior to those of others. The three did not engage in lengthy small talk, merely exchanging brief greetings before exiting the chat channel. As the nighttime winds grew stronger, Song Chuha admired the seascape, only to be driven back to her wooden cabin when the chill made her nose runny. The following day, she found herself regrettably suffering from a cold. Catching a cold on a tropical island with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees was indeed a rarity. The little koi anxiously paced by her bedside, as they only had wound ointment on hand, lacking any medication for fevers. Furthermore, the system's healing function was effective only during the initial bonding period with the host. The little koi had previously alleviated Song Chuha's heatstroke symptoms, but that privilege no longer applied in the ongoing gameplay. I will boil some water for you and also make ice cubes to reduce your fever. Amidst the chaos, the little koi managed to locate the proper care methods for a sick patient within the database. All right, be careful, Song Chua managed to croak, her voice hoarse. Last night, while constructing the dock, she had perspired profusely and subsequently sat in wet clothes, exposed to the wind for half an hour. Who could have avoided falling ill? It had been a long time since she had been sick, and in this game, illness was not a trivial matter, as there were no doctors, and players had to rely on their own abilities to endure. On the game interface, the forehead of the character model was flashing red, a reminder of her high fever. The little koi swiftly returned with a pot of hot water, placing a cup of steaming tea on the bedside table before turning to check on the ice cubes in the maker. Song Chua felt drowsy, yet she forced herself to stay alert, observing the little koi's busy movements. I will apply a cold towel to your forehead. Do not move around. Okay, I won't move. Soon, the cool sensation from the towel spread throughout her body, sharpening her thoughts and alleviating her discomfort somewhat. After several rounds of the cold towel, once her fever subsided, Song Chua fell into a deep slumber. The little koi folded a thin blanket into a thicker layer, wrapping her host snugly in it, aiming to induce sweating for a quicker recovery. By evening, the alluring aroma of seafood porridge roused Song Chua from her sleep. She had been asleep for quite a while. Who was in the kitchen cooking porridge? Propping herself up, she was pleasantly surprised to find the little koi busily at work. Wonderful. You have finally woken up. I made you porridge. Would you like some? Upon noticing her host was awake, the little koi promptly removed the pot from the stove and bounced back into the cabin. You can cook now? Song Chuha gazed at the little creature, astonishment flickering in her eyes. I learned it from a recipe. While you were sleeping, I caught crabs and shrimp from the sea, but I didn't prepare scallops, so the porridge is still missing a few ingredients. The little koi rubbed her hands together, appearing somewhat guilty. You are truly amazing, little koi. You are the most remarkable system in the world. Song Chua managed to embrace the little creature despite her fatigue. The little one still bore the rich scent of rice, prompting Song Chua's stomach to rumble in response. Am I really that great? Yes, you've already learned to cook porridge, far surpassing my abilities when I was your age. After praising the little koi, Song Chua downed the cup of cooled boiled water from her nightstand in one go. Feeling sticky, she placed the delighted little koi aside and prepared to take a shower before savoring the delightful seafood porridge. During this interval, she noticed an influx of messages in the nearby chat channel. Upon investigation, she discovered that Shun Junming and Su Guanyue were sharing updates about their island developments. Interestingly, the nearby channel also allowed the sharing of images. After scrolling up just twice, she encountered a photo of a white 3-story villa sent by Shun Junming. Chapter 27. The disparities among people. Indeed, the words of the little koi were not in vain. There were players residing in luxurious villas. Shortly after Shin Junming shared a photograph, Su Guanyue also revealed her current abode. It was a wooden house, akin to that of Song Chua, yet larger in size, boasting 2 additional rooms compared to her own modest dwelling. Little koi, do you know how Shin Junming constructed that modern villa? Mused Song Chua, who had just finished her morning ablutions, cradling a bowl of fragrant seafood porridge. Surely, the house must have been built from concrete. Could it be that one could find cement and putty in random treasure chests? They must have both uncovered house models from the chests, which could be placed on vacant land to conjure a house in the blink of an eye. The little koi had initially gifted the host a model as a welcoming present, albeit a basic one with minimal added comfort. So that was how it was. Song Chua pondered. The best item she had drawn from a treasure chest was the heart of the ocean, though she had yet to venture into marine development, rendering it of little utility. Meanwhile, her neighbors had effortlessly acquired such opulent shelters from their chests. The disparity among individuals was indeed staggering. After finishing her seafood porridge, she stretched her slightly sore body, intending to wash her bowl in the kitchen. Wait, the sick should rest in bed. Allow me to take care of the dishes. The little koi, with utmost seriousness, blocked her path and took the bowl from her hands. As she observed the little one's retreating figure, a wave of warmth surged within Song Chua. Since her parents' passing, how long had it been since she felt such concern? Although she had always portrayed herself as independent and understanding, her heart yearned for affection and warmth, which the little koi provided. In the kitchen, the little one barely reached the countertop and was standing on a tree stump to manage the faucet. Unable to bear the sight of her struggling, Song Chua approached her side. Let me handle this. You've already done so much today. I should exercise a bit for my recovery. She rolled up her sleeves, lifted the little koi off the stump, and swiftly washed the remaining dishes. The night air was still a touch chilly. After cleaning the bowl, Song Chua returned indoors. The little koi, having gone out to feed the chickens, returned with her hands excitedly waving. 2 chicks have hatched. The other 3 are still diligently pecking at their shells. I suspect they will be bouncing around in the cage by tomorrow. Is that so? I shall join you to see. Who could resist the allure of fluffy young animals? Song Chua rose from her bed, eagerly taking the little koi's hand as they dashed to the bamboo cage. Indeed, there were tender chirps emanating within. But due to the dim light and the mother hen's protective nature, she could not catch a glimpse of the 2 adorable figures. After merely 2 minutes, she was urged by the little koi to return and rest. Once lying down, a new message unexpectedly appeared in her private chat. Su Guanyue, good evening. Do you remember me? We traded twice before. I haven't seen you in the nearby channel all day. Have you encountered a challenging task? Surprised yet swift. Song Chua replied. Song Chua, good evening. I've been sleeping all day due to a cold and just woke up a short while ago. Her first impression of this neighbor was quite positive, prompting her to engage in conversation despite her social ineptitude. Within a minute of sending her message, Su Guanyue promptly traded a box of cold medicine to her. Su Guanyue, please take care of yourself. Are you feeling better now? Do you need anything? Song Chua, thank you. My fever has subsided. Just a bit more rest, and I'll be fine. The hen you traded me has laid eggs. And today the chicks hatched. The bond between girls is truly wondrous. A mere hint of sincerity can yield the warmest of care. They exchanged words for a while, until Song Chua began to feel drowsy, prompting them to wish each other good night. Through this brief exchange, Song Chua learned that Su Guanyue's island comfort level had reached 2,000, and besides chickens, she also raised a pair of wild ducks. Although the ducks had yet to lay eggs, as she prepared for sleep, Song Chua contemplated trading resources with Su Guanyue the following day, smiling as she drifted into slumber. After a night of restful sleep, Song Chua awoke rejuvenated. After her morning routine, she made her way to the chicken coop to see the newly hatched chicks. All 5 chicks had emerged, nestled beneath the warm feathers of their mother, only occasionally revealing a glimpse of their yellow bodies, igniting Song Chua's desire to touch them. Ah, they're so fluffy. How long to pet them? However, as she reached out to fulfill her wish, the mother hen fiercely drove her away, not only preventing her from touching the chicks but also pecking her hand sharply. Ouch! The pain made her withdraw her hand swiftly. It was no great loss to miss touching the chicks. She still returned to her little house with a smile, having gained experience from yesterday's cooking. The little koi was also eager to prepare breakfast for her host. Standing confidently at the stove, she diligently stirred the porridge to prevent it from sticking. Chua, you should sit for a moment. Breakfast will be ready soon. Upon seeing her host return, she waved her hand excitedly. All right, keep it up. I'll go gather some vegetables to trade with Su Guanyue. Song Chua smiled, took a small bamboo basket, and turned toward the vegetable garden. Last night, Su Guanyue mentioned growing potatoes and green peppers, so Song Chua decided to pick 3 heads of lettuce and 3 tomatoes from her own garden. Remembering the ginger she had yet to plant, she tossed in 2 pieces of ginger and a handful of plump, red sweet berries. Fresh produce suffices on the island. There is no need to harvest excessively at once. After weighing the contents of her basket, she promptly packaged the items for trade with Su Guanyue. Not long after sending her goods, Su Guanyue reciprocated with a full basket of potatoes and green peppers, expressing her gratitude multiple times in the chat before attending to other matters. Gazing at the potatoes in her hands, Song Chua felt her island would soon boast an additional crop, and she eagerly selected a few plump ones to nurture, planning to plant them once they sprouted. Chapter 28. The arrival of the scorching season. The weather remained oppressively hot today. Although Song Chua had recovered from her fever, she still felt somewhat fatigued. After tending to her crops, she settled outside her humble abode to enjoy her breakfast. The shallows had only yielded 2 leather treasure chests, which the little koi, somewhat displeased, brought back. Upon opening them, she discovered merely 2 bags of rice of the same weight. Why are there only 2 chests today? Usually, she would gather 4 or 5 each morning. The little creature felt that her koi attributes had failed to bestow any benefits upon her host. Lowering her head in apparent distress. Perhaps more will appear soon. Don't be disheartened. Your porridge is excellent. Look, I finished it all. Songchua softly reassured her. Acknowledging that finding rice in the treasure chest was indeed a fortunate occurrence, as it was essential sustenance. Upon hearing her host's praise, the little koi felt somewhat uplifted but continued to gaze longingly towards the area where the treasure chest refreshed, hoping to see more. However, precisely at 9 in the morning, a new announcement from the system stunned all players. Ding! The scorching season has arrived. Due to the high temperatures, the refresh rate of random treasure chests will decrease. Players are advised to stock up on supplies to weather this challenge. The cold, mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. Songchua squinted up at the sky, wondering if it could possibly get any hotter. How unbearable would that be? Little koi, how long will this scorching season last? She was not particularly concerned about the heat, as her cabin was equipped with air conditioning, allowing her to remain comfortable behind closed doors. What worried her was the reduced frequency of treasure chest refreshes. If the scorching season lasted too long, what would she do when her supplies ran low? At most, it won't exceed 6 months. And it could be as short as 1 or 2 weeks. However, even more daunting than the scorching season is the extreme cold season. During that time, the sea will freeze over and blizzards will plague the island. The little koi sat obediently beside Songchua, glancing occasionally towards the shallows. Will we even see snow? It seems we must always stockpile supplies. No sooner had she voiced her thoughts than the system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Ding! A new task has been delivered. Players must slay 10 enraged fish demons within 3 days. This was yet another challenging task following her exploration of the jungle. Fish demons? And enraged ones at that? It's time to confront the beasts. Songchua stood and gazed out at the sea, which appeared tranquil and gentle. Yet the myriad dangers lurking beneath the surface filled her with trepidation. This task is quite manageable. We can lure the fish demons to the surface and then shoot them with arrows. The little koi spoke with ease. Though Songchua had never truly encountered a beast before, leaving her somewhat anxious, she glanced at the task panel, where the penalties for failing to complete the task were displayed, another reduction in the rewards from treasure chests, an additional blow to her morale. 3 days to complete the task. That is still ample time. Very well, while it's not unbearably hot yet, let us venture to the sea. Songchua returned to her room, retrieving the ocean heart along with her bow and arrows before striding toward the newly constructed dock. She felt grateful for the extension into the deep sea area. Standing on the dock was far safer than being in the water. With the ocean heart in her possession, she could distinctly hear the chatter of the fish beneath the surface. It's so hot. The seawater is scalding. The fish demons are coming. They're approaching from the northern waters. Help! Ah! The sounds she heard were those of small fish fleeing in panic, interspersed with faint cries for help. It seemed the scorching season significantly affected the marine life as well. She looked up at the northern sea, observing the waves rhythmically crashing. But she did not see the fish demons the small fish had mentioned. Should I dive into the water to lure the fish demons? I can guide them near the dock while you stand on the shore and take aim. The little koi's excitement was palpable as she gazed at the azure sea, eager for her host's command. No, that would be far too dangerous. Songchua firmly restrained the little koi, preventing her from leaping into the water. My swimming speed. Wait, look over there. That black figure that just jumped out of the water must be a fish demon. Before the little koi could finish her sentence, a black silhouette leaped from the surface approximately 100 meters away, swiftly heading in their direction. Songchua swallowed hard, striving to steady her nerves as she drew her bow and aimed. The dark fish demon soon chased after a school of fish toward the shallows. Calculating the distance, she released an arrow when the fish demon was within her range. The arrow struck its tail, only severing a small portion of its fin without inflicting any significant damage. Little koi, stay put and do not jump into the water. She drew her bow once more, carefully instructing the still eager little koi. All right, I'll cheer you on. The little koi beamed innocently, having just nearly leapt into the sea to assist her host in slaying the fish demon. The provocation from her arrow caught the fish demon's attention, causing it to abandon its pursuit of the fish and rush toward the dock, attempting to leap from the water to attack its human adversary. However, Songchua denied it that opportunity. As it breached the surface, she swiftly released a second arrow. The proximity was ideal, and the arrow pierced through the fish demon's gaping maw, emerging from the top of its head. It's done for. The little koi clapped joyfully, gazing up at her host with admiration. Meanwhile, Songchua's task progress updated from 010 to 110. Yet she remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the sea, intent on locating the remaining fish demons. Wait, has the large fish demon been defeated? Quickly, get little 15 out from its belly. Save our little 15. We're safe now, we're safe. The chattering of the small fish filled the air, prompting Song Chuha to furrow her brow. Could it truly be safe nearby? She took a moment to listen to the small fish's exchanges, noting their panic had subsided. It appeared that this area of the sea was indeed free of other fish demons. Well then, let me help you drag that fish demon's body ashore. Leaving it in the water will pollute the sea. The blood seeping from the slain fish demon had already begun to spread, staining a growing area of the water red. The little koi proposed they deal with the fish demon's corpse. Unfazed by getting dirty, she was confident in her self-cleaning ability, even if she rolled in the mud. She could tidy herself up in the blink of an eye. Chapter 29, Slaying the Fish Demon. Song Chuha was also displeased by the crimson hue spreading across the sea surface. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately nodded in agreement for the little koi to leap off the dock. With a splash, the small creature plunged into the water, swiftly locating the corpse of the fish demon. The school of fish that had gathered at the seabed scattered in fright once more. Before long, she emerged from the water, triumphantly grasping a fish impaled by an arrow. Call me when you catch it. The fish demon was roughly the size of an adult poodle. The little koi tugged at its tail fin with one hand, while she struggled to pry the arrow from the creature's body with the other. Be careful. Its teeth appear quite sharp. Song Chuha hurried to the beach, squatting beside the little koi, and was immediately hit with the pungent odor emanating from the fish demon's remains. From a distance, it had been hard to discern, but now, upon closer inspection, the sight of this grotesque creature was increasingly unsettling. The fish demon was entirely covered in black scales, its eyes a menacing deep red, and its mouth was enormous, filled with rows of serrated teeth. This was the first time Song Chuha had laid eyes on such an ugly and terrifying fish. However, as she reached out to touch the fish demon, the word decompose appeared above its body. Without a second thought, Song Chuha selected the option. And soon her inventory was enriched with 5 portions of fish demon meat and a vial of fish demon toxin. Is it truly poisonous? She examined the small vial, filled with a dark red liquid that looked as unappealing as the fish demon itself. Indeed, this vial contains the demon's essence. We can save it for alchemy later, as it will prove invaluable. The little koi nodded and symbolically washed its hands in the nearby seawater, returning to its host as a pristine young girl once more. Very well, let us keep it. Song Chuha tucked away the toxin and noticed the arrow that had severely injured the fish demon, picking it up for inspection. The arrow shaft had been bitten in half by the demon's sharp teeth. A gentle touch caused it to break into 2 unusable pieces. With a sigh, she tidied up the beach, disposing of the litter in the trash bin in front of the small wooden cabin. Fortunately, she had collected quite a number of feathers recently, so she would not be lacking arrows in the future. After such a flurry of activity, the external temperature continued to rise. Song Chuha, unable to continue hunting the remaining fish demons, casually gathered a basket of sweet berries and retreated to the coolness of her cabin. The oppressive heat of summer was truly formidable. Even before noon, the outside felt like a steamer. Tossing a berry into her mouth, she found it unsatisfying. Thus, she opened the nearby ice maker, scooping out a bowl of ice, upon which she placed the berries. By afternoon, it will only get hotter. If you wish to have lunch, allow me to cook for you. I am not afraid of the heat. The little koi obediently sat on a chair, perusing the recipe book retrieved from a treasure chest. Although she had already committed its contents to memory, she still mimicked the human act of reading. No need to cook. I shall simply eat bread and make a refreshing coconut water to cool off and accompany my meal. Song Chuha reclined in the lazy sofa, allowing her mind to drift. In this weather, she truly wished to remain in the air-conditioned room. Alas, she still needed to find an opportunity to complete the task of slaying the fish demons, with 9 still remaining to be dealt with. After some thought, she resolved to venture out again in the evening. I will go fetch some coconuts. The house had run out of fresh coconuts, and the little koi swiftly closed the recipe book and dashed outside. While the little one was out, Song Chuha munched on the chilled sweet berries and aimlessly browsed the chat page to pass the time. Yu Shiyang, it's so hot. I feel like I'm going to turn into dried fish. UXIN, ladies, has anyone begun hunting the fish demons? What do they look like? Are they dangerous? Jiang Zhao, to the friend above, the fish demons are all black. I've slain 2. One was slightly bigger than my palm, while the other was about the size of a skateboard. Zhou Xiaosan, where are the merchants selling ice juice? Come out and make some money. I want to buy 5 cups. Zheng Lei. Ding, the system detected inappropriate behavior from player Zhang Lei and decided to impose a mute penalty for 48 hours. The World Channel's chat seemed relatively normal, with many players sharing their experiences of slaying fish demons. Song Chuha observed for a while, noting that most other players wielded harpoons, wooden sticks, and axes. In comparison, her bow and arrow appeared to be a commendable ranged weapon, allowing her to strike from a distance and significantly reduce the risk of injury. Regrettably, she had opted for a direct bow and arrow skill initially. Had she chosen the bow blueprint, she could now craft bows for sale and earn a tidy profit. She had also considered creating ice makers and fans for sale, but unfortunately, her materials were insufficient. The trading hall did have materials for sale, but the prices had become exorbitant, reaching astronomical levels. I've returned with 6 coconuts. Your health is still recovering, so you may only have one today. The little koi arranged the coconuts neatly in the corner before returning to her chair with her favorite recipe book. Yes, you're such a good koi. I want to drink too much. Songchua smiled and nodded, feeling quite happy to be cared for by such a young girl. She did not immediately open a coconut. Instead, she noticed a bowl full of chilled sweet berries still untouched on the coffee table, and found her current life quite comfortable. By noon, as Songchua prepared to bite into her bread, a new message from the nearby channel suddenly captured her attention. Shinjuming, Miss Su, Miss Song, it's sweltering outside. I've prepared some iced drinks for you, which I've sent over. Curious, she checked her mail and indeed found a package. Upon opening it, she discovered 2 bottles of chilled plum juice. Songchua, thank you so much, Brother Shun. Songchua quickly expressed her gratitude. The plum juice arrived just in time, far more appetizing than her chilled coconut water. Initially, she and Su Guanyue had referred to him as Mr. Shin, but Shinju Ming had suggested that it felt too distant. So they both now called him Brother Shin. Shinju Ming, no need for thanks. I wonder how your task of slaying fish demons is progressing? This morning, I encountered a fish demon nearly the size of a bicycle. Unfortunately, my spear's range was insufficient, allowing the creature to escape. Chapter 30. Protected by the little koi. Upon reading Shinju Ming's message, Songchua gasped in astonishment. Could there truly be fish demons the size of bicycles? She turned her gaze towards the sea, pondering whether her little bow and arrows would suffice to confront such a formidable creature should it venture into her waters. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Su Guanyue sent a new message to the nearby channel. Thank you, Brother Shin. I just defeated 2 fish demons, each approximately 50 centimeters long. From my observations, they seem to favor brightly colored objects. I lured them to the shore using the sweet berries that Chua gifted me. I have cultivated quite a few sweet berries on my island. They will come in handy now, she replied, promptly dividing a bowl of chilled red fruit into 2 portions and sending them at lightning speed to Su Guanyue and Shinju Ming. Having recently accepted the sour plum juice from Shinju Ming, she felt it was only courteous to return the favor, thinking that the sweet berries might not suffice. She took the little koi and ventured into the sun-drenched jungle to gather more. Fortunately, these berries grew rapidly. After harvesting them all today, new ones would sprout within 24 hours. Grateful for the berries, Shin Junming and Su Guanyue exchanged pleasantries, reminding each other to stay safe before returning to their respective tasks. After savoring a bottle of sour plum juice, Song Chuha decided to take a nap, saving a few sweet berries for later experimentation when the heat subsided. As evening approached, the first day of the scorching season brought a later sunset, and at 7 o'clock, the sky remained brilliantly illuminated. Awakening from her slumber, Song Chua stood on the platform outside her cottage, conflicted about whether to venture out. The heat was oppressive, and she felt as if the coastline was receding further away. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until nightfall. The dock was illuminated, allowing them to see the surface of the sea even in darkness. Noticing her host drenched in sweat, the little koi gently urged her back into the air-conditioned room. While it was unfazed by temperature fluctuations, it was imperative to safeguard Song Chua, who had recently recovered from illness. Very well, I shall remain indoors. Standing outside had already made her perspire, and she distinctly felt the difference in temperature compared to previous days. The evenings had previously brought a slight coolness, becoming even more comfortable at night. But now, even walking barefoot on the beach felt as if it would blister her feet. After finishing the last bottle of sour plum juice in her cottage, dinner was prepared by the little koi, consisting of seafood cold noodles. As 8 o'clock approached, the sun began its descent. The ocean shimmered under the golden rays, and the vast expanse of sand appeared gilded. While admiring the distant scenery, her interest was abruptly shattered by 2 dark figures leaping from the sea. The fish demons had arrived. Not just one, but multiple. She quickly popped an ice cube into her mouth and dashed towards the direction of the commotion. Armed with her tools, earlier, she had crafted several arrows, and now, standing on the beach, she drew her bow, aiming at the area where the dark figures emerged. The fish demons leapt again, and with a swift motion, Song Chuha released an arrow. Though it missed, she nimbly knocked another arrow. Little koi, toss a few sweet berries into the sea. Let us lure them ashore. She glanced at the tense little koi and assigned it a simple task. Leave it to me. The little koi exclaimed, energetically tossing the berries closer to shore, ultimately placing 5 right in front of them, even crushing one in the process. The fish demons, now aware of the arrow she had shot, felt provoked and concealed themselves beneath the surface, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. On the shore, the duo held their breath, fixated on the water's surface as the sweet berries bobbed along with the waves. After approximately 3 minutes, one fish demon could no longer resist and leapt to consume a berry. Seizing the opportunity, Song Chuha released her second arrow, striking the demon's tail with precision. Enraged, the fish demon plunged back into the water, rapidly swimming towards the shore, leaving a vivid trail of crimson in its wake. As it reached the shallows, its movements became less agile. Utilizing this moment, Song Chuha aimed her final arrow at its head. The demon succumbed, thrashing a few times before falling still. Hooray! I'll drag it over. Not so fast, little koi. Let us deal with the other one first. She allowed the crimson to spread across the shallows, her gaze unwavering on the sea. The remaining fish demon seemed more astute, and after a lengthy wait, it failed to reappear, just when they believed it had retreated. The lurking beast suddenly surged from the depths, charging towards Song Chuha. Watch out! The little koi reacted faster than Song Chuha, sensing the imminent danger. It swiftly initiated its defensive protocol and kicked the airborne fish demon, sending it flying several meters back into the sea. Though the kick forced the demon back, it did not defeat it. Heart racing, Song Chuha stepped back onto the beach, just as the demon lunged at her again. This time, she struck the creature's head with her arrow. Noticing her task progress shift from 110 to 310, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, little koi. Without you, I might have been devoured by that fish demon. She feigned nonchalance to mask her earlier anxiety. Protecting my host is my duty. Well then, there are no new fish demons nearby for the time being. The little koi hopped joyfully into the shallow waters, effortlessly dragging the 2 defeated fish demons back to Song Chuha. These creatures were even larger than the one from the morning, each measuring over a meter long. Shen Junming had mentioned a fish demon the size of a bicycle lurking nearby. She fervently hoped not to encounter it. With a sigh, she began to process the 2 creatures before her into fish meat. No fish demon toxin dropped this time? The toxin has a probability of dropping. Fear not. Even if we encounter that colossal monster, you have me to protect you. The little koi clapped its hands, instantly restoring its cleanliness. Chapter 31. Sought Ed Octopus. After dealing with the 2 fish demons, Song Chuha wandered around the dock and promenade. The waters in this area remained crystal clear, showing no signs of the morning's battle. A glance around revealed a school of colorful fish nearby, chattering away about various trivial matters. The panic caused by the fish demons momentarily forgotten. How delightful it would be to be a fish in my next life, carefree and untroubled. Though Song Chuha had her share of worries, she intentionally buried them deep within her heart. As long as she refrained from dwelling on them, sadness would not envelop her. Just remember to be a big fish. Only big fish won't get eaten. The little koi, oblivious to human emotions, understood only the importance of survival. Living meant hope. Hearing such innocent and adorable words, Song Chuha couldn't help but laugh. Before the sun fully dipped beneath the horizon, the 2 of them dug for clams on the beach for a while. Just before returning home, the little koi surprisingly caught a lively octopus in a puddle. This octopus was longer than her chubby arms, and the little one clutched its head tightly while its tentacles coiled around her small forearm. Just throw it to the ground. A good slam will make it easier to catch. Having watched countless tide-chasing videos, Song Chuha recalled a blogger mentioning that slamming the octopus before cooking it would enhance its texture. The little koi nodded and promptly ran to a large rock, smashing the octopus against it. After a few loud thuds, it finally ceased its struggle, its 8 tentacles drooping limply. We can have a feast tonight. How about cooking it for a midnight snack? The recipe has various methods for octopus: blanching, saute-ing, or braising. Which one do you prefer? The little koi excitedly held up the ingredient, already imagining 16 different ways to prepare octopus in her mind. Unfortunately, it seemed they lacked sufficient seasonings and accompaniments. Let us saute it. Gongwa provided us with plenty of green peppers, which we can add in, and we still have a good amount of hot pot base left. Just throw a piece in and stir-fry it. Song Chuha was not picky. She was already quite satisfied with the prospect of a feast. However, glancing at the sizable octopus, she couldn't help but ask once more, "Little koi, are you truly capable of preparing this dish?" "Of course. I'll show you in a moment." The little one confidently dashed into the kitchen and began preparing at the sink. As the sky darkened, Song Chuha turned on the lights and fan, using mugwort to ward off the swarming mosquitoes while observing the little koi's culinary performance. The octopus was quite slimy, and even after rinsing it several times, it remained slippery. A hint of doubt beginning to show on the little one's youthful brow. "Allow me to give it a try." Song Chuha rolled up her sleeves, filled a small basin with clean water, tossed the octopus in, and then poured a generous amount of salt over it. Salt increases friction, and she rubbed the octopus as if washing clothes. Soon, The grime began to dissolve into the water. How fascinating. The little koi's expression conveyed a sense of revelation, her admiration evident in her eyes. All right, now we just need to clean its 8 tentacles and remove the inedible parts. Changing the water, Song Chuha, though somewhat clumsy, managed to finish the remaining tasks. She entrusted the cooking entirely to the little koi, standing by to assist. Due to the limited spices, many steps in the cooking process were omitted. The hot pot base and slices of ginger were stir-fried until fragrant, then the chopped octopus was added. Once it was about 80% cooked, she tossed in the strips of green pepper, and soon, the aromatic sautéed octopus was complete, though Song Chua had already dined. The enticing aroma of the dish made her mouth water abundantly. Little koi, perhaps you possess more culinary talent than I do. Before picking up her chopsticks, she generously praised the little one sitting across from her. High-tech products truly excelled, producing a dish so splendid after merely glancing at the recipe. Kiki. The little koi giggled shyly, expressing her desire to prepare more delicious meals for her host in the future. On the island, without a refrigerator, cooked dishes needed to be consumed the same day. Song Chuha savored the delectable octopus meat, and before long, the plate was nearly empty. While washing the dishes, she let out a rather ungraceful burp. The evening was still young, and she took a torch to stroll along the beach, aiding digestion. As she wandered, she found herself near the chicken coop. The chicks had hatched a few days prior, and were not all hiding beneath their mother. 2 had mischievously jumped into the feeding trough to play, delighted by the sight of the fluffy, round little creatures. Song Chua scooped them up to play with for a while. By the way, would the heat of the season affect the island's inhabitants? Would these little chicks be harmed by the heat? She noticed the nearly empty water trough and, after putting the chicks down, filled it with fresh drinking water. Not at all. The animals and plants in the game are reinforced. High temperatures won't affect them. Although, during colder weather, some measures for warmth should be taken. The little koi also caught a chick, teasing it in the sand, playfully pinching its wings, causing it to chirp intermittently. The mother hen was quite protective, and they only dared to take the chicks out for brief moments of fun. After enough playful antics, Song Chuha returned the 2 round little creatures to their cage. Fortunately, the bamboo cage was spacious enough for 2 large hens and 5 chicks to move about freely. Having checked on the chicks, the pair strolled on the beach for more than 10 minutes until Song Chuha could no longer bear the heat and hurried back home. The next morning, Song Chuha was awakened by the sound of the little koi opening the door. She glanced at the game panel and saw it was already 8:30. Today, more players complained about the sweltering weather. After quietly observing for a while, she discovered a business opportunity, selling ice. When she ordered the bamboo cages, she had also purchased a few bamboo tubes from Li Jibin for storage. She took one out, visualized it for a moment, and decided it would be perfect for holding ice. I'm back. Today, there's only one leather treasure chest outside. Just as she was filling the ice maker with water, the little koi's dejected voice came from the doorway. Don't worry, go ahead and see what's inside. Song Chuha gently reassured the little one, reminding her that at least treasure chests would still respawn outside. Having something was better than nothing. 2 bags of oolong tea leaves, totaling 800 grams. Tea leaves? That's a fine find. Quickly, show me. Joy lit up Song Chua's face. With tea leaves, she could sell iced tea in bamboo tubes. Chapter 32. Collaborative slaying. The tea weighed a total of 800 grams, and upon unwrapping the packaging, it revealed numerous small bags, approximately 150 in total. Song Chua, brimming with delight, boiled a kettle of hot water and brewed herself a cup of tea. As she savored the aromatic infusion, her mind began to concoct a plan for selling iced tea profitably. She meticulously considered the cost of bamboo tubes and ice, knowing that once buyers took the tea bags home, they could brew several more cups, thus the pricing should not be set too low. Finally, with a spark of inspiration, she resolved to sell each serving of iced tea for 160 shell coins. Without hesitation, she proceeded to the kitchen, washed the bamboo tubes, placed a tea bag in each, and added a third of hot water. After steeping for 7 to 8 minutes, once the tea had developed a rich color, she began to add ice cubes and drinking water. In no time, her table was adorned with 6 refreshing cups of oolong tea. With a limited number of bamboo tubes at her disposal, she placed them in the trading hall and then contacted Lin Jibin, eager to purchase more tubes. Within 3 minutes of listing the iced tea, it was sold out. Elated with her earnings in shell coins, Song Chuha swiftly bought 15 more bamboo tubes. Originally priced at 18 shell coins each, Lin Jibin, recognizing her as a regular customer, generously offered a discount, selling them to her for 16 shell coins each. Just as Song Chuha was joyfully preparing tea and ice, Shin Junming suddenly contacted her through the nearby channel. Shin Junming, Song Chuha, the large fish monster from yesterday is heading in your direction. I am pursuing it. Could you assist me? Song Chuha, on my way. Upon reading the message, Song Chuha immediately set aside the bamboo tubes, grabbed her bow and arrow, and headed outside. Although she was somewhat reluctant to confront such a formidable beast, she felt compelled to lend a hand given Shin's request. Upon reaching the beach, she belatedly realized that her usually clingy little koi was not by her side. Tentatively, she called out to the little creature and soon heard its melodious voice. "I can scan the nearby waters from home, so go ahead. If there's any danger, I'll come to rescue you immediately." "All right." Reassured by its response, Song Chuha stood steadfast on her dock. While uncertain of Shun Juanming's method for pursuing the fish monster, she was confident she could observe the situation from her vantage point. To the north, the fish monster was 900 meters away, while Shun Juanming on his jet ski was 1,100 meters distant. The little koi continued to relay updates, and Song Chuha tightened her grip on her bow, her gaze fixed on the direction it specified. Before long, she noticed unusual waves rising on the sea surface. Taking a deep breath, she nocked an arrow and aimed. The distance was still great, and she lacked confidence in her aim, so she decided to observe for a while longer. The little koi chimed in again. "Su Guanyue is also coming this way by boat, 1,000 meters away. The more help, the better." She recalled that Su's weapon was a whip. Tension gripped Song Chuha, causing her palms to sweat, yet she remained resolute in her aim, unwaveringly fixated on the approaching wave. The fish monster was now only 100 meters away. "I'm watching closely." The waves grew larger, and finally, amidst the surging water, she discerned a colossal black figure. This creature was even more terrifying than the three small fish monsters from the previous day, towering several stories high with a single leap. As it drew nearer, she spotted something long protruding from its back. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be Shun Juanming's spear. No wonder he was so intent on pursuing this fish monster. His weapon had been taken. 50 meters. Just as the little koi's words faded, Song Chuha released an arrow toward the monster's path. The arrow barely grazed the fish monster's head before plunging into the sea. Concurrently, a man piloting a jet ski emerged from behind the waves, presumably Shun Juanming. Without a moment to assess him, she quickly resumed her aim at the fish monster. As she launched her second arrow, the monster opened its terrifying maw and swallowed the arrow whole, yet its speed remained unimpeded. "Little koi, it swallowed my arrow." Shock coursed through her, causing her hands to tremble. "Don't be afraid. Aim for the monster's eyes. That's its weak point." "Understood." With bated breath and unwavering focus, Song Chuha drew her bow to its fullest as the fish monster leapt from the water once more, releasing the most powerful arrow she had ever shot. With the little koi's fortuitous enhancement, the arrow struck true, embedding itself deep within the fish monster's crimson eye. At that moment, the fish monster was less than 10 meters away, and the waters beneath the dock churned violently, waves crashing fiercely. She retreated several steps, but sensing danger from both front and back, the monster veered off and began to swim east, leaving behind a trail of its murky blood in the wake of the tumultuous waves. Shun Juanming, who was nearing Song Chua's dock, noticed the fish monster changing direction and merely nodded toward her before redirecting his course eastward. He had caught a glimpse of the young girl on the shore, her shooting stance strikingly cool, but he had no time to admire her. He needed to recover his spear quickly. "Phew, it doesn't matter. I don't wish to venture out to sea just yet." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Song Chuha watched Shun Juanming's retreating figure. She felt ill-equipped for the sea, leaving the resolution of the matter in his capable hands. She believed she hadn't contributed much this time, yet 10 minutes later, the system's announcement took her by surprise. Ding! Congratulations to players Shun Juanming, Song Chuha, and Su Guanyue for collaboratively slaying the volatile fish monster king. Rewards have been distributed to each of your game backpacks. Please check. With the system's cold notification echoing in her ears, Song Chuha noticed her task progress shift from 310 to 410. And a new package labeled Fish Monster King reward appeared in her backpack. Is this counted as my kill? How wonderful. Indeed, there are benefits to following the big shots. Astonished, Song Chuha retrieved the package, yet before she could open it to discover its contents, Shun Juanming sent another message through the nearby channel. "Shun Juanming, finally dealt with that creature. Thank you all. Otherwise, I would have been without a weapon for quite some time. Su Guanyue, it was nothing. I merely tagged along to pick up the spoils." Shun Juanming, the 3 rewards are likely identical. This isn't bad at all. I'll visit your island again next time. But for now, I must return to repair my weapon. Song Chuha, yes, please be safe on your way back. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the two, Song Chuha finally reached for the Fish Monster King's reward package and opened it. Chapter 33. The neighbor with a sense of boundaries within the package. There lay 3 items. The first was a fishskin coat adorned with black and white stripes. Upon extracting it, the description of the item appeared vividly in Song Chuha's mind. Wearing this garment would provide a slight resistance to toxins? Is that its only merit? It is too unsightly. I refuse to wear it. Disdain was etched across her face as she glanced at the coat, instantly conjuring images of the terrifying fish demon king. Surely, donning it would lead to nightmares at night. The second item was a piece of dark iron, no larger than a small koi's fist. Its purpose was to enhance weapon attributes. But one would require 5 pieces to effectuate a single enhancement. The final item was a low-level treasure map, indicating a treasure location far from Songchua's island, making it currently inaccessible for her to pursue. These items are of no use to me for now. Selling them seems rather unfortunate. Sigh. She felt little joy and, with a lackluster spirit, placed them into her cabinet at home. It was now just past 9 in the morning. She had risen early to brew tea and confront the fish demon king, neglecting breakfast in the process. Now, with some leisure time, she felt the pangs of hunger. Shin Junming has already departed. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you. How about mashed potatoes this morning? Then we can have the clams we collected yesterday for lunch. With no outsiders near their island, the little koi energetically hopped out. She was now highly motivated to cook, even beginning to assist her host in planning the upcoming meals. All right, I shall follow your lead, for our little koi is truly the best. Everything she makes is delightful. A smile graced Song Chua's face as she washed her hands and resumed steeping the unfinished iced tea. 15 cups of freshly brewed, icy oolong tea were sold in a remarkably short time, with several buyers privately inquiring if she would be willing to make more, the price being negotiable. Observing the trade requests, Song Chua steadily retrieved the bamboo tubes one by one, hastening to brew the next cup before delivering it to the customers. The ice machine had been tirelessly running all morning. Approaching noon, her private chat page finally ceased to receive new messages, but Shin Junming sent her another package. 5 cans of chilled cola, a bowl of beef noodles, and a small bottle of lantern pepper hot sauce. My heavens, how splendidly well-fed this elite is. Song Chua marveled as she held the steaming bowl of beef noodles. The braised beef within was sliced evenly, at least 10 pieces, topped with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions, making it all the more appetizing. Wow, I wish to learn how to make this. The little koi gazed curiously at the food, scrutinizing the ingredients, and upon realizing that they were not available on their island, her little face visibly fell in sorrow. It's all right. Once we open boxes and acquire these ingredients, I will teach you how to prepare it. Let us save the clams for dinner. I shall have the noodles for lunch today. With that, Song Chua beamed as she placed the items on the coffee table. Before indulging, she expressed her gratitude to Shin Junming, who reciprocated, thanking her and Su Guanyue for their assistance. None of them were the type to be overly formal. And after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they returned to their respective tasks. As she savored her delicious lunch, Song Chua suddenly pondered. Shin Junming's motorboat. Could it have also been obtained from a random treasure chest? Soon, the little koi confirmed her suspicion. This realization diminished her enjoyment of the noodles, and her mind was filled only with admiration and envy for the elite. After lunch, a leather treasure chest appeared on the beach, and the little koi braved the scorching sun to haul it back to their wooden cottage. From this chest, they uncovered 2 bottles of black pepper. Song Chua paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This is decent. Next time I make mashed potatoes, I can use the pepper to enhance the sauce. In the sweltering heat, maintaining a positive mindset is always prudent. As the afternoon sun intensified, she and the little koi lingered in the air-conditioned room, engaging in light conversation. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off, new messages suddenly popped up on the nearby channel. Fu Yan. Hi, dear brothers and sisters nearby. Good afternoon. I am Fu Yan, a novice who has just built a dock, seeking guidance from the elite. Upon reading this message, Song Chua opened the map and discovered that a new island had emerged in the southern sea area adjacent to her own. Roughly half the size of her island and irregularly shaped, resembling an enlarged comma. A new neighbor, indeed. She yawned, feeling too sleepy to think of an appropriate greeting message. However, Shin Junming swiftly took the initiative to greet the newcomer. Shin Junming, good afternoon. Fu Yanham. Ah, Shin the elite. It's you. Following this, Fu Yan inundated the chat with a barrage of flattery, resembling a small trumpet, leaving no room for others to interject. Song Chua felt a twinge of embarrassment, almost metaphorically digging her feet into the ground. Su Guanyue, hello. Fu Yan, wow. A girl. CPDD, let's meet up. My island has air conditioning and a luxurious double bed. Upon seeing the letters CPDD, Song Chua recalled some impressions of this new neighbor. This individual had been persistently flirting with girls in the World Channel for the past few days, boasting about their appearance, embodying the essence of a sea king. Albeit a rather foolish one. Thinking of this, she lost interest in greeting this new neighbor. Her previous interactions with Shin Junming and Su Guanyue had been quite pleasant, and she preferred the boundaries set by these 2 familiar acquaintances. Perhaps Fu Yan's remarks were a bit presumptuous. Su Guanyue chose not to respond to him and instead sent a private message to Song Chua. Su Guanyue. Chua, I have completed the task of slaying the fish demon. Thank you for the sweet berries. Song Chua. No problem. There are plenty more on the island. These berries taste even better when chilled. She shared several tips on defeating the fish demon, which Song Chua gladly noted, and in return, she sent 10 oolong tea bags. Indeed. Conversing with girls proved to be far more relaxed and enjoyable. Song Chua yawned again, then exited the game page, preparing for a nap. While she rested, Shen Junming occasionally took time to chat with Fu Yan, but he too seemed busy. The nearby channel was filled only with Fu Yan's incessant complaints about the heat. Over time, he appeared to grow bored and shifted his complaints to the World Channel. This time, however, he had a more impressive boast. He was now neighbors with the elite at the top of the comfort rankings. Chapter 34. Completing the task of slaying the fish demon. When Song Chua awoke, it was already 5:30 in the evening. Rising from her slumber and gazing outside, she spotted the little koi returning home, struggling to carry 2 boxes. Once again, they were leather treasure chests. The little creature approached Song Chua, its face filled with a sense of grievance as it clutched the items in its hands. Leather chests can yield valuable treasures too. Just like the tea leaves you found this morning, which earned me a considerable amount of shell coins. Song Chua affectionately ruffled the top of its head, showing no signs of reproach. All right, you can open tonight's boxes. It seems my luck-enhancing skill isn't working as effectively as before. The little koi took Song Chua's hand and led her to the 2 boxes. Okay, I shall open them, it declared with a smile. After comforting the little koi, she placed her hands upon the chests. Leather treasure chest, glass crafting blueprint 1. Glass cup blueprint 1. Leather treasure chest, 1 kilogram of dried chrysanthemum buds 1. Inside these 2 chests were indeed highly useful items. With the glass cup blueprint, I can produce cups to hold iced tea myself. The chrysanthemum buds can be brewed into tea, which is perfect for cooling down in this weather. A broader smile spread across Song Chua's face, and the little koi's previous sadness was instantly dispelled upon witnessing her joy. Really? It exclaimed. Of course. I'll head to the workbench to learn how to craft the glass cups while you boil a pot of water, all right? All right. The little creature quickly cheered up and scampered off to the kitchen to busy itself. Crafting glass cups requires a specific type of quartz sand found on the island. Song Chua recalled encountering this mineral during her jungle explorations, but she hadn't collected any. With the sun still high in the sky, she considered the situation and retrieved her pickaxe, preparing to venture into the jungle. Little koi, stay home to guard and cook while I gather some minerals. I will return shortly. She assigned the task before setting off along the jungle's edge toward the southern part of the island. The forest was pleasantly cool, and as Song Chua walked in the shade, she soon arrived at the spot she remembered. The yield of quartz sand was limited. After a few strikes, she decided to continue toward the rocky area. Approximately half an hour later, her game backpack contained 40 units of minerals, and she merrily began her journey back. All processes took place at the workbench. She placed the quartz sand upon it, and after a few flashes of white light, 3 glass cups appeared before her. 1 unit of minerals could produce 5 cups, and with 40 units, that meant 200 cups. Each cup of iced drink could sell for 160 shell coins, totaling over 30,000 shell coins. With a stick in hand, she calculated the figures in the sand on the beach, and upon reaching her conclusion, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She envisioned a clear path to financial freedom. Some players might even return the cups to you for another brew, which would mean even more money. We might have a chance to climb the wealth rankings. While the little koi was busy preparing clam soup, it chatted with its host. Let's focus on completing the task of slaying the fish demon before we start making money. Song Chua, gazing at the setting sun, remembered the more pressing task at hand. The time allotted for the slaying mission was nearly half gone, and she needed to defeat several more to complete the task within the designated time frame. After dinner, she promptly crafted 30 arrows. Su Guanyue had informed her that the fish demons would surface in groups after dark, and the success rate for slaying them would significantly increase during their feeding frenzy. The lights at the dock had already been lit, and Song Chua took the little koi to the shore, intending to complete the task that very night. I'll help you skin the nearby waters. If any fish demons approach, I'll let you know immediately. The little koi dashed to the end of the platform, its eyes suddenly sparkling as it began reporting the situation to its host. To the east, 800 meters away, there's a large group of fish demons. They are currently feeding on small fish and show no intention of moving in our direction. Should I swim over to lure them here? No need, we can wait patiently. Night had fallen, and even though the little koi was a high-tech creation, Song Chua was reluctant to let it venture alone into the sea. Sitting together on the platform, the sound of the waves was somewhat hypnotic, and after an afternoon nap, Song Chua began to feel drowsy again. Just as her eyelids grew heavy, The little koi suddenly spoke up. They are coming closer. I'll toss sweet berries in the shallows to lure them over. All right, let us take action. They had developed a tacit understanding, each fulfilling their roles in battle, effortlessly coordinating to achieve their objectives. The school of fish demons soon followed a group of sardines toward the dock. This time, the fish demons were much smaller than the fish demon king from the morning, only slightly longer than Songchua's palm. Observing the multitude of dark creatures thrashing upon the sea surface, she felt confident that firing a volley of arrows would likely hit one. Thus, she proceeded to do just that. The arrows splashed into the water, and the task progress updated from 410 to 510. Under attack, the fish demons briefly scattered, but they were quickly drawn back by the red sweet berries on the shallows. The water was churned violently by the swarm of dark creatures, and the previous school of sardines had long since vanished. With the dock lights illuminating the scene, Songchua released 5 more arrows, each striking true at the fish demons. Done. But why haven't these fish gone away yet? After checking the task progress, she noticed that the shallow waters near the dock were still being disturbed by the fish demons. They seemed to be feasting on the corpses of their fallen comrades. The little koi had intended to wait for the fish to disperse before diving in to retrieve the fish demon corpses for Songchua to process. But it could no longer detect those corpses. Once they finish eating, they should leave, right? Songchua grimaced at the sight of the sea, the strong odor of fish making her feel nauseous. The little koi was unsure if the creatures would depart but reassured her that, at worst, it could dive into the sea later. As the fish continued to linger, Songchua felt uneasy about returning home. Wrinkling her brow, she sat at a safe distance from the sinister creatures, quietly waiting for them to depart. 10 minutes passed, and she sensed the commotion on the surface had lessened. Approaching for a closer look, she discovered that dozens of fish demons were still swimming slowly beneath the dock. Surely, they aren't planning to stay near my island for the night? Songchua's expression darkened as she drew her bow, determined to eradicate the monstrous horde. Chapter 35. Selling iced beverages, striking rich. The shallows were once again thrown into disarray by the frantic fleeing of fish demons. Those who failed to escape perished under Songchua's arrows, while those who managed to flee dared not approach the sea area again. Eventually, the little koi dragged the bodies of the fish demons back to the shore. Due to the unbearable stench, Songchua discarded them directly into the recycling station, selling each for 10 shell coins to the system. Let us head home. The remaining odor will probably linger until tomorrow, she said, leading the little creature toward their wooden cabin while collecting a few plastic fragments along the way. She planned to construct another ice maker, as operating 2 machines simultaneously would significantly enhance her efficiency in selling iced tea. Upon returning home, Songchua immediately entered the bathroom to freshen up, while the little koi merrily went to replenish food and water for the family of 7 residing in the bamboo cage. The 5 chicks had grown rapidly, having increased in size within just a few days, and their daily food consumption had also risen. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these chicks matured and began laying eggs, adding another edible resource to the island. The following morning, the external temperatures remained high. Occasionally, a gust of wind swept across the sea, almost suffocating in its heat. Let's start brewing iced tea to earn shell coins. In this weather, only a fool would venture outside, Songchua mused. After a simple breakfast, she retreated into her small abode to execute her plans for wealth. The little koi was tasked with boiling water while she washed cups, brewed tea, added ice, and finally displayed the beverages in her little shop. To ensure the tea she sold was clean, she washed her hands frequently, wrinkling all 10 fingers, yet her smile deepened with each passing moment. It must be said that the idea of selling iced drinks was indeed astute. Within a mere morning, 150 cups had been sold, with many return customers keeping her private chat page bustling. Most of the tea she brewed that morning was chrysanthemum tea, which had dwindled from 1 kilogram to less than a fifth. I need to take a break. It seems there aren't many oolong tea bags left either. I should save some for myself, she thought as noon approached. She closed the trading hall and collapsed onto her bed. I've also learned how to brew tea. Let me handle this task, shall I? The little koi chirped, carrying in the lunch it had just prepared, only to find Songchua rolling in despair on the bed. It was more than willing to assist its host with these little tasks, as serving its master was its mission. Moreover, the high-tech product had exceptional endurance, allowing it to work as long as it had energy left. No, you've already helped me with so much. Songchua quickly shook her head, rejecting the little koi's offer. Now, the little creature was not only tending to the crops in the fields, but also caring for the chicks, tidying the wooden cabin, and preparing meals. It was almost overwhelmed with tasks. All right, lunch is ready. Also, there are 2 new boxes outside, 1 leather and 1 iron. I've placed them on the steps. After placing the meal on the coffee table, the little koi took a clean cloth and wiped away the water stains. I'll open a box first and then eat, Song Chuha replied, stepping outside, one hand fanning herself and the other resting on the box. Leather chest, 1 kilogram of Italian pasta 1. Iron chest, 500 g of beef 2, another staple food option. So much beef in this iron chest, I can indulge myself. This discovery momentarily distracted Song Chuha from the discomfort of the heat. She brought the items inside, and while eating, she began teaching the little koi how to cook pasta. Given the abundance of beef she had acquired, she contemplated sharing some with Su Guanyue and Shen Junming. Just as she was about to send a package through her private chat, the nearby channel caught her attention with a surprising message. Fu Yan, Guanyue's sister. Please share some ice with me. The water on my island is boiling, and I feel like I'm about to roast like a pig. Fu Yan, please. Dear sister, I beg you. I almost forgot about this sticky situation with Fu Yan while distributing the beef. Better not provoke this nuisance, she thought. Since Fu Yan had appeared in the nearby channel, Song Chuha had refrained from commenting. His recent behavior indicated that once entangled, one could hardly break free. With a cold smirk, she sent 300 grams of beef to both Su Guanyue and Shen Junming. Soon, a private message from Shen Junming arrived. Shen Junming, thank you. Chuha, shall I prepare some beef noodles for you? Song Chuha, no need, brother Shen. I have quite a lot of beef today. And without a refrigerator to store it, I'm just sharing some with you and Guanyue. You two can prepare it as you wish. Shen Junming, then I shall gladly accept. If you need any supplies, don't hesitate to ask, no need to feel shy. Song Chuha, all right. I'll go eat now. Exiting the conversation with Shen Junming, Song Chuha noticed Su Guanyue had yet claimed her package. Assuming she was either resting or busy, she decided to start her meal. About half an hour later, Su Guanyue finally replied. Su Guanyue, I received your kind gesture. Thank you, Chuha. My island's ducks laid 4 eggs. Once I turn them into salted duck eggs, I'll share some with you. Song Chuha, sounds great. I love salted duck eggs. By the way, why is Fu Yan always pestering you? At this moment, the nearby channel occasionally echoed with Fu Yan's playful remarks, sending shivers down Song Chuha's spine. Su Guanyue, last night, he inquired about my island, and I accidentally revealed the existence of the ice maker. Since then, he has been relentless in asking for ice. Brother Shen is too busy for him to bother. Song Chuha, I see. Su Guanyue, he just mentioned wanting to sail over to visit my island. However, without the island owner's consent, he cannot dock at the pier. I suggest you refrain from speaking in the nearby channel for now. Otherwise, he'll surely start bothering you too. Upon reading this, Song Chuha couldn't help but chuckle. Song Chuha, all right, I'm off for my afternoon nap. Stay safe. If you run into any trouble, feel free to come to my island for refuge. After concluding her conversation with Su Guanyue, Song Chuha continued to lie comfortably on her bed. Inviting others to visit her island was not a difficult task. As long as the island owner enabled visiting permissions, guests could easily dock at the island's pier. Without permission, however, outsiders could only sail around the island's perimeter. Chapter 36. A glimpse of the Golden Mermaid. She was acutely aware that if other players could freely access the island, those with less developed skills would inevitably fall prey to the malice of unscrupulous players. Perhaps she, as a fragile female, might find herself among the bullied. The rules of the game were relatively humane, much to Song Chua's satisfaction. After her midday rest, she ventured back to the southern jungle to mine quartz sand. The minerals she had brought back yesterday had all been transformed into glass cups, and she intended to craft larger vessels. Even if she ceased selling ice drinks, she could still turn a small profit by offering iced water or ice cubes. However, today's mining proved less fruitful than yesterday's endeavors. The respawn interval for quartz sand was considerably longer. She trekked all the way to the southern rocky area, only managing to extract 10 units of ore. The wind was quite strong in the rocky zone, prompting her to sit on a relatively flat stone to rest, allowing the refreshing sea breeze, mingled with moisture, to envelop her, rendering her almost saturated with the damp atmosphere. The distant waves crashed against the rocky shore, and as she watched the frothy white spray, her mind drifted back to that fleeting glimpse of gold she had witnessed on her last visit. As she envisioned the mermaid's appearance deep within the ocean, a flash of color re-emerged amidst the foamy waves. Song Chuha focused her gaze and recognized it as the golden tail she had glimpsed before. It truly is a mermaid. She sprang to her feet, rubbed her eyes, and indeed, there lay a creature with a human body and a fishtail amidst the surf. Yet, this being quickly vanished beneath the waves, tossed back into the sea by the relentless tide. Song Chuha felt an unsettling disquiet regarding the mermaid. It had seemed lifeless, merely a victim of the ocean's unfeeling embrace. Little koi, I have once again spotted the golden mermaid in the southern rocky area, she exclaimed, feeling a bit flustered, but still sought counsel from the knowledgeable little koi. Mermaids do surface for fresh air. However, I advise you to maintain your distance from them. The little creature replied promptly from the kitchen, where it was preparing a meal upon hearing its master's call. All right, I won't approach it. I just need to gather some sea snails and seaweed before heading home. You behave and watch the house, Song Chua decided, pondering whether to confide her unease to the little koi. After all, it had already cautioned her twice against approaching mermaids. What if they were indeed perilous creatures? With those thoughts swirling in her mind, she swiftly collected the items she desired and, with a small bucket in hand, began her journey back. Before leaving the southern rocky area, she took one last look at the sea. This glance proved revelatory as she spotted a white boat not far from the shore, and at its bow stood a figure clad in bright red. Hey, is anyone on the island over there? Hello? A male voice carried on the wind to Song Chua's ears, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled into the jungle. The person on the boat must not have noticed her presence. Otherwise, he would not have called out. Breathless, she reached her cabin, just as the little koi emerged from the kitchen. What happened? Did you encounter danger? Seeing her master's anxious expression, the little creature set down its belongings and rushed to assess her condition. After scanning, it confirmed that aside from an elevated heart rate, all other bodily metrics were normal. No, I just saw a white boat out at sea, and there was a man on it, Song Chua replied, quickly gulping down a glass of water. Her throat parched as if she had swallowed sand from the exertion. Let me take a look. The little koi activated its scanning function to monitor the nearby waters and soon detected a figure in the southeastern direction. That is a transport vessel from the system. The individual aboard is a nearby player. As long as you prevent him from landing on the island, he will remain adrift in the vicinity. With the little koi's explanation, Song Chua breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could that man be the notorious flirt, Fu Yin? His island was just to the south. With that thought lingering, she quickly opened her private chat and sent a message to Su Guanyue. Song Chua, Guanyue. I saw Fu Yin out on the water. He's drifting near my island in a boat, and judging by his direction, it won't be long before he reaches you. Su Guanyue. Okay, I'll hide right away. Just as their conversation continued, the little koi alerted Song Chua that the boat was approaching the dock of their island. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Is anyone home on the island? Fu Yin's voice echoed. His small white boat halted 10 meters from the dock, unable to draw any nearer. I'll just play dead. He should leave once he tires of calling. Rolling her eyes at the intruder, Song Chua retreated to the wall, seeking solace from the air conditioning while sipping her cold drink. Approximately 5 minutes later, realizing he was being ignored, Fu Yin departed the area, continuing his journey northward. Meanwhile, the nearby channel buzzed with new messages. Shun Junming. Sorry, I've been mining on the mountain. It'll be another 2 hours before I can descend. Fu Yin. Is everyone busy? I still don't know who the fourth player in this area is. I just passed a moon island, and it seems they're not home either. Shun Junming. I think I've encountered a beast. I have to go for now. Fu Yin, Brother Shun. Do you need my help? Fu Yin, Brother Shun. Shun Junming did not respond further, likely feeling a hint of exasperation toward the loquacious neighbor. That man had sailed to Su Guanyue's island. The little koi kept a watchful eye on the bothersome neighbor, ready to report his movements. No worries. Guanyue won't pay him any mind, Song Chua mused, lounging on the beanbag chair, one hand cradling coconut water, the other covering her mouth as she yawned. This was her first encounter with such a leisurely player in the game. Had this individual completed all their tasks? Were their crops fully grown? It was sweltering. And yet he was out at sea, resembling a slacker in the real world. Half an hour later, the little koi informed her that Fu Yin was making his way back, prompting her to rise, bemused, and step outside for a breath of the sweltering fresh air. Ugh, it's so hot. That slacker must not be using his head. Song Chua silently labeled Fu Yin with yet another negative tag in her mind. All right, little koi, we can start cooking noodles now. For dinner, Song Chua had chosen beef tomato pasta, which she guided the little koi in preparing. Chapter 37. The alchemy pot. Due to her miscalculation of the pasta quantity, Song Chua ended up retrieving enough spaghetti from the pot to serve 4 people. She had to resort to using all the large bowls in her home to accommodate the excess. She was quite taken aback by how much the rigid noodles expanded after cooking. After a moment of wide-eyed surprise with her little koi, she resolved to soak the surplus noodles in ice water, saving the remainder for tomorrow's meal. Nevertheless, the combination of tomatoes and beef elevated the flavor of the dinner significantly, and Song Chua savored her meal with great delight, momentarily forgetting about the 3 large bowls of spaghetti awaiting her attention in the kitchen. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the task of defeating the fish demon had reached its deadline. According to the system's announcement, 10% of players had failed to complete the task, and this segment was about to face their punishment. The world chat channel was filled with lamentations, and amidst the rapidly refreshing messages, Song Chua casually glanced and spotted a familiar name. Fu Yin. Woo-woo, I'm just one fish demon short of completing the task. Just one more. But it's all right. My neighbor is a top player, and there's also a kind-hearted sister. I believe they won't let me starve. Run in. How shameless. Wang Shuero, TSK. This is a survival game, not a game for freeloaders, Mr. Fu. Fu Yan's message appeared several times, seemingly indifferent to the ridicule of others as he obstinately flaunted his association with such formidable allies. Song Chua regarded this behavior with disdain. He had squandered his time instead of diligently hunting fish demons, opting instead to waste shells on boat tickets for leisurely strolls. He deserved the impending punishment. Golden treasure chests. 2 golden treasure chests have spawned on the shallows. My luck-boosting skill has reset, just as Song Chua was still dismissing Fu Yan. The little koi's jubilant cheers echoed from afar, prompting her to rise and catch the little creature as it sprinted towards her, clutching a treasure chest. Your luck is ever present. Let us each open a chest. She activated the fan on her workbench, letting the warm breeze flow, as she and the little koi sat on the steps. One to each side. All right, let me see what treasures await in my chest. An alchemy pot? The little koi produced a pot slightly larger than a basketball from her golden treasure chest. The pot was plump, seemingly crafted from a peculiar black metal. It had a palm-sized lid at the top, a funnel that could be opened near the base, and a circular tray-like apparatus at the bottom. Are we to brew potions ourselves? Song Chua placed the odd object, which resembled a pot, yet was distinctly different, on the edge of her workbench. Her curiosity piqued. Correct. The fish demon toxins we collected can be used for alchemy. There are plenty of herbs on the island. By combining them in specific proportions in the alchemy pot, we can create potions with various effects. The little koi attempted to probe inside the pot with her chubby arm, but quickly withdrew, having found nothing. I see. But we currently lack any alchemical recipes, so let us set this aside for now. Gazing at the pot, Song Chua recalled the illness she had experienced a few days prior. It had been truly uncomfortable. If she could brew potions in the future, she would no longer feel so helpless in such situations. It's your turn to open a chest. The little koi excitedly patted the remaining chest, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the treasures it might contain. Let me take a look. Is that an induction cooker? Song Chua was somewhat surprised. During her time living on the island, she had been cooking over a fire, which was notoriously difficult to control, often resulting in dishes with a burnt flavor. However, having an induction cooker would change everything. The little koi squatted beside her, eagerly perusing the induction cooker's instruction manual. And before Song Chua could even place it in the kitchen, she was already cheering about having learned how to use it. Wonderful. Both treasure chests today are incredibly practical. Especially that alchemy pot. It's an exceptionally rare item. Song Chua furrowed her brow in confusion. Is it truly rare? She glanced back at the inconspicuous pot, struggling to discern any particular uniqueness about it, because it cannot be crafted and can only be obtained through treasure chests. Moreover, the total number of alchemy pots in the entire game does not exceed 100, while the recipes for alchemy have no limit on their availability. The little koi squatted beside the alchemy pot, the 2 plump objects side by side, evoking a sense of warmth in the heart. So rare? Does that mean I could also amass wealth through alchemy? With no new tasks at hand, Song Chua's thoughts were consumed by the prospect of earning shells. Yes, the trading hall offers alchemy recipes and herbs for sale. Shall we take a look? Come. Setting down the induction cooker, Song Chua hastened to follow the little koi back indoors to enjoy the air conditioning while browsing the shop, just as the little koi had mentioned. After filtering through the offerings, the trading hall indeed boasted over 10,000 various alchemy recipes at reasonable prices. The selection of herbs was considerably scarcer, and their prices were steep. Little koi, which recipe should we purchase first? Gazing at the dazzling array of items, Song Chua felt somewhat lost, uncertain of her ability to successfully brew potions. Let us start with the recipe for stamina pills. These are incredibly useful for players while adventuring, significantly enhancing their efficiency. The little koi swiftly proposed the optimal choice. All right, let us buy the cheapest one to try out. With that, Song Chua promptly spent 50 shells to acquire a recipe. This recipe must also be placed on the workbench for study, and once learned, she could directly add the herbs into the alchemy pot to concoct the potion. Sweet berries, mint, and astragalus, and finally, the fuel must be pine branches. Her island certainly had an abundance of sweet berries, however. She had yet to encounter mint and astragalus in the woods. Thus, she spent some shells acquiring various herbs and fuel from other players. A few minutes later, as Song Chua watched the recently acquired items, the little koi joyfully returned from the forest's edge with a basin of sweet berries. Since fire was required, the alchemy pot was relocated to the kitchen. Once all preparations were complete, under the guidance of the little koi. She placed the ingredients into the pot's ample belly and ignited a handful of pine branches at the bottom with a flint. As the pine branches burned, they released a delightful fragrance, and Song Chua found the scent quite pleasant, choosing to remain in the kitchen, steadfastly watching over the pot. Chapter 38. Learning alchemy. The stamina recovery pills could be concocted in merely 15 minutes. As the pine branches finished burning, an invigorating and aromatic fragrance lingered in the kitchen. It's ready. Let us take a look. Little Koi placed a pristine bowl beneath the funnel and gestured for the host to activate the switch. Following her lead, Song Chua did as instructed, and soon 10 vividly colored pills tumbled into the bowl, each resembling the size of a malt candy, exuding a waft of steam. Why are there different colors? She curiously lifted the bowl for inspection. The pills emitted a similar scent, with some appearing white and others yellow. I know this. The white ones are inferior pills, restoring 8% of a player's stamina, while the yellow ones are intermediate, restoring 12%. There will be opportunities to create superior and extraordinary pills in the future, restoring 20 and 50% of stamina, respectively. Little Koi eagerly imparted her knowledge about the pills to Song Chua. However, the sweltering heat made it difficult for Song Chua to fully grasp the information. She barely retained half of it, but that was sufficient as she would have ample opportunities to practice alchemy later. She carefully stored the pills in a small glass vial she had prepared earlier, intending to test their efficacy during her next expedition. Little Koi, are there any herbs on our island? With time on her hands, Song Chua was keen to avoid idleness and began to explore other medicinal concoctions. Indeed, they are located in the jungle and, like minerals, they refresh randomly, replied the little creature while tidying the somewhat chaotic kitchen after the alchemical process. All right, let us venture into the jungle this evening, Song Chua declared cheerfully, buoyed by a sense of purpose. With renewed enthusiasm, she prepared a bowl of tomato pasta using her upgraded cooking tools, making the culinary process much smoother. Despite the heat dampening her appetite, she managed to finish the meal she had prepared herself. In the afternoon, she reclined on a lazy sofa, perusing the trading hall. The game featured a plethora of pills, with stamina recovery being merely the most fundamental type. Beyond that, there were pills that offered enhancements such as poison resistance, underwater breathing, speed, and night vision. Some potions even possessed peculiar effects, like disguise, dizziness, and blindness. After half an hour of browsing, Song Chua contemplated the profound nature of alchemy. She mused that acquiring even a superficial understanding could yield significant profits from other players. Thus, she assessed her modest treasury and promptly purchased 3 alchemy recipes for poison resistance, speed, and night vision from the trading hall. An amusing incident occurred when she discovered that all 3 recipes were sold by Shinjun Ming, who, being aware of the buyer's identity, quickly sent her a private message. Shinjun Ming, Chua, I noticed you purchased many alchemy recipes. Did you obtain an alchemy pot from a random treasure chest? Puzzled, Song Chua scratched her head until Little Koi explained that the trading hall displayed both seller and buyer information. After taking a sip of oolong tea, she swiftly replied, Song Chua, yes, I found it this morning, and I'm currently learning how to concoct potions. Within 5 seconds of sending the message, Shinju Ming refunded her the money for the 3 recipes, leaving her baffled, yet she accepted the 600 shell coins. Shinju Ming, the alchemy pot is quite rare. I have opened many treasure chests without finding one. Since you have it, could you assist me in crafting some pills? I can provide the herbs and materials. Upon reading this message, Song Chua realized that even the esteemed player had certain limitations. She gladly accepted the request, learned the 3 recipes, and quickly relayed the necessary materials to Shin Junming. After a 10-minute wait, he traded the materials, presumably after gathering herbs from various locations. Shin Junming required a substantial quantity of stamina recovery and night vision pills, so Song Chua prioritized these 2 types. The alchemy pot in the kitchen worked tirelessly, and by evening, the vicinity of the cabin was infused with a potent herbal aroma. Exiting the kitchen, drenched in sweat and holding 4 brimming glass vials, Song Chua had successfully crafted 3 bottles of stamina recovery pills and 1 bottle of night vision pills. She decided to keep 10 superior stamina recovery pills for herself while trading the rest to Shin Junming, since he had provided all the herbs and fuel for the afternoon. She felt no greed for the small portion she retained. Shin Junming quickly accepted the package, astonished by the contents. Previously, when he had contacted another player with an alchemy pot, that player had demanded double the materials for only a small vial of pills. Being an astute individual, Shin Junming understood who had truly offered him value. With this in mind, he promptly transferred 80,000 shell coins to Song Chua as a reward. Currently, the market price for pills was exceedingly high, with even a single inferior stamina recovery pill selling for 500 shell coins. Among the pills she had just received, only a few were inferior, the majority were intermediate, and and several were superior. It was evident how sincere Song Chuha had been in her dealings. Meanwhile, Song Chuha stood in disbelief at the sudden influx of wealth, momentarily frozen in place until little Koi nudged her arm, prompting her to express her gratitude for the generous gift from the esteemed player. Chapter 39. Discovering a mermaid. On this particular afternoon, Song Chua's shell coins surged beyond 120,000. Although she had yet to ascend the wealth leaderboard, her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. With an abundance of pocket money at her disposal, she refrained from immediate expenditure and instead meticulously calculated her financial strategy in her mind. Ultimately, she resolved to earmark 100,000 shell coins as an emergency fund, to be untouched except in dire circumstances, while she would only spend the surplus in her daily life. Having settled this, she decided to prepare dinner before venturing to the trading hall. Song Chuha donned an apron and made her way to the kitchen. The large portion of pasta she had prepared the previous night had been left to sit for nearly 24 hours, resulting in a sticky mass. Observing the glutinous heap in the bowl, she helplessly discarded it into the trash. After clearing away the inedible remnants, she silently vowed never to waste food like this again. Especially considering the sweltering season, it had been several days since she had found any food in the random treasure chests. Don't I get to cook tonight? The little koi fish blinked its large eyes, seemingly eager to take over the dinner preparations. No need, let me practice a bit. Please, dear little koi, help me dig out a potato. Thank you. Song Chuha cheerfully assigned the little creature other tasks while rinsing the rice. Previously, her aversion to cooking stemmed from the heat and unpredictability of the firewood stove. Now, equipped with an induction cooker, although she still felt warmth, it was far more pleasant than being choked by smoke. Half an hour later, the dinner table was adorned with stir-fried green peppers and potato strips, blanched lettuce, and a small bowl of clam soup. The ingredients at home remained somewhat limited, and her recipes were still simple, but the freshness of the produce made her meal bearable. Occasionally, she found herself yearning for hot pot, spicy skewers, and milk tea from the real world, contemplating whether other players were selling these delicacies as she ate. Before drifting off to sleep, Song Chuha purchased a set of 4 bottles of probiotic yogurt from a female player, chilling them with ice for half an hour before guzzling down 2 bottles in one go. This indulgence led to excruciating cramps when her menstrual period arrived the next day, leaving her pale and shaken, prompting the little koi to consider seeking help from the main system. I'll be fine with some warm water, really. This morning, Song Chuha had been jolted awake by pain. After managing her clothing in the bathroom, she flopped back onto her bed like a weary fish. Given the hot weather, she had been consuming ice-cold beverages and indulging in seafood over the past few days, so her current plight was hardly unexpected. Here is the hot water. Do you need anything else? I'll bring it all to you. The little koi, resembling a miniature adult, served her tea and occasionally tucked in the thin blanket that had been kicked aside. No, I just need to rest for a few hours. She mustered a faint smile, urging the little one to venture outside and open random treasure chests to alleviate her worries. Before heading out, the little koi paused, glancing back several times. Just as she was about to walk toward the shallows, she suddenly halted. There lay a figure on the beach, not just any figure, but a mermaid with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. The waves lapped at its beautiful golden tail, yet it appeared utterly still, as if lifeless. Chuha, I can't skin the mermaid. It's just lying there on the beach. I don't know when it appeared. The little koi stiffly turned its head, hesitating to inform its host of this unexpected visitor. This was a first-time occurrence, and the processor in her mind failed to compute the next steps. A mermaid? A mermaid? Huh? Song Chuha was equally astonished. Straining to rise, she peered through the floor-to-ceiling window and indeed spotted the creature on the nearby shore. It bore a familiar tale, if her memory served her right. She had seen it in the southern reef area before. The pair stood transfixed in the room, the only sound being the distant crashing of waves. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the mermaid remained unmoving. Song Chuha swallowed hard, realizing that this inaction was not a viable solution. Grabbing her bow and arrow, she carefully stepped onto the beach with the little koi beside her. It was still early morning. The mermaid's upper body lay on the sand, with only a portion of its tail submerged in the water. The areas untouched by the sea were caked in fine sand, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Most concerning were the various wounds of differing severity across its body, some bleeding profusely, staining the sand beneath it crimson. Standing 3 meters away, Song Chuha scrutinized this peculiar being. She had only ever encountered mermaids in fairy tales, and this was her first real-life encounter, leaving her deeply stunned. The mermaid, or rather, the merman, boasted golden hair that matched his tail, fair skin, and an undeniably striking physique, marred only by the gruesome wounds that marred his beauty. He seemed devoid of any strength to defend himself, prompting the little koi to bravely approach the mermaid. With her chubby fingers, she poked him gently, and upon receiving no response, she flipped him over completely. He's still alive, but his breath is incredibly faint. What should we do? The little koi was unfamiliar with mermaids, thus could only act according to her host's commands. Let me think. Song Chuha inhaled deeply, grappling with her inner turmoil. Countless melodramatic novels had warned her not to pick wildflowers by the roadside, and even more so, to avoid picking up wild men. But what about an injured wild mermaid? Was it permissible to take him home? The sun gradually ascended, the temperature on the beach rising. If the mermaid remained untreated, he would soon be parched like a dried fish. Gazing at his handsome, frail face, she bit her lip and ultimately resolved to rescue him. Let us drag him to a shaded area. She glanced back towards the small wooden house. Beneath the eaves of the kitchen, there was a small patch of open ground. She could set up an inflatable pool there, allowing the mermaid to soak without risk of dehydration while enabling her to monitor him closely from the house. All right, I'll help. Accepting the directive, the little koi offered no objections and assisted her in carrying the mermaid back to the front of the wooden house. The mermaid was somewhat dirty, and after placing him in the pool, Song Chuha changed the water 3 times before finally washing away the grime from his body. Wow. He looks quite handsome now that he's clean. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she felt a twinge of pain in her abdomen. Yet it did little to detract from her admiration for the breathtaking face before her. Chapter 40. The Injured Mermaid Chuha. You should return to the house and rest. I will keep an eye on this fellow. The little koi fish, noticing the host's pallor, took the bow and arrow from her hands, prepared to monitor this unknown and potentially dangerous creature at all times. All right, I'm counting on you. Song Chuha leaned weakly against the kitchen pillar, feeling increasingly fatigued. She was well aware of the little koi's formidable abilities, although she was uncertain whether the mermaid possessed similar prowess, given its current state of injury. It likely wouldn't pose a significant threat. Rest assured, if any danger arises, I shall eliminate it. The little koi nodded solemnly, then settled on the steps in front of the cabin, fixated on the mermaid, which showed no signs of further movement. Beside the little creature lay 3 leather treasure chests that had been recently brought back. They remained unopened. But neither Song Chuha nor the little koi had the time to attend to them. After returning indoors, Song Chuha changed into fresh clothes and lay down again. The first day of her menstrual cycle was always exhausting, and it wasn't long before she succumbed to slumber. Upon waking again, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The little koi was still outside, its posture unchanged from when she had fallen asleep. Has it even woken up? Song Chuha felt her body had improved somewhat. After washing her face in the bathroom, she joined the little koi outside. No, but it hasn't lost its breath, the little koi replied, affectionately leaning toward her. However, it still held the bow and arrow tightly, aimed at the mermaid in the pool. It's quite resilient, I assenti it. Shall we take turns watching it? Would you like to rest for a while? Song Chuha affectionately patted the little creature's head. Anyone would feel a pang of sympathy seeing such a young girl basking in the sun for hours, even knowing she was merely a robot with limited emotions. No need. I'm not tired at all. The little koi shook its head. The sunlight helped it activate its self-repair program, and the external temperature had no effect on it at all. All right, I'll stay here with you for a bit and open these 3 chests. Song Chuha turned on the fan and approached the chests. Leather treasure chest, healing ointment 10, leather treasure chest, first aid kit 5, leather treasure chest, wuchang rice 2. 5 kilograms 1. At last, food had been unearthed. However, the other 2 chests contained medical supplies. Was it a sign that I should revive this handsome mermaid? Song Chuha retrieved the items from the chests. Through her recent experiences with unboxing, she had learned that the contents would undoubtedly serve a purpose. For instance, when she was constructing a dock, most of the boxes had contained various building materials. As for the medical supplies today, she pondered, there must be a reason for their appearance. Then let us save it. After all, I'm here. The little koi nodded, indicating its readiness to follow Song Chuha's directives. Well, I've already added quite a bit of healing ointment to the water. I'll change its dressing again in the evening. You keep an eye on it while I check the trading hall for any useful items. Song Chuha took a piece of bread from the house, spread some sweet berry jam on it, and managed to make do with a makeshift lunch. The cabin door was not fully closed. The breeze from the fan mingled with the cool air from inside, making her time outside rather tolerable. She wandered aimlessly around the trading hall, eventually spending 1,000 shell coins to purchase 2 packs of sanitary pads. In fact, she had spotted a set of casual menswear in a player's shop. But its exorbitant price dissuaded her from buying such things for this unfamiliar mermaid. Moreover, it was a fish. A bit of aquatic vegetation would suffice for its attire, and clothing seemed rather extravagant. Speaking of clothing, her gaze returned to the mermaid. Perhaps due to its oceanic habitat, its upper body was extraordinarily fair-skinned, and its physique appeared far superior to that of many young men in the real world. After gazing at it for a moment, Song Chua's eyes widened in realization. How could she be entranced by a fish? She hurriedly shook her head, diverting her gaze from the mermaid. What's wrong? Is your stomach still hurting? Maybe you should go back to your room and lie down. The little koi noticed the faint flush on her host's cheeks and urged her to rest. I'm fine, just feeling a bit warm. To mask her embarrassment, Song Chua opened a bottle of mineral water and took several gulps. Now was not the time for foolish infatuation. She steadied her resolve and continued browsing the trading hall. The afternoon was not to be squandered. Since she felt somewhat better, she needed to gather herbs for potion making. By evening, the little koi had gone to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Song Chua prepared to change the water in the pool again. After replacing the water, she focused intently on applying the healing ointment to the mermaid's wounds, unaware that its eyelids had fluttered and slowly opened. Once she attended to its abdominal injury, the mermaid had been watching her for some time. Its eyes, deep blue like sapphires, reflected fatigue and pain but could not conceal its beauty. At last, I've treated your wounds. I wonder when you will wake. Suddenly, as she stood up, stretching her sore back, she unexpectedly locked eyes with the mermaid's profound gaze. Startled, she fumbled, spilling the healing ointment all over the ground and stumbling back several steps to sit on the steps in front of the cabin. I'm here to protect you. The little koi, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the kitchen wielding a spatula. Like a mother hen guarding its chick, it opened its arms, shielding Song Chua behind it. The mermaid regarded the pair, furrowing its brow but remaining silent. The three sets of eyes stared at each other for a moment until an unpleasant odor wafted from the kitchen, prompting Song Chua to realize that the eggs in the pan had burned. It seems there is no immediate danger. Little koi, please go attend to the eggs in the kitchen. Song Chua blinked. Her bow and arrow rested in her game backpack, and if the mermaid made any sudden movements, she should be able to draw her weapon swiftly given the short distance. Okay. Although black smoke was already billowing from the kitchen, the little koi hesitated for a few seconds before obediently following her host's instructions to handle the situation. The mermaid remained still, slowly blinking as if assessing its surroundings and determining whether it was safe. Chapter 41. Fish raising the mermaid was gravely injured. Having only awakened for a few minutes before slipping back into unconsciousness, Song Chua observed by the inflatable pool for a while, confirming that the mermaid's state was genuine and not a mere pretense. With a slight sigh of relief, she noted that the creature showed no intention of aggression, deciding it was best to care for it for now. Having rescued it, she could hardly return it to the sea in its current condition. The numerous wounds, especially those on its waist and abdomen, appeared to have been inflicted by a creature with sharp, serrated teeth. If these injuries were not meticulously treated, they would likely become inflamed and fester, leading to dire consequences. As night fell, the little koi prepared an egg for her host and tidied the kitchen before taking on the responsibility of watching over the mermaid. It seemed the little creature intended to guard the mermaid through the night. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Song Chua resigned herself to the situation. The following day, still feeling unwell due to her menstrual cycle, Song Chua reluctantly got out of bed to check on the mermaid. It has T woken up even once since you fell asleep, the little koi informed her. During the night, it appeared the koi had relaxed its vigilance towards the nearly lifeless fish. At that moment, she was busy hauling a treasure chest freshly washed ashore, and upon noticing her hostess awakening, hurried back to the little house. Thank you for your efforts, Song Chua said, patting the little creature on the head before turning her attention to the mermaid. Its condition seemed to have deteriorated. Its lips were pale, devoid of color, and its breathing was less stable than the previous day. Was it possible that the human-grade ointment was ineffective on its wounds? Or perhaps prolonged exposure to water exacerbated its injuries? After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to redress its wounds. In truth, the mermaid had awakened at dawn, aware that this place was safer than the depths of the ocean. To recuperate, it lay quietly in the pool, resting with its eyes closed. A robot monitored its condition nearby, but the mermaid paid it no mind, regarding such machines as insignificant. When healthy, it could easily dispatch a horde of such cold automatons with a mere flick of its finger. What piqued the mermaid's curiosity was the human lying within the dwelling. Despite the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from its own body, the human had used a considerable amount of precious medicine on itself, which the mermaid found rather astonishing. As the sun rose higher, the pain intensified, and soon the human appeared again with more medicine. Little koi, please help me move it to a chair. Let its tail soak in the pool, while keeping its upper body out of the water for now. Song Chua suspected the mermaid's condition was worsening due to its wounds coming into contact with water. She carefully relocated her lounge chair to an open area and, with the little koi's assistance, shifted the mermaid onto it. She cautiously sprinkled the ointment on its wounds, a remedy known for its anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties, which had worked wonders for her own injuries. though she was uncertain of its effects on the mermaid. Nevertheless, given its dire state, she felt it was worth the risk. After applying the medicine, she retrieved bandages from her first aid kit, wrapping the mermaid's injuries with care. Once finished, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. At that moment, the system issued a new task, requesting players to cultivate a type of marine life. Gazing at the fish resting on the chair, an idea struck her. Surely, a mermaid qualifies as marine life? Why not care for it? Although this notion was audacious and fraught with uncertainty, she felt at a loss regarding how to proceed with the mermaid. Little Koi, is there any chance we might find a tiled swimming pool in the random treasure chests? I feel it would be too much of an injustice to keep the mermaid in this inflatable pool. Song Chuha glanced at the small, shallow pool at her feet, which could barely accommodate 3 children at play. It had proven useless. After retrieving it from the treasure chest, it had remained unsold in the trading hall for 3 days. Perhaps we might indeed find one, but shouldn't tea mermaids reside in the deep sea? The little Koi playfully poked the mermaid's face, finding amusement in its condition, then reached out to pinch it. In such a state, if it were to return to the ocean, it might be preyed upon by other fish. It would be a shame for such a beautiful creature to meet that fate, Song Chuha mused internally. That day, the beach yielded only 1 random treasure chest. The little Koi had already opened it, revealing 2 cans of sardines. Disliking the canned food, Song Chuha decided to save them as provisions for the mermaid. With everything arranged, she gathered the herbs she had collected the previous afternoon and entered the kitchen. The task of potion making for profit must continue as the hot season progressed. Prices in the trading hall would only rise, necessitating her preparations. Most of the potions she crafted that day were aimed at restoring stamina. By mid-morning, freshly produced vials were quickly purchased by other players, with several expressing interest in long-term collaboration. After some consideration, Song Chuha concluded that such partnerships were not without merit. But with the increasing cost of herbs, she ultimately accepted only those offers where players would provide their own ingredients. As lunchtime approached, the little Koi brought her a pot of seafood dumpling soup. With the temperature on the island rising, her appetite had waned. Yet she dared not indulge in iced drinks to cool down, and could only set the air conditioning to a modest 28 degrees. After slightly satiating her hunger, Song Chuha lay idly in the house, separated from the mermaid by a floor-to-ceiling window. To prevent it from overheating, she kindly directed the fan outside towards it. After a day of rest, the mermaid was feeling somewhat better. Having feigned unconsciousness for so long, it now sensed a burning gaze fixed upon it, causing discomfort. After much contemplation, the mermaid decided to open its eyes. It has awakened again. Upon meeting the mermaid's striking gaze once more, Song Chuha felt a shiver run through her, but she quickly regained her composure. She was now the mermaid's savior. As long as she could convey her sincerity, they could coexist peacefully. With this thought, she took the precious ocean heart and stepped outside, intending to communicate directly with the mermaid about their future. The mermaid, observing the human cautiously standing before it, found her intriguing and maintained eye contact despite its own fatigue. Chapter 42. Fu Yandan's arrival on the island. The mermaid's eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure, causing Song Chuha to feel a sense of unease. After gathering her thoughts, she finally spoke softly. Can you understand human language? My name is Song Chuha, and it was my sister and I who rescued you. She swallowed hard, stammering through her introduction. However, upon finishing, she suddenly felt a pang of awkwardness. After all, she was the savior, not the one in need of salvation. The mermaid blinked but remained silent, finding it somewhat amusing that this human considered a robot to be her sister. You have sustained severe injuries. I happen to have some medicine. If you don't mind, you could stay at my home to recuperate. As for food, being a mermaid, you must be accustomed to fish. Perhaps sardines? I can also help you catch some other seafood. As she spoke, she opened a can and presented it to the mermaid, yet it remained motionless. An awkward silence enveloped the scene as she continued to hold out the can. At that moment, her little koi fish companion chimed in. Let me feed it. The chicks love when I feed them grains. The little one scurried to the kitchen, fetched a spoon, and scooped a morsel of fish, offering it to the mermaid. The awkwardness lingered. Just as Song Chuha began to wonder if the mermaid was unable to understand her, a melodious voice resonated through the air. The mermaid opened her mouth and weakly expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you. Little koi, did you hear that? Yes. Thank you. What a grateful little fish. The koi, noticing the mermaid had yet to eat the sardine, ceased its insistence and simply placed the spoon in the mermaid's hand, resuming its watchful gaze. The mermaid did not mind being regarded as a pet by the two, for it needed a place to heal, and this was undoubtedly the perfect sanctuary. After expressing her thanks, she gently closed her eyes, knowing that for now, she needed rest rather than sustenance. Her wounds would gradually mend. As for those creatures that had inflicted her injuries, none would escape her vengeance once she regained her strength. Little Koi, let her rest well. Come back inside and keep me company for a nap. The second day of her cycle left Song Chuha feeling fatigued and drowsy. Since the mermaid posed no threat and could understand her words, the crisis had substantially abated. Now, she could comfortably snuggle with her soft little companion and enjoy a peaceful slumber. The little Koi nodded, sprinkling some water over the mermaid's tail before bouncing back to bed alongside Song Chua. She only managed to nap for an hour. And as she drifted in and out of dreams, the system's cold voice informed her that the task of raising marine creatures had been completed. Indeed, the mermaid outside had fulfilled the requirements. Delighted, she checked the task page, only to notice a low-level treasure map had appeared in her inventory as a reward. The treasure's location was nearby, and she furrowed her brow, planning to embark on an adventure once her cycle had passed. After all, she had previously acquired a diving suit. With a bit of practice in snorkeling, locating treasures in shallow waters would pose no challenge. While the mermaid rested outside, she refrained from disturbing it and instead lay in bed, perusing the world chat channel. Wang Shuero, I raised 2 clownfish with sea anemones. They are incredibly adorable and even interact with me. Duan Nani, there are sharks near my island. If I'm raising anything, it might as well be wild. I plan to head out this evening to catch one. Yu Shiyang, has anyone excavated treasure maps? The treasure location on my map is too far from my island. Anyone want to trade? Fu Yin, I raised a little sea turtle, haha, and my treasure location is near Shindala's island. I can visit him by boat soon. The chat channel buzzed with excitement, indicating that many players had already completed the fish-raising task. Yet, Song Chuha remained curious as to why this task was set so simply. Every player received a treasure map. Could it be that the system was guiding players to explore the ocean? The sea was far more perilous than the island. After all, the mermaid had been injured by dangerous marine creatures. While she pondered over the mermaid, the little Koi suddenly perked up. Chuha? That player named Fu Yin has set sail on a transport ship from the system. Yes, I know, Song Chua sighed, finding the nearby presence of an annoying interloper troublesome. To prevent others from discovering her unusual companion, she and the Koi dragged the mermaid and her rocking chair indoors. As the temperature dropped, the slumbering mermaid stirred awake. Please continue to rest. I merely wish to keep your presence hidden from others. Once more, Song Chuha found herself locking eyes with the mermaid and cleared her throat before shutting the door. The mermaid acknowledged her softly, but soon sensed another human nearby. Good afternoon. Is anyone home on the island? That irritating voice again. Song Chua intended to feign sleep, but the little Koi reminded her that Fu Yin had docked near the pier. Simultaneously, the game interface persistently alerted her of a player requesting to land on the island, accompanied by a flurry of new messages in the chat. Fu Yin, is the 4th player in this sea area home? My treasure map location is on your island's shallow beach. I cannot pass without permission. Fu Yin, please let me land. I beg you. Fine, little Koi, stay here. I'll go deal with Fu Yin. Despite feeling annoyed by the persistent noise, Song Chuha ultimately decided to confront him. All right. The little Koi obediently nodded, returning to its cherished cookbook. The sun outside continued to blaze, and after sipping some tea, Song Chuha stepped outside, visibly displeased. Fu Yin, clad in his ostentatious red sports attire, noticed her emerging from the quaint wooden house and accelerated his waving. Hello. Finally. I see you at home. I passed by your island a few days ago and didn't spot you. Were you off exploring elsewhere? As the island's owner approached the pier, he finally received permission to land, leaping onto the dock, joyfully greeting Song Chua. Upon seeing her, a beautiful girl, Fu Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 43. The treasure map of Fu Yan. Having resided on the island for quite some time, Song Chua found herself rather unaccustomed to human interaction. Particularly, the individual before her was an exuberant socialite, which rendered her expression somewhat inscrutable. It's terribly hot, I assent it. I'm Fu Yin. What is your name, beautiful? Fu Yin, lacking any sense of subtlety, approached Song Chua with an increasingly broad smile, his tone elevating with enthusiasm. Song Chua. She delivered her name with a flat expression, unwilling to utter another syllable. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Fu Yin's eagerness to unearth a treasure map struck her as somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, upon granting access to the island, the game interface indicated that the island owner could set the visiting duration for others, and without hesitation, she selected the minimum of 20 minutes. The timer commenced the instant Fu Yin set foot on the dock. If he continued his incessant chatter, there would be no time left for treasure hunting, a matter she deemed irrelevant to her. Your name is truly melodious. After all this time with the social system, I'm surprised to discover such a stunning neighbor. Although Sister Guan Yue is quite beautiful too. Fu Yin settled himself on the walkway connecting the dock. Retrieving 2 bottles of orange juice from his backpack, he extended one chilled bottle towards Song Chua, yet she took a step back, promptly declining. This is a gift for you, unopened. Fu Yin, puzzled, rummaged through his backpack and produced a bottle of chilled plum juice. This is from Master Shin. It's refreshingly tangy and quite appetizing. Yet, Song Chuha still refused to accept. In this environment, she had no desire for anyone else's offerings. Let us go dig for the treasure. I too am eager to discover what it is. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring sun. The beach was unbearably bright, and she needed to hasten the departure of this bothersome individual from her island. He appeared to be an unreserved chatterbox, yet one could not discern the true intentions behind a facade. Ah yes, I am indeed here to excavate the treasure map. The treasure is located on the shallow waters of this island. Fu Yin momentarily froze, quickly recalling his purpose. He retrieved the map from his backpack, glancing at the coordinates, and realized the location was merely a few meters north of the dock. Song Chua followed him a few steps northward, and soon the treasure map began to shimmer. Upon reaching the precise location, the map emitted a flash of white light before vanishing, revealing a silver treasure chest beneath Fu Yan's feet. Wow! Fu Yan exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he opened the chest. Inside lay an iron axe, a bottle of blue potion, and a piece of black mysterious iron. Song Chua recognized the mysterious iron. She had acquired a piece after defeating the Fish Demon King, but the blue potion was unfamiliar to her. This was Fu Yan's reward, and she felt it inappropriate to approach and inspect the items. Wow, a perfect quality iron axe. I've longed for a more efficient axe. Clearly, Fu Yan was far more intrigued by the axe, toying with it while disregarding the other two items entirely. Song Chuha felt a pang of embarrassment. What was so exhilarating about merely a perfect iron axe? This was something she could craft at will. After reveling in his joy for a moment, Fu Yan finally picked up the remaining items. Invisibility potion? Mysterious iron? What are these for? He scratched his head in confusion, glancing towards Song Chuha as if seeking her guidance. The mysterious iron is used to enhance tool attributes. You need 5 pieces to use it. The invisibility potion, well, it does what it says. Song Chuha noted that the potion piqued her interest, as such an item would be quite suitable for nefarious deeds. Oh, I see. Sister Chuha, you are incredibly astute. Fu Yan suddenly stood up, showering her with unsolicited compliments. Song Chua, stifling a sigh and forcing a smile, was now aware of the treasure's contents and felt it time to dismiss him. However, before she could utter a word, Fu Yan continued, "But I've seen others unearth treasures that are not these items. Master Shin mentioned he even discovered a suit with cooling properties. He had already cherished the axe, now holding the invisibility potion and mysterious iron." Upon hearing this, Song Chuha blinked, surmising that the contents of each treasure varied, and she too began to hope for something extraordinary from her own map. If she could uncover a cooling dress like Shin Junming had, she would undoubtedly be the happiest human on this island. Alas, these 2 items seem of little use to me. Sister Chuha, would you like them? I can give them to you. Fu Yan presented the potion and mysterious iron to her, throwing her an alluring glance. This flirtatious gesture sent chills down Song Chuha's spine. An uncomfortable coldness surged from her feet to the crown of her head, a rather unconventional means of cooling off. No, I don't need them for now. You may keep them. She understood that accepting his items would inevitably lead to a closer connection, a prospect she wished to avoid with this peculiar individual. Within the game interface, Fu Yan's time on the island dwindled to 10 minutes, and for the first time, she felt time stretch unbearably, regretting her decision to allow him onto her island. If only the remaining moments could pass as swiftly as the 10-minute breaks during her school days. Don't you need them? Then I'll ask Sister Guanyue if she does. Unperturbed by her rejection, Fu Yan promptly opened the nearby chat window. Fu Yan, Shun Junming Su Guanyue, Brother Shun. Sister Guanyue, I'm currently on Sister Chuha's island. Fu Yan, my treasure map coordinates are right here on Sister Chuha's island. Isn't that a coincidence? Fu Yan, I just unearthed an invisibility potion and a piece of mysterious iron. Sister Chua doesn't need these. Do either of you? Watching his messages unfold, Song Chuha could hardly recognize her own name. The term sister sent goosebumps racing across her skin once more. Ahem. I presume they are either napping or occupied at this hour. Song Chuha felt a lump in her throat, prompting her to cough lightly. At that moment, her sole thought was to hasten Fu Yan's departure, ideally severing ties with him permanently. Yet, such a wish seemed implausible, as nearly all players had constructed docks, and she was nearly certain that only the 4 of them inhabited this maritime realm. Moreover, her island was in close proximity to Fu Yan's. Chapter 44. Bidding farewell to the annoying spirit, Song Chuha's words were swiftly met with contradiction. As Shin Juming and Su Guanyue promptly replied to the message sent by Fu Yan. Shin Juming, could you save the dark iron for me? I just need one last piece for my enhanced spear. Su Guanyue, In this sweltering weather, how could you possibly disturb Chua? Fu Yin, sure thing, Brother Shun. I will send you the dark iron right away. This boundaryless man engaged in conversation in the nearby channel as if no one were around. After cheerfully dispatching the dark iron, he continued to chatter incessantly. Fu Yin, Sister Chua is truly beautiful, though a bit shy. She wooed to even drink the beverage I offered her. Ahem. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Song Chua felt the pent-up frustration in her chest morph into a deep-seated irritation. Remaining in the company of this individual might just lead her to a dramatic demise. Indeed. There was nothing else pressing. However, dear Chua, you seem rather unwell. Is there something amiss? Perhaps I should stay and look after you? Fu Yin scrutinized the young lady before him. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her features bore an unhealthy pallor. Such a girl easily evokes a sense of pity in men. No, it's merely the heat. I just need to take a nap. With that, Song Chua stepped a few paces toward the dock. Her intention to dismiss him glaringly obvious. Her deteriorating condition was entirely due to Fu Yin's presence, wasn't he it? She sighed, her delicate silhouette appearing all the more pitiful. Alas, I regret my sudden visit. Next time, I shall choose a day when the sun is less intense to come and play with you. I have plenty of snacks on my island that I will bring along next time. Fu Yin accompanied Song Chua toward the dock, animatedly recounting his experiences on the island. Unfortunately, the journey to the dock was brief, and he had only managed to say a few sentences before they arrived at the walkway. Song Chua gazed silently at the transport ship floating on the sea, choosing not to engage in further conversation. Continuing might compel her to resort to drastic measures for self-rescue. How about we all visit Brother Shin's island together next time? We could invite Guan Yue, and with the four of us together, it would surely be a lively gathering. Brother Shin's island has air conditioning and television. It's practically a paradise for vacationing. Despite the short walkway of merely a few meters, Fu Yan's chatter continued unabated. Standing at the dock, Song Chua placed the orange juice and sour plum juice she had set aside onto the ship. We can discuss next time later. I wish you safe travels. With that, she turned her back to him and walked toward the cabin, leaving Fu Yin with only her retreating figure. All right. We have a deal then. You rest well, and if you feel unwell, do let me know. If there is no boat available, I'll swim over to take care of you. Fu Yin's voice faded into the distance, and Song Chua felt her brow throb with irritation. Could there truly be someone who does not grasp the unspoken cues? How vexing, truly vexing. Upon returning to her room, the little koi approached her with concern. Chua, the monitoring system indicates that your health has declined significantly. The little creature strained to reach her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, and hurriedly assisted her back to bed. I'm just tired. I'll take a nap. Song Chua weakly closed her eyes, feeling worse than she had during her recent bout of cold and fever. The room was pleasantly cool, and before long, she succumbed to slumber, entirely oblivious to the presence of another fish in the small cabin besides herself and the little koi. The mermaid had been awake for quite some time, curiously observing the girl on the bed, whose condition seemed to surpass her own in severity. Hey, little robot. Your sister looks terribly ill. Aren't you going to do something? The mermaid, initially reluctant to engage with the duo, called out to the little koi. Living under someone else's roof, she felt compelled to show concern for this fragile human. Right. She needs to cool down, prompted by the mermaid's suggestion. The little koi promptly fetched a dry towel and scooped some ice from the ice maker. After placing the cold towel on Song Chua's forehead, she murmured a few incoherent words but did not awaken. The mermaid silently watched the human, disdainfully remarking on the creature's lack of caution. Song Chua awoke only after nightfall. This time, her minor mishap was merely a result of prolonged exposure to the sun and after adequate rest. The data and colors on the health monitoring system had returned to normal. Upon opening her eyes, the little koi immediately rushed to her side. Chua, do you feel better? The little creature had remained by her bedside all afternoon. Without the host's instruction, she dared not move the fish sitting nearby. So she occupied herself alternating between watching her host and the fish, thus avoiding boredom. Yes, I feel much improved. Song Chua raised her hand to her forehead, realizing the towel was still cool, indicating the little koi's attentive care during her slumber. However, as her gaze drifted past the little creature to the fish behind her, her expression froze in shock. If memory serves, this fish should have remained in the cabin while she slept, right? Had it been watching her all along? Though it was a fish, it was a male fish. You may place me outside the cabin. The mermaid spoke softly, aware of the human world's gender distinctions. He was not afraid of the heat. If this human preferred him not to stay inside, he could rest on the outside platform without issue. Oh. Song Chua took a sip of water from the bedside table and exchanged a glance with the little koi, who promptly opened the door to drag the fish and its chair outside without hesitation. Once the fish was out, She belatedly realized that the handsome fish had just conversed with her. Steeling herself, she stepped outside the cabin. The fish lay calmly on the chair, gazing serenely at the distant sea, his expression neutral, yet his condition had visibly improved. "Do you need something to eat?" As soon as the words left her lips, her own stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. Song Chuha flushed and turned her head away from the fish. "Oh, I'll prepare dinner for you. How about mashed potatoes with salad tonight?" Upon hearing this, the little koi clapped its thighs and darted into the kitchen. The mermaid raised his eyes to admire the human's profile, remaining silent, finding her quite naive. She was unable to care for herself, yet still had the heart to concern herself with others. Chapter 45. The aloof mermaid. The mermaid, disinterested in sardine cans, had 2 bottles of drinking water placed on the coffee table beside it by Song Chuha. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured to the edge of the jungle and returned with a basket of sweet berries. The berries were divided into 2 portions, one for her and the other for the mermaid. Thus far, it seemed that this fish possessed its own thoughts and could speak, appearing far more intelligent than the small fish of the shallow seas. If she could nurture it to be more sociable, having a companion to converse with would be quite delightful. Unfortunately, being a male fish made Song Chuha feel somewhat awkward sharing the same room, indicating that she would need to construct a swimming pool for it sooner rather than later. Although the little koi had mentioned that a swimming pool could be obtained from a random treasure chest, the current number of chests available was dismally low. Ultimately, she decided to peruse the trading hall. After some scrutiny, she discovered that other players were selling blueprints for swimming pools, with the cheapest priced at a mere 120 shell coins. This price seemed reasonable, considering that everyone lived on the island and could easily swim in the sea. Who would bother to expend time and effort building a pool? Without hesitation, she purchased a blueprint, as the materials required were easily obtainable. After dinner, she enlisted the help of the little koi to commence construction beside the cabin. The swimming pool was situated at the edge of the jungle to the south of the cabin. To facilitate movement, the koi took advantage of her privileges to widen the outdoor platform slightly, transforming the southern side into a gentle slope leading directly to the pool. Given the harshness of the midday sun, the little creature also added a roof over the pool. Once all was completed, Song Chuha was astonished to discover that the comfort level of the island had risen to 1,680 points, marking a significant improvement. With a little more effort, she could soon find herself on the leaderboard. The mermaid observed the duo's diligent work with an expressionless countenance. Listening to their conversation, it became clear to it that the pool was being constructed for its benefit. How redundant, it mused inwardly. With the pool completed, once it was filled with water, the mermaid would be able to swim freely, as its area surpassed that of her cabin, eliminating the need for it to be cramped in an inflatable pool. Song Chuha returned to the cabin's platform, smiling as she engaged in conversation with the fish. "Thank you." The mermaid merely cast a fleeting glance at Song Chuha before closing its eyes again. It had no intention of lingering on this island for long. The deep sea held numerous matters awaiting its attention, rendering the pool built by this human ultimately futile. Regrettably, Song Chuha remained oblivious to the fish's thoughts. Satisfied with her fish-rearing plan, she left some ointment and water for it before merrily retreating to wash up and rest. Before drifting into slumber, the mermaid slipped into the pool. The following morning, the little koi awoke early. Her first task each day was to venture to the shallows to retrieve treasure chests, followed by feeding the chickens and finally watering the various crops in the garden. Today, a new task had been added, to keep an eye on the mermaid that they had brought home. The mermaid was fully submerged in the pool, and upon opening its eyes, it found the little machine blinking its large eyes at it. "Is there something you need?" Chuha asked me to check if you lack anything. "Why aren't you drinking water or eating the fruit? Or do you prefer rice like the little chickens?" The koi poked at the wilting sweet berries nearby, which had become limp after a night's rest. "I do not require anything." The mermaid, disinterested in conversing with the little creature, submerged itself back into the water, swimming towards the far side of the pool. The arrival of humans on this planet had disrupted the normal life of its kind. It now sought only tranquility to heal and wished to avoid being fed or disturbed. The little koi, undeterred by the fish's indifference, completed her assigned tasks and happily returned to the cabin. Song Chuha was already awake, lying in bed lost in thought. How is the fish?" She beckoned to the little koi, who dutifully snuggled into her embrace. "It swims around in the pool, but it still hasn't eaten. The berries are all wilted. Could it be that human food does not suit its palate? Perhaps I should catch a few fish from the sea?" Song Chuha was reluctant to let the fish she had only recently taken and starved to death. After pondering, she decided to inquire about the fish's preferences at the pool. Without delay, she got up, changed her clothes, brushed her teeth, and washed her face. Breakfast consisted once again of simple bread dipped in sweet berry jam. Her supply of bread from the random treasure chests was dwindling. If she couldn't find more, she would soon have to prepare breakfast herself. However, this was not an insurmountable task, as the chickens in the bamboo cage laid an egg almost every day. Worst case, she could enjoy fried or boiled eggs for breakfast. Once ready, Song Chuha approached the swimming pool, where the mermaid leaned against the edge, gazing dreamily towards the sea. She scrutinized its wounds, relieved to see no signs of deterioration, a favorable sign. The sweet berries remained untouched, just as she had left them. Little Koi, take these berries to feed the chickens. And then pick some fresh ones to bring back. Okay. The little Koi cheerfully took the plate and dashed towards the bamboo cage. Once the little creature had left, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the nearby trees, sending a few leaves fluttering into the pool. As Song Chuha bent down to retrieve the fallen leaves, she inquired about the fish's dietary preferences. I do not eat. The mermaid slightly turned its head to glance at the human, coldly uttering those 3 words before returning its gaze to the sea. This human and her little robot were far too attentive for its liking. It was unaccustomed to such treatment. Huh, don't you feel hungry? Since I brought you home, it seems you haven't eaten anything. Song Chuha was somewhat taken aback. It neither consumed canned food, nor sweet berries, nor fresh fish. How did it sustain its bodily functions? Could it be that this fish was some kind of creature that thrived on human essence? This notion was too bizarre, and she shook her head, continuing to observe the fish. The mermaid ignored her, not even affording her a glance. Soon after, the little Koi returned with fresh sweet berries, and the two stood silently by the pool for a while, the atmosphere decidedly awkward. Chapter 46, Encountering Wild Boars After a Prolonged Silence. Song Chuha suddenly felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The fish she was interacting with exuded an air of aloofness, rendering her efforts akin to applying warmth to a cold surface. Never mind. Let us open the treasure chests instead. With a sigh, she resolved that if her gestures were unappreciated, then her bustling about was merely in vain, ultimately making her appear foolish and devoid of amusement. Today, there are indeed an iron chest and a golden chest. The little Koi, oblivious to her host's despondency, squatted beside the 2 chests with a radiant expression, eagerly watching Song Chuha. The occurrence of iron chests had significantly dwindled lately, let alone the golden ones. Hence the little creature was much more delighted at the sight of the golden chest than before. You open the golden one, and I shall take the iron one. Surveying the 2 chests, Song Chuha resolved to bestow the superior quality chest upon the little Koi. Lacking confidence in her own luck, she placed her hopes on the fortunate little companion instead. All right. The little Koi nodded enthusiastically and proceeded to open the treasure chest before her with both hands. Blueprints. It's the blueprint for a refrigerator. Upon recognizing the item in her grasp, she erupted into jubilant cheers, her eyes squinting in delight. Song Chuha had long desired a refrigerator. With this appliance, she could store food more effectively, no longer worrying about leftovers spoiling overnight. You truly are my lucky star. Lowering her head, she planted a tender kiss on the little Koi's adorable cheek. Her own spirits lifted considerably, the remnants of her earlier displeasure dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Receiving praise, the little Koi's smile broadened even further. The mermaid looked disdainfully at the commotion, letting out an imperceptible snort as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. After her moment of joy, Song Chuha placed the refrigerator blueprint on the workbench. Though she still lacked a few materials to craft the item, she felt no worry. With an abundance of shell coins now at her disposal, she could easily procure the necessary components from the trading hall. A mere 10 minutes later, she successfully constructed the refrigerator. The materials for its creation were somewhat pricey, costing her over 5,000 shell coins in total. Nonetheless, this was far more economical than purchasing a refrigerator outright, as such cooling appliances had skyrocketed in price at the trading hall. The refrigerator was ultimately positioned in the corner to the right of the entrance in her small abode. The room was already filled with various pieces of furniture, and thanks to the little Koi's tidying up, the entire space was orderly and far from chaotic. The refrigerator added an impressive 80 points of comfort to her island, which delighted Song Chuha as she gazed at the game panel. Feeling immensely satisfied with her island's current development, it had already been 3 months since she began her survival in this game. Now, she possessed a sturdy and comfortable shelter, cultivated farmland, and raised poultry, leading a life that had finally settled into a routine, with the promise of even better days ahead. Reflecting on her experiences, she decided to acquire a fresh batch of herbs. With rising temperatures, the prices of these herbs had surged, igniting within her a desire to personally venture into the jungle to unearth raw materials. Exploring the jungle meant not having to worry about the weather. After all, it remained refreshingly cool throughout the day, thus she planned to set off after lunch. In the afternoon, after a mere half-hour's rest, Song Chuha equipped herself with tools and prepared to embark on her expedition. The little Koi, clutching a bamboo basket, intended to accompany her, but was quickly halted. I am merely venturing to explore familiar areas. You stay here to guard the home. Song Chuha affectionately patted the little creature's head, believing that she wouldn't stray too far, and thus subconsciously felt secure from danger. All right, but you must be cautious. If anything seems amiss, call for me, and I will rush to your side as swiftly as possible. The little koi nodded obediently, watching her host disappear into the jungle. Once nestled within the woods, Song Chuha trekked northward, where the trees grew denser and the probability of finding medicinal herbs was higher. For now, she focused on collecting stamina recovery pills. So she aimed to gather more mint and astragalus to take home for processing. If she could plant mint near her small abode, that would be an excellent choice as well. She always wished to keep necessary items close to her home, for it was her sanctuary, her most familiar and secure place on the island. As for the jungle, she only ventured into it when absolutely necessary. The journey north proceeded smoothly. During her initial exploration of the jungle, she had cleared a path, and now she meticulously searched for the herbs she required. After approximately 5 minutes, she stumbled upon a patch of mint at the base of an unidentifiable large tree. Having only brought a spade due to the weight of the hoe, she carefully uprooted the mint and placed it into her basket before continuing her northern trek. Song Chuha was not well versed in the various herbs. As she recalled the appearance of astragalus, she belatedly recognized that what she typically encountered were merely the dried roots. Thus, what did fresh astragalus look like? This posed a serious dilemma. Having left the little koi behind meant she lacked a mobile encyclopedia, which was a miscalculation on her part. However, having gathered several mint seedlings was still a commendable achievement. After spending half an hour in the northern woods, feeling somewhat fatigued, she found a flat area to sit and rest. Perhaps her past experiences of mining in the jungle had lulled her into a false sense of security. For while she rested and drank water, she failed to notice 2 dark figures lurking in the grass behind her. Just as she had rested enough and prepared to return home with her bounty, the figures hidden in the underbrush suddenly lunged out, charging directly towards Song Chuha. Sensing the commotion, she immediately dropped her basket and retrieved her bow and arrows from her game backpack. In an instant, the first shadow had reached her feet. She furrowed her brow and loosed an arrow, narrowly missing but managing to slightly obstruct the creature's advance. Seizing the moment, she retreated several steps and finally discerned the nature of the 2 figures. Wild boars? She gasped as the second boar barreled toward her feet. In an instant, these 2 creatures, slightly larger than adult toy poodles, obstructed her path. She swallowed hard, her heart racing with exhilaration. She would vanquish these wild boars. A sumptuous feast awaited her return. While melee combat was not ideal for a bow and arrow, she had little choice but to retreat while continuously shooting at the 2 boars. Chapter 47. Injured by a wild boar. The 2 wild boars were small in stature yet agile. After dodging a few times, Song Chuha was eventually struck on the calf by one of them. The pain swiftly radiated through her, and sensing the gravity of her situation, she desperately climbed up a gnarled tree. The branches were over a meter high, preventing the boars from following her, who now only paced restlessly beneath the tree. Furrowing her brow, Song Chuha glanced at her right leg, where the sharp teeth of the boar had pierced the side of her calf, blood trickling down steadily. This little pig is quite fierce, she thought, inhaling sharply. She quickly popped a high-grade stamina recovery pill into her mouth, preparing to retaliate against the 2 figures lurking below. Before she could aim, the voice of the little koi fish resonated in her mind. Chuha, are you hurt? I'm coming to find you right away. The little creature, who had been perusing her favorite recipes by the pool and keeping an eye on an injured fish, immediately abandoned its task upon sensing its host was in peril. Hurrying to her side. I'm fine, just encountered 2 small wild boars. I can handle it, she reassured. Feeling confident from her elevated position that she could deal with the tree-climbing challenge beasts, though she remained uncertain if their parent lay in wait for a surprise attack. The first arrow was released, striking the closer boar in the abdomen with precision. Its agonizing squeal echoed through the forest as it stumbled away. But the second arrow followed swiftly. The young boar collapsed, and as its companion prepared to flee in panic, the little koi suddenly leaped from a nearby path, delivering a powerful kick that rendered the second boar unconscious. Wow, you made it here in under a minute? Upon seeing the little creature, Song Chuha felt a surge of safety, her anxious heart finally easing. I rushed over. Your leg is seriously injured. The little koi, ignoring the fallen boars, helped Song Chuha down from the tree and immediately began inspecting her wound. We need to treat it later. Let us leave quickly. I'm not sure if the commotion will attract larger wild boars. Grasping a stick as a makeshift crutch, she instructed the little koi to gather the bamboo basket and the 2 boars before dragging her bleeding leg towards the beach. Though the sand was hot, it provided no hiding spots for beasts, making it relatively safe. Fortunately, the return journey was uneventful. Upon reaching the little wooden cabin, the tension in Song Chua's body finally dissipated. She gasped for air, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips turning pale from the pain. I'll get the medical kit. That wound looks deep and needs disinfecting. The little koi darted inside, quickly retrieving the supplies it had previously found in a treasure chest. The boar's sharp teeth had left a 5-centimeter gash on her leg, the flesh grotesquely turned outward, a sight that was almost too horrific to behold. Close your eyes. If it hurts, just scream. It's all right. The little koi gently reassured her, beginning to pour saline solution over the wound. The pain was indeed intense. Songchua clenched her teeth, sweat and tears mingling on her face until her clothes were thoroughly soaked. Meanwhile, the mermaid resting at the bottom of the pool sensed something was amiss with the human. As it propped itself up to look, it spotted the bloodied wound on her leg. The little robot was not particularly gentle in treating the injury, and the human was close to fainting from the agony. TSK. Fragile humans, it thought. Realizing she had saved him, the mermaid emerged from the pool, its beautiful golden tail swiftly transforming into long legs. Step aside. Are you trying to kill her with your clumsiness? A blond man wearing a white t-shirt and blue and white patterned beach shorts snatched the saline solution from the little koi and kicked it aside. He crouched beside Songchua, taking a cotton swab to disinfect her wound. Little fish, your tail is gone. The little koi was astonished at the sight of the man. It seemed the merfolk of the deep sea had evolved into beings with legs, hardly distinguishable from humans. The mermaid cast a disdainful glance at the not-so-bright little creature, instructing it to fetch cotton and gauze. Although the human had nearly lost consciousness from the pain, the man's expression, while impatient, was gentle as he worked. There were no foreign objects in her wound. After a simple disinfection, he wrapped it with sterile gauze. All done. Take her back inside. Once finished, the mermaid returned to the pool's edge, and as soon as his legs touched the water, his stunning golden tail reappeared. Songchua did not sleep soundly. In the evening, she awoke once more from the pain, her eyes meeting the little koi's sparkling orbs. Oh no, it's my fault for not protecting you. The little creature was on the verge of tears. If it were not a robot, she might have been weeping profusely. It's all right. I'm not missing any limbs. Songchua's voice was faint. Having just experienced her period a couple of days prior, the blood loss from her injury indicated she would need time to recuperate. She understood that injuries were commonplace in this survival game, having previously navigated through a lengthy period without incident due to her lack of ambition. Even completing tasks at the last moment, she was unafraid of danger, though she lacked the composure to face it. With today's lesson in mind, she would certainly be more cautious in future adventures. But you look so hurt, and I feel so sorry for you. The little koi sat beside her, feeling aggrieved. Throughout her unconsciousness, it had been diligently wiping her sweat. Thank you for your concern, little koi. You did a wonderful job bandaging me. Songchua feigned a light-hearted smile, propping a pillow against her lower back. It was the mermaid who helped you. He thought my movements were too clumsy. The little koi hesitated, glancing outside. From this angle, the pool was out of sight, but she knew the mermaid remained in the water. It emerged from the pool. Yes, and it even grew legs. Just like a human. The little koi nodded vigorously, recounting everything that had transpired while Songchua was unconscious. As she listened, Songchua's eyes widened in astonishment. The fish she had caught had transformed into a man? What? Chapter 48. Invited to Shinjuanming's island, it took her several minutes to fully digest the situation. But soon another layer of concern crept into her mind. If it were merely a mermaid, she could continue to interact with it nonchalantly, even if it often ignored her. However, if it had the ability to transform into a human and engage in human activities, she would have to consider many more factors. Just as she was mulling over this dilemma, the sound of a small wild boar grunting outside interrupted her thoughts. The little koi quickly added, "The fainted pig is in the kitchen. I've tied its legs with vines. The dead one is in the refrigerator, and the arrows have been removed. Good job." Songchua replied, pinching the bridge of her nose. She realized she couldn't move around freely yet. So the wild boar had to be dealt with in this manner for the time being. As dusk approached, the little koi brought her a bowl of hot water before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The wound on her leg still throbbed faintly, and she adjusted her position, worrying about whether it would leave unsightly scars. She had never suffered such a severe injury before. She never expected that her last bit of good fortune would be shattered in this game. Sighing once more, Songchua hoped that no difficult tasks would be issued during her recovery. After another long sigh, she decided to pass the time by observing the World Chat channel. In recent days, most players had been discussing the sweltering weather, while a few others were buying or selling goods. With no new tasks, everyone could only rely on the random treasure chests that refreshed daily near the spawn point. Soon, the little koi returned with a plate of tomato pasta. Unable to handle wild boar meat and with her injury preventing her from eating seafood, Songchua's dinner remained quite monotonous. Her appetite was average. She only took a few bites of the pasta before fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep. In the following 3 days, apart from using the restroom and giving her body a quick wash, Song Chuha spent most of her time lying in bed. The bandages on her right leg had been changed several times. As long as she avoided any sudden movements, the pain had significantly subsided. During these days, she had no time to concern herself with the mermaid in the neighboring swimming pool, though the little koi was quite diligent in reporting its behavior. It still refused to eat, either floating in the pool or gazing at the sea each day. Ugh, lying around for so long has made my body stiff. On the 4th day of her injury, Song Chuha finally steadied herself against the wall and ventured out of the small house. Breathing in the fresh, warm air brought her an unexpected thrill. Cautiously supporting herself against the wall, she slowly made her way to the edge of the pool. The mermaid was lost in thought, merely raising an eyelid when she approached. "Thank you for treating my wound that day," she said. "You've been here for so long. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll try to get it for you." As she spoke, she carefully examined the injuries on him. The wounds on the mermaid's waist had healed, and his complexion had improved significantly. Ironically, she now felt as weak as a fledgling, finding it difficult to even stand. "No need." The mermaid remained succinct with his words. His indifferent demeanor left Song Chuha feeling disheartened once again. Reflecting on what the little koi had said, she stood there with a complex expression for a moment before turning to leave. "Fine, let him be. He is a big fish. If he is hungry, he can find food in the sea himself. I don't want to serve him anymore." Since she was able to move around today, she decided to check on the small wild boar that had been tied up in the kitchen. The little koi had been feeding it lettuce and tomatoes, and rather than losing weight, it had gained a little. Song Chuha filled its bowl with water, and after it finished drinking, she leisurely returned to her small house. On the 5th day of her recovery, she could stand independently for a while. The system still hadn't issued any new tasks, so each day, she spent her time crafting potions, her income steadily rising, which brightened her spirits considerably, just as she was reveling in her newfound wealth. A private message from Shun Junming appeared on her screen. "Shun Junming, Chuha, tomorrow is my birthday, and I plan to invite a few neighbors to my island for a gathering. I hope you can come." Upon reading the message, she pondered for several minutes. The past few days of recovery had been rather dull, and she indeed craved something fresh to engage in. However, would it be dangerous to suddenly venture to a man's island? Even though he had taken care of her during this time, she still felt a lingering sense of caution. Shortly after Shin Junming's message, Su Guanyue also reached out to her privately. "Su Guanyue, Shuka, are you going to Shingo's island tomorrow? I'm a bit unsure. But if you're going, then I will too." Seeing Su Guanyue seeking her opinion, she contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to visit Shin Junming's island. After all, it was the domain of the game's top player, and it would be a chance to broaden her horizons. She also wanted to see how other players had developed their islands. With that thought in mind, she promptly replied to both Shin Junming and Su Guanyue. The two girls agreed to set sail at 10 o'clock the following morning. Their islands were quite close, and they could reach their destination in under 10 minutes. After chatting with her neighbors, Song Chuha began preparing a gift to take to Shun Junming's island. Since it was her first visit and also his birthday, she wanted to ensure she was appropriately courteous. The little wild boar that had consumed so much of her lettuce and tomatoes seemed ideal for sharing with others. She found a piece of red string in the cupboard, planning to tie it up and take it with her on the boat. However, this gift seemed insufficient. Digging through her supplies, she pulled out 2 packets of tomato-flavored hot pot base. Since she already had tomatoes on her island, making tomato soup was a breeze, thus rendering these 2 packets rather ordinary. They would be perfectly suitable for taking to Shun Junming's island. Finally, before leaving the next day, she planned to pick a basket of fresh sweet berries from the woods. After conversing with Shin Junming and Su Guanyue, she realized that only her island bore this type of sweet berry. Having organized everything, Song Chuha lay down, feeling a sense of anticipation for her meeting with Su Guanyue the next day. She preferred chatting with Su Guanyue over communicating with the boys. In recent days, they had occasionally shared updates about their lives and exchanged supplies, and her fondness for this female neighbor was evidently greater than for the other 2 neighbors. Tomorrow promised to be a splendid day, and she smiled as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 49. Yet again, gored by a pig at 9 o'clock the following morning. Song Chuya was roused from her slumber by her little koi alarm clock. Having retired early the previous night, she awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. After redressing her right leg wound, she adorned herself in a light blue gradient dress procured from a random treasure chest. Typically, her adventures in the jungle left little opportunity to don garments that revealed her arms and legs. Thus, a visit to her neighbor today warranted a touch of elegance. Regrettably, she had not acquired any cosmetics from the treasure chest, which would have allowed her to conceal the weariness etched upon her visage. Having prepared a gift for Shin Junming, Song Chua spent 1,000 shell coins to purchase a boat ticket. Soon, the system's white transport vessel materialized at her dock. Prior to boarding, she gently caressed the face of her little koi and cheerfully instructed, "I shall return before nightfall. Stay at home and do not wander, understood?" Though aware that the little koi was merely a robot, she could not resist the impulse to admonish the little one like an elder would. "Yes, I will stay at home and read. You can call for me at any time, and I shall hear you." The little koi nodded obediently, watching as her slightly limping master boarded the ship. "Farewell," Song Chua waved, setting sail from her little island. She had messaged Su Guanyue upon her departure, ensuring that they would arrive at Shun Juanming's island almost simultaneously. This marked the first official meeting between the two girls. Once they steadied themselves at the dock, they exchanged a brief hug before engaging in pleasantries. "Guanyue, you were just as beautiful as I imagined." From their previous conversations, Song Chua had formed an impression of Su Guanyue as a gentle and kind older sister. Upon their encounter, the girl with cascading waves of long hair indeed embodied the image in her mind. "You are quite lovely as well, but what happened to your leg?" Su Guanyue inquired, noticing the bandage that encased Song Chua's leg. Just days prior, she had assured Su Guanyue of her well-being. "I was gored by a wild boar, but it's nothing severe. Behold, the culprit," Song Chua said, producing a small wild boar bound with red string, which still struggled energetically, just as it had days prior. "Let me carry that for you. Are you able to walk?" Su Guanyue asked, concerned. "It's fine. I managed to walk on the beach yesterday. Although I feel a twinge of pain when I take larger strides, it's manageable if I walk slowly." After lying in bed for 4 days, she relished the opportunity to venture outside, enduring this minor discomfort. "That's good to hear. Shun Junming is a doctor. Let him take a look at your leg injury later." Su Guanyue frequently conversed with Shun Junming, who had assisted her in crafting various tools. In this game, he was the one she trusted most. As the two girls walked towards the white villa nestled against the mountainside, Song Chua felt increasingly astonished. The villa sprawled over a vast area, featuring a front yard adorned with lush green grass, a small fountain, and flower beds brimming with a variety of blossoms. "This is even more magnificent than it appeared in the pictures," Su Guanyue exclaimed, equally taken aback. Both she and Song Chua resided in humble wooden cabins, and in comparison to Shun Juanming's abode, they felt like mere refugees struggling to survive. Only days ago, the images Shun Junming had sent lacked the fountain and flower beds, making the recent additions even more enviable. Indeed, it is opulent. Song Chua found herself at a loss for words. Unable to describe the lavishness before her, this was no mere shelter in a survival game. It was extravagance incarnate. While the two girls stood at the villa's entrance in awe, a young man dressed in gray leisure wear emerged from the house. Recognizing their identities instantly, he greeted them with grace and charm, ushering them into the living room. "Welcome, ladies, to my home." The living room was well appointed with an array of fruits, snacks, and beverages, each presented in abundance. Though only 3 guests were visiting, he had taken great care to ensure their comfort. "Happy birthday, Brother Shun." Before taking their seats, the two presented their carefully prepared birthday gifts. However, the little wild boar that Song Chua had brought appeared to have been inadequately restrained. Once placed on the ground, it broke free from its bindings and began to dart around the living room. Unfortunately, the boar once again collided with her right leg. "Ouch. Be careful of your leg. Don't panic. I'll handle it," Shun Junming assured, as the living room descended into a momentary chaos. In a flurry, Song Chua collapsed onto the sofa, grimacing in pain, while Su Guanyue instinctively shielded her friend with open arms, and Shun Junming chased the wild boar throughout the room. Minutes later, the boar was captured, and Shun Junming secured it with a thick rope before returning to the living room with a medical kit to assess Song Chua's condition. "This marks your second encounter with a pig, doesn't it?" he remarked, eyeing her leg injury. "Indeed, it must be roasted, with plenty of cumin," Song Chua replied, tears brimming in her eyes, as the wound on her right leg threatened to reopen, setting her back from her previously lively state. This wild boar had brought her great embarrassment, not only goring her twice but also making her look foolish before her esteemed friend. "Very well, we shall roast it shortly." Shun Junming chuckled at her words, finding her optimism refreshing despite her apparent youth. "Fortunately, there are no pressing tasks at the moment. You should rest at home over the next few days. If you require assistance, I can visit your island daily to help with chores." Su Guanyue sighed, her concern for the seemingly careless girl evident. No, I can manage." Song Chua shook her head, rejecting Su Guanyue's offer. She was not the type to be coddled. Having merely injured her leg did not render her helpless. "Guanyue is right. You must take proper care of yourself. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask us," Shun Junming advised, skillfully bandaging her injury, sharing Su Guanyue's sentiment that rest was essential for recovery. "All right," Song Chua replied, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude as she scratched her head. Both of them showed such concern for her well-being. Yet, she had no intention of truly asking them for help on her island. Once the bandaging was complete, Shinjuming suggested, "You two should have some snacks and rest for a while. I will attend to the little pig." Chapter 50, The Birthday of Bosch and How Can We Persuade the Birthday Star to Cook for Himself? Let me lend a hand. Song Chuha glanced at the basket on the coffee table. Before leaving, she had picked a considerable amount of fresh vegetables from the garden. However, she did not anticipate that she would be injured once more, and now she gazed at her right leg with a look of considerable dismay. "Just you and Guanyue help me finish the snacks on the table. My culinary skills are quite commendable, and I've long wished to showcase them to you." Shun Junming signaled to Su Guanyue, indicating she should keep an eye on the injured Song Chua. "Just sit here and rest. If anyone needs to assist, it shall be me." Su Guanyue nodded in agreement and promptly stuffed a bag of cotton candy into Song Chua's hands. As she observed the two treating her like a child, Song Chua felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt. Just as she was about to say something, another male voice rang out from outside. "Brother Shin, I've come to your house to play. Has Sister Guanyue and Sister Chuha arrived yet?" "Oh no. Not this troublesome fellow again." Song Chua hesitated, ultimately retreating into the sofa, attempting to diminish her presence. "Ah, you all are already here. Come lend a hand. I brought 2 king crabs, freshly caught from the sea this morning." Fu Yin greeted Shinjuming with a casual nod, then retrieved 2 lively crabs from his gaming backpack. The crabs were not restrained. As soon as he released them, the 2 hefty creatures began scuttling wildly across the floor. Shinjuming paused momentarily, helplessly joining Fu Yin in the pursuit of the crabs. The living room floor became slick with water, and Fu Yin humorously slipped and fell onto his rear. This familiar scene unfolded once more, and even Song Chuha couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, finally, I am not the only one causing chaos for Brother Shun." With these little interludes, her initial wariness dissipated, and genuine happiness began to surface. "It's not chaos at all, Fu Yin. Why don't you come sit in the living room for a while? Don't be shy." Shinjuming chuckled as he placed the crabs in the kitchen sink. The kitchen was open, allowing him to prepare ingredients while chatting with the others in the living room. Since arriving on this island, he had never experienced such a lively atmosphere. On his birthday, he felt exceedingly joyful. Fu Yin, unable to remain idle, followed him into the kitchen after finishing a glass of iced water. "Oh my, there's a little pig too. It was brought by Chuha. It caused her injury. We plan to roast it for lunch." Shinjuming sharpened his knife nearby, preparing to go to the yard to slaughter the pig so as not to frighten the 2 girls in the living room. "Wait, Sister Chuha is injured? How serious is it?" Fu Yin leaned in, noticing the layers of gauze wrapped around her fair and slender leg, with a hint of blood seeping through. Instantly, he became agitated, kicking the wild pig on the floor in frustration before returning to the living room. "It's not serious." Song Chuha managed to smile awkwardly. She felt utterly humiliated by the pig incident. Please don't spread this around. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have worn long pants to at least cover the injury on her leg. "Don't worry, I will avenge you. That little pig will soon be roasted to perfection." Fu Yin wore a sympathetic expression, recalling how she had looked so delicate the last time they met, evoking a protective instinct within him. "All right, then you should go help Brother Shin." Song Chuha, not adept at conversing with social butterflies, took a sip of sour plum juice and lowered her gaze, avoiding eye contact. Fu Yan's arrival added to the vivacity of the villa, as he seemed to ignite the atmosphere, ensuring the conversation flowed continuously among the 4. At noon, a sumptuous array of dishes was served on the dining table, each more appetizing than the last. Since the wild pig is rather difficult to roast thoroughly, I've prepared 4 pig-esh trotters first to taste and see if the flavor is suitable. Shinjuming distributed the dishes before everyone, thoughtfully providing seasonings like cumin and chili powder. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful, having previously tasted Shinjuming's beef noodles. Song Chua felt reassured about his cooking skills. "This spread looks absolutely delectable." Aside from the roasted pig-esh trotters, there were longjing shrimp, spicy stir-fried clams, braised pork, steamed ribs with taro, marinated beef, stir-fried bok choy, steamed crab legs, and fresh mushroom soup, each dish bursting with flavor. "Let us finish the vegetables first before considering the main course." Receiving compliments, Shin Junming's smile widened. He held a bottle of red wine, attempting to uncork it. "This was purchased from other players, but I didn't acquire a corkscrew. Since Chuha is injured, she cannot drink alcohol. I'll join you for juice." Su Guanyue placed cups before everyone, glancing at Song Chuha. Yes, we'll stick to juice." Song Chuha had no intention of consuming alcohol, as her tolerance was poor. She had only ever sipped a small glass of beer at a class reunion. Juice appealed to her far more. "Your wound isn't healed yet, and you shouldn't eat too much seafood. Start with some ribs. I'll prepare a seafood feast for you next time." Shun Junming managed to uncork the wine bottle, pouring for Fu Yin and himself before filling the ladies' glasses with juice. Though the injured one could not indulge in seafood, the other dishes he prepared would surely delight her. Thank you, Brother Shin. Song Chuha was unconcerned about missing out on seafood. After all, living on an island means seafood was more readily available than pork or beef. The steamed ribs with taro were her favorite. When her father was alive, this was the dish he excelled at making. As she savored the soft and sticky taro, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, and she missed her parents. She concealed her emotions, maintaining a smile while conversing with the other three. The meal lasted nearly an hour before concluding. Afterward, Song Chuha was ordered to rest in the living room while Shun Junming, Su Guanyue, and Fu Yin collaborated to tidy up the dining and kitchen areas. This is fantastic. Brother Shun has a dishwasher. Unlike me, I have to wash the dishes myself after meals, and even the dish soap I borrowed from Sister Guanyue. Fu Yin lamented as he wiped down the counter. Reflecting on his struggles, my dishes are washed by myself too. Just be diligent and get to work. A few days ago, I saw you spending money in the world to hire someone to wash your clothes. Su Guanyue displayed a rare look of exasperation. She couldn't fathom how Fu Yin managed to survive in this survival game, constantly seeking help from others at the cost of his resources. Was he foolishly rich? Chapter 51. Playing cards and casual conversations indeed. Song Chuha had witnessed Fu Yin engaging in foolish antics on numerous occasions. This individual not only squandered shell coins on hiring others for laundry and dishwashing, but even contemplated recruiting cleaning staff to maintain his island's hygiene on a regular basis. As for whether anyone accepted such a task, she was uncertain. If there were a statistical chart of players speaking frequencies in the chat channel, she would wager Fu Yin would rank among the top few. In the afternoon, the beach outside radiated heat akin to a baking tray. While the four of them sat in the living room sipping tea and conversing, Brother Shin's island boasted over 8,000 comfort points, whereas hers languished at a mere 2,000. After tidying up the kitchen, Fu Yin, akin to a rustic individual exploring the city, ambled through the various rooms on the first floor before finally settling back onto the sofa. My island has over 3,000 comfort points. What about you, Chuha? Su Guanyue and Song Chuha sat together, and after a meal, their bond had grown even closer than in the morning. Mine is only 1,760 points. My progress is rather sluggish. Song Chuha had adopted a laid-back attitude towards playing this game from the outset, as long as she wasn't eliminated. She could continue to take it easy. Furthermore, now that she was injured, her motivation to strive was even less. Despite her island's low comfort level, its facilities were quite comprehensive. Merely possessing an alchemy pot surpassed 99% of players. Shin Junming wore a gentle and warm smile, and his tea-brewing movements were a delight to behold. The alchemy pot was indeed a coveted item in this game. Before he learned of Song Chuha's alchemical skills, he had offered a hefty sum to procure one, but no players were willing to sell. You can concoct potions, Chuha? That's incredible! I have several rare herbs on my island. Would you like to come over and pick some? Upon hearing that Song Chuha could brew potions, Fu Yang'an's eyes widened. Just the day before, he had spent 10,000 shell coins to acquire 5 pills that granted underwater breathing, but each pill's efficacy lasted only 30 minutes. That early morning, he had consumed 3 pills in a single go just to fish up a few large crabs from the shallow reefs. Perhaps not. I'm not very mobile at the moment. Song Chua's facial muscles twitched unnaturally. If you truly need herbs, can't you simply trade through the game interface? Why must you come to my island? Who knows what ulterior motives I might harbor? Shin Junming interjected. Indeed, Chuha needs to rest and recuperate. There are plenty of ores and herbs on the mountain behind my house. If you ever find yourself lacking materials while brewing, feel free to let me know. Shin Junming's island map had been fully explored, and his daily routine consisted of opening treasure chests and mining for herbs, which meant he had a high demand for stamina recovery potions. He was more than willing to provide various raw materials to Song Chuha, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Alright, Guanyue and Fu Yin gone. If you need any potions, let me know. However, I currently have limited recipes. Once I acquire new formulas, it should become more convenient. Song Chuha expressed her goodwill with a smile. After discussing alchemy, Fu Yin produced a deck of playing cards, clearing a small space on the coffee table. His excitement palpable as he looked at the others. This is the first resource I found after arriving on the island. I've long wanted to play cards with other players. I only know how to play Do Di Zhu, Su Guanyue remarked, glancing at Shin Junming and Song Chuha. Do Di Zhu is a game for 3 players. And here they had 4. I don't know how to play cards. Perhaps I'll just watch you all? Song Chuha sipped her hot tea, not particularly skilled at such games. She had tried to learn, but could never remember the rules. Alright, let's play a round of Do Di Zhu, Shin Junming said, placing snacks and beverages in front of her before joining the other 2 in the game. They played without wagering any stakes, merely chatting and laughing. And before they knew it, 3 hours had flown by. I'm done. My luck is abysmal compared to Brother Shin, Fu Yingon lamented, slumping dejectedly onto the sofa after the final hand. Perhaps it's because it's my birthday. Maybe I had a slight luck boost? Shin Juming chuckled as he collected the cards and returned them to Fu Yingon. He himself wasn't particularly adept at cards, but he had a sharp mind and could remember the cards played. Interestingly, Su Guanyue had the best luck that afternoon, winning the most games. All right, I won't compete with the birthday boy. Today was so enjoyable. We should gather like this more often. I'm quite bored on my island. Even my pet sea turtle ignores me, Fu Yingon mused. How about we take turns visiting each other's islands for games? I've never been to Guanyue's island. That would require everyone to have free time. It's quite inconvenient to go out in this heat, Shen Juming replied, refilling everyone's teacups with fresh hot water. While spending time together was indeed delightful, they all had their own responsibilities, and such gatherings were better enjoyed occasionally. Well, chatting in the nearby channel is quite convenient. It's just that we don't see each other in person, Song Chuha concurred with Shin Junming. She had no objections to gatherings. But her island featured little koi and mermaids, making it somewhat inconvenient for hosting guests, especially Fu Yingon, who lacked boundaries and was not welcome on her island. Pictures can be sent too, Chua. You look a bit pale. Are you tired? Su Guanyue touched her forehead with the back of her hand. While she wasn't feverish, she indeed seemed less spirited than in the morning. I didn't take a nap today, so I am a bit worn out. It's getting late, and I've disturbed Brother Shin for quite a while. I should head back. Song Chuha forced a smile, already feeling drowsy but reluctant to interrupt their card game. I should have thought this through. Chuha, let me escort you back, Shin Junming said, a hint of concern in his eyes for the young girl. Had he known earlier about her injury, he could have assisted her sooner, preventing her from wobbling alone on the boat back home. As a doctor, he couldn't help but express care for the injured. Yes, let Brother Shin take you. He has a speedboat. Su Guanyue and Fu Yingon chimed in, nodding. Among the four, Song Chuha was the youngest, and they all took special care of this unfortunate and pitiful little sister. All right, thank you, Brother Shin, Song Chuha relented, unable to withstand their enthusiasm, and agreed to their suggestion. However, Fu Yingon did not accompany them, as Shin Junming's speedboat could only accommodate one passenger. So Su Guanyue and Fu Yingon left on a separate boat first. Chapter 52. The unrefined neighbor Shin Junming had prepared farewell gifts for the three of them. And as they parted ways, a sense of reluctance adorned their faces. Sitting in the back seat of the mogul's jet ski, Song Chua fervently called out to the little koi fish that remained at home. Little koi, I am on my way home. Summon the mermaid to hide in the bathroom, and we shall deal with the rest upon my return. As the sea breeze caressed her, she vividly recalled the two creatures on her island that were not suited for the prying eyes of other players. All right, I will call little fish inside. The little creature did not inquire further. Upon receiving her master's command, it promptly made its way to the poolside. The mermaid, who had been peacefully slumbering in the water, awoke to the disturbance and wore an irritable expression. Chua wants me to hide in the bathroom. Hurry up and come out. The mermaid, frowning with impatience, soon sensed the approach of two humans toward the island. With a disdainful snort, he reluctantly rose from the pool. His golden tail transformed into legs before little koi, and together they entered the small wooden cabin. 2 minutes later, Shin Juming and Song Chuha arrived at the dock. It's quite hot. Take care of yourself at home. If your wound feels uncomfortable, don't hesitate to call me over. Shin Junming retrieved a well-organized medical kit from his backpack, filled with various ointments. Yes, I will be cautious. Would you like to visit my island, Brother Shin? Though my home is far more humble than yours. Song Chuha gratefully accepted the medical kit, knowing his supplies far surpassed her own. However, inviting Shin Junming to her abode was merely a formality. Her small wooden cabin consisted of only one room, and entertaining guests in her bedroom was out of the question. She trusted Shin Junming to be a man of discretion. No, you should rest. I will watch you leave. Shin Junming shook his head, displaying the qualities of a perceptive gentleman. All right, then I shall return. With this, Song Chua's smile brightened, and she slowly turned, dragging her somewhat cumbersome right leg as she made her way home. However, she had barely taken a few steps when she noticed a new message from a nearby player. Zhang Lei finally finished constructing the dock. Any neighbors around? Come out and show your faces. Fu Yin, hi. You are the 5th player in our sea area. Arriving a bit late. Zhang Lei, I was muted for a while. Only just gathered the materials to build the dock. This game is so frustrating. Ah, a new neighbor. Upon recognizing the name, Song Chua felt a shiver run down her spine. Zhang Lei had already been blocked by little koi. Players on the blacklist could not send private messages to one another, yet they could still communicate in the nearby and world channels. Clearly, Shin Juming had also seen the new neighbor's message. After a moment's contemplation, he called out to Song Chufa, who was moving slowly away. Chuha. This Lei has harassed Guan Yue. You should be cautious. He is not particularly friendly towards girls. Shen Junming's remarks were not an attempt to ostracize other players. But Zhang Lei's actions had been exceedingly egregious, warranting multiple warnings. Yes, I am aware. I blocked him a long time ago. Song Chuha nodded. Unwilling to engage in conversation with someone lacking decorum. After expressing her gratitude once more, she finally made her way back to her small wooden cabin in one breath. As she approached the door, she heard the sound of the jet ski starting up at the dock. The kind-hearted mogul had already departed. Little Koi, I'm back. The outsiders are gone, come out. Once inside, she wearily collapsed onto the beanbag chair. Having spent the better part of the day outside, she felt utterly exhausted. And the wound on her right leg throbbed with persistent pain. Hiki, I was obediently waiting for you to return home. The little Koi bounced joyfully from the bathroom. Originally intending to leap into her embrace, it halted upon reaching her. Earlier that morning, it had sensed the resurgence of her injury. You are wonderful. Song Chua praised the little creature, but her attention was soon captured by another figure emerging from the bathroom. This was her first glimpse of the mermaid in his human form. He appeared tall and striking, his physique and visage both extraordinary. However, she pondered where his attire had come from. With this thought lingering, she watched intently as the mermaid passed by her. He wore a stoic expression, uttering not a word, merely casting a fleeting glance at her leg before pushing open the door and heading toward the pool. TSK, this mermaid is rather aloof. Yet, having him around is not a loss. Serving as a decorative presence for her enjoyment is quite agreeable. Chuha, what has happened to your leg? The little Koi's inquiry interrupted her reverie, prompting her to cease her daydreaming. I accidentally bumped into something while at Brother Shen's place. She would never disclose that she had been nudged twice by a wild boar. Don't worry, it won't hurt after a while. Shall I help you back to bed? I will change my clothes first. I feel quite uncomfortable after sweating. Song Chua yawned. She indeed longed for a good sleep. However, before that, she needed to freshen up in the bathroom. Due to her leg injury, she could only sit in the bathtub to wash the uninjured parts, leaving her right leg hanging outside, but she managed to complete her bath. By the time she returned to her bed, the nearby channel displayed 99 new messages. Casually scrolling through, she discovered that all of them were exchanges between Fu Yin and Zheng Lei. The screen flickered with asterisks as Zheng Lei continued to unleash his vitriol. Sighing, Song Chua realized that an even more bothersome neighbor had emerged, and the days ahead would undoubtedly be tumultuous. She ceased her perusal of the two oddball conversations and adjusted her right leg's position before quickly drifting into slumber. She slept soundly until 1 in the morning. And when she opened her eyes again, the lights in the room had been extinguished, with only the moonlight filtering through the window casting a glow upon the floor. An inexplicable wave of loneliness washed over her. Pondering briefly, she closed her eyes once more and succumbed to sleep. The next morning, as Song Chua went about her morning routine, she habitually glanced at the World Chat channel. Zhang Lei, I truly regret not meeting Fu brother sooner. Having neighbors feels absolutely delightful. Fu Yin, hee, from now on, both Brother Shen and Brother Zing are my good friends. We also have 2 incredibly beautiful sisters living in our sea area. Don't be too envious of us. Cough, cough, cough. Song Chua suddenly choked on her toothpaste foam. These 2 fools, was it really necessary to be so ostentatious? Chapter 53, Establishing Boundaries with Neighbors. Upon completing her morning routine, the World Channel had commenced its inquiries regarding the charming neighbor. Song Chua suppressed her ire, mentally cursing the ancestors of the 2 fools. Their boastful chatter was of no concern to her. However, should they involve her in their tales, she would not hesitate to confront them, just as she pondered how to delineate her boundaries with Fu Yin and Zhang Lei. The joyful voice of the little Koi suddenly chimed in. Chua, a diamond treasure chest. One has appeared in the shallows. All right, I'm on my way. This delightful news momentarily alleviated the vexation brought about by her new neighbor. After drying her face, she hurried outside, hopping on one foot. The first time she encountered a diamond treasure chest, she had uncovered a heart of the ocean within, granting her the ability to comprehend the language of marine creatures. This time, she hoped to find equally useful items. Go ahead and open it. I believe in your luck. The little Koi squatted beside the chest, its expression brimming with anticipation. If it failed to encounter a higher quality treasure soon, the little creature might begin to doubt its luck-enhancing abilities. Song Chua hesitated for a moment. Feeling somewhat unlucky lately, however, encouraged by the little Koi's enthusiasm, she steeled herself and placed her hand upon the diamond chest. Diamond treasure chest, token of passage to the sea goddess palace. What is the sea god's palace? She lifted the token from the chest, noticing its material was akin to that of the heart of the ocean, as though crafted from the same gemstone. It is the palace where the sea god resides. The sea god is the deity who commands the ocean, revered by all marine life, who he does call. With this token, you may enter his abode at will. Judging by the little koi's delighted expression, the token was undoubtedly a valuable item. Nonetheless, Song Chua felt little astonishment. She did not know the sea god personally. And even if she did, it would be rather presumptuous to intrude upon his home. I'll keep it for now. It may prove useful in the future. She stored the token away and shifted her gaze to the nearby golden treasure chest. Inside it were 2 portions of fresh ribs. Compared to the token, she found herself more inclined towards food. Little koi, hurry and fetch some fresh ginger. We shall make kelp and rib soup today. The kelp had been collected from the southern reefs some time ago. She had washed and dried it for storage. Understood. The little creature swiftly grabbed a hoe and dashed to the vegetable patch beside the cottage. With 2 portions of ribs at her disposal, Song Chua contemplated and decided to freeze 1 portion in the refrigerator. There was still 1 wild boar left from her last foray into the forest, but she lacked the time to prepare it. Once her leg healed a bit more, she could roast meat on the beach. After finalizing today's menu, she returned indoors and browsed the trading hall. She had not forgotten her intention to gather more alchemical recipes, as discussed at Shun Juanming's home yesterday. Although she was uncertain how many types of pills existed in the game, possessing a cauldron encouraged her to learn additional recipes. As she explored the shops of other players, Fu Yin and Zhang Lei resumed their antics in the nearby channel. Fu Yin, Su Guanyue Song Chuha, good morning, beauties. Shall we hold a welcoming ceremony for our new neighbor? Zhang Lei, no need for a ceremony. Let's just gather, drink, chat, and make friends. Fu Yin, come on you all. Are you still asleep? Even Brother Shin hasn't spoken up. What's wrong with you today? Song Chuha rolled her eyes internally. Only a fool would engage with those two. Yet, if she continued to evade them, they might start using her as a topic of conversation with Su Guanyue. Contemplating this, she decided to open Su Guanyue's private chat page. It seemed the other party had a similar inclination, as before she could send her message, Su Guanyue beat her to it. Su Guanyue, Chuha, Zheng Lei is not a good person. Do not engage with him. Song Chuha, I am aware. Brother Shin cautioned me about him yesterday. He has insulted me in private chat long ago, and I blocked him. Su Guanyue, that's good. I discussed it with Brother Shin. If those two wish to congregate, let them. We shall simply limit our interactions with them. Song Chua wholeheartedly agreed with Su Guanyue's perspective. However, before proceeding, she needed to firmly establish her boundaries with the two fools. It was unacceptable for them to use her and other girls as fodder for conversation. After some contemplation, she decided to message Fu Yin. Song Chufa, I dislike neighbors who use foul language and lack boundaries. Please refrain from making me and Guanyue a topic of conversation. Thank you. She was a person who clearly distinguished between affection and disdain. If she found her interactions unsatisfactory, she would swiftly distance herself. Fu Yin? Fu Yin, Sister Chua, what does this mean? Fu Yin, Brother Xing asked me to tell you and Guanyue to say something in the nearby channel. He wants to add you as friends. Having realized that he remained oblivious to the inappropriateness of his actions, Song Chuha decided not to grant him any further opportunities. With a swift motion, she added Fu Yin to her blacklist. Let the rift deepen. Could they truly invade her island? Once she had resolved this troublesome matter, she disregarded the nearby channel's messages and likely would not revisit that page. It was already past 10 o'clock, since the soup required a lengthy cooking time. She rose and headed to the kitchen. The ginger is all cleaned. How do we prepare the kelp and rib soup? The little koi was busily engaged in the kitchen. Lacking a recipe for this dish, she humbly sought guidance. After placing the prepared ingredients in a clay pot, a slow simmer over low heat for over an hour should suffice. As Song Chua observed the ribs soaking in the porcelain bowl, she vaguely described the process for making the soup. This was her first time using a clay pot. Previously, she had always relied on a rice cooker. Yet, she believed the principles of soup making were relatively similar. Alright, the little koi adeptly chopped the ginger and kelp. Following Song Chua's instructions to place all the ingredients in the clay pot, adding water and covering it, they would let it simmer gently. The low heat would prevent it from boiling over. Seated at the workbench, Song Chua stifled a yawn as she began to tally her available materials. Today, she did not wish to engage in alchemy. Instead, she intended to craft some tools for sale in the trading hall. With over 50 iron blocks, she contemplated and resolved to forge them into axes. Thanks to the little koi's luck-enhancing abilities, she successfully created 4 perfect quality iron axes and 5 exquisite quality iron axes. Chapter 54. Humanity's Sustenance. After placing the 9 axes in her store, Song Chuha requested the assistance of her little koi to search for blueprints of other tools. The iron pickaxes she previously used were crafted by Su Guanyue, and she felt it inappropriate to continuously rely on others. Thus, she resolved to procure a blueprint herself, enabling her to create tools for sale later on. Presently, only 3 players in the market were offering pickaxe blueprints, and their prices were exorbitantly high. The little koi blinked. noting that a single blueprint had already fetched 8,000 shell coins. Y&T the seller seized the opportunity. Indeed, prices had risen considerably compared to earlier times. Song Chuha had initially anticipated discovering such blueprints within treasure chests, hence she had not considered purchasing them from others. She understood that due to the sweltering season, the resources players obtained from random treasure chests were diminishing, making the rapid escalation in the prices of various tool blueprints quite reasonable. Regardless, she presently possessed a substantial amount of shell coins, so she decided to buy one. Gritting her teeth, she acquired the 8,000 coin blueprint. At worst, she could produce more tools and sell them at a higher price, thereby recouping her investment. Upon studying the pickaxe blueprint, Song Chuha suddenly remembered that all her materials had been utilized for the axes, leaving her without iron blocks to forge other tools. Iron and copper blocks, the minerals available on the island, were relatively inexpensive in the trading hall. Observing that the time was still early, she gathered additional materials for processing. As noon approached, she crafted 5 exquisite quality iron pickaxes. After reserving one for herself, she placed the remainder in the trading hall. The aroma of the soup simmering in the kitchen wafted through the air, and she inhaled deeply, her stomach stirring with hunger. Influenced by her 2 unfortunate neighbors that morning, she had been too preoccupied to eat breakfast. Surely, it was nearly time to eat. With eager anticipation, Song Chuha approached the kitchen, hastily ladling a small bowl of soup from the pot. The flavor was delightful. She added a pinch of salt to the earthen pot and savored another bowl. The seasoning was just right. It was ready to be served. Turning off the heat, she carefully grasped the pot with 2 heat-resistant towels and moved it away from the stove. Today's lunch consisted of 2 dishes and a soup, and Song Chuha only set down her bowl and chopsticks after her belly was comfortably full. There remained a fair amount of soup, and just as she was about to put away the leftover dishes, she suddenly felt a gaze fixated upon her. Looking up, she was astonished to find the mermaid perched at the edge of the pool, observing her, a rare sight indeed. Following the mermaid's line of sight, she realized the creature was staring at the earthen pot in her hands. This was the first time the mermaid had shown interest in human food. After a moment's contemplation, Song Chuha fetched a clean bowl and ladled some soup into it. "Little koi, please take this to the poolside." "Certainly." The little koi dutifully cradled the bowl in both hands and presented it to the mermaid. The mermaid regarded the contents with a somewhat awkward expression, captivated by the enticing aroma, which surpassed even that of the fish from the sea. He had been eating at night in the ocean before returning to the pool to rest. "Would you like to give it a try?" Song Chuha leaned against the wall, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the mermaid's reaction. If he would consume human food, it could bridge the gap between them. The mermaid glanced between her and the soup the little robot had brought, and eventually, he extended his hand to accept the bowl. "You may drink. I shall not disturb you. Just set the bowl aside when you're finished. Little koi, let us return indoors." Noticing the mermaid's shyness, Song Chuha beckoned to the little creature and led her back inside to rest. Recently, she had developed a habit of napping in the afternoon, unable to wander due to her injured leg, so she lay down shortly after her meal. After a brief slumber, she emerged to find that the bowl of soup she had offered the mermaid was completely empty. This was a promising sign. Initially, Song Chuha had believed mermaids did not consume human food, but it appeared that was not the case. With plenty of ingredients still in her refrigerator, she contemplated setting aside a portion of her meals for the mermaid in the future. The following day, Song Chuha guided the little koi in preparing a bowl of braised pork ribs. Before dining, she deliberately set a bowl at the edge of the pool. This time, the mermaid ate in her presence, cradling the bowl in both hands and tilting his head back to swallow the ribs whole, bones and all. How did the ribs taste? Little fish. Today, she mustered the courage to converse with him, residing in her pool and consuming her food. There was no reason for him to continue being aloof like in previous days. Not bad. The mermaid licked his lips, acknowledging that human food was indeed delicious. "Then I shall prepare you a meal regularly. The little koi cannot eat, and it feels rather lonely without someone to share my food with." Song Chuha's expression dimmed as she sat by the pool, dipping her fingers into the water. She was uncertain how the mermaid had been satisfying his hunger these past days, but as long as he was willing to eat, she would ensure he was well fed. "Thank you." After a moment of contemplation, the mermaid expressed his gratitude to the human. "By the way, I cannot keep calling you little fish. Do you have a name?" Song Chuha gazed into his striking eyes, sensing their relationship had progressed to the point of exchanging names. "Yu Yin. Fish Banquet? Huh?" She traced the characters in the wet tiles with her finger, finding the name peculiar, though she said nothing. The mermaid swam closer, glancing at her writing with evident displeasure as he extended his long, fair finger. "It's written like this." After inscribing his name, he swam back to the opposite side of the pool with a stoic expression. "Oh, so that's how it's written." Nodding, Song Chuha erased the incorrect characters and inscribed the correct ones. The characters on the tiles were neatly written, and the watermarks had yet to dry, prompting her to admire them for a moment. This fish could comprehend her words and write. Her intuition told her that Yu Yin was anything but ordinary. At the very least, he was not like the other fish that merely gathered to gossip and chat. Yet, this realization made it even more challenging to view him as a mere pet fish. Taking a deep breath, she quietly observed the fish that had submerged in the water. She wished to inquire further, but he seemed disinclined to engage with her again. There would be plenty of time ahead. Song Chua smiled softly and limped back to her room. Chapter 55 Weekly Fixed Tasks. During her recuperation, Song Chuha remained industrious. In addition to refining medicine and crafting tools, she engaged in culinary experiments alongside her little koi fish. Although the island's ingredients were somewhat limited, she adeptly elevated her culinary skills to new heights with the resources available. Yet, her relationship with Yu Yin remained lukewarm. The fish only acknowledged her during mealtimes. Late at night, she pondered, feeling as though she had taken on an imperious ancestor. If Yu Yin were likened to a cat, she would be a devoted feline worshipper. Alas, who could resist his charming appearance and the way he awaited her to present food before him? 6 days after celebrating Shin Jiuming's birthday, the system finally issued a new task. That morning, Song Chuha lazily lounged in bed, contemplating whether to rise and open her treasure chest when a familiar mechanical voice echoed in the void. Ding. The world boss has respawned. Players are to proceed to the nearest spawn point to vanquish the demon. At the conclusion of the week, the top 10 players and damage dealt within each sea region will receive material rewards, while players who fail to inflict damage will face penalties. Before the system's announcement concluded, Song Chua had already accessed the game panel to discern how to undertake the new task. The task description revealed that the world boss was a colossal octopus that surfaced from the deep sea every 7 days for air. Players were to seize this opportunity to confront it. At the bottom of the description, a line of fine print indicated that this was a weekly task, and the octopus would appear in the designated sea region every Sunday from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Song Chuha furrowed her brow. This task posed a greater challenge than defeating the fish demon, while the latter could be tackled along the coast. Confronting the octopus necessitated venturing to the specified sea region each week. Little Koi, if the task remains uncompleted, will the penalty still be a reduction in random treasure chest rewards? She glanced at her right leg, where the wound had begun to heal. But if she recklessly ventured out now, she might suffer a third time. Indeed, players who fail to inflict damage on the world boss will have their island devoured by the octopus and be eliminated. Little Koi replied with a serious expression. This task was non-negotiable. Very well, then where's the nearest task location? Song Chuha retrieved her bow and arrows from her backpack, utilizing a ranged weapon. She planned to sail to the sea region each week and safely shoot an arrow from a distance. Let me scan. Oh, the task point is located in the northeast direction of our island, coordinates 1000, closest to Shinjuming's island. To better illustrate the location, Little Koi projected a holographic map, marking various islands in the sea and denoting the world boss's spawn point with small red flags. The distance was not prohibitive. They could reach it by boat in just over 10 minutes. If only they had a motorboat like Shinjuming's, they could even save on the fare. Alright, the task time for the first attempt. It's this afternoon. Initially relieved by the proximity, her composure shattered upon seeing the countdown for the task. Each task has only 3 hours. If you go early, inflict some damage, and return promptly, you'll be fine. I will quietly protect you. Little Koi reassured her, believing the task to be quite manageable for her host. It's worth noting that many players wield axes and pickaxes as weapons, and they should be far more concerned for their safety. Good point. I shall go early and return swiftly. I wonder how many players will gather there. Ultimately, Song Chuha resigned herself to fate. After laying idle for so many days, a stroll outside might do her good. If she had no intention of competing for rankings, a round trip would only take half an hour to complete the task. After making her decision, she checked the world chat channel. Renin, no way. The nearest spawn point for the octopus is a 50-minute journey for me. How can I complete the task? Taoegwa, the brother above, is truly unfortunate. At this distance, don't even think about racking up damage for rewards. Wangshuero, I'm super lucky. The nearest task point is just 3 minutes away. I can row over myself. Hu Xinyua, this is dire. I can't swim. Going out to do the task is too dangerous. I need a life jacket. Urgently seeking. Players expressed mixed sentiments regarding the task. Some were enthusiastic, while others were pessimistic. Exiting the game interface, Song Chuha sipped her hot tea, still contemplating preparations for the task. During this time, she had accumulated a considerable number of feathers, enough to craft several thousand arrows. If she aimed to inflict damage on the world boss, she need not worry about her weapon supply. She crafted 60 arrows and tested their feel against a target on the beach when an idea struck her. Weapons in this game could be upgraded or enhanced. The more formidable the weapon, the greater the damage. Although her current exceptional quality bow was already quite powerful, should she truly be content with the status quo? Recently, Shin Junming had enhanced his spear, acquiring 2 additional passive skills in the process. One was a critical hit probability, which allowed for a chance to deal double damage upon attack. The other was a summoning return skill, enabling the wielder to recall thrown weapons. With the skill, melee weapons could also be utilized as ranged weapons. During the last encounter with the Fish Demon King, Shin Junming had lacked these skills, hence, his spear had been carried off by the demon. Reflecting on this, Song Chuha felt a pang of envy. It would be disingenuous to claim she did not long for greater versatility in her archery. Little Koi, please search for some dark iron in the trading hall. I wish to see if I can procure a few pieces to enhance my weapon. All right, let me check. There is only 1 piece of dark iron for sale in the hall, and the price is an exorbitant amount. Little Koi blinked in disbelief. Even the wealthiest player on the leaderboard could not afford it. Forget it. Even if I blew up my alchemy pot, I could not amass such a fortune. Upon seeing the price of the dark iron, Song Chua promptly abandoned her intention to make a purchase. Its utility was significant, and it was clear that players recognized its value. As for how to acquire dark iron, she recalled that it could be obtained from defeating demon beasts or through treasure maps. Conveniently, she had 2 maps on hand. Once her leg healed, she would first venture to dig up the one that was closer. Chapter 56, Offshore Platform After Lunch. Song Chuha rested for merely half an hour before boarding the small boat destined for defeating the world boss, encouraged by the eager gaze of her little Koi. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates, she noted there were still 15 minutes until 2 o'clock. There was no shelter on the sea, and the sun's rays lulled her into a drowsy state. Fortunately, Su Guanyue soon arrived on a boat as well. Chuha, good afternoon. Is your leg feeling any better? Su Guanyue joyfully halted her vessel beside Song Chua's. It's much improved, but I fear I might be left with some scars, which is rather disheartening, Song Chua replied, a hint of dejection in her voice. Yet, her spirits lifted almost immediately upon noticing the exquisite, shimmering purple whip in Su Guanyue's grasp. It was evident that this weapon would be stunning when wielded. As the waves rocked their boats, the 2 girls began to share insights about their weapons after exchanging pleasantries. I am using a bow, but it has no additional skills. Xian iron is incredibly expensive, and I only have 1 piece. Sigh. Song Chua produced her bow, its unembellished color reflecting its basic nature, lacking the golden sheen of Su Guanyue's whip. I gathered 5 pieces of Xian iron by defeating the monsters on the island. Once your leg heals, we can venture together, so don't rush, Su Guanyue said with a gentle smile, harboring a hint of envy for Song Chua. The purple whip in Su Guanyue's hands was of exquisite quality, allowing only for a passive skill enhancement. After reinforcement, it granted a poison effect, inflicting a localized poisoning upon contact with enemies. Well, I guess I'll have to wait for further enhancements. Ah, look, Brother Shun is coming this way too. Hearing the sound of waves crashing behind her, Song Chua turned to see Shin Junming swiftly approaching on his jet ski. You 2 are out here so early. Why not come to my island for some shade? The sun is scorching. I wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke, he said, halting before them. He retrieved 2 bottles of chilled sour plum juice from his backpack and handed them to the girls. Thank you, Brother Shin. We just arrived and exchanged a few words before spotting you, Song Chuha and Su Guanyue exclaimed, joyfully twisting open their drinks. A refreshing coolness spread through them, invigorating their spirits. With only 10 minutes until 2 o'clock, before they could engage in further conversation, a sudden surge of waves erupted before them, though not particularly large. The girls grasped their boat tightly to prevent falling overboard. After the tumult subsided, a circular white platform gradually emerged from the depths of the water, its size akin to that of a 400-meter track, leaving a central expanse of sea. So, are we meant to stand on that platform to slay the octopus? Song Chua furrowed her brow, suspecting that the platform's center was where the world boss would spawn. However, this arrangement rendered her ranged advantage less significant. That seems likely. Let us go take a look. Shin Junming, ever the bold one, had already secured his jet ski and was preparing to step onto the white platform. He extended a hand, assisting the 2 girls onto it as well. Given the platform's size, it was likely that numerous players would gather in this area. Yet Su Guanyue's words were interrupted by an exuberant shout from the sea. Hey, is that Brother Shin, Sister Guanyue, and Sister Chuha? Good afternoon, friends. You arrived here so early. Fu Yin waved excitedly from his boat, despite still being some distance from the platform, calling out to them with enthusiasm. Song Chuha turned her back and rolled her eyes. Coincidentally, she noticed Su Guanyue wearing a similarly exasperated expression. Chuha, Fu Yin has been asking me for days why you haven't replied to him, Su Guanyue whispered conspiratorially, clearly also irritated by Fu Yin. I blocked him. It's quite bothersome how he insists on introducing us to Zhang Lei, Song Chuha replied, staring at her bow, not wishing to engage with the approaching annoyance. She was resolute in her decision to sever ties with both Zhang Lei and Fu Yin, pondering what expression she should adopt when facing them. Pretending to be cordial felt too exhausting. Oh, blocking is indeed a useful feature. If Fu Yin oversteps again, I'll block him too, Su Guanyue remarked. Glancing at the clear blue sky, her disposition was not particularly assertive, which explained her delay in distancing herself from those she disliked. Yet, she had already blocked Zhang Lei, whose incessant remarks still left her feeling irate. Shinju-Ming observed the two girls with an amused expression, overhearing their whispered conversation. The boat behind Fu Yin carries Zhang Lei. If you prefer to avoid unnecessary interaction with them, just stand behind me when the time comes. As a man, Shinju-Ming felt it was his duty to protect the more vulnerable. Thank you, Brother Shin, they replied gratefully as Fu Yan's boat drew closer. Upon reaching the platform, the first thing Fu Yin and his companions did was greet Shinju-Ming, the prominent figure of comfort. Anyone would wish to curry favor with him. Shinju-Ming, wearing a warm yet distant smile, acknowledged their greetings with a simple nod. While the three men conversed, Song Chuha took Su Guanyue's hand, gradually making their way to the opposite end of the platform. However, their subtle movements were quickly noticed by Zhang Lei and Fu Yin. Are those two women our neighbors? The one in the short skirt has quite a figure. Too bad she's a cripple, Zhang Lei remarked, his thumb brushing against his nose, his gaze lingering on the girls. Hearing this, Song Chua's steps faltered. Cripple? Was he referring to her? Though her gait appeared slightly unusual, it was merely to avoid straining her injury. No. That's her sister Chuja. She has a leg injury. Once healed, she won't walk like that anymore. Fu Yin chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. I see. Don't go just yet. Come chat with us. I've built this dock for a while, and I haven't seen you two speak in the nearby channels. How can you survive out here without a man to protect you? Zhang Lei, lacking awareness, moved toward them, but Shinju-Ming swiftly obstructed his path. Excuse me, but could you be a bit more courteous to the ladies? Shinju-Ming's expression remained impassive as he regarded the two, towering over both Fu Yin and Zhang Lei, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 57. The damage leaderboard. Perhaps intimidated by the formidable presence, both Zhang Lei and Fu Yin were momentarily stunned. Before they could utter another word, a tumultuous wave surged within the circular platform. With a cacophony of splashes, a colossal, slick brown octopus emerged from the depths of the sea. Its body resembled a towering skyscraper, each tentacle measuring over 3 meters in diameter, striking the waves in a display both magnificent and terrifying. Goodness, it's enormous. A single slap from it could send me soaring into the sky. Fu Yin, disregarding the previously tense situation, hastily leaped back onto his boat, beckoning Zhang Lei to flee with him. Shinju-Ming, though surprised, remained steadfast, brandishing his weapon as he strode towards Song Chuha and Su Guanyue. Once the groups dispersed, the system announced the official commencement of the world boss-killing mission. The 3 remaining individuals on the platform gripped their weapons tightly. Given the monster's immense size, escape was not an option. Fortunately, the giant octopus was confined within the circular platform, its 8 limbs unable to breach its boundaries. Upon realizing this characteristic, their anxieties began to dissipate. It was time to inflict damage. Shinju-Ming weighed a spear in hand, aimed at the target, and launched it with precision. The spear pierced the octopus's head, provoking an immediate and chaotic thrashing in the water, yet it could not dive into the depths, continuing instead to churn the surface with enormous splashes. As long as we stay out of the water, we should be safe. Chuha, let us engage in the mission as well. Seeing Shinju-Ming land several successful hits on the octopus, Su Guanyue, filled with excitement, joined the fray, wielding her whip. The octopus continued to writhe, making it difficult for her to strike, but after several attempts, she finally connected. Observing the situation, Song Chuha, realizing the task was less perilous than anticipated, readied her bow and joined the assault. Goodness, how did that cripple manage to shoot an arrow and secure second place on the leaderboard? Zhang Lei and Fu Yin, having begun to depart the area in their small boat, returned to the platform upon discovering that the octopus would not attack players. Zhang Lei noticed that Song Chuha wielded the same weapon as him, prompting him to attempt to impress her. However, after firing numerous arrows, he found himself stuck in 4th place, unable to catch up with the top contenders. Brother Zhang, what quality is your weapon? Fu Yin scratched his head, having seen the high damage rankings on the task panel. Ordinary, what of it? Zhang Lei glared at Song Chuha, but with Shinju-Ming nearby, he dared not approach the 2 girls. Chua's bow is of exceptional quality. As for myself, I came unprepared today, armed only with stones, so I shall cast them slowly. Fu Yin chuckled, extracting a small stone from his backpack and tossing it one by one at the octopus. Surprisingly, it managed to inflict a modicum of damage. Damn, how wasteful to let a wretched girl wield such a superb bow. If only that bow were in my hands. Zhang Lei felt his teeth grinding in frustration. His own bow had failed to upgrade countless times, leaving him to make do until a better opportunity arose. His words drifted on the wind to the others. Song Chuha, idly observing, shot him a piercing glance, wishing she could land an arrow on this foul-mouthed man. Brother, don't be upset. Let us focus on inflicting damage. Fu Yin sensed the tension in his remarks and, in an effort to prevent further conflict, gently pulled Zhang Lei a few steps away. Minutes later, 6 additional players arrived at the platform via the System S transport vessel. Among them, many were encountering other players for the first time since joining the game, so they did not immediately engage in damage dealing, instead striking up conversations with Fu Yin and Zhang Lei. Impressive, brother. Using stones as weapons? Didn't you find anything good in the treasure chests? A blonde player laughed, patting Fu Yin on the shoulder as he observed him tossing stones. My weapon is an axe. Once thrown, it cannot be retrieved. Unlike Brother Shin's spear with its return skill. After tossing another handful of stones, Fu Yin gazed enviously at Shinju Ming, who stood a few meters away. No worries. Brother, I have 2 exquisite crossbows for sale. How about I sell you one for 200,000 shell coins? The blonde player then produced 2 identical crossbows from his backpack. This weapon, designed to fire short arrows, operates similarly to a bow. Impressive, brother. But isn't your price a bit steep? Zhang Lei's eyes lit up at the sight of the weapons. Why didn't he possess such an arsenal? In no time, apart from Song Chufa, Su Guanyue, and Shinju Ming, all the players on the platform surrounded the blonde, eagerly discussing his weapons. Chuha, why aren't you continuing to inflict damage? Your bow seems formidable. If you don't attack soon, I might surpass your damage. Su Guanyue, exhausted from wielding her long whip, needed to pause for breath. No rush. Here's a stamina recovery potion for you. It will help. Song Chuha, uninterested in the damage aspect, remained to observe the weaponry of other players. However, the newcomers seemed rather lackadaisical, more focused on chatting and making friends. After handing a potion to Su Guanyue, she offered one to Shun Junming as well. I don't need it. I still haven't finished the potions you gave me previously, replied Shinju Ming, pausing for a sip of water. Presently, the top 3 spots on the leaderboard were still occupied by the 3 of them, and if they continued, the rewards would undoubtedly be theirs. That is fine. If you need more potions, just let me know. Song Chua yawned, feeling the heat after nearly half an hour outside. Chuha, are you feeling hot? I really want to return to the island. Next time, I'll bring a beach umbrella to shield us while we climb the damage leaderboard. Su Guanyue, having raised her damage to 2nd place, paused again, drenched in sweat. Although the stamina potion eased her fatigue, the sun's relentless rays scorched her skin. Great idea. We've already dealt sufficient damage, so we won't be penalized. Let us head back together. This suggestion delighted her, and Song Chuha nodded, linking arms with Su Guanyue as they approached Shinju Ming to bid farewell. Chapter 58. Birds of a Feather. All right. Be cautious on your way back. I will stay here a bit longer before heading back to the island, Shinju Ming advised. He nodded, understanding that the girl was somewhat frail and should not be exposed to the sun for too long. Okay, we're off. Song Chuha waved her hand and was about to board the boat when she noticed a few players rushing towards them. Wait, are you Shinju Ming, the renowned player? Can we visit your island? That jet ski is yours, right? It's so cool. Your weapons are impressive. May I take a glimpse? The group surrounded Shinju Ming, chattering excitedly. Meanwhile, Fu Yin and Zhang Lei stood by the dock boats. Chuha, why are you ignoring me? I still need your help to refine some potions. Didn't we agree on that? Fu Yin shamelessly blocked Song Chufa's path, pulling out a large bag of herbs from his backpack. I've mentioned before that I dislike foul-mouthed neighbors lacking boundaries, Song Chuha replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Lei and then turning her gaze towards the sea. These two had long since joined forces, and she had witnessed Fu Yin and Zhang Lei chasing after other female players with lewd jokes the previous day. The lack of punishment from the system was utterly infuriating. So what if I love to curse? Just because you wield a broken bow doesn't make you superior. You are just a pathetic girl. Without a man as protection, I wonder how you'll survive, little cripple. Zhang Lei scoffed, recognizing the sarcasm in her tone and the hostility directed towards him. Come on, don't argue, you two. Fu Yin quickly interjected, sensing the tension. He hadn't expected Zhang Lei to speak so harshly, and at that moment, Song Chua's expression darkened significantly. If he lost the opportunity to have her help with the potions because of Zhang Lei, he would regret it for life. Ah, birds of a feather flock together. Song Chuha muttered, not wishing to engage further with the two. She pulled Su Guanyue along, taking a few steps before boarding their respective small boats. Hearing her words, Zhang Lei grew angrier. You pathetic cripple. Mr. Zhang, please be kinder to the girls, if you will, Shun Junming interjected timely. gesturing to Song Chua and Su Guanyue on the boat, signaling for them to leave first. Indeed, Brother Zhang, how could you speak so disrespectfully to a lady? She's merely injured. There's no need for derogatory remarks. Remember, you've been silenced by the system numerous times, each time due to your harassment of other players. The others also recognized Zhang Lei's bullying of female players and stepped forward to defend her. To many, Zhang Lei had become a nuisance whenever he spoke. He stirred up anger among players. Just a joke, come on. Can't that girl take a little banter? Zhang Lei remained oblivious to his missteps, spitting into the sea, prompting the system to react swiftly. Warning, player Zhang Lei has exhibited uncivil behavior. The main system will impose a penalty. The mechanical voice echoed in the void and continually scrolled across the game interface. Damn. Upon hearing this notification, Zhang Lei attempted to say something, but suddenly found himself unable to speak, his mouth moving soundlessly. The others, witnessing this outcome, distanced themselves, unwilling to be associated with such a person. Fu Yin wore an expression of exasperation. Song Chua had already sailed away, and he had yet to deliver the herbs to her. Zhang Lei tugged at his arm, gesturing for help. Brother Zhang, you're silenced by the system. There's nothing I can do. Fu Yin sighed deeply, questioning whether he should continue associating with Zhang Lei. He felt conflicted, shrugging his shoulders in helplessness. On the sea, Song Chua and Su Guanyue had only traveled a short distance. Time was still on their side. Would you like to visit my island for a while? Su Guanyue warmly invited Song Chua as they approached a parting point. Noticing Song Chua's slightly distressed expression, likely due to Zhang Lei's words, she wanted to find a cooler place to help her unwind. Sorry, Guanyue, I really need to get some sleep. Let us hang out next time. Song Chua waved her hand, feeling genuinely exhausted. Her eyelids were heavy, longing to return to her cozy bed, where she could rest in the comfort of air conditioning. Don't dwell on Zhang Lei's words. Rest well, and message me if you need anything. Su Guanyue nodded, not pressing her further. Right. I won't bother with someone like him. He is already facing his comeuppance. Song Chua forced a smile before sailing back to her island. Upon entering her house, little Koi welcomed her with a cheerful grin, presenting her with a cup of tea filled with 2 ice cubes. Welcome back, brave warrior. Chua, you've worked hard. The little one's melodious laughter alleviated some of her fatigue. She slumped into the lazy sofa, downing the tea in one go. Thank you, little Koi. Song Chua handed the empty cup back to the little one, too weary to change into clean clothes, and soon drifted off to sleep on the sofa. When she awoke, the World Boss event had just concluded. Checking her task panel, she noticed Shen Juming had achieved the highest damage, while she and Su Guanyue had fallen outside the top 10. It appeared that many players had arrived at this area after their departure. Although they missed out on ranking rewards, Song Chua felt no regret. Their visit had merely been a formality. She was indifferent to such accolades. After reviewing the rankings, she intended to rise and take a shower when a new message appeared in her private chat. Shen Junming. Chua, Guanyue mentioned you wish to enhance your weapons. The reward chest for the top 3 damage dealers in the World Boss event will contain Shen Iron. Be sure to prepare adequately next time, and you'll definitely secure a top 3 position. Upon reading this message, Song Chua's spirits lifted. Shen Iron? That was precisely the treasure she sought. The Shen Iron in the trading hall had been sold at exorbitant prices. Obtaining it from the World Boss's treasure chest would save her a considerable amount of money. Song Chua, thank you for the reminder, Brother Shun. I will be thoroughly prepared for next week. Chapter 59. Yu Yin takes action against the wild boar. After finishing her conversation with Shen Juming, Song Chua reopened the global chat channel. The quest for the first kill of the world boss had just concluded, and players were primarily discussing the rewards for the top 10 damage dealers, while many sought various enhancement weapon items. Zhou, there are about 100 players in our sea area competing for damage. The competition is intense. Wang Shuero, is it that dire for you, dear sister? You could try a more distant quest point. There are 2 spawn points near me that are quite deserted. Xiaoxinlei, where is the damage king? Shen Juming, you are the top damage dealer in our area. Could you share what materials are in your reward box? XINY, I'm looking to trade for a fine quality curved sword. I'm sincerely interested. Ah, I forgot to ask Brother Shen what materials are in the reward box. Song Chua stood up to stretch her stiff neck. She had just dozed off on the sofa in an awkward position and ended up with a crick. I know. The top 3 damage players each receive a piece of mysterious iron, while other materials are randomized, potentially including food or various tool blueprints. The little Koi had just brought in the clothes that had been drying outside. After saying this, the little one cleverly searched for players currently selling mysterious iron in the trading hall. Earlier in the morning, there had only been one exorbitantly priced piece of mysterious iron on the market, but now there were 10 available, albeit still at a steep price. It was simply unaffordable. These sellers were undoubtedly flaunting their iron, which was rather daunting. Upon seeing the price tags, Song Chuha was once again taken aback by the series of numbers. The price of mysterious iron would not drop anytime soon. The quantity required for enhancing weapons doubled each time. 5 pieces for the first enhancement, 10 for the second, and 20 for the third. While folding clothes, the little koi offered explanations for her confusion. After hearing this, Song Chuha felt even more despondent. She currently had only 2 paths to choose from: slaying beasts or grinding damage against the world boss each week. Oh well, I suppose I'll take my time. As long as I survive on the island, I'm sure I can gather the mysterious iron eventually. She helped the little koi place the neatly folded clothes at the foot of the bed before heading out to prepare dinner. After a long day at sea, she was still a bit drowsy, even after a nap. After simply boiling 2 bowls of seafood dumpling soup, she went to the poolside to enjoy dinner with Yu Yan. This will do for today. I'll prepare something more elaborate once I'm less tired tomorrow. After several days of feeding him, Song Chuha noticed that Yu Yan no longer resisted eating human food, so she set up a small wooden table by the pool to serve all 3 meals there. Thank you. Yu Yan was unable to use chopsticks or spoons, but he sincerely expressed his gratitude before lifting the bowl directly to drink. Be careful, it's hot. Watching the mermaid devour his food, Song Chuha felt that his eating habits did not match his appearance at all. She had not finished her sentence when the steaming soup was entirely consumed by Yu Yan, who then belched rather inelegantly. He blinked innocently. This was simply how his kind ate. How about I teach you to use chopsticks and a spoon? Song Chuha looked at him hopefully. She did not expect him to chew slowly, but perhaps he could at least linger over meals with her a bit longer? Maybe next time. Yu Yan, sensing the goodwill from the human, licked his lips, intending to return to the pool to rest when he suddenly detected 2 creatures rushing wildly toward the beach from the forest. He propped himself up with his tail, his expression turning exceptionally vigilant as he gazed into the jungle. Chuha, there are beasts approaching. Meanwhile, the little koi hurried over. Unable to detect the presence of the mermaid but certainly aware of other creatures, she shielded her host with her tiny body, knowing that these creatures were definitely not friendly. A few seconds later, 2 wild boars, each the size of a water buffalo, stood at the boundary between the jungle and the beach. Snorting as they dug their sharp tusks into the earth, one even knocked down a coconut tree. Could it be that the parents of those 2 little wild boars I brought back last time are here for revenge? Song Chuha's hand holding the bow grew sweaty. These beasts were too large, could she handle them? Before long, one of the wild boars had detected the presence of life nearby, panting heavily as it slowly approached the pool, occasionally opening its massive jaws to intimidate the weaker prey. Chuha, you should go hide in the room. I can handle them. The little koi, aware that her host's leg was still not fully healed, looked back at the person behind her with concern, not wanting her to suffer further harm. It's fine. My bow's damage is quite high. How could she easily retreat at such a moment? Besides, she was not entirely defenseless. Just as she fully drew her bow, a blue water column shot forth faster than she could react, heading toward the wild boar. Yu Yan's golden tail shimmered with a white light as he raised his arm, another similar water column hovering in his palm. Before Song Chuha could comprehend, the wild boar a few meters away was cleaved in 2, falling to the sand without a sound. Its companion, sensing something was amiss, angrily dug its tusks into the sand and charged toward the pool. Yu Yan sent forth another water column, and this time Song Chuha watched in disbelief as the further wild boar was sliced in half, blood splattering everywhere, a gruesome sight. Wow, little fish is so powerful. The little koi, sensing that the danger had passed, looked up at the mermaid with admiration. Yu Yan glanced back at the stunned duo, having merely showcased his strength. The island's beasts were no match for him. However, he still bore significant internal injuries, and after exerting himself, he felt the energy within him surge again. Thank you, Yu Yan, for helping us. When Song Chuha finally regained her senses from the shock, the mermaid had already closed his eyes and laid back in the pool. His complexion was a shade worse than before, and noticing he wished to rest, she refrained from disturbing him further. The air was still thick with the pungent scent of blood, and it was evident that dinner could not continue. She tore off a clean towel from the house, covered her nose, and began to clean up the wild boars on the beach. In this game, disposing of beast corpses was relatively convenient. Players simply needed to approach them to receive options for disassembling and collecting materials. Chapter 60. She is too weak to continue slacking off. The 2 wild boars were evidently fully grown. After Song Chuha had disassembled them, she obtained 30 portions of wild boar meat and 2 pairs of boar tusks. Upon storing the meat in her game backpack, 2 luminous treasure chests appeared on the ground. These were the reward boxes for defeating the demonic beasts. Let's open them and see what's inside. The little koi eagerly rubbed her hands together, excitement bubbling within her. Each time she opened a chest, she was filled with anticipation, hoping her luck-enhancing skill would bring her host even more valuable resources. Oh, it smells so foul. Could you please help me move those 2 chests a little farther away? The joy of acquiring the treasure chests did little to alleviate Song Chuha's discomfort. She had already felt nauseated several times and wished to leave this place immediately. All right, let us head to the beach. The little creature bounced over, transporting the 2 chests to the shallows. A breeze swept across the sea, and Song Chuha took several deep breaths of fresh air before squatting down to open the first chest. Wild Boar Beast Treasure Chest, Xian Iron 1. Venomous Arrow Blueprint 1. The little koi blinked and cheered. Wow, it's the Xian Iron we need. How wonderful. Song Chuha was more intrigued by the blueprint than the Xian Iron. Previously, she had only used ordinary feather arrows, which were adequate in damage. But facing wild boars like these today, she lacked confidence in successfully defeating them. However, if her weapon were to be comprehensively enhanced, her chances of victory would significantly increase. She carefully stored the 2 items and then opened the second treasure chest. Wild Boar Beast Treasure Chest, Xian Iron 2. Oh, this chest contains 2 pieces of Xian Iron. With this, we are just 1 piece away from strengthening our bow and arrows for the first time. The little koi recalled that there was still 1 piece at home. She clapped her hands joyfully, amplifying the atmosphere of delight. Well, fortunately, Yu Yin intervened today. Otherwise, our home might have been ravaged by the wild boars. Song Chuha walked towards the pool with lingering trepidation. Yu Yin lay quietly in the pool, his complexion as pale as when she first met him. It seemed that his recent effort in dispatching the wild boars had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. His external wounds had healed, but his internal injuries were beyond her ability to remedy. She gloomily tidied up the dishes on the wooden table. The gruesome scene from earlier had completely sapped her appetite. And after discarding her bowl of seafood dumpling soup, Song Chuha returned to the small wooden house with her head hung low. Should I cook something else for you? The little koi sat obediently beside her host, puzzled as to why she still appeared so downcast despite having just acquired the necessary items from the treasure chests. No need. I think I'll take a shower first and just have some bread later. Song Chuha pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling utterly exhausted. All right. Then I'll go clean up the bloodstains on the beach. Go ahead. Watching the little creature bounce out the door, she took her change of clothes into the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over her, Song Chuha felt a heavy weight in her heart. She realized she was still too weak, her reflexes, stamina, weapons. Without Yu Yin and the little koi, she would have likely been eliminated from the game long ago. After a whirlwind of thoughts, she emerged from the bathroom. The little koi had already purified the mess outside. Song Chuha stood on the outdoor platform and glanced at Yu Yin, who was still resting. After placing a medical kit by the pool, he lay back down on his bed. That night, she slept poorly, plagued by a series of bizarre dreams. As dawn broke, she abruptly opened her eyes. Her nightgown soaked with cold sweat. She covered her face and took a long time to calm her tumultuous emotions. Why is this happening? Ultimately, it all boiled down to her own shortcomings. This was a survival game. How could she possibly thrive with such a laid-back attitude? Chuha, what's wrong? It's not even 6 yet. The little koi halted its repair program and looked at its host with concern. I'm fine, just had a sweaty dream. Let me change into another set of clothes and lie down for a bit. Song Chuha forced a smile, quickly changing into fresh sleepwear before returning to bed. This time, she merely closed her eyes without immediately falling asleep. Survival of the fittest, that was the unchanging law of nature. She could no longer afford to be a lazy fish. With this realization, she resolved to change her circumstances. The road ahead would still be shrouded in uncertainty, but she must face it bravely, equipped with strength. Before long, she fell asleep again. When she awoke, it was already 8:30 in the morning. The little koi had just brought today's random treasure chest back to the platform. Due to the hot season, only one iron treasure chest had respawned on the beach. Good morning. Good morning, little koi. With a new goal in mind, Song Chuha, now well-rested, radiated vitality. After gently touching the little koi's plump face, she personally went to the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of egg noodles. Yu Yin was still resting, so she did not disturb him. Instead, she ate her noodles while drafting her plan for the day. In the morning, she would craft venomous arrows and sell the wild boar meat. In the afternoon, she would acquire herbs to brew potions and earn some money. Chuha, you seem quite happy today. Have you encountered some good fortune? After finishing breakfast, the little koi noticed that her host appeared different from the night before. It looked at her curiously, eager for answers. I've found a goal for the upcoming period, so it's certainly a good thing. All right, time to get to work. With a smile, Song Chuha washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. Refreshed, she sat down at the workbench to begin crafting arrows. The formula for the new arrows required just one additional vial of venom compared to the ordinary arrows, and she had several bottles of fish demon king venom at home. She placed all the necessary materials on the workbench, and after a series of clinks and clatters, she found herself with 60 black-tipped arrows. The venom must be on the arrowheads. She needed to handle them with care, or it would be disastrous if she pricked herself. Examining the arrowheads, she noted their sharpness and the menacing sheen they emitted, indicating they would possess considerable lethality. Generally, she carelessly tossed her arrows into a cabinet. Pondering this, she opened her private chat and located the bamboo craftsman, Li Jibin. After describing her need for a bamboo tube to hold her arrows, Li Jibin readily sold her one for 360 shell coins, complete with a vine-twisted string. The bamboo tube was in stock, as many players wielded bows and arrows, prompting him to craft numerous such items. Additionally, his trading hall featured an array of bamboo-crafted weapons, a dazzling assortment that left Song Chua marveling for several minutes before she turned her attention to her next task. Chapter 61. Yu Yin went to catch shrimp. The refrigerator was brimming with wild boar meat, and after a brief arrangement, she placed 25 portions in the trading hall at a price of 2,000 shell coins each. Given the soaring prices, she considered her pricing quite reasonable, especially compared to those selling drinking water for 3,000 or 4,000 per bottle. Subsequently, she sent a portion to Su Guanyue and Shin Junming. After her flurry of activity, only 3 portions of pork belly remained for her, along with a small wild boar that she had yet to process. Whenever Song Chua found herself with idle time, she would wander through the trading hall, observing without purchasing, as she was quite aware of the market dynamics. Currently, pork and beef were the most sought-after commodities among players, followed by lamb, chicken, and duck, while fish were not as readily sold, considering that everyone lived by the sea and obtaining fresh fish was exceedingly easy. However, she had a yearning for sea shrimp these days. Ever since she tasted Longjing shrimp at Shin's place, she had been unable to shake the memory of its delightful flavor. With her injury nearly healed, she planned to venture out to sea to dig for treasure maps and catch some shrimp to enjoy. The shrimp in the trading hall were priced rather steeply. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against making a purchase, reasoning that she still had plenty of ingredients at home. Do you like shrimp, Chuha? I could go catch some right now. Upon hearing her thoughts, the little koi put down her broom and eagerly grabbed a net, ready to dash to the sea. Come back. Let's wait a few days to catch them. We need to finish the wild boar meat at home before adding new ingredients. She hurriedly called back the little koi, who was always quick to act, tackling everything with fervor. However, this trait was not without its advantages, as it complemented Song Chua's more languid demeanor. All right, she conceded. It was no issue that they couldn't go to sea for the time being. The little koi resumed cheerfully cleaning both indoors and outdoors. By noon, all 25 portions of wild boar meat had sold out, netting her a staggering 50,000 shell coins, causing her lips to curl into an ecstatic grin. Song Chua's shop was never short of goods. Sometimes it was sweet berries, other times ginger, but more often than not, it was various potions. The true hero behind her position on the wealth leaderboard was undoubtedly her plump alchemical cauldron. When lunchtime arrived, the table was set with stir-fried green peppers and meat, cumin potato slices, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and chicken soup. Typically, she would only need 2 dishes for herself. But considering that she also had a fish to care for, she couldn't resist preparing a few extra dishes. Yu Yin had awakened, and as Song Chuha set the table, he instinctively swam over to the edge of the pool. Shall we learn how to eat with a spoon today? Seeing the merman attempting to gulp down soup and food indiscriminately, she quickly grasped his arms to guide him. His body temperature was significantly lower than that of a human, and his skin was astonishingly pale. Realizing the stark contrast between their complexions, Song Chuha instinctively withdrew her hands. Okay, Yu Yin nodded slowly. Having promised this human, he would not go back on his word. Chuha, I want to learn too. The little koi, ever eager to join in, brought over the last spoon from the kitchen. All right, watch my movements. The 2 pupils before her had an exceptional capacity for comprehension. After just 2 demonstrations, Yu Yin was able to slowly scoop food into his mouth with the spoon. As for the little koi, she found it amusing to simply be around her host. And though she couldn't eat, it didn't stop her from using the spoon to play with the water in the pool. The atmosphere during lunch was quite lively, predominantly filled with chatter from the little koi and Song Chua, while Yu Yin quietly observed. This experience was incredibly novel for him, as he had never encountered such warmth in the deep sea. After the meal, Yu Yin emerged from the pool, his beautiful fishtail transforming into legs as he took measured steps toward the sea. Hey, isn't the sand hot? Where are you going? Just as Song Chua finished washing the dishes, she spotted Yu Yin, dressed casually but barefoot, leaving the pool. He did not respond, merely casting a fleeting glance at her before disappearing into the waves. The little fish has escaped. The little koi tilted her head, instinctively wanting to help her host track Yu Yan's whereabouts, but to no avail. The main system did not even comprehend the merfolk of the deep sea, let alone her. He must be missing home. Song Chua frowned, watching the golden figure vanish into the surf. Having spent over half a month with Yu Yin and finally developing a dining partnership, his sudden departure left her feeling forlorn. Bad fish. He's so naughty. Seeing her host's expression droop, the little koi immediately took her hand to offer comfort. Don't worry, I won't run off. Yes, our little koi is the most obedient. Come on, let's rest for half an hour before we start alchemy. Song Chuha patted the little one's head and led her back into the house. Though she intended to take a nap, her mind was preoccupied, and after tossing and turning for several minutes, she could not fall asleep. Just as she decided to get up, a familiar figure outside brought her back to full alertness. Oh, the disobedient little fish is back. The little koi leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as Yu Yin approached the small house. He carried a woven net made of seaweed, placing it on the outdoor platform before standing still for a moment and then returning to the swimming pool. Did he go to the sea just to catch these shrimp? Song Chua wondered, her face filled with curiosity as she opened the net, which instantly released several very lively shrimp, splashing salty seawater onto her face. But she only felt delight. Look, it's the shrimp you love. The little koi hurriedly scooped the jumping shrimp back into the net, feeling uneasy, and dashed to the kitchen to fetch a large bowl to cover them. Let us soak them in water for now. We'll cook shrimp for dinner tonight. Song Chuha smiled, realizing that Yu Yin must have gone to catch the shrimp after hearing her conversation with the little koi that morning. How wonderful. Although this fish was aloof and spoke little, he was very perceptive. Keeping him was worth it. Each shrimp he caught was as large as her palm. In recalling how to prepare them, Song Chuha decided to let Yu Yin experience several delicious dishes that evening. With a heart full of joy, her enthusiasm for earning shell coins surged even higher. The afternoon was dedicated to acquiring herbs and alchemy. After diligently refining 5 batches of pills in the sweltering heat, she took her earnings and began to explore the trading hall. The kitchen was still lacking many seasonings, such as vinegar, sugar, and various spices. Many richly flavored dishes required these ingredients. As the saying goes, a poor student has many supplies. Although her cooking skills were modest, she knew it was essential to stock up on various seasonings. Chapter 62. A visit to Su Guan Yue during dinner. Song Chua cheerfully presented 3 delectable dishes crafted from fresh shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp, garlic braised shrimp, and poached shrimp. Yu Yin lingered by the poolside, puzzled by the joy of humanity, yet he found the sensation rather pleasant. In the depths of the sea, there existed no such exquisite array of flavors. They held little reverence for culinary delights. Thus, when he experienced the exquisite allure of human cuisine, he was immediately captivated. Well, the side dishes are limited, for now. This is all I can manage. Do give it a try, Song Chuha said, lacking confidence in her culinary skills, though the presentation of the dishes was quite appealing, and she was eager to dig in. Yu Yin recalled the grip of a spoon from earlier and hesitantly scooped up a spoonful of sweet and sour shrimp, bringing it to his lips. The tangy sweetness burst in his mouth, momentarily surprising him, and he took another bite. After devouring most of the plate, he belatedly noticed that Song Chuha was observing him. You enjoy sweet and sour dishes, don't you? Tomorrow, I'll attempt to make sweet and sour ribs. Though that's a bit more challenging, I'll need to consult Brother Shin for the method, she exclaimed. As a novice chef, each spoonful that Yu Yin savored was her greatest affirmation. This meal was a product of her consultation with Shin Juming. Previously, she had only been adept at boiling instant noodles, but upon arriving on the island, she gradually discovered her culinary aptitude. Yu Yin nodded slightly and continued to sample the other 2 dishes. He consumed the shrimp with their shells intact. But upon witnessing the graceful manner in which the human across from him peeled the shells, he paused to imitate her. Song Chua tossed a shrimp into her mouth and caught a glimpse of Yu Yin laboriously tearing apart a shrimp, which elicited a chuckle from her. Shall I help you peel them? She offered. An experienced shrimp peeler, she recalled the joy of sharing this task with her parents when they were still together. The family would chat and peel shrimp, and moments later, a bowl brimming with succulent shrimp meat would be devoured, an experience steeped in happiness. She placed a perfectly peeled shrimp in front of Yu Yin. Memories of their joyful family moments flooded her mind. Thank you, Yu Yin said, glancing down at his mangled shrimp and then at the pristine one on his plate. After a brief hesitation, he swiftly pinched the shrimp with his fingers and tossed it into his mouth. As he chewed, he discreetly observed the human-esque expression. A serene smile adorned her face. Radiant and delightful, he had discerned that she was unlike any other human he had encountered before. Though occasionally absent-minded, she was predominantly kind, both towards him and the little robot. Lost in thought, Yu Yin barely noticed as Song Chuha added more peeled shrimp to his plate. Having eaten her fill, she was now eager to feed the handsome merman before her. If every day could unfold like this, it would be quite delightful. The following day, Song Chuha prepared to venture out. The night before, she had discovered that the coordinates of a treasure map she possessed lay on Su Guanyue's island. After consulting with her, the two girls agreed to dine together. Thus, she rose early, brimming with enthusiasm. After freshening up, she monitored the steaming egg in the pot while briefing Yu Yin on her plans for the day. I want to be back for lunch. If you get hungry, have little Koi make you a bowl of seafood noodles. No need, Yu Yin replied, leaning on the pool's edge. Skipping a meal wouldn't be an issue. He had no desire to trouble the noisy little robot. All right, I'll leave some snacks for you. After setting a well-steamed egg on the table, Song Chuha returned to the room to retrieve the pork jerky and cotton candy tucked away in the corner of the cupboard. These could be eaten straight from their packaging, and she reminded him to dispose of the trash properly. Okay, I must be off now. Enjoy your breakfast, and make sure little Koi behaves. She gently caressed little Koi's face before grabbing a basket of fresh vegetables and heading toward the dock. Aboard the transport ship, she swayed gently until she reached her destination. Chuha, good morning. Knowing that her friend was visiting, Su Guanyue had begun preparations early. She not only tidied both the inside and outside of her home, but also cleaned the cages for her chickens and ducks, gathering fallen feathers to craft arrows for Song Chuha. Good morning, Guanyue. Here, this is for you, Song Chuha said, handing over the basket filled with dew-kissed lettuce leaves, which instantly uplifted the mood. How thoughtful of you. You didn't need to bring a gift. Come in. The morning sun is rather harsh, Su Guanyue laughed, leading her to her cozy abode. She resided in a charming two-bedroom wooden house, with a living room comparable in size to Song Chuha's small dwelling. But it also featured an additional bedroom and bathroom. Your home is so neatly organized. Upon entering, Song Chuha was taken aback by the tidiness. Although her own space was maintained by little Koi, it could scarcely keep pace with the chaos she created, resulting in occasional disarray. In contrast, Su Guanyue's living room boasted a perfect arrangement of books, teacups, and vases on the coffee table. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so I am rather particular about the placement of furniture. But you needn't worry about that. Please, sit and enjoy some tea. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Su Guanyue asked as she guided Song Chuha to the sofa before turning to pour water and gather snacks and fruits. I've already eaten. I came to chat and seek out treasure, not to enjoy your hospitality, Song Chuha teased, noticing Su Guanyue bustling about. Isn't that a reason to be happy? It's not often I have a guest on the island, so I must extend the highest courtesy. Here, this is milk tea. Would you like some ice cubes added? Although the resources on her island were limited, Su Guanyue had brewed the last 2 packets of milk tea, knowing that young girls often like to sip sweet beverages while chatting. No, this is perfect. Upon seeing the fragrant milk tea before her, Song Chuha felt a wave of surprise. She had been craving it for quite some time, but had yet to find it in the random treasure chests. As for the other snacks, she rarely encountered them. The pork jerky and cotton candy she had saved for Yu Yin were her last reserves. Oh, by the way, I also have some candy berries in the kitchen. Let me fetch them for you. No need, no need. There are already plenty of snacks on the table. To prevent Su Guanyue from continuing her flurry of activity, Song Chuha quickly reached out and pulled her back to the sofa. Chapter 63. Returning home with bundles. When girls gather, they are often inundated with endless topics of conversation. Initially, their discussions revolve around games. But as they transition to the realm of reality, their chatter becomes unstoppable. It is not until the clock strikes 12 that Su Guanyue recalls the need to prepare lunch. After setting the rice to boil, she organizes the kitchen ingredients. The island is home to numerous chickens and ducks, yielding a bountiful harvest of eggs each morning. To avoid waste, she decides to pickle them all. How about savory salted egg yolk shrimp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, marinated beef, and crab roe fried rice for lunch today? The two girls deliberate on the menu in the kitchen. Is it necessary to prepare so many dishes? We've already munched on plenty of snacks while chatting, remarked Song Chuha, patting her comfortably full belly. Throughout the morning, her mouth has hardly paused, indulging in milk tea, mung bean cake, muffins, and even the beloved spicy strips of childhood. She nearly forgets the purpose of her visit. No worries, take your time. We will finish eventually, Su Guanyue responds, deftly handling the various ingredients. Today, she is exceptionally joyful. With a friend assisting her in washing and chopping vegetables, their occasional exchanges making the preparation a breeze. Guanyue, your culinary skills are remarkable. Every dish looks delectable. This is no exaggeration. She is aware of her cooking abilities, which are merely sufficient to impress a few friends. Yet, Su Guanyue is not only beautiful but also a talented cook, with each dish on the table embodying a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Come, taste it. It has been ages since I cooked for anyone. After neatly folding her apron and placing it aside, she finally sits at the opposite side of the dining table. All right. Song Chuha picks up her chopsticks and takes a bite of the salted egg yolk shrimp. The combination of different ingredients creates a unique flavor. And today's dish far surpasses those she prepared yesterday. The golden shrimp meat, garnished with vibrant green scallions, is visually appetizing. The marinated beef was a gift from Brother Shin, who is rumored to be starting a cattle farm, a testament to the island's vast resources. Su Guanyue serves a bowl of crab roe fried rice before her, adding several slices of marinated beef to her plate with the serving chopsticks. Her island is in close proximity to Xinjianming's, who occasionally passes by her dock while at sea, offering her food during friendly exchanges. Song Chua reciprocates with sweet berries and pork, which deeply touches Su Guanyue. With time spent in this game, the initial feelings of loneliness are gradually dissipating. Yet, her thoughts remain tethered to her boyfriend in the real world. They have been out of contact for an extended period. And Su Guanyue ponders how wonderful it would be if he could join her in this game. After lunch, Song Chua spends the afternoon learning how to make salted duck eggs from Su Guanyue. As evening approaches, she remembers her intention to dig for a treasure map. Fortunately, the treasure is located in the coconut grove on the western side of the island. Upon opening the treasure chest, she is overjoyed to discover a piece of dark iron and a large bag of soybeans. Finally, I've obtained the 5th piece of dark iron. I'm heading back to enhance my bow. If not for her image, Song Chua might have leapt with joy like a little koi fish. She happily stows the dark iron away and weighs the bag of soybeans in her hand, pondering how to consume or cultivate them. Just as she is lost in thought, Su Guanyue arrives at the beach, laden with bags. Chua, take these home with you. I've packed 10 salted duck eggs for you. Would you like to catch a pair of ducklings to raise? After several trips, she finally sets down the numerous bags, all while preparing to catch some ducks with her net. No, it's too much. I feel embarrassed to take so much. As Su Guanyue places all the items in front of her, Song Chua feels as though she is partaking in a free shopping spree. Nevertheless, she ultimately succumbs to Su Guanyue's generosity and accepts the food into her game backpack. Take it without worry. I have plenty at home. Wait, you found soybeans in the treasure? They can be used to make soy milk, braise pig trotters, or sprout beans. They are quite a versatile ingredient. Su Guanyue exclaims with delight, as she had only stumbled upon some useless blueprints in her previous treasure hunts. Then let me share half of the soybeans with you. Song Chua generously divides the soybeans in two, and with a reluctant glance from Su Guanyue, she boards the return transport ship. Drifting on the sea, the sunset casts a golden glow over the endless waters, making her feel as if she is in a fairy tale. However, this enchanting scene is soon interrupted by 2 unsightly figures. At a distance of more than 10 meters from her boat, Fu Yin and Zhang Lei, each aboard their own vessel, are fishing with long rods. Zhang Lei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhales clouds of smoke while intently watching the bobber on the water's surface. Song Chua spots the two first and wishes to avoid interaction, so she turns away, hoping they are too preoccupied to notice her. Alas, her hopes are dashed as Zhang Lei's flippant voice rings out. Look, there's a beauty over there. Little Fu, stop fishing. Let us go say hello. Song Chua inwardly curses and contemplates altering her boat's course, but Fu Yan's voice interrupts her thoughts. Chua, I see you. What are you doing out at sea? I've caught a few big fish. I can share some with you. Fu Yan waves excitedly, suddenly recalling something. He retracts his fishing rod and steers his boat closer to Song Chua. What are you doing out here? Oh, I remember now. You're that girl who took the exceptional bow. Zhang Lei squints, finally recognizing her. He finds it absurd that she possesses such a fine weapon yet only engaged in combat once before leaving. Song Chua takes a deep breath, reminding herself that she is merely 5 minutes away from her island, and soon she will be rid of these annoying pests. Fu Yan, oblivious to her desire to escape, pursues her, having a favor to ask that he is unwilling to let her leave easily. For reasons unknown, his boat is slightly faster than hers, and before she can drift too far, he is right behind her. With her back turned to them, Song Chua grips the sides of her boat tightly, yearning to return to her own waters. Once she nears her island, no other players can approach without her consent. The bothersome voices behind her grow closer, causing her brow to furrow in frustration. Chapter 64. Thrown into the sea. As Song Chua caught sight of the silhouette of her island, a sudden, jarring collision erupted, causing the vessel she occupied to tilt at an alarming angle, flinging her unceremoniously into the sea. The unexpected plunge left her unprepared, and she sputtered as she struggled to breach the surface, choking on the briny water. Ah, Sister Chua, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to collide with you. Fu Yin had not anticipated that his boat would collide with hers. He merely sought to draw closer for a more amicable conversation. After a brief moment of shock following Song Chua's fall, he dove into the water after her. Cough, cough. Stay away from me. Song Chua gasped for fresh air, her lungs and throat ablaze with pain. Please, let me help you back onto the boat. The water is cold, and I don't want you to catch a chill, Fu Yin said awkwardly, scratching his head as he reached out to assist her. He recognized that his actions had been misguided, yet he felt he deserved a chance to make amends. I said, keep your distance. Song Chua snapped. Her boat drifting a little farther away. Gritting her teeth, she swatted away his hand and swam vigorously towards her vessel. She had come to a realization. Entangling herself with these two would only invite misfortune into her life. Chua, are you in the water? I'll come to rescue you. Don't be afraid. As she swam towards her boat, the anxious voice of the little koi echoed in her mind. No need. I have 2 bothersome people here. Just stay home and wait for me, she replied, finally reaching the side of her boat. Fortunately, a rope ladder was already hanging from the side, and she struggled to climb back aboard, soaked through, her hair dripping incessantly, presenting a pitiful sight. Chua, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say hello. Fu Yin pleaded, still swimming alongside her boat, his face filled with remorse as he clasped his hands together in apology. Hearing his irritating voice, Song Chua could no longer suppress her anger. Retrieving her bow and arrow from her game pack, she aimed at the man floating in the water. I do not wish to befriend you. This is the final time I will ask you to stay away. Though her body trembled from the chill, her voice lacked the forcefulness she intended, yet her gaze was as frigid as the arrow she held, radiating a piercing coldness. Fu Yin was momentarily taken aback by her fierce glare. Despite his usual bravado, he recognized that if he dared to advance another step, that arrow would swiftly pierce his body. I won't say anything more, but I genuinely wish to. Ugh, the little cripple is quite feisty. And not to mention, has a decent figure. I like it. Zhang Lei interrupted, maneuvering his transport vessel closer to Fu Yin's side. He reached out to haul his still-soaked companion aboard, then cast a lewd gaze at Song Chua. Upon hearing this, she aimed her bow at Zhang Lei. However, he remained undeterred, a smirk plastered on his face as he blew a smoke ring in her direction. Zhang, don't say anything further. I acknowledge my mistake today. Fu Yin interjected, shaking his head at Zhang Lei, who showed no sign of restraint. How do you expect to woo a girl with that cowardly demeanor? She wouldn't dare shoot. During this phase, harming another player results in punishment, potentially leading to elimination, Zhang Lei sneered. Fully aware that he could provoke others without fear of retribution, Song Chua's expression darkened to an extreme as she refused to offer either man a single word or glance. The transport vessel gradually carried her away from this vexatious sea, and at last, she returned to her island, having followed her previous instructions. The little koi did not greet her at the door. Upon seeing her drenched form enter, the little creature quickly presented a clean towel. Chua, what happened out there? How did you end up like this? I encountered Fu Yin and Zhang Lei. Let us not discuss it. It's truly unfortunate, she replied, carelessly drying her hair before angrily retreating to the bathroom. Luckily, she had chosen to wear sports attire instead of a dress today. Otherwise, she would have certainly sought to poke out the eyes of those 2 wretches. After cleaning herself, she sat on the outdoor platform to let her hair dry. The little koi, hesitant to pry, prepared dinner while discreetly observing her expression. Yin also leaned against the edge of the pool, having never seen a human so irate since arriving on this island. The atmosphere during dinner was exceedingly tense. Song Chua remained silent, her face a mask of displeasure. After a few bites, she set her utensils down and retreated into the house, her plans to strengthen her bow and arrow immediately dashed by her foul mood. The little koi blinked as she tidied the table, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility on the island. She obediently returned indoors, placing a cup of hot water on the bedside table before commencing her self-repair program. The following day, Song Chua remained in a wretched mood, clutching 5 pieces of mysterious iron, yet hesitating to enhance her weapon. When she felt disheartened, she could barely muster the energy to engage in any activity. Hence the skill enhancement for her bow and arrow was temporarily shelved. Perhaps Fu Yin genuinely sought to apologize. After a night of contemplation, he decided to reach out to Shin Juming and brought along a gift of contrition to her island. Since Su Guanyue and Song Chuka had ceased communication with him, Shin was his only option. Upon hearing Fu Yin recount the events of the previous evening, Shin Juming looked at the carefree youth with a mix of disbelief and reproach. So, you intend to seek her forgiveness after throwing her into the water? Though Shin believed himself to possess a good temperament, he felt compelled to admonish the young man further. Yes, but she won't speak to me. Brother Zeng suggested that if I send her gifts, she will calm down. I had intended to bring her fish yesterday, but I couldn't enter her waters, Fu Yin explained, holding 2 nearly 1 meter long live fish, 1 in each hand. Was it with Zhang Lei that you encountered Chuha yesterday? Shin Juming inquired, his brow furrowing. While he did not wish to interfere with Fu Yin's friendships, he recognized Zhang Lei's dubious character. Well, Brother Zing did cause a minor disturbance with Chuka, but I apologized on his behalf. Fu Yan's expression grew sheepish, unwilling to recount Zhang Lei's unsavory comments in full. Such undignified and disrespectful words embarrassed him. Take the fish back. I doubt Chua will forgive you, Shin Juming sighed, shaking his head as he prepared to dismiss Fu Yan. Chapter 65. Continuing to survive, the morning breeze carried a slight chill as Fu Yin stood despondently at the dock. His eyes rimmed with red, as though he bore some profound grievance. Shen Junming chose silence, watching him board the boat before sending a private message to Song Chua. Shen Junming, I heard you fell into the water yesterday evening. Have you a ginger soup? Are you feeling unwell? I have some cold medicine here, which I have sent to your inbox. Even though Fu Yin had not elaborated on the events that transpired on the sea, Shen Junming could surmise how those two had provoked a solitary girl. He believed that the penalties for rule-breaking players in the game were far too lenient. If this indulgence continued, instances of players banding together to bully the vulnerable would inevitably recur. Meanwhile, Song Chua remained in bed, simmering in frustration. The oppressive atmosphere filled her room, to the extent that she was disinclined to open the new treasure chest that had refreshed today. Upon receiving Shen Junming's message, her spirits lifted slightly as she sipped her tea and began to respond. Song Chua, thank you, Brother Shen. I am fine. She ran her fingers through her disheveled hair. After her return yesterday, she had promptly washed up, thus avoiding the chill of a cold. However, how did Shen Junming know about her predicament? Had Fu Yin and Zheng Lei stirred up more trouble? Just as she contemplated seeking answers from the World Chat channel, her confusion was swiftly resolved. Shen Junming, this morning, Fu Yin brought 2 fish to my island, asking me to pass them on to you. I declined on your behalf. I hope that wasn't too presumptuous of me. He understood that he had no right to forgive the perpetrator on behalf of the victim. Moreover, Song Chua was hardly someone in need of 2 fish for sustenance. Song Chua, I see. Thank you, Brother Shen, for shielding me from his harassment. She genuinely appreciated Shen Junming's assistance. The disparity between players was striking. Considerate neighbors like Shen Junming and Su Guanyue maintained boundaries and respect, while troublesome neighbors like Fu Yin and Zhang Lei made her want to roll her eyes. After expressing her gratitude once more, Song Chua finally rose to prepare a packet of cold remedy. Gazing at the clear, cloudless sky, she stretched and readied herself to embark on another day of island life. Little Koi and Yu Yin were huddled by the pool, whispering to each other. Curiously, she observed them. Those two were conspiring behind her back. Sensing her gaze, they both turned to her. Chua, we should ask Little Fish to punish those two who bullied you yesterday. Players cannot harm each other in public sea areas. But Little Fish can. He's incredibly powerful. The little creature's eyes darted around. Due to the main system's restrictions, she could not exact revenge for her host. So she sought the help of the ocean's natives. Have you been discussing this all morning? Song Chua was taken aback, her expression softening as she approached the pool's edge. I can assist you, Yu Yin chimed in, agreeing with Little Koi. He found humans to be overly fragile. It distressed him to see them bullied while merely sulking. This time we'll let it go, but if danger arises again, I will seek your help immediately, Song Chua replied with a slight smile. See, there are indeed many caring companions. However, she was reluctant to let Yu Yin intervene unless absolutely necessary. The memory of his brutal hunt for a wild boar lingered in her mind. As a law-abiding citizen raised in a civilized society, she struggled to confront violence. Such compassion was an excess in a survival game and could be fatal. Yet, her mindset could not shift overnight. After reassuring both the large and the small, she finally gathered the energy to sort through the souvenirs she had brought home. Su Guanyue had packed various foods for her, and thankfully, they had been stowed in her game backpack. Otherwise, losing them to the sea would have left her disheartened for quite some time. Wow, so many eggs! Little Koi exclaimed as she helped her host organize the cabinet, tapping a large bag of fragrant salted duck eggs. These are salted duck eggs. They can be used to create many delicious dishes. When we have time, I will teach you, she added. Having learned quite a bit during her afternoon on Su Guanyue's island, including how to cook with salted duck eggs. All right, Little Koi nodded vigorously, eager to assist her host. After organizing various ingredients, Song Chua retrieved a small plate of soybeans. Although she was not particularly fond of beans, soybeans served numerous purposes. They were essential for making bean sprouts, tofu, and soy milk. To enrich her future recipes, she decided to plant some soybeans. Following the steps Su Guanyue had taught her to soak the beans, she reflected for a moment, her gaze landing on the stack of random treasure chests nearby. She had not opened any chests in recent days. Little Koi had neatly arranged them in the corner of the room after bringing them home. Counting them, she found 8 chests in total, 2 golden, 3 iron, and 3 leather. Since the onset of the hot season, she could only collect about 2 chests daily, and the quantity of supplies within had significantly diminished. With a sigh, Song Chua opened the 2 golden treasure chests. Golden treasure chest, women's flip-flops 1. Golden treasure chest, 250g granulated sugar 1. As expected, food items in golden chests used to start at 500 grams. Now they were halved. She stored these 2 items away and proceeded to open the remaining chests. The others yielded little of value. The most absurd being a single slipper from one of the leather chests, not a pair, just one. Let us use it to prop up the table. It's a bit wobbly, little Koi suggested optimistically, shaking the shoe in her hand. After receiving a nod from her host, she skipped off to the poolside. In truth, not only was Song Chua's situation grim, other players were also finding fewer random treasure chests. Complaints echoed in the World Chat channel, with many lamenting that various supplies had skyrocketed in price. Duan Nani, 2 bottles of mineral water for 3,000 shell coins? Why don't you just rob a bank? I'd rather drink seawater than buy your water. One might think it's laced with gold dust. UXIN, hot pot base for vegetable seeds? I haven't tea had vegetables in ages. Fu Yen, selling fish. Fresh sea fish. Beautiful lady upstairs, do you eat spinach? I'll message you privately. Wang Shuero, to the sister upstairs, just a friendly reminder, Fu is in cahoots with that player who was silenced for foul language. Chapter 66. Yu Yin departed. The world outside remained lively and bustling. Song Chuha, after indulging in some gossip, realized that many players harbored considerable animosity towards Yin and Zhang Lei. Her instincts and judgments had proven correct. Blocking the two had indeed been the wisest choice. The little Koi had already busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch, and after finishing her gossip, Song Chuha joined her in the kitchen. In the afternoon, with the sun shining perfectly, Song Chuha found herself unable to take a nap. Instead, she sat by the poolside, engaging in conversation with Yu Yin. Despite spending considerable time together, all she knew about him was his name, and she felt this was inadequate, prompting her desire to learn more about him. Clearly, the little Koi was equally curious about the mermaid, sitting earnestly in her host's embrace, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child. As you say, I belong to the merfolk of the deep sea. Yu Yin observed the two individuals before him, perplexed for a moment, yet he eventually began to converse with them. How did you get injured? And what brought you to my island? As Song Chua popped a sweet berry into her mouth, the spirit of gossip within her flared up. Since this fish was unreserved in their dialogue, she felt compelled to inquire further, especially since they were such close dining companions. It was merely an accidental ambush, Yu Yin replied, turning his gaze towards the sea. This is a rather lengthy tale, one steeped in unpleasant memories. He hesitated to delve into the details. You were so strong yet have been ambushed by other fish? The little Koi exclaimed, her tone laden with astonishment and disbelief. Song Chuha nodded in agreement, echoing the Koi's sentiments. On this planet, there exist many races unknown to you. Humans, who hail from Earth, are the weakest. Perhaps you should be concerned for your own safety. Yu Yin regarded Song Chuha with a detached gaze. This was the first time he had spoken at such length, solely to enlighten the naive human before him. What planet? Is this not a world within a game? Song Chuha scratched her head, puzzled by his words. Was she not merely participating in a game like everyone else? This is Blue Star, situated an unfathomably great distance from Earth. You have been brought here by beings of a higher civilization, transformed into mere playthings for their experiments. Yu Yin flicked his beautiful tail. Having witnessed many batches of humans brought to his planet, their fates typically culminated in mutual slaughter until death, with few surviving until the end, a truly lamentable outcome. Is what you say true? Song Chua's eyes widened, her heart momentarily halting as her thoughts abruptly ceased. The weight of Yu Yan's revelations was too immense for her to process. Silence enveloped the air. Was she not a player, but rather a test subject in the hands of other players? You saved me, and unlike other despicable humans, I have no reason to deceive you. Yu Yan splashed the water in the pool dismissively. His wounds were healing, and it was time for him to bid farewell. Noticing the human's lack of response, he plucked a golden scale from his tail and placed it on the table before her. I shall return to the deep sea. Take the scale with you. Call upon me in times of danger, and I will come to your aid. With that, he emerged from the pool, casting one last glance at the human and the little robot before striding away towards the sea without looking back. Still in shock, it was the little Koi who first broke free from her host's embrace, watching him disappear into the ocean. Chua, the little fish has truly left. Yes, I know. Time passed, and Song Chua picked up the golden scale, gently rubbing it with her fingertips. Upon learning the truth of survival on the island, all the courage and hope she had previously mustered vanished into thin air. Would she ever have the opportunity to return to Earth? Could she survive long enough to return to that home filled with memories? I want to leave. The little Koi gently patted her host's back with her chubby little hands. The sounds of the waves and the wind stirred Song Chuha from her reverie. She stiffly reached out to touch the little creature's face. Her previously adjusted mood shattered once more by the harsh reality. She simply wished to be alone. I'm going to rest in my room for a bit. You be good, she managed to say. Okay. The little Koi tilted her head, watching her host head back to her room, her database devoid of complex emotions, only knowing to act in accordance with her host's wishes. As the door of the small house softly closed behind her, Song Chuha sank into the embrace of her lazy sofa, allowing her thoughts to drift away. Yesterday, while chatting with Suguan, she had expressed her longing for the game to end so that she could reunite with her boyfriend in the real world. The other party remained blissfully unaware of the cruel truth of the game, still nurturing hope as they lived here. Should she tell Suguan? If she did, it would only inflict her pain upon another. It was a difficult choice. If she refrained from speaking, she would bear this burden in silence. Amidst these tangled thoughts, Song Chuha gradually succumbed to sleep. When she awoke, the beach outside shimmered with golden light under the setting sun. As she walked towards the kitchen, she instinctively asked Yu Yan what he would like for dinner. However, there was no response from the poolside, and she belatedly remembered that he had returned to the deep sea not long ago. Chuha, can you teach me how to cook with salted duck eggs? You promised to teach me this morning. The little koi smiled brightly, shaking her hand. All right. Song Chuha looked at the little koi with a complex expression, remaining silent for a long moment before finally nodding in agreement. The only companion she had left on the island to converse with was the little koi. I'll wash and chop the vegetables. The little koi led her host into the kitchen, her words brimming with uncontainable joy. The earlier farewell and Yu Yan's words did not dampen her spirits. She instinctively sought to bring happiness to her host. Watching the little creature bustle about, Song Chuha took a deep breath, silently acquiescing to the situation, and began preparing dinner alongside her. As evening descended, she and the little koi shared a meal by the poolside. The food tasted decent, yet Song Chuha found it bland and her appetite lacking. Before returning to her room to rest, she cast a deep glance at the swimming pool and slowly said, Little koi, please help me move the dining table into the house. Though it was quite warm by the poolside, Yu Yan's presence had made it feel novel, and she had endured the sweltering breeze. Okay. The little creature swiftly tidied up the table and carried it into the house. Although there was already a coffee table inside, she still awkwardly found a spot to set the dining table. Gazing at the somewhat cramped little house, Song Chuha forced a smile. Eating while enjoying the air conditioning would not be so bad after all. Yet, she could no longer bear witness to the sight of a certain fish feasting with delight. Chapter 67. The Chef and the Little Koi. In the early hours of the night, Song Chuha pondered over the world of the Truman Show, as well as the tale of the Ant-Man family confined within a glass tank. She found herself enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness, and after struggling for several hours, finally came to terms with the reality of the game. What could she do but accept it? With her abilities, all she could do was take one step at a time. As dawn broke, she could no longer resist the pull of slumber. Adjusting her sleeping posture, she closed her eyes and drifted off. By 9 in the morning, still ensconced in dreams, the system issued a new task. Ding! A new task has been activated. Players are required to collect sufficient sea crystal stones from the ocean within 72 hours. Players who fail to complete the task by the deadline will face penalties. In her groggy state, Song Chuha only caught the latter part of the announcement. What penalties? The consequence of this task is a reduction in the refresh rate of random treasure chests. Today, only one chest has appeared on the shallow beach. If it decreases further, there will be no chests left to open. The little koi sat patiently by the bed, as always, waiting for her host to awaken. During this time, the little creature had already fed the chickens and watered the vegetable patch. All right. Song Chuha rubbed her eyes, opened the task panel, and noted that the latest task required players to venture into the sea. She possessed a diving suit, but had refrained from practicing swimming and diving due to a leg injury. With a 3-day deadline, it seemed imperative for her to swim a few laps soon. However, her current state of mind wasn't optimal. Lacking sufficient rest, her head throbbed with discomfort. Little koi, please wake me up at 2 this afternoon. I need to catch up on some sleep. Song Chuha lazily turned over and buried her head beneath the covers once more. After all, having arrived on this planet, whether as a subject of high civilization's experiments or truly engaging in a game, the most crucial aspect was to survive. As long as she stayed alive, hope would always remain. Moreover, with Yu Yan's reminder, she was even more convinced of the necessity to enhance her own strength. In the afternoon, the little koi dutifully roused Song Chuha. While her host rested, the little creature took the initiative to prepare a dish of potato and chicken stew rice. Utilizing the clay pot she had unearthed from a random treasure chest days prior, the small pot was perfectly sized for a single serving. Upon finishing her washing, Song Chuha was irresistibly drawn to the aroma wafting from the pot on the table. Little koi, you are remarkable. I only mentioned how to make clay pot rice yesterday, and now you can create it on your own? She smiled brightly, taking her seat at the dining table and generously praising today as chef before picking up her chopsticks. I upgraded the database last night. The main system has updated with 200 new recipes. As long as I have the ingredients, I can prepare various dishes for you in the near future. The little koi tilted her head proudly, her big eyes squinting with delight. Then I shall seek your culinary wisdom from now on. You must teach me well. Song Chua was pleasantly surprised and somewhat taken aback by the little koi's transformation. This was splendid news, fueling her motivation to explore the game further and gather diverse ingredients. Regrettably, Yu Yin had departed the island. Otherwise, he too could savor these delightful dishes. She cast a wistful glance toward the sea, but ultimately, under the little koi's urging, she picked up her spoon and began to eat. The meal was to her liking. The potatoes were soft and the chicken tender and flavorful. After enduring various negative emotions, the delicious food revitalized her spirit, imbuing her with the confidence to tackle her tasks. All right, I'll take a short break, and once I'm not so full, I'll go swimming. The dish was so delectable that Song Chua polished off the entire pot, leaving not a grain of rice behind. With a slightly rounded belly, she paced back and forth to digest her meal. Before eating, she had mentioned wanting to practice swimming, and the industrious little koi promptly cleaned the pool, filling it with fresh water. Gazing at the now empty pool, Song Chua momentarily lost her focus. To avoid dwelling on chaotic thoughts, she strolled while browsing the world chat channel. Jiang Yunbua, to mine sea crystal stones, one needs a pickaxe. Brothers, make sure to prepare several iron pickaxes before diving. Zhang Qi, it's said that tools cannot be found in random treasure chests anymore. In the future, blueprints and crafting books can only be obtained from treasure maps. Is this true? Shinju Ming, yes, the system announced this morning that the rewards and random treasure chests have been adjusted. Fu Yin, this is disastrous. I just sold a pickaxe blueprint for 500 shell coins last night, but it was a loss. I sold it to a young lady. Hi, wow. The top player in comfort has made an appearance. I'm in awe. After reading through some players' discussions, Song Chua was taken aback. Random treasure chest would no longer refresh blueprints? She hurried to the workbench, navigated to the tool crafting page, and sighed in relief. She had learned the crafting methods for all basic tools, having injured her right leg a few days prior. She had been unable to venture anywhere and had been confined to the workbench to pass the time. Since mining sea crystal stones required a pickaxe, she decided to craft a batch of iron pickaxes that afternoon. After assessing her materials, she found she had enough to make dozens of iron pickaxes. Selling them would surely yield a handsome profit. With visions of wealth dancing in her mind, she set aside her meal and began her work. Numerous players were seeking tools, and her items sold out almost instantaneously. However, a few players messaged her to haggle, but she was oblivious to their attempts, as she had already donned her diving suit and was happily swimming in the pool. Chua, there are people criticizing you in the world chat. The little koi dutifully kept an eye on the trading hall, watching as her host's savings steadily increased, her lips curling upwards involuntarily. However, upon noticing some negative comments, she hesitated before alerting the swimmer in the pool. Let me see. Song Chua emerged from the water, glancing at the world chat channel. Zhang Lei, TSK. The female player selling pickaxes is a cripple. Her prices are exorbitant. Exploiting others will bring retribution. Shijin, the credibility of the previous comment is extremely low. Before slandering others, can you take a look at the junk you're selling in your own shop? Wang Shuero, bah. Zing, you're just spewing nonsense. This bastard only knows how to attack female players. Chapter 68, The Quest for Ocean Crystal Stones. After a casual glance, Song Chua exited the chat channel with a look of exasperation. This man was excessively chatty and rather petty. He was not worth her time. Perhaps by ignoring him for a while, he would find himself disinterested and cease his entanglements. Feeling somewhat fatigued from swimming, she indulged in a cup of tea and replenished her store with several bottles of underwater breathing potions. Each bottle contained 10 capsules, with 4 of low quality, 4 of medium quality, and 2 of high quality, priced at 2,800 per bottle. As the number of players venturing into the depths of the sea increased, the sales of these potions soared, often selling out almost instantaneously upon restocking. Among her friends, several loyal customers inquired about the raw materials for these potions, eagerly sending items to her inbox. Today's orders were substantial, prompting her to pause her swimming and earn some shell coins instead. After receiving a dry towel from her little koi fish companion and drying her hair, she immediately began preparing for alchemy. Throughout the afternoon, she remained by the alchemy pot, the crackling sound of burning pine filling the air. Though the heat was palpable, all discomfort vanished upon witnessing her rising rank on the wealth leaderboard. How delightful it was to possess wealth. At 5 in the evening, she emerged from the kitchen, her face smudged with soot, having finally completed all her alchemy orders. Little koi, while the sun is still up, shall we take a swim in the sea? Gazing at the tranquil surface of the water, Song Chua glanced back at the little creature still tidying the kitchen. This afternoon, she had solely focused on alchemy while the task of bottling the potions and dispatching them to buyers was entirely handled by the little koi. Absolutely. With me by your side, you need not worry about drowning or encountering any sea beasts. The little companion nodded enthusiastically. Then I shall prepare. Song Chufa entered her room, retrieved the heart of the ocean from her bedside cabinet, and cast a glance at the golden fish scale placed beside it. After a moment's contemplation, she placed the scale into her game backpack as well. It was a talisman left to her by Yu Yin, while uncertain of its utility. Carrying it offered an extra layer of security. Besides these two items, her backpack also contained a bow, 2 perfectly crafted iron pickaxes, and a bottle of high-quality underwater breathing potions. After confirming she hadn't overlooked anything, she donned her goggles, consumed a potion, and then plunged into the embrace of the azure sea. The seawater was warmer than she had anticipated, gently enveloping her like a spring breeze. In the shallows, numerous vibrant fish gathered, chattering away, while the mischievous little koi swam over to tug at their tails, startling them into a flurry before they regrouped after a while. That fish. The big monster is back to tug at tails. Run. Wah. My scales were pulled off. I shall bite her. Thanks to the heart of the ocean, Song Chuha could distinctly hear the fish's complaints. However, she had no time to heed them, as she was utterly enchanted by the breathtaking underwater scenery. She had only descended 2 meters, but the light reached the seabed, allowing her to see everything in the vicinity: uniquely shaped corals, gently moving mollusks, and tiny fish darting among the sea anemones. Song Chuha had never imagined she would one day experience the magnificent sights depicted in ocean documentaries. The waters here were even purer and clearer than those in the films. She could only describe her feelings today as dreamlike. After taking in the beauty, she recalled the purpose of her expedition: to mine ocean crystal stones. According to the little koi's hints, those minerals buried beneath the fine sand, emanating a soft blue glow, were indeed ocean crystals. With her iron pickaxe in hand, she swam to the seabed and, battling the resistance of the water, painstakingly excavated a fist-sized light blue stone. After stowing it in her backpack, her task progress updated from 0-100 to 2-100. Calculating, she realized she needed to mine 49 more to complete the task. This was no small undertaking, especially as working underwater consumed considerable stamina. After excavating a few stones, she surfaced to consume 2 stamina-restoring potions. During her brief respite, she toyed with a stone in her hand. Little koi, what is the purpose of this ocean crystal? The stone felt like a dyed pebble, irregular in shape, but surprisingly uniform in color. It is a building material. Once collected, the system will reclaim them, likely for constructing houses. The little koi replied in a lively and playful tone. Reclaimed? So this task is essentially working for those higher civilizations? Song Chua pouted, glancing at the early evening sky before diving back down to continue her mining. She spent an hour in the shallows, surfacing every 10 minutes to rest. Once she grew adept at mining, her efficiency increased significantly. Before the sun had fully set, she had completed her task of collecting ocean crystals. Phew, my skin is all wrinkled. Standing on the beach, she shook her damp hair, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for her fingers. Let us hurry back and freshen up. The wind has picked up. Lingering too long may lead to illness. The little koi mimicked her, shaking its head. However, upon moving, it noticed a mass of seaweed tangled in its hair, from which 2 little clownfish emerged, flopping about on the sand due to the lack of water. Help me, help me. Hearing their cries, Song Chua couldn't help but laugh. When did they end up on me? The little koi crouched down to scoop them up. Just as Song Chua called out, they're quite adorable. Why not keep them? Wait here. I'll make an aquarium at the workbench. She vaguely remembered a previous task involving raising marine creatures, but her fish had already escaped. All right, let us raise them. The little koi blinked, watching as its host dashed back to the small house. With limited glass at her disposal, Song Chuka ultimately fashioned an aquarium measuring 1 meter long, 80 centimeters wide, and 80 centimeters high, with no lid. Unsure if the size would suffice for the 2 fish, she decided to make do with the current conditions and consider upgrading their tank once they settled in. The aquarium was placed beside the swimming pool, and after filling it with seawater, the little koi gently placed the 2 clownfish inside, along with the clump of seaweed it had brought ashore. Where is this? I don't know. The little fish, having just arrived at their new home, were still adjusting, hiding among the seaweed and leaving only their tails visible, swaying back and forth. Chapter 69. The suffocating nightmare. Song Chua stood beside the aquarium, eavesdropping on the conversations of the fish. Realizing the underwater habitat lacked sufficient furnishings, she hurriedly dove to the seabed to excavate some soft coral anemones. These anemones served as sanctuaries and playgrounds for the little fish, and upon introducing these familiar organisms, the clownfish nestled in the seaweed promptly made themselves at home. Welcome to my little island. If you don't like it here, do let me know. Song Chua pressed her face against the glass, attempting a dialogue with the 2 fish. After a moment of soliloquy, she discerned that they seemed oblivious to her words. Anemone. Such delightful, soft anemones. The clownfish flitted about within the pale pink anemones, neglecting even a glance towards Song Chuha. Little koi, why are they ignoring me? Receiving no response, she felt a twinge of disappointment and sought assistance from the little koi, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. They're not very advanced here. They can only comprehend simple vocabulary. The little koi playfully tapped its head and resumed wielding the spatula. Oh, in that case, conversing with them is futile. A flicker of despondency crossed Song Chuha's eyes. She had initially believed all ocean creatures could become her companions like Yu Yin. Nevertheless, watching them frolic among the anemones gradually lifted her spirits. After dinner, Song Chuha lingered by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the nocturnal panorama outside. Despite having witnessed countless starry nights, she remained enchanted. The wind stirred the sea, waves crashing upon the shore as she nestled into the lazy sofa and drifted off to sleep, exhausted from a day of swimming. She soon found herself engulfed by water in her dreams, a rather unsettling scenario. In her dream, Song Chuha arrived once again at the island of Blue Star, experiencing the initial days just as before, complete with a system, the little koi, and interactions with other players. However, as the dream progressed, she awoke one morning to discover the system had vanished, and the little koi was no longer by her side. She called out repeatedly, but silence met her pleas. In the dream, she scoured the beach for the little koi, only to find herself utterly alone on the island. She ran and ran, until the sun's relentless heat nearly dehydrated her, leading her back to the little wooden cabin in despair. The amenities inside remained intact, yet a profound sense of alienation enveloped her. After quenching her thirst, she dragged her kayak to the dock, intent on paddling out to find Shen Junming or Su Guanyue. With a determined spirit, she set out to sea. Just 5 minutes after departing the island, the winds rose, and a towering wave crashed towards her. Unable to evade it, she was swept into the depths of the ocean. A wave of suffocation overcame her as she felt herself sinking further from the sunlight, darkness closing in around her. Suddenly, Song Chuha jolted awake. What's the matter? The sweet voice of the little koi made her feel as though she had returned from another realm. I had a dreadful dream, but thankfully you are still here. She embraced the little koi, inhaling the comforting scent of laundry detergent emanating from the little creature. I've been here all along. It's only 4 a.m. Come, lie down. Let me sing you a lullaby. The little koi gently patted Song Chuha's back, exuding tenderness. It's all right. As long as you're in my arms, I can sleep. Song Chuha pinched the little one's cheek and reclined once more. She felt somewhat ashamed, after all. It was merely a nightmare. How could she allow the little one to comfort her? This time, she slumbered until dawn. When she opened her eyes, the little koi was outside, busily transporting random treasure chests. Today we have 3 iron chests. It's been ages since we found so many. The little creature stacked several chests in its arms, tilting its head as it ran towards Song Chuha. Sunlight bathed her in warmth, and seeing the little koi's joyful face, Song Chuha exhaled a long sigh of relief. A new day had begun, and she resolved to forget the dream of the previous night, facing the new life with her utmost vigor. Thank you, little koi. I'll freshen up, and then we can open the chests together. Bathed in sunlight, Song Chuha stretched languidly and stepped into the bathroom with a light-hearted gait. Among the treasures, she discovered tea leaves, a spice pack, and sweet potato noodles. Although the quantities were modest, she accepted the supplies with satisfaction. Shall we sell iced tea to earn shell coins? The little koi tilted its head, scrutinizing its host. No, the profit from iced tea is minimal. I'll keep these tea leaves for myself. Song Chuha chuckled, shaking her head. Now that she could earn substantial shell coins through alchemy and crafting tools, she had lost interest in selling iced tea. After organizing her supplies, she stumbled upon 5 pieces of dark iron she had forgotten for days. The day she gathered the dark iron, Yu Yin had just departed, leaving her in sorrow and neglecting the need to enhance her bow. Little koi, come here. I wish to pay my respects. I have decided to strengthen my weapon, and I hope you will bless me with a skill of great utility. Song Chuha placed the little creature on a chair and, with utmost sincerity, bowed 3 times with the bow and dark iron in hand. The little koi, though curious, sensed that her host had her reasons and could only watch with a smile as she performed this ritual. Upon completing the superstitious ceremony, Song Chuha placed the dark iron and bow on the workbench. A flash of white light enveloped the bow, which gradually shimmered with a red glow. Upon inspection, the attributes and details of the bow manifested in her mind. Exceptional bow, level 1 enhancement, skill, bleeding. Song Chuha read several key phrases, discovering the skill's purpose in the detailed description. Bleeding was akin to poisoning, both inflicting sustained damage, causing the victim to lose vitality over a brief period. However, unlike poisoning, bleeding did not inflict toxicity. This skill is fantastic. Its duration is 3 minutes when you go to defeat the world boss. The damage will gradually increase during those 3 minutes after a shot. The little koi cheered with delight, sharing in her host's joy. Indeed, it does sound promising. Song Chua smiled subtly. Although she had yet to grasp the skill's full potential, it appeared formidable. She drew the bow and practiced a few motions, deciding to venture into the jungle with it for exploration that day. Chapter 70. Slaying the Red Serpent. Having encountered wild boars twice before, Song Chua stepped into the jungle with her heart lodged in her throat. She fervently hoped to encounter one or two smaller beasts, merely to experience the power of the bow and arrow in her grasp. Little Koi, as lively as ever, hopped along, noticing her host's vigilance, and cheerfully remarked, "I'm scanning for creatures within a 50-meter radius. If any danger approaches, I will notify you immediately." The little creature kicked at a clod of earth, exerting too much force, causing it to disintegrate into a handful of dirt. "All right, if there's danger, don't intervene just yet. Let me muster my courage," Song Chua replied, cautiously making her way into the southern thicket. The trees here were less dense, with an abundance of minerals, and she intended to gather raw materials for crafting tools. Many players had yet to complete their task of mining sea crystal stones, and she required a substantial amount of iron and wood to forge pickaxes. As for various herbs, she could procure them from a few loyal customers, sparing her the need to dig them up herself. Her journey proceeded smoothly, and she unearthed numerous iron blocks, unexpectedly discovering several honeysuckle plants climbing a dead tree. Honeysuckle is known for its anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, making it an excellent medicinal herb. Little Koi promptly showcased her encyclopedic knowledge. Such medicinal plants were not generated on every island, rendering them relatively rare. "Let us take some back to plant," Song Chua declared, gesturing grandly as she handed a hoe to the little creature, and together they dug up a few honeysuckle seedlings. Her goal was to cultivate all useful plants close to her small cabin for convenience. Furthermore, she noted that the flora on this planet was remarkably resilient. Whether it was sweet berries, ginger, or tomatoes in the fields, they thrived even in the sweltering heat nearing 40 degrees. However, she had yet to find rice seeds, which she longed to grow herself. After gathering enough honeysuckle, the duo rested in the rocky area to the south, gazing at the distant azure sea. Song Chua reminisced about the mermaid with the golden tail. She wondered where Yu Yin was now and if he missed the day's spent on her island. "Chua, there's a snake approaching our direction." Little Koi, who had been tapping at the crevices between the rocks for oysters, sensed the danger and immediately locked onto a direction. "A snake?" Song Chua swiftly drew her bow. In her mind, snakes were slender, some venomous, and not easily dealt with. "It's not moving quickly. Let us be cautious," Little Koi warned, her gaze fixed intently on a particular spot. Moments later, Song Chua heard rustling sounds. A dark red serpent, as thick as an adult's wrist, emerged from a branch. It seemed unaware of the two figures hiding behind a large rock, flicking its tongue as it slowly descended the trunk, heading towards a puddle in the rocky area. Embracing Little Koi, Song Chua held her breath, retrieving a venomous arrow from her backpack, drawing the bowstring taut as she aimed at the seemingly lethal serpent. The snake continued its slow advance, and she refrained from shooting, patiently waiting for the right moment. Previously, her targets had been no less than the size of a basketball, yet this serpent, while larger than normal, still left her uncertain of her aim. "It stopped to drink water," Little Koi communicated, blinking her eyes in excitement. "Is it really drinking seawater? How peculiar," Song Chua silently critiqued, then released the arrow, which flew with precision and struck the snake's head. The serpent coiled in agony almost instantly, thrashing about before plunging into the nearby puddle, sending up a significant splash. "It's nearly dead." "Oh, its blood is black. How disgusting," Little Koi exclaimed, stepping out of Song Chua's arms and approaching the puddle. Noticing the snake's struggles had lessened, she beckoned her host to come closer. Could it be the venomous arrow that caused this? Song Chua mentally prepared herself, reminding herself not to falter, and cautiously approached. The water in the puddle had indeed turned black, and the snake's movements had significantly slowed, revealing only a few glimpses of its red body. This snake was inherently venomous, hence the color of its blood, she concluded. "It's dead now. Let us dissect it to see what loot we can obtain." Little Koi, brave despite her small stature, sensed the snake had succumbed and seized its tail, dragging the nearly 5-meter-long serpent from the puddle. Gasping at the sight of the intricate red scales, Song Chua inhaled deeply. Thankfully, her shot had been true. Had she missed, it might have struck back, leading to dire consequences. Squinting her eyes in distaste, she crouched beside the serpent and selected the option to dissect it in the game interface. 3 vials of red serpent venom, a pair of fangs, a piece of snake skin, and a gallbladder appeared. No snake meat this time, she noted, checking her backpack to confirm the meager haul. Its flesh is tainted with poison. Even if there were any, it would be inedible. Little Koi brought the treasure chest dropped by the slain red serpent beside her host, her face brimming with anticipation as she urged Song Chua to open it. That's a valid point, but even if it were safe, I wouldn't dare eat it, Song Chua replied, shaking her head as she had merely thought that snake meat might fetch a decent price. Dismissing that notion, she turned her attention to the chest. Previously, after Yu Yan's assistance in slaying wild boars, she had obtained 2 chests filled with invaluable items such as dark iron and blueprints for venomous arrows. This time, swallowing hard, she placed her hand upon the chest. Red Serpent Treasure Chest, Dark Iron 1, miniature model of a duplex 1. You've unlocked a new house. Little Koi clapped in delight. You've managed to upgrade your shelter all on your own. Song Chua's heart swelled with joy as she realized she could now reside in a larger, more comfortable refuge. Chapter 71. Moving into a duplex villa holding the palm-sized house model, Song Chua's eyes sparkled with delight. Externally, the house boasted 2 stories, with a garden in front and a terrace on the second floor. It seemed to have subtle differences in design compared to Brother Shin's villa. Little Koi, how do I use this? While she had grown accustomed to living in the quaint wooden cabin, Song Chua eagerly anticipated the appearance of this new abode once completed. Just place it in the open space and choose to build. The system provided only a limited number of house models, each with unique interior layouts. Little Koi excitedly explained how to construct a new home on the island, recalling that she had used the same method when presenting a welcome gift to her host. Having scanned the model, she assured Song Chua that it came equipped with various smart home features, ensuring a comfortable living experience upon her move-in. Alright, let's head back and see about constructing it. With the model safely stored in her game backpack, the earlier fear of encountering the red serpent dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming anticipation for her new residence. To ensure a swift and safe return, the two made their way back to the cabin along the beach, not pausing to collect any plastic debris they encountered. Upon reaching home, Song Chua refreshed herself with a glass of ice water before determining the location for her new dwelling. She had no intention of demolishing the existing wooden cabin. Even if she chose not to reside there in the future, she wished to preserve it for the island's charm. The placement of the model required sufficient open space, as the completed house would occupy nearly 200 square meters. Thus, it could not be situated too close to other structures. Wandering around, she finally spotted the words "Build Here" on a stretch of sand adjacent to the swimming pool, just south of the wooden cabin. However, placing the new house there would obstruct the pool. She examined the area from left to right, grappling with the decision of whether to construct immediately. The modern villa seemed misaligned with the style of the cabin, pool, and kitchen. Perhaps it would be best to relocate the construction site. Yet, she recalled that demolishing a building only had a 50% chance of yielding the blueprint. If luck were not on her side, she would have to acquire another blueprint. Little Koi kicked at the sand beneath her feet, merely informing her host of the potential outcomes of demolition, should the pool indeed be removed. She was more than willing to assist her host by requesting a blueprint from the main system. Then, let us proceed with the demolition for now. After pondering for several minutes, Song Chua reached a decision. The island's layout required careful planning. She envisioned various architectural combinations before ultimately deciding to dismantle the later added pool and kitchen. Alright, I'll tidy up the kitchen. Little Koi clapped her hands and dashed into the kitchen to begin her tasks. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening, and Song Chua busily assisted Little Koi in clearing the kitchenware and cabinets to the open space outside. She noted that the now empty kitchen remained as pristine as it had been at the start, thanks to Little Koi's surprisingly high enthusiasm for cleaning. We can demolish now, and the pool's water has been drained. Little Koi grinned, standing beside her host and prompting her on the next steps. Indeed, reflecting on Little Koi's diligence, Song Chua selected the demolition of the kitchen and pool within the game interface. With the removal of these two structures, the island's comfort rating plummeted by over 300 points. Yet, upon the completion of the new duplex villa, she was astonished to see the comfort level soar to 5,600 points. Goodness, I've made it onto the comfort leaderboard. Song Chua's jaw dropped in disbelief, but her attention was swiftly drawn back to the elegantly simplistic duplex villa before her. Before the villa lay a charming garden without walls, adorned with lush grass and a long table capable of seating 10. Let us go inside. Little Koi joyfully grasped her host's hand and led her along the stone pathway to the villa's entrance. The white door, adorned with wave-like carvings, exuded a sense of simplicity and elegance. I'm so excited. It feels as though I've purchased a luxurious villa outright in the real world. Song Chua placed her free hand over her heart, feeling it race with exhilaration as her breath quickened. Encouraged by Little Koi, she pushed open the grand door, revealing an entrance hall and a sunken living room larger than her current wooden cabin. The living room was furnished in shades of blue, featuring a soaring ceiling and a massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the nearby beach and ocean. This will be our new home. Come on in. Little Koi tugged at the astonished Song Chuha, guiding her through the living area to the kitchen. The kitchen, semi-open in design, bore similarities to Shin Jiunming's villa. A double-door refrigerator, microwave, and oven are all ready? Goodness, what kind of primitive life was I living before? Song Chuha swallowed hard. Finally grasping the feeling that Payan had experienced while exploring Shin Jiunming's home, she had been too reserved then, hesitant to wander freely. Yet this was her new home, and she felt entitled to explore it at will. I'll prepare dinner for you in the new kitchen. I'll grab some ingredients from the cabin. Little Koi released Song Chua's hand, ready to step outside, only to be pulled back by a sudden force. Tonight, we'll feast on bread. Let us familiarize ourselves with our new abode together. Bending down, Song Chua scooped Little Koi into her arms, inspecting the kitchen appliances before carrying her to the other rooms. The first floor contained a laundry room, a guest room, and a small storage room. They paused in each room, their spirits soaring as they ascended the staircase to the second floor. The second floor featured only 2 rooms, a study and an expansive bedroom. This bedroom was remarkably spacious, equipped with a walk-in closet and an enormous bathroom, all designed in a minimalist style. Wow, it's so luxurious. Can I truly reside in such a magnificent home? Releasing Little Koi, Song Chua lay back on the soft, grand bed. Of course you can. Other players can open treasure chests to find various homes. Why shouldn't you? Curious, Little Koi flitted around the closet before darting into the bathroom. Well then, let us settle in. As Song Chua turned over, she noticed several buttons on the bedside table. Intrigued, she pressed one, and the curtains leading to the balcony slowly drew shut. Chapter 72, Inviting Friends Over Him? Electric double-layered curtains, how convenient. Song Chua continued to familiarize herself with the functions of the other buttons until the sun was nearly setting. It was then that she remembered to move some commonly used items from her former little cabin. With the help of the Little Koi, the relocation proved to be quite effortless. Primarily, her belongings were minimal. She had only a few pieces of clothing, insufficient even to fill a wardrobe. As for the other furniture, her new home was already equipped with various smart appliances. She merely brought along her exceptionally comfortable and soft lazy sofa. All right, this will do for tonight. After tidying up everything, Song Chua and the Little Koi settled on the second-floor terrace to admire the night view. Her new home was indeed quite spacious. The Little Koi, rather than sitting obediently beside her, frolicked joyfully around the terrace. It was quite empty, with only a swing chair placed there. Song Chua sat gently swaying in it, marveling at the surreal transformation. She had merely ventured out for an afternoon exploration, and upon her return, her quaint little abode had metamorphosed into a luxurious villa. What an exhilarating feeling. After the moment of reflection, a sense of vulnerability crept in. Living in such a large house felt somewhat insecure. Gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, the image of Yu Yin surfaced in her mind. If Yu Yin were still around, it would be splendid to settle him in the guest room on the first floor, where the spacious bathroom featured an enormous bathtub for his leisure. Chuha, it's already 10 o'clock. Time for bed. Just as Song Chuha was lost in the twinkling stars above, the Little Koi waved its tiny chubby hands in front of her. All right, I'll freshen up and head to bed soon. She rubbed her slightly sore neck and turned to enter the bathroom. The new bathroom had a well-defined division among the washing area, shower zone, and bathing section. While showering, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the bathtub had a massage function. There were still many delightful surprises awaiting Song Chua in her new home. Yet she was beginning to feel drowsy. After a quick shower, she lay down on the soft, expansive bed and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a rather unfamiliar environment. After a brief moment of adjustment, she recalled that she had moved to a new home. A thin layer of sheer curtain shielded the balcony from the sunlight, yet the interior remained well lit. She rose and stepped onto the balcony, where the Little Koi was carrying 2 treasure chests toward the house. Ah, good morning, Chuha. Where should I put today's boxes? The little creature looked up, beaming at its host. Let us place them on the long table in the garden. I'll be right down. From her bedroom balcony, she had a clear view of a lush garden below. However, the flowers had yet to bloom, leaving her uncertain about the eventual floral display. After quickly freshening up, she descended to the first floor, where the Little Koi was already preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Observing the empty living room, Song Chuha felt a mix of joy and a touch of loneliness. The new home lacked warmth and a sense of homeliness. While contemplating how to transform the living room, she received a private message from Su Guanyue. Su Guanyue, Chuha, I just discovered you made it onto the comfort ranking, and you're in 10th place. How impressive. Su Guanyue made it a daily ritual to browse the world chat channels and various rankings. Many players similarly passed time this way, as the island lacked mobile phones and internet access, leaving those with televisions to watch only a handful of old films. Entertainment options in this game were still rather limited. Song Chuha, I defeated a crimson snake yesterday and found a duplex villa model in its treasure chest. After sharing this exciting news with her friend, Song Chua pondered how to designate an area for her workspace while enjoying breakfast. Su Guan Yue, is it a villa like Brother Shin S? That sounds amazing. Song Chua, it's somewhat different, a tad smaller than Brother Shin S. Are you busy today? Would you like to come visit my island? After some thought, she figured there were no new tasks for the day, so extending an invitation to a friend felt just right. Su Guanyue quickly accepted the invitation, as she had some free time, and they agreed to meet in half an hour. Little Koi, a friend is coming over soon. Will you stay up on the second floor and play nicely? After finalizing her plans, Song Chua glanced back at the little figure still busy in the kitchen. Of course, I'll be good up here. The little Koi felt no sense of grievance. It happily complied with whatever its host requested. Once the kitchen was tidied up, the little creature bounced upstairs. Su Guanyue soon arrived at Song Chufa's island by boat, bringing along 2 bags of gifts and a lively duck quacking away. Guanyue. Good morning. Song Chua greeted her before her boat even docked. The morning sun was gentle, making the outside temperature bearable. Su Guanyue disembarked, her face alight with joy. After handing 1 bag of food to Song Chufa, she craned her neck to gaze at the white villa standing nearby. It's beautiful. Back on Earth. I dreamt of living in such a 2-story house. Let us head inside. This house is a bit smaller than Brother Shin's, but I've prepared a room for you if you want to stay over. Song Chufa smiled, leading Su Guanyue toward the villa. With 2 guest rooms on the first floor, it was quite convenient for hosting visitors. However, the game had a rule preventing island owners from being away for too long. Otherwise, she would often visit neighbors. A smaller space is easier to manage, and living in a vast emptiness can feel rather insecure. Standing at the entrance, Su Guanyue gleefully set down her belongings to explore the small flower garden in the front yard. I thought the same. Before you arrived, I was contemplating how to make the living room feel cozier and more inviting. That's easy. Just add more furniture, like potted plants, wall art, or even some handmade crafts to fill the empty spaces. The results can be unexpectedly delightful. After touring the garden, Su Guanyue finally entered the house with her. The living room was pristine and new, with the sofa and coffee table showing no signs of use, which made the somewhat cleanliness-conscious Su Guanyue feel quite comfortable. As she explored, she offered her suggestions. For the TV cabinet, you could place 2 vases. I have some at home and can send them to you when I return. As for the walls, hanging scenic paintings would be lovely. I believe Brother Shin has some extras. Chapter 73. Gossip begins listening to Su Guanyue's words. Song Chua gradually began to envision the transformation of her living room. However, it seemed that she continually heard mentions of Shin Junming from her companion, prompting her to indulge in a bit of gossip. Guanyue, you seem to be quite close to Brother Shin. He often brings you up. As she spoke, a suggestive expression danced across her face, aware that her chances of returning to Earth after arriving on this planet were exceedingly slim. Song Chua found herself more inclined to encourage Su Guanyue to embark on a new romantic chapter. Shin Junming was the epitome of a gentleman, attentive to others. While Su Guanyue was a gentle and caring beauty, didn't they make a perfect pair? Well, I've only visited his island a couple of times more than you. He treats me like a sister, so don't think too much about it. Brother Shin often speaks of you as well. Su Guanyue felt a fleeting blush rise to her cheeks but quickly regained her composure. She believed that Shin Junming was more concerned about Song Chua, considering the young girl often found herself in predicaments, whether catching a cold or being injured by a wild boar. I suppose I was overthinking it. Please, make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you something to eat. Song Chua smiled, no longer meddling in their affairs, though she still felt they were quite well matched. I'll help you. I need to take care of the ingredients I brought anyway. Su Guanyue sipped her tea and soon rolled up her sleeves, heading to the kitchen. She had brought a bounty of fresh ingredients, including 2 large squids, a wild duck, and various vegetables. Since they would be sharing lunch, she wanted to prepare a delightful meal with Song Chua. I still haven't finished the salted duck eggs you gave me last time. By the way, don't you have a refrigerator on your island? I have a spare one in the little wooden cabin where I used to live. If you don't mind it being secondhand, you can take it back with you. As Song Chua was washing sweet berries in the kitchen, a thought struck her, and she immediately pulled Su Guanyue to her cozy abode where she had lived for several months. The furniture in the cabin was still arranged as before, though the air conditioning and refrigerator had lost power. The diligent little Koi had already cleaned them earlier that morning, leaving the place spotless and tidy. Is this really all right? Su Guanyue inquired, touching the refrigerator before her, realizing she truly needed this appliance to preserve her ingredients. I was worried you might dislike it for being secondhand. I haven't used it for long. Song Chua laughed as she closed the refrigerator door and neatly arranged the plug's cord. They could transport such large items directly into their game backpack without expending too much effort. Then I shall accept it. It feels a bit embarrassing to take such a useful appliance from your home. Su Guanyue smiled modestly, but still stored the refrigerator in her backpack. No worries. You still need to cook a grand meal for me this afternoon, so let us head back to the air-conditioned space. Song Chuha linked arms with Su Guanyue, and they returned to the new villa together. As they planned to enjoy old duck soup for lunch, Su Guanyue only sat in the living room for a brief moment before she began preparing the ingredients. While Song Chuha assisted her, she soon received a private message from Shen Junming. Shen Junming. Chuha, do you have time today to help me concoct some underwater breathing pills? I've already prepared the herbs. Guanyue, should we invite Brother Shen over for lunch? It seems we have plenty of ingredients. Before responding to the esteemed gentleman, Song Chuha cheerfully sought the chef's opinion. Sure, the more, the merrier. Su Guanyue nodded, deftly handling the duck while engaging in conversation. All right, I'll extend the invitation. Song Chuha popped the sweet berry into Su Guanyue's mouth and began chatting with Shen Junming. Song Chuha, Brother Shen, I'm free today. And Guanyue is here on my island. Would you like to join us for lunch? Shen Junming, sure. But I'm still mining on the mountain and may take an hour to reach you. Song Chuha, no problem, we'll wait for you. All right. Brother Shen will arrive in an hour. Let us prepare lunch so he can savor our culinary skills. Song Chuha smiled as she joined the preparation efforts. Usually, when Shen Junming made dishes like marinated beef or roasted duck, he would always share some with them, prompting the idea of preparing a grand feast for him in return. However, as Song Chuha was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, she consulted with the little koi about the available ingredients and sought this powerful ally as assistance in devising a menu. An hour later, Shen Junming arrived at Song Chuha's dock on his motorboat. In the villa's garden, the two girls were still frantically preparing the beggar's chicken. What are you doing? Shen Junming entered the garden to find them coughing wildly around a pit emitting black smoke. Cough, cough. It's the roasted chicken. Brother Shen, please go inside and take a seat for a moment. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Song Chuha greeted him with a smile, gesturing toward the door for him to help himself. Yes, today we will handle the cooking, so please sit. Su Guanyue also greeted him amid the chaos. Returning to work on the pit, Shen Junming cleared his throat, striding over to observe the two girls closely. A large black ball wrapped in earth and foil was cracking open, continuously releasing smoke, making it impossible to discern the ingredient within. This pit is too damp. How long have you been roasting it? He frowned, concerned that the two might suffer from the smoke. About half an hour, I think. There was quite a blaze earlier, and I had to douse it with water to quell the flames. All right, let me take a look. Shen Junming sighed, crouching beside the pit. The girls' faces were covered in soot, creating a rather comical scene, but he refrained from laughing. Ultimately, it was Shen Junming who salvaged the lunch, ensuring it was successfully completed. The three of them sat at one end of the enormous dining table, enjoying their meal amid laughter and conversation. Oh, we originally wanted to impress Brother Shen with her skills. Song Chuha poured chilled coconut juice for her guests before settling back into her seat. If I hadn't arrived, this roasted chicken would have turned to charcoal, but fortunately, there are still parts that are edible. Shen Junming looked at the dishes on the table with a grin. Noting that the unfortunate beggar's chicken had its wings and thighs removed, and its neck neatly severed, leaving only the unburned portions of its body. It's not that we thought your roasted chicken looked so delicious that we wanted to copy it. Please try this old duck soup. It should be fine. Su Guanyue hurriedly handed the soup spoon to Shen Junming, attempting to divert his attention. Chapter 74. The elite cohorts isolate the player. The flavors of today's dishes were quite delightful. After the three of them had an enjoyable lunch, they settled in the living room to engage in conversation. Shen Junming's island had flourished the most, and thus he primarily shared his life experiences with the two ladies. However, his approach was akin to that of a hardcore gamer, frequently venturing out to explore and gather materials, which did not seem particularly suitable for the female players to emulate. You need not exert yourselves so fiercely, from what I can observe. The temperature is unlikely to rise further. As long as you stock up on provisions, you can certainly endure the sweltering season, he reassured them. His primary concern was for their safety during explorations, for the medical facilities within the game were woefully inadequate. A bite from a venomous insect or snake could very well cost them their lives. Most of my minerals and herbs are acquired using shell coins. I seldom have the opportunity to venture out, he continued. What about you, Su Guanyue? I recall that the forest on your island is even denser than mine. Song Chuha instinctively inquired about Su Guanyue. Rest assured, 80% of my island is beach or rocky terrain, with very little jungle. I typically only roam the outskirts. Su Guanyue replied with a smile, clearly pleased with her island, which boasted chickens, ducks, and a plentiful harvest of crops. If it weren't for those challenging tasks, she could live a carefree existence on her island for an extended period. That is good. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist, Shin Juming offered, particularly concerned for Chuha. Is that pestering fellow Fu Yin still bothering you? He glanced at the nonchalant Song Chuha, who had been receiving private messages from Fu Yin over the past days, requesting that Shun convey his apologies. Every evening, I go fishing with Zheng Lei in the nearby waters, and when we pass the dock, he shouts a few words, but I pay him no mind. Song Chua replied with a hint of exasperation. She found him more bothersome than a fly. The local chat channel was filled with messages from Fu Yin and Zhang Lei, while Shin, Su, and Song had long ceased to participate in that discourse. Those two have been loitering around my island this morning, yet I ignored them. Su Guanyue remarked, slightly surprised. Are they really so leisurely? How many times must they venture out to sea before they are satisfied? For now, I am uncertain of their intentions. If we encounter them again, it would be prudent to exercise caution to avoid a repeat of your unfortunate tumble into the sea, Chutha. Shin Juming advised, hinting subtly at his concerns regarding Fu Yin's behavior. It was evident that Fu Yin had not taken the hint. Let us not dwell on them. Since we're all gathered here, shall I concoct some potions for you? Song Chuha suggested, glancing towards the floor-to-ceiling windows where a plump pot and a workbench awaited. She had yet to designate a proper workspace, so she had temporarily piled her materials outside. That sounds wonderful. I am quite curious about your daily endeavors. Su Guanyue responded cheerfully, rising to join her at the window. While idly perusing the leaderboards, she had often noticed Song Chuha's name oscillating on the wealth rankings, only to discover that the girl was acquiring herbs to craft potions for sale. Shun Junming intuitively retrieved the various herbs he had brought, and the trio set up a small table by the window, sipping tea while watching the potions drop one by one. By evening, the two guests departed with several bottles of potions in hand, and since it was convenient, Shin Juming decided to escort Su Guanyue back to her island. Before they could set off, an irritating voice rang out from a distance. Brother Shun, Sister Chuha, Guanyue, why wasn't I invited to your gathering? Fu Yin waved energetically from about 50 meters away. Chuha, you should return. I will ensure Guanyue reaches home safely. Shun Juming sighed quietly, not pausing for a moment as he sped away on his motorboat. The System S transport ship could not catch up to the motorboat, and Fu Yin was left with only a splash of water and their departing figures. Turning back, he found the dock devoid of any presence. Little Fu, are these three isolating you? Did you not claim to have a good relationship with them? Zhang Lei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the individual on the adjacent boat. He was still holding a cigarette, but was aware that he could not discard the butt into the sea. Instead, he cradled a bamboo tube fashioned into an ashtray in his other hand. I must have embarrassed Sister Chua. It's only natural they wish to ignore me for the time being. Let us go fishing in the deep sea, Brother Zhang. Fu Yin chuckled lightly, carefree, as he joined Zhang Lei in their fishing expedition. For the next 2 days, Song Chuha remained within her new home, refraining from venturing outside. Shun Junming and Su Guanyue later delivered several pieces of furniture to warm her house, and after some decoration, she gradually began to feel that it resembled a home. The task of excavating sea crystal stones had concluded, and with the arrival of the weekend, the opportunity to defeat the world boss arose once more. This time, Song Chuha intended to secure a ranking, so she prepared thoroughly before departure. Fortunately, we raised chickens. This large bag of feathers should suffice for thousands of arrows, she mused. On Sunday afternoon, she pulled out a uniquely patterned snakeskin bag from the storage room, filled with feathers from the poultry provided by Shin Junming and Su Guanyue. Her little koi had also collected quite a few, alleviating her concerns about insufficient ordinary arrows. However, toxic arrows remained scarce. She possessed only 3 vials of red snake venom. After much contemplation, she decided to bring along only 1,000 ordinary arrows. Other players were also aware of the lucrative rewards for the top 10 in the world boss damage ranking, and by 1:30 that afternoon, numerous individuals arrived by boat at the monster spawning platform. When Song Chuha leisurely arrived at the designated sea area, she found over 10 players already gathered on the platform. Is the competition this fierce today? She wondered silently, spotting familiar figures in the crowd and promptly making her way toward them. Chuha, you're here. Su Guanyue greeted her with a smile, then retrieved a small stool from her backpack and offered it to her. Guanyue, good afternoon, Brother Shin, Song Chuha exclaimed, astonished at the sunshade and the table and chairs set up on the platform, realizing their preparations far exceeded her own. Let us take a break for now. If you aim for a ranking, you'll need to stay here for the duration, Shin Junming stated, opening the small refrigerator he had brought, retrieving a bottle of chilled jasmine tea for Song Chuha. As the three of them chatted and relaxed beneath the sunshade, the recently arrived Fu Yin shamelessly approached them. Good afternoon, Sister Chua, he said with a grin, leaning in to make eye contact with Song Chuha. Chapter 75. The argument. Song Chuha was genuinely reluctant to confront this obstinate individual. She pursed her lips and cast her gaze downward, avoiding eye contact with Fu Yin. An awkward silence enveloped the scene, and neither Shen Juming nor Su Guanyue seemed inclined to offer a word of support. At that moment, Zhang Lei, with a mocking expression, shoved Fu Yin aside and raised his voice, saying, "Oh, our top player and his two women have banded together to isolate the other players." Upon hearing this, the other players engaged in conversation nearby turned their curious gazes towards them. Some were newcomers to this sea region, eager to defeat the world boss. And the mention of the top player stirred their excitement, making them keen to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. "Mr. Zhang, please refrain from spreading rumors," Shen Juming interjected, furrowing his brow and rising to sternly confront this ruffian. "What rumors have I spread? You three have conspired to isolate me and my little brother, gathering behind our backs to feast, and you dare speak of neighborly assistance? To me, it appears you are merely discriminating against weaker players." Zhang Lei no longer held the admiration he once had for Shen Juming. Emboldened by the audience, he sought to unveil the true nature of this prominent figure. "Brother Zhang, it's not as serious as you think." Fu Yin anxiously grasped Zhang Lei's arm, fearful of what further nonsense he might utter. "Don't be timid. I'm standing up for you," Zhang Lei retorted, pushing Fu Yin aside as he scrutinized Shen Juming and Song Chuhe with disdain. The expressions of the onlookers were varied. Relishing this rare opportunity to witness such a spectacle at close range, they could hardly resist the urge to snack on seeds while enjoying the show. "That handsome man must be Shen Daolao, right? Is he truly as insufferable as that brother claimed? Shen Daolao is quite amiable. I refuse to believe it. The one stirring trouble is Zhang Lei. You all must have heard of him. He is the player with the most penalties for being muted by the system. His words are utterly untrustworthy." The murmurs reached Song Chue's ears. As a party involved, she was not about to idly stand by while the villain tarnished Shen Juming's reputation. Taking a deep breath, she rose calmly and addressed Zhang Lei. "Mr. Zhang, have you yet to realize how detestable your actions are? The reason I ignore you is due to your repeated and baseless insults directed at me, not to mention your persistent harassment of other female players." With a cold stare, she regarded the man before her. Previously, she had been skeptical of the notion that one's appearance mirrored their inner character. However, upon encountering Zhang Lei, she found his exterior just as repugnant as his soul. Turning her attention to Fu Yin, she continued, "Fu Yin, I once thought you merely a bit boisterous and more reckless than others. But the truth is, you indeed engaged in lewd banter with Zhang Lei and even knocked me into the sea while aboard a transport ship, didn't you? I only wished to befriend you, Chuha. I truly did not intend to push you into the sea." Fu Yin's face flickered with panic as he rushed to explain himself, only to be met with Zhang Lei's derision. "Stand tall. Why are you groveling before a woman? Does she deserve such deference? Once we surpass that fellow surnamed Shun, she will be the one begging us for protection." Zhang Lei's arrogant words elicited laughter from the onlookers. "I await the day you surpass me, but until then, you should apologize to these two ladies for your insolent remarks." Shen Juming, raised with a sense of decorum, refrained from retaliating against Zhang Lei. Yet he could no longer tolerate the insults aimed at Song Chuhe and Su Guanyue. "I refuse. What pretentiousness! You merely keep two women. As if no one else could find companions." Zhang Lei remained defiant. "Get lost. No player desires to associate with individuals of your ilk. Go seek your kind in the depths of the sea." A girl among the spectators, unable to contain her indignation, stepped forward. She had been harassed by both Zhang Lei and Fu Yin days prior and now, faced with their real-life counterparts, she yearned to slap them both in retaliation for her pent-up frustration. "Oh, another attractive woman has arrived. Do you also wish to become Shen Juming's sycophant and join him in ostracizing other players?" Zhang Lei scoffed, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the group. "Silence. I, Wang Shuero, cannot abide your disgraceful behavior. Ask the other players behind me. How many would condone your actions?" Pointing behind her, Wang Shuero prompted a chorus of head shakes from the gathered players. "These two brothers. We have heard the cause and course of events. It is you who have bullied these young ladies. They are the true victims." "Exactly. You two can spar in the World Channel. But why must you behave so brazenly in person?" As the crowd recognized Zhang Lei and Fu Yin, memories of their misdeeds resurfaced, and no one was inclined to speak kindly of the two brothers. "Very well. Come and witness this. Do you still dare to claim you haven't conspired against the other players?" Zhang Lei laughed mockingly, flicking away a cigarette butt, which bounced twice on the platform before tumbling into the sea. Simultaneously, the system's punishment announcement echoed once more. The crowd dispersed with expressions of disbelief. And even Shen Juming began to move his sunshade and furniture away from these troublesome brothers. Brother Zhang, the world boss will soon spawn. Let us focus on dealing damage first, and we can address the rest later." Fu Yin glanced around, feeling utterly isolated, realizing he must placate the volatile individual beside him. "Ugh." Zhang Lei clenched his fists, seething as he retrieved his newly purchased crossbow from his game bag. Fu Yin, too, pulled out the ordinary quality Bao Zhang Lei had gifted him. As this farce temporarily concluded, everyone settled into their respective positions, and the giant octopus emerged, thrashing upon the surface of the sea. Song Chua gulped down several mouthfuls of iced tea, suppressing her simmering anger before beginning to inflict damage. Her bow, already of superior quality and further enhanced, proved remarkably effective. Within just 3 minutes, her damage output far surpassed the rest. By 2:30, the other players, observing the damage rankings, relinquished their ambitions to compete against her and Shen Juming. That girl is incredible. Her damage exceeds that of Shen Daolao. I know her. She is the pill merchant. Her potions in the trading hall are of the highest quality and lowest price. I'm one of her regular customers. Is that true? After defeating the boss, I must place an order with her. The whispers reached the muted Zhang Lei's ears, inflaming his anger further, yet he could only seethe impotently. Chapter 76. Some call her the boss. Song Chua could only be regarded as a novice in the realm of archery. Without the protection of finger guards and arm guards, the friction of the bowstring soon left her left forearm and right fingers red and swollen. Fortunately, her pain had reached a threshold that would not be easily surpassed, allowing her to wipe her brow and retreat to the shade of an umbrella for a brief respite. In contrast, the other players were not as relaxed. They continued to fervently attack the colossal octopus under the blazing sun, in pursuit of a more favorable monster hunting experience. She contemplated her options and opened the trading hall to procure a set of protective gear. Little Koi, please assist me in searching for archery gear. Song Chua called out in her mind, and soon the little Koi had filtered relevant items in the trading hall. There are only 6 players selling protective gear. Oh dear. Now there are only 5. Before little Koi could finish, the most affordable set displayed on the page was already marked as purchased. It was the prime time for defeating the world boss, and it seemed that other archers were in dire need of such equipment as well. Without hesitation, Song Chua swiftly acquired a set. However, upon obtaining it, she did not immediately don the gear. Chuha, apply some ointment for the swelling. Is that gear freshly bought? Shen Juming returned to his seat with his spear, noticing Song Chua's troubled expression as she gingerly touched her arm. He kindly offered her some healing salve. Indeed, I have not used a bow for an extended period. My preparations were insufficient. Song Chuha replied with a smile as she accepted the ointment and gently applied it to her injuries. Rest a while longer. You are bound to secure first place today. Shen Junming then produced some snacks, placing them on the coffee table between them. After a few moments of quietude, other players approached to greet them. Mr. Shun, Miss Song. Good afternoon. I am Qijin. The young man named Qijin appeared no older than 20, his demeanor somewhat awkward, and his cheeks slightly flushed, likely a result of the exertion from recently vanquishing the world boss. Good afternoon. I remember you. You previously ordered many ice blocks from me. Song Chua said, offering him an empty chair. Is there something you wish to discuss with me or Brother Shen? Noticing that the young woman remembered him, Qijin's eyes brightened as he hurriedly seated himself and excitedly declared, I have come to seek your guidance. Boss Shen's island development is fantastic. I envy it greatly. And Miss Song, I heard I could order various pills from you. I am willing to provide the raw materials and a labor fee. Overjoyed with his purpose, Qijin's face grew even redder as he spoke. Certainly, if my experience can assist you, I would be more than willing, Shen Junming replied kindly, pausing to retrieve a bottle of iced water from a small refrigerator at his feet, which he handed to the young man. Thank you. Thank you. Receiving such generosity from a boss only heightened Qijin's excitement, prompting him to stand and bow deeply to Shen Junming. Song Chufa, not one to miss a lucrative opportunity, accepted Qijin's friend request and noted the specific pills he required. As other players observed the lively exchange, they flocked over to inquire about adding Shen Junming and Song Chuha to their contacts. Within a mere 10 minutes, Song Chuha had received 8 new alchemy orders. Estimating her potion-making speed, she realized that fulfilling all these requests would likely consume an entire day. Fortunately, the other players were not in a hurry. She assured them that she would deliver the pills to their inboxes within 3 days. After a delightful chat with the 2 esteemed players, the others resumed their assault on the world boss. Yawning, Song Chua glanced at the clock and noted that it was only 3 o'clock. With 2 hours remaining before the event concluded, she still held the top position on the damage leaderboard. Chua, Brother Shen, you two seem quite relaxed. Su Guanyue, weary herself, returned to the shade, rubbing her sore arms with an envious expression. This relaxation comes at a cost. Look at my arms, they are bruised from the bowstring. With a resigned sigh, Song Chuha raised her arm, revealing a large purplish-red mark on her otherwise fair skin. She typically took great care to avoid sun exposure, especially on the inner part of her elbows, which rarely saw sunlight. Have you applied any ointment? I forgot to bring healing salve today. What should I do? Su Guanyue, seeing her injuries, no longer teased her and instead compassionately examined her arm. I have already applied some. This child is quite carefree. Only thinking of buying protective gear after injuring herself, Shin Junming remarked, concern etched on his brow. That's good, Su Guanyue said, somewhat relieved. Noticing that Shin Junming was also massaging his own sore muscles, she suddenly felt less envious of their apparent leisure. Indeed, being a boss seemed to come with its own burdens, she mused. Once they had rested sufficiently, players ranked 3rd and 4th were closing in on the second highest damage. Shin Junming, unwilling to forfeit the reward chest, once again joined the fray with his spear. Meanwhile, Song Chufa, still yawning, understood that Shin Junming intended to allow her to win first place today. Thus, she retrieved 10 venomous arrows from her inventory. Her bow possessed a bleeding skill, and with the toxic effect of the venomous arrows, her inflicted damage was even more substantial than before. Particularly, these 2 forms of damage were persistent, allowing her to simply sit back and watch her total damage steadily rise. By the time the event concluded, the combined damage of players ranked 3rd to 10th did not surpass that of her and Shin Junming. Satisfied, she weighed her bow thoughtfully, pondering how to acquire more venom. Miss Song, your archery stance is so impressive, like a heroine from a drama. Don't hold me back. I want to be sisters with Boss Song. Just as Song Chufa was about to board the boat to leave the monster hunting platform, several players who had previously placed orders with her squeezed past Fu Yin and surrounded her. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. You are all quite remarkable too. As she realized that she was being referred to as a boss, a colorful array of emotions blossomed within her. She refrained from displaying any airs of superiority and instead responded politely to their admiration. Enveloped by the throng of players, Song Chuha did not manage to exchange another word with Fu Yin until she boarded the boat. Shin Junming and Su Guanyue remained together, showing no intention of acknowledging Fu Yin, and amidst the farewells, everyone departed on their respective vessels. Chapter 77. The team dungeon has been unlocked upon returning to her quaint villa. Song Chuha immediately opened the treasure chest obtained from defeating the world boss. Inside, she discovered a block of mysterious iron, a delightful pale yellow strap dress, and a peculiar vial containing candy beans dubbed beauty pills. Little Koi, do these beauty pills really enhance one's appearance? Observing the pink candies in the vial, she could surmise their purpose from their name. Indeed, with prolonged consumption, they can whiten and rejuvenate the skin, freeing you from the worry of sunburn. Little Koi presented a cup of cool tea to her. Is it truly astonishing that such marvelous pills exist in this game? I must indulge in a few more. By the way, could overindulgence be harmful? As she prepared to toss a beauty pill into her mouth, she glanced at Little Koi with concern. They're harmless. Consuming one a day is sufficient, Little Koi assured, blinking innocently while patting her chest to guarantee the pill's safety. With this reassurance, Song Chua confidently consumed one. The pill tasted akin to ordinary candy, sweet and quickly dissolving in her mouth. After placing the dress in the washing machine, she took out her worn protective gear for a wash. This gear indeed made her archery feel much more comfortable, although the bruises on her hands had already formed, necessitating several days of recovery. The following day at precisely 9 o'clock, the system's cold mechanical voice announced, "Ding! The multiplayer dungeon has been unlocked. Players, please assemble your teams." And the captain may claim the dungeon scroll from the game interface. Teams that clear the dungeon for the first time will receive generous rewards. For further details, please check the dungeon panel. While brushing her teeth, Song Chuha curiously accessed the game interface and found a new dungeon panel on the left side of the task menu. Upon clicking, she found the detailed introduction of the first dungeon, the Siren's Call, requiring a team of 5 players. After a cursory glance at the rules, she felt little interest in this dungeon. Currently, the only players she was on amicable terms with were Su Guanyue and Shin Junming. Even if she desired to explore the dungeon, she could not gather enough players. However, her concerns proved to be unfounded. Just as Little Koi called her down for breakfast, Shin Junming sent her a private message. Shin Junming, Chuha, have you seen the new dungeon quest? I've already assembled 3 players with decent weapons with you and Guanyue. We meet the requirements. Interested in giving it a try? Reading the message, Song Chua hesitated for 3 seconds. Since Shin Junming was willing to include her, how could she decline such an esteemed invitation? Moreover, she was not overly weak herself. Song Chua, sure, I'll join you. What about Guanyue? Has she agreed? Shin Junming, yes, she just replied. Prepare to come to my island. Once the other 2 players arrive, we will commence the dungeon together. After accepting the invitation from the prominent player, Song Chua hastily finished a bowl of noodles and then crafted 50 venom arrows at her workstation. This time, she used an entire bottle of red snake venom. If the dungeon rewards were substantial, she wouldn't regret using those arrows. Little Koi, I'm heading out again. Be a good little one and stay at home. Before boarding the dock, she dutifully reminded her little companion to behave. Little coy, not clingy at all. Simply smiled and waved farewell to her. Song Chua was the first to arrive at Shin Junming's residence. Upon entering the living room, she found him engrossed in studying the dungeon's details. Brother Shin, are we aiming for the first clear reward? Knowing Shin Junming's nature, she worried about potentially hindering his progress. Securing the first clear reward would be splendid, but it's not essential. This is merely a preliminary exploration of the dungeon's difficulty. And I intend to introduce you to two new friends. Rest assured, they are my cousins and of reputable character. Shin Junming prepared tea for Song Chua and seated himself on the sofa. Your cousins are also in this game? Song Chua expressed mild surprise. It was indeed rare to find familiar faces among the multitude of players. Yes, their islands are adjacent, and after spotting my name on the leaderboard, they reached out to me. Shin Junming chuckled, revealing that his two cousins were 19-year-old twins. They shared a strong bond in reality. How wonderful. I wish I had family as close. Unfortunately, my parents have passed, and I lack relatives with whom I share a strong connection. Song Chua felt a pang of envy for Shin Junming and lowered her gaze, seemingly recalling a sorrowful memory. She had often imagined living on such a beautiful planet with her parents, but they had become stars, watching over her from the sky. Brother, we're here. Just as Shin Junming was about to comfort Song Chua, two bright, cheerful voices echoed from outside. Brother, it's great to see you again. Chatting only in the game has been far from satisfying. Two identical young men burst into the living room, running in to embrace their older cousin, eager to reminisce. If Shin Junming hadn't evaded, they might have attempted to lift him high into the air. Calm down, calm down. I have a guest here. Shin Junming sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. After seating his exuberant cousins on the sofa, they noticed Song Chua sitting across the room. Instantly, they ceased their antics, their expression shifting to one of apology as they awaited reprimand from their elder. These two cousins are quite lively. Hello, I am Song Chua. 3 years your senior, residing on a nearby island. Initially, her social anxiety resurfaced, but she quickly adjusted her mindset and greeted the two young men. Hello, Miss Song. I am Shin Junling. Hello, Miss Song. I am Shin Junin. The two boys, with solemn expressions, bowed slightly to Song Chua, their synchronized demeanor starkly contrasting their previous exuberance. Haha, hello. Their overly formal greetings caught Song Chua off guard, leaving her to respond with an awkward smile. All right, I'll prepare another pot of tea. Junling Junin. Be sure not to startle the guest. Shin Junming sighed, casting a sidelong glance at his lively cousins, still somewhat concerned that they might inadvertently offend Song Chua. Brother, please go ahead. We will ensure our guest is well entertained. Shin Junling nodded earnestly, his perfect broadcast tone causing Song Chua's expression to momentarily freeze. Chapter 78. The formation of the 5-person team. When Shin Junlin and Shin Junin were not being boisterous, Song Chua could vaguely discern the shadow of Shin Junming in them. However, the two young men appeared more innocent, and their temperament was still rather juvenile. If they were to mature over the years and avoid the comedic path, they might very well evolve into figures as reliable as Shin Daolao. The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat peculiar, as each of them harbored their own thoughts. Song Chua was preoccupied with the notion of avoiding eye contact. She was uncertain how to engage in conversation with such lively male university students. Meanwhile, the twin brothers discreetly tapped their toes against the floor, acutely aware of the embarrassment they had caused their cousin. With heads bowed and their gazes occasionally colliding, they failed to devise any strategy for redemption. Fortunately, Shin Junming soon returned with a tray of hot tea. He scrutinized his two younger brothers, and upon confirming they were in good spirits, he settled down beside them. Let us take a breather. It took you nearly an hour to arrive by boat, which is no small feat. As soon as he received the notice of the new quest, Shin Junming had summoned the brothers to his island. Thank you, cousin. Thank you, cousin. The twins shared a synchronized smile, nodding slightly toward Shin Junming before simultaneously lifting their teacups from the table. Their deliberate broadcast-like tone brought a smile to Song Chua's face, prompting her to lower her head and stifle a chuckle with the back of her hand. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Guanyue arrived, looking rather haggard. With all 5 members gathered, they began to meticulously discuss the details of their quest. Let us first talk about our specializations in weapons. Junlin, Junin, you may begin. This was Shin Junming's first experience with a quest, and he intended to prioritize the team's damage output and the safety of its members. All right, my weapon is a pair of perfectly crafted curved daggers imbued with lightning skills. Let me think. My physical fitness is quite commendable, so ambushes and close combat should pose no issue. Shin Junlin spoke confidently, surveying the other 4 players in the living room. Since childhood, he had excelled at climbing trees and walls, and during his university years, he had even pursued a degree in physical education. only to be abruptly swept into this game midway through his studies. After him, his brother Shinjunin chimed in with a smile. My weapon is a perfectly crafted staff, which enhances the movement speed and stamina of designated players within a 10-meter radius during skill usage. There is no cooldown period for this skill, but utilizing the staff does require substantial stamina, which can be compensated with stamina recovery potions. Although Shinjunin's weapon lacked offensive skills, his ability to bolster his teammates' agility and endurance made him an indispensable asset in team activities. After hearing the brothers' descriptions, Shun Junming nodded and succinctly introduced himself. My weapon is a perfectly crafted spear, suitable for both melee and ranged combat. Now, it's the lady's turn. With no noteworthy skills to elaborate on regarding his weapon, he shifted his gaze towards Song Chuha and Su Guanyue. I'll go first. My weapon is a perfectly crafted whip, with a skill that inflicts poison. However, I am not yet fully adept at its use, and there are times when I miss my target. Su Guanyue pressed her lips together, feeling that she was the weakest among the 5 present. Fear not. Even if you land 1 or 2 strikes, it will suffice. If memory serves, poison is a skill that inflicts continuous damage, and with Junin's staff augmenting your abilities, you will find the quest considerably easier. Shun Junming reassured Su Guanyue gently, aware that while her damage output was not low, her accuracy and stamina had room for improvement. After the first 4 had spoken, Song Chua blinked and organized her thoughts before speaking slowly. I wield a bow of exceptional quality, with a bleeding skill that also inflicts continuous damage. My accuracy is fairly decent, allowing for effective ranged attacks. Additionally, I possess 2 types of arrows, one standard and another infused with poison. Regarding the concern raised by Junin about stamina consumption while using skills, I have an alchemy pot that can provide an ample supply of stamina recovery potions, so there is no need for worry. As soon as her words were uttered, the eyes of the twin brothers gleamed with excitement. This was the first time they had heard of someone possessing an exceptional quality weapon in the game, as well as encountering a formidable player with an alchemy pot. Miss Song, may we take a look at your bow and arrows? They implored eagerly. Of course. You can simply call me Chuha, just like Shingu does. There is no need for such formality. Song Chuha felt slightly awkward at their respectful address, which, while polite, made her feel somewhat aged. With a smile, she placed her bow and 2 types of arrows on the coffee table and nodded in agreement to their desire to touch them. Oh, I spent so many materials and still couldn't upgrade my precious curved daggers to exceptional quality, Shun Junlin murmured as he gently caressed the bow, even demonstrating a shooting motion without an arrow. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt an unusual affinity for this bow. Indeed, my staff has undergone numerous upgrades as well. Ms. Chuha, you are truly fortunate. Shin Junin silently envied the weapon, although he held no disdain for his own staff, as he was content to play a supportive role in team activities due to his less robust physical condition. Shin Junming and Su Guanyue maintained a more composed demeanor, having already witnessed the bow's power. All right, I trust we have a good understanding of each other's capabilities. Now, let us discuss the specifics of this quest. I have thoroughly reviewed the rules. We will face 3 waves of monsters in total, but we will only learn the details of these creatures once we access the quest map. His interest in the new quest was palpable. After coordinating with his teammates, he meticulously studied its detailed introduction. The final boss of the quest, the Siren's Call, was a formidable siren from the depths of the ocean, possessing immense strength. However, by defeating the minions it summoned, one could weaken its damage and defenses. Taking the initiative, Shun Junming volunteered to assume the role of team leader and oversee the operation. The other 4 members had no objections to this proposal. After enjoying a meal at his home, the group took a moment to rest before the captain retrieved the scroll to commence the quest. Chapter 79. The adventure begins. Are we all prepared? I am about to initiate the dungeon. Holding the newly acquired scroll, Shun Junming confirmed the readiness of his teammates. Upon seeing their eager nods, he promptly clicked to use it. A wave of deep blue light enveloped them, and the 5 individuals, originally standing in a circle within the villa's yard, were instantly transported to another realm. The dungeon's map unfolded beneath the sea, yet to their astonishment, they found themselves able to breathe normally, akin to fish. Gulp, gulp. Brother, look, I can blow bubbles, Shinjulin exclaimed, frolicking like a child. Shinjuming merely nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his serious gaze to their surroundings. They found themselves in an underwater basin, where, although the surface remained unseen, the illumination was ample. Vibrant corals and rocks adorned the heights around them, while schools of small fish darted in the distance. Where are the monsters we need to slay? Shinjunin inquired, wandering off to poke at a spherical stone covered in green algae. To his surprise, as his fingers made contact with the greenish stone, he felt the algae gradually enveloping his hand. He gasped and quickly withdrew. Brother, something is amiss. This is no ordinary stone. Be cautious. The first dungeon task has commenced. The objective is to slay 20 algae beasts. As the team leader, Shen Juming could clearly monitor the task progress on his interface. A privilege not shared by the other members. The algae beast. Is it that stone you just touched? Song Chuha readied an ordinary feathered arrow, drawing back her bow to shoot. The moment the sharp arrowhead pierced the algae, Shen Juming noted the task progress in his mind changing from 0-20 to 120. Well done, Chuha. We still need to defeat 19 more of these beasts. For now, let us stay together. It will be safer that way. He nodded at Song Chuha, tightening his grip on his spear. The five formed a protective circle, backs to one another, as they began to search for the elusive green spherical beasts. Come this way. I've spotted two just 3 meters away, Shen Junlin directed, leading the team toward his indicated location. Following his cousin's cue, he swung his curved blade to eliminate the second algae beast. However, as he attempted to strike the third, he suddenly found his weapon clashing against an exceptionally hard object, causing pain and tingling in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the other green sphere was not a beast, but rather a genuine stone overrun with algae. This thing is well hidden, he muttered disdainfully, kicking the stone, only to feel a jolt of pain in his foot. Junlin, steady yourself, Shen Junming admonished, exasperated by his younger cousin's antics. Fortunately, the force of his previous strike had not been severe, otherwise, he might have injured himself. However, Junlin's actions did reveal that the algae beast excelled at camouflage, prompting the team to exercise caution before attacking any green spheres. With 18 beasts remaining, Shen Junming observed that their vicinity posed little danger and decided to split up. The 5 primarily operated around Shen Junin, who clutched a high-quality stamina recovery potion provided by Song Chua, continuously employing enhancement spells from his staff. The first task was completed in merely 10 minutes. Song Chua had slain 6, Shen Juming 8, while Su Guanyue and Shen Junlin each took down 3. Throughout this initial phase, the basin remained tranquil, with the algae beasts refraining from attacking the players. Nonetheless, vigilance was paramount. Although none had experienced such a dungeon before, they had all dabbled in online gaming. The initial tasks were generally straightforward, but the ensuing boss stages were the true challenges. The second task arrived: slay the rampaging octopuses. As Shen Junming's words faded, a rustling emerged from the surrounding rocks, and black octopuses began to crawl out from the crevices. There are 5 or 6, no, there are more than that. Some are even the size of a fist. Form a circle and remain calm, Shen Junming commanded, directing everyone to position themselves back to back. Each member began to attack the octopuses that approached them. However, it seemed as though the octopuses were endless. Song Chuya had expended a dozen arrows. Yet new monsters continued to emerge from the rocky depths. Could you all stand to my left? I'll see if I can use my whip for area damage, Su Guanyue suggested, taking a deep breath. After blowing a series of bubbles, her teammates shifted to the left as instructed. If wielded properly, her flexible whip could cover a vast area, while Shen Juming and Song Chua's weapons were limited to single target strikes. As the octopuses swam before her, Su Guanyue gritted her teeth and began to swing her right arm vigorously. Though her movements lacked precision, the purple whip sliced through the water, leaving a trail of wind. With a few swift motions, a dozen octopuses were swiftly dispatched. She then shifted her direction. Shen Junin quietly utilized his stamina-enhancing skills, while Shen Junming, Song Chua, and Shen Junlin occasionally eliminated stray octopuses that slipped through the net. Just as Su Guanyue began to feel fatigue in her arms, the influx of new monsters finally ceased. The group leaned against a rock to rest briefly, during which Shen Junming shared his observations. The second task involves defeating octopuses for 10 minutes. Is anyone injured? Let us take this opportunity to recuperate before the third task is announced. I got entangled by the tentacles of 2 octopuses for a few seconds. Now my leg itches terribly, Shen Junlin said, rolling up his pants to reveal his calf covered in red marks. Just itching, no pain? Shen Juming asked, examining the wound closely. No, it doesn't hurt, Shen Junlin replied, itching to scratch but quickly restrained by his older cousin. Among them, only this unfortunate soul had sustained injury. After Shen Junming's inspection, he instructed him to apply some ointment. The others had suffered no injuries, though their stamina had significantly waned. Thankfully, the toxin from the octopuses only induced severe itching, with no other immediate harm detected. Once Shen Junlin's condition improved, the 5 rose again, yet the third task remained unannounced. So, is this still a resting period? Cousin mentioned there are only 3 monster-slaying tasks. Soon, we shall face the ultimate boss, right? Shen Junin scanned the area, but no unusual activity was evident. Even the distant fish continued to swim leisurely. Chapter 80, the final task after resting for over 10 minutes. The crimson marks on Shin Junlin's legs gradually faded, yet the third task remained unannounced. Shin Juming meticulously replayed the events that had transpired since their arrival in the dungeon map, and after a moment, a thought struck him. Perhaps the task needed to be triggered by the players themselves. Upon entering the map, they found themselves in a commonplace underwater basin, where the first task was initiated after Shin Junin interacted with a green algae beast resembling a green stone. However, this did not align with the triggering mechanism of the second task. Contemplating this, he resolved to lead his team to explore their surroundings. Is everyone ready? Remaining here isn't a viable option. Let's investigate the situation around us. All right, we will follow you, cousin. Shin Junlin and Shin Junin supported each other to their feet, brushing off the dirt from their clothes, and helped the two seated girls up as well. We're nearing the final challenge. We should be facing a sea monster. I wonder about its damage output. Let's consume some antidote pills first. Song Chuha retrieved a small vial of green pills from her game backpack and distributed two to each member. The herbs required to concoct the antidote were rather precious. Thus she had only managed to brew this small amount. The second task had been triggered too abruptly, leaving her no time to have her teammates take the pills before they entered the intense monster fighting phase. Once everyone was prepared, under Shin Juiming's guidance, they took a gently sloping path away from the basin. Although the dungeon map appeared to be underwater, the water offered no resistance, making their ascent relatively easy. Occasionally, green algae monsters would extend their tendrils to cling to their feet. While not particularly damaging, it was quite bothersome. How infuriating. They're stickier than chewing gum. Shin Junlin impatiently swung his blade, dispatching the third algae beast that clung to him. However, upon the monster's demise, a flash of white light erupted, revealing a fist-sized green treasure chest on the ground. There's a drop. He called out to his leading cousin and picked up the chest, handing it to Shin Junming. This is your loot. You should open it. Shin Junming merely cast a cursory glance at the chest before quickly returning it to his cousin. The others looked on with curiosity. They had slain over 30 green algae beasts today, yet only this one drop had materialized, showcasing a rather low drop rate. Under the group's urging, Shin Junlin slowly opened the chest. Inside lay a green ring, and as he picked it up, its description automatically appeared in his mind. A ring woven from algae tendrils, allowing the wearer to release a small area of tendrils. He frowned and read aloud, "Is this it? What use do these algae tendrils have besides being annoying? Regardless, it is your hard-earned reward. Keep it. It may prove useful in the future." Shin Junming smiled slightly and continued leading the team up the slope. After advancing several more meters, they found themselves at a considerable distance from the basin's bottom, yet still, nothing occurred around them. Where could the sea monster be hiding? We're almost at the top of the slope, Shin Junin muttered, clenching his fist and lightly striking his thigh. Just a little longer. We are less than 10 meters from the top. Shin Juming turned back to assist him and then assessed the two ladies' conditions. Fortunately, both Song Chuha and Su Guanyue remained enthusiastic, admiring the surrounding scenery, their curiosity undiminished. The ascent was arduous. The path was not truly a path at all, as they stepped on variously shaped rocks and shell fragments. A misstep could lead to slipping and falling. Humans in the depths of the sea could only walk steadily, unlike the fish that glided freely. When the group finally reached the summit of the slope, they were left in awe at the sight before them. Floating atop the slope were numerous jellyfish, glowing with a radiant blue light. The largest resembled a water tank, while the smallest were the size of an adult's fist. I wonder if they are poisonous. Let us refrain from touching them for now. Shin Junming gripped his spear tightly, remaining on high alert. Over here. Look over there. Is that a statue? Song Chua's keen eye spotted a statue depicting a figure with a fish tail across from their location. After a moment's thought, she recalled that in many tales, the imagery of sea monsters indeed resembled that of mermaids. All right, let's go take a look. Shin Junming surveyed the vicinity once more, and upon noticing no signs of aggression from the jellyfish, led the team toward the statue. They navigated around half the basin's edge until they finally stood before a statue approximately 5 meters tall. In an instant, a notification chimed in Shin Junming's mind. The third task had commenced. This is it. This is the sea monster we must slay. No sooner had he spoken than the swarm of jellyfish behind them erupted into chaos, all moving towards the statue. Let us take cover behind that rock. Su Guanyue pulled Song Chuha along, guiding her behind a rocky outcropping riddled with numerous holes. The Shun brothers quickly followed suit. A few seconds passed, and as the jellyfish made contact with the statue, they disappeared within it. Surrounded by the multitude of jellyfish, the statue began to emit a blue glow, shedding its previously lifeless appearance in favor of a mysterious, ethereal skin. It has awakened. It lives, Shin Junlin exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sea monster that was now gently swaying its tail, a rare sight indeed. Once all the jellyfish had been absorbed, the sea monster twisted its neck and turned its gaze toward the rocky concealment of the 5 adventurers. An ethereal voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated in their ears, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of its meaning. It sees us. What language is this sea monster speaking? Shen Junlin and Shen Junin, unable to contain their curiosity, peeked out from behind the rock, only to freeze in place, their eyes losing their luster. Shen Juming was unable to stop them in time, and he too felt a subtle transformation occurring within himself. In a matter of seconds, all but Song Chuha had transformed into hollow shell-like beings. Big brother Shun Guanyue, what has happened to you? Song Chuha softly called out, but her companions offered no response. Instead, they began to walk stiffly away from their rocky refuge, stepping toward the sea monster. Chapter 81. The first completion of the instance. The ethereal voice continued to resonate, and Song Chuha forced herself to stabilize her thoughts. She strained to listen, finally discerning its message through the heart of the ocean. Foolish humans, come and become my sustenance. Come. The sea monster incessantly repeated this phrase. No wonder the instance was named the Call of the Sea Monster. She now comprehended its significance. However, this was not the moment for her to ponder. Desperately, Song Chua tried to halt the advancing individuals, but they had already turned into mere shells of their former selves, and she was powerless to pull them back even a fraction, merely watching as they drew nearer to the sea monster. Little Koi, please help me. Do you know how to conquer the final challenge of this instance? My teammates are on the brink of being devoured by the sea monster. Just as her companions were within a mere 10 meters of the creature, she finally thought to seek assistance from the little Koi left at home. Encountering the sea monster. Are we? Let me check. The sea monster's chant can bewitch the heart. You must stimulate those under its spell for them to awaken from the trap it weaves. The little Koi, idly daydreaming at home, quickly devised a solution upon hearing her voice. Stimulate? Would a pinch suffice? Yes, a firm pinch, a light touch will have no effect. Though the host could not see her, the little creature obediently nodded. Understood. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Song Chuha sprinted towards Shin Junming, assessing him up and down before pinching his arm. Brother Shin, forgive me. The first attempt failed to rouse him, so she paused and pinched his waist. This time, Shin Junming finally regained his senses, still bewildered, as Song Chuha urged him to pinch the Shin twins. Without a second thought, he complied, pinching the twins with considerable force. Guanyue, I'm sorry, this is to save you. After briefing Shin Junming, Song Chuha approached Su Guanyue and pinched her arm as well. Amidst the chaos, the 4 who had succumbed to the sea monster's enchantment finally awakened, now merely 3 meters from its tail. What just happened? Ouch, my face hurts. Shin Junlin and Shin Junin each clutched a cheek, but upon realizing their proximity to the sea monster, they staggered back several steps. The sea monster's voice continued to echo, yet the pain coursing through their bodies kept them momentarily alert. It beckons us closer to become its nourishment. Do not succumb to its allure. When you can no longer endure, pinch your thigh mercilessly. With the immediate threat alleviated, Song Chuka exhaled a long sigh of relief. While retreating with her teammates, she shared vital information regarding their encounter with the sea monster. So that is how it is. Thanks to Chua, we were nearly lost to this instance. Su Guanyue wiped her cold sweat, feeling a bit dizzy, and without hesitation, pinched her own arm. The effect was remarkable. She instantly felt revitalized, though her arm throbbed. Once they retreated behind some rocks, Shen Junming and Song Chuha exchanged a glance, deciding to test the sea monster's strength with ranged attacks. Steadying their weapons, they launched a coordinated assault. As the poisoned arrows and spears struck the sea monster, a crimson health bar appeared above its head, reading 98%. Observing this, Song Chuha immediately fired a second arrow. With each shot, the health bar dwindled to 97, then 96. The arrow's additional effects activated, and coupled with the potency of the poisoned arrows, its health decreased at an accelerating pace. Shin Juming summoned his spear once more, hurling it again. The Shun twins and Su Guanyue could only engage in close combat, glancing at one another, eager to assist, but unable to do so. Noticing the 2 restless heads behind him, Shin Juming shot a glare, prompting them to retreat. As the sea monster's health dipped to 50%, it suddenly thrashed, emitting a piercing shriek that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Then, a rumbling sound erupted from the basin behind them. What now? Su Guanyue tightened her grip on her whip as a basketball-sized seaweed beast rolled past her feet. Without a second thought, she lashed out, dispatching it. The sea monster's health began to regenerate. Could it absorb other creatures to replenish itself? Guanyue, Junlin, obstruct the creatures rolling from the basin. Junin, continue using your wand's abilities. Shin Juming calmly instructed. The sea monster's health had now restored to 60%. As Song Chua and Shin Juming relentlessly attacked, their damage barely outpaced the creature's healing. The rolling seaweed beasts continued to pass by, and Shin Junlin dispatched one after another, carving out a small safe zone. Meanwhile, the sea monster's call echoed on, compelling the group to pinch themselves periodically, except for Song Chua, who remained unaffected. In a moment of respite, she noticed the golden scales hanging from her neck were slightly warm. It must be the protective effect of the scales left by Yu Yan. On the hillside, the five utilized their respective skills. After several minutes, the sea monster's health finally reached 0. A flash of blue light swept across, and the creature began to petrify from its tail, ultimately transforming back into a stone statue, the haunting call vanishing completely. Ding! Congratulations to the player Shin Junming and his team for completing the instance. Rewards have been dispatched to the player's bags. Please check. The moment the sea monster reverted to stone, the system announcement rang out across the entire region. Instantly, the world chat erupted as if a depth charge had been dropped into it. Doing Anyi. Wow. The big shot truly is a big shot, completing the instance on the very first day it opened. Yi Yangyong, bowing down. Brother Shun, please share your strategy for clearing it. Fu Yin, Brother Shin, did you take Chuha and Guan Yue along for the instance? Isn't it supposed to require 5 people to activate? Why wasn't I invited? Wan Chuero, why would they take you? To drag them down? To join you in your lack of quality education? Meanwhile, Song Chuha and her companions, still within the instance map, were oblivious to the discussions in the world chat. After a grueling series of battles, each of them felt utterly exhausted. We finally cleared it. Our teamwork was exceptional. Song Chuha shook her sore arms, feeling tired yet unable to suppress her joy. Chapter 82. The victim of the trap. As everyone exchanged congratulatory high fives, Shin Juming cast a glance at the game interface, noticing several newly refreshed notifications. Below the dungeon task, 3 buttons labeled Easy, Normal, and Hard had appeared. The Easy button was illuminated, while the latter 2 remained grayed out. It dawned on him that the dungeon they had just cleared was merely at the easy difficulty level, which explained the relatively low damage dealt by the monsters within, with only the final stage presenting a slight challenge. After the jubilant cheers subsided, the others too recognized this detail. Cousin. Players can earn reward packages for the first 2 dungeon clears each week. Should we attempt the normal difficulty? Perhaps we will receive better rewards, suggested Shin Junlin. Shin Junming scratched at his leg, where he had previously been entangled by an octopus. Although the area had ceased to be red, it still itched intensely. He considered how difficult it had been for him and his younger brother to make this trip and decided that they should complete all the dungeons before returning to their island. You two can stay here for the night, and we can tackle the normal difficulty tomorrow. What do you think, Chuha and Guan Yue? Shin Junming's thoughts aligned with those of his 2 cousins. However, as the captain, he understood the importance of considering every team member's opinion. I have no objections. Since our islands are in close proximity, making travel convenient, nodded Su Guan Yue, glancing at Song Chuha, who stood nearby. That sounds fine. I'll brew some potions when I return. The next difficulty level will undoubtedly be more challenging than today, Song Chuha agreed, enjoying the camaraderie with the team. Upon her return, she intended to craft some poison-tipped arrows, as their potency greatly surpassed that of ordinary arrows, leaving her quite satisfied with the damage output. All right, let us exit the dungeon for now. I will prepare dinner tonight, and we can celebrate together, Shin Juming said with a smile, selecting the teleport option. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the 5 returned to the villa courtyard where they had previously gathered. While Shin Junming busied himself in the kitchen, Shin Junlin and Shin Junin, acting on their cousin's request, engaged in a lively exchange of dungeon clearing strategies on the World Channel. Song Chuha and Su Guan Yue, however, were disinterested in this discussion, each holding a cup of ice cream and playfully entertaining 2 little lambs in the villa's courtyard. These lambs had been brought back from the other side of the island by Shin Juming, who planned to raise them and consider breeding them later. Su Guan Yue wandered about the yard with a handful of grass, while one of the lambs followed her eagerly. Song Chuha cradled another lamb in her arms, gently stroking its head, enchanted by its soft fur. The atmosphere in the courtyard was tranquil and idyllic, yet it was soon disrupted by an untimely interruption. Brother Jun, I know you're at home. I and Brother Zhang are in serious trouble. Can you help us? Please. Fu Yin and Zhang Lei shouted from the dock, having arrived on the same transport vessel. Although Fu Yin had previously sent Shin Juming a private message, the latter was preoccupied with dinner preparations and had no time to attend to his overflowing chat notifications. What are those 2 troublemakers doing here? Song Chua frowned, her earlier joy dissipating swiftly. Just moments ago, Fu Yin had publicly questioned Shin Junming on the World Channel about why he hadn't invited him to join the dungeon run, attracting much ridicule. Su Guanyue let out a soft scoff, genuinely irritated by the 2 on the boat, yet feeling hesitant to confront them directly. Expressionless, Shin Junming emerged from the villa, pausing at the entrance before striding toward the dock. Brother Jun, Brother Zeng has been injured by a trap I set on the island. I know you're a doctor. Can you help treat him? Fu Yin implored. Urgency etched across his face as he lifted Zhang Lei's injured leg, revealing a large trap clamped down upon it. Zhang Lei, pale from blood loss, remained silent, his face contorted in pain. Junin, please fetch the first aid kit from the living room, Shen Junming instructed, ultimately granting the two a 1-hour permission to enter the island. Fu Yan's face lit up with relief as he assisted Zhang Lei off the boat, initially intending to head toward the villa. But Shen Junming gestured for them to lay Zhang Lei down on the dock instead, indicating that he would provide treatment outdoors. Junin swiftly returned with the medical kit, and as Fu Yan prepared to greet the unfamiliar young man, he was interrupted by another male voice calling him inside. Brother Jun, was that the teammate you took into the dungeon? Disappointment flickered in Fu Yan's eyes. The young man appeared feeble, and he couldn't understand why Shen Junming had chosen not to invite him to join the dungeon party. Yes, hold him still. I need to remove the trap from his foot, Shen Junming replied curtly, seemingly uninterested in further conversation with Fu Yan. Meanwhile, Song Chuha and Su Guanyue had returned to the living room, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the unfolding scene outside, their emotions somewhat mixed. Chuha Guanyue, are those two the infamous brothers everyone is talking about on the World Channel? Shin Junlin, now comfortable with his cousins, eagerly shifted the conversation to gossip. Most likely. If we're speaking of the brothers notorious for harassing female players, it must be them, Song Chuha responded. Though she was not fully aware of the chat content on the World Channel, she understood that many players were calling for action against the two. It really is them. You two should be cautious. I heard Zhang Lei once sent a dead rat to a female player just last week, Shin Junlin remarked with disdain. Unable to fathom the malice someone could harbor against a girl. Karma, I suppose, as he is now suffering from the trap injury. Junin, also aware of his brother's comments, turned to the two ladies, offering a friendly warning. You should be careful as well. Rest assured, we already blocked them. Few welcome them in these waters. Song Chua replied with a smile, appreciating her two caring cousins. Ironically, Zhang Lei, who once mocked her for being a cripple, now faced a far worse fate if his injury was not treated properly. At the dock, as Shen Junming removed the trap from Zhang Lei's foot, he discovered the wound had exposed bone. Zhang Lei writhed in pain, desperately trying to escape, but Fu Yan held him down firmly, preventing any frantic movements. With bloodshot eyes, Zhang Lei could no longer contain himself. When disinfectant was poured over his wound, a wave of agony surged through him, compelling him to kick out forcefully with his uninjured leg. To Shin Junming's astonishment, he was sent tumbling backward onto the dock. Chapter 83, Heart of a Wolf and the Lungs of a Dog. Ungratefulness. The system detected that player Zhang Lei had intentionally harmed others, and thus he would face penalties. For 30 days, the refresh rate of all resources on Zhang Lei's island would be reduced, and his mute duration would extend to 120 hours. The electronic voice of the system continued to announce this as Shin Junlin and Shin Junming rushed out of the house. Cousin, are you alright? Why save such an ungrateful wretch? Let him fend for himself. The two brothers were filled with rage, eager to expel the two unwelcome guests before them. Zhang Lei was still writhing on the ground when Fu Yan scratched his head. It was only when the identical-looking men helped the fallen Shin Junming to his feet that he snapped back to reality. Brother Shin, I'm sorry. I failed to hold Brother Zhang. He kicked you accidentally because he was in too much pain. He truly did not mean it. Fu Yan pleaded for Zhang Lei, having momentarily lost his focus and never expected Zhang Lei would kick Shin Junming. With a serious expression, Shin Junming bent down to pick up the bottle of disinfectant that had spilled over half its contents. Zhang Lei's wounds remained untreated, and he took a deep breath, blocking the two brothers who were on the verge of exploding. Julin, Junin, have you finished sharing the dungeon strategy? As a doctor, he could not abandon a patient, no matter how troublesome or unpleasant they might be. We just need to send out the last part of the strategy, cousin. Are you really going to bandage this person? Shin Junlin both felt pity for his cousin and admired him greatly. Then you continue to share. I'll finish up here shortly. Shin Junming squatted again, retrieving supplies from the medical kit to continue treating Zhang Lei's injuries. The atmosphere at the dock grew increasingly awkward. Fu Yan anxiously twisted his hands. The Shin twins stubbornly refused to leave, and Zhang Lei lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, having succumbed to his pain. We want to leave. I'll hold this scoundrel down. Shin Junin pushed aside the distracted Fu Yan and, alongside his brother, firmly restrained the unconscious Zhang Lei to the ground. Song Chuha and Su Guanyue hesitated for a moment before joining them at the dock. Sister Chuha, Guanyue. Fu Yan glanced at the two girls with guilt, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. Are you two twins? Always stuck together? You bring someone to seek help from Brother Shin and let him injure Brother Shin in the process. What are you trying to imply? Song Chuha's anger rivaled that of the Shun brothers, her icy gaze flickering between Fu Yin and Zheng Lei. She was no saint. While Zhang Lei's injury brought her a slight sense of satisfaction, it was overshadowed by her indignation over Shin Junming's plight. Fu Yin stammered, biting his lip as he frantically searched for the right words. Chuha, it's all right. Let us not bother with them. Since Brother Shin is fine, let us head back to cook. Su Guanyue gently tugged at Song Chua, sensing her lingering anger and striving to divert her attention. Unlike Song Chua, who was bold in her emotions, she respected Shin Junming's decision and hoped the young girl wouldn't act rashly out of anger. Yes, Chua, you all should head back. Shin Junming glanced at the still outraged Song Chua, giving her a reassuring look. All right, Junlin, Junin, please hold him tightly and ensure this scoundrel doesn't harm Brother Shin again. Song Chua relaxed her clenched fist slightly, softly instructing the Shin twins to protect their cousin. Rest assured, we are quite strong. Shin Junlin nodded, his grip tightening to the point where his knuckles turned white. If he exerted any more force, Zhang Lei's arm might just fracture. The two girls returned to the villa under Fu Yan's pitiful gaze. They entered the kitchen to find the rice nearly cooked, yet the vegetables remained unprepared. Chuha, you should take a break. I'll handle the vegetables, Su Guanyue said with a gentle smile, noticing Song Chuha's fatigue. This afternoon, their contributions during the dungeon were nearly equal to Shun Junming's. No, if I sit idly, I'll just want to go out and hit someone. Song Chua washed a handful of greens, drained them, and placed them on the prep table. Then why not answer other players' queries on the World Channel? They're quite curious about what Zhang Lei did to deserve such severe punishment, Su Guanyue suggested with a smile. That works. I can't let Brother Shin suffer in vain. Everyone must know of these two's misdeeds. She glanced at the World Channel, which confirmed that players were indeed discussing the earlier incident. Back in the living room, Song Chua organized her thoughts before recounting the events. Song Chua, I witnessed Zheng Lei's punishment. I am currently on Brother Shin Junming's island. As soon as her words were sent, other players caught wind of the gossip, halting their spamming to await her continuation. Song Chua, this afternoon, Fu Yin brought Zheng Lei, who had injured his leg in a trap, to seek help from Brother Shun. Yet while Brother Shun was treating his wounds, Zheng Lei kicked him. Song Chua, now, Brother Shun is putting aside grievances to bandage the one who hurt him. All of this is true. Those who don't believe, I wish you experienced neighbors like Zhang Lei. As soon as she posted that, players began to echo her sentiments. Wang Shuero, I believe what Miss Song says. We battled world bosses in the same sea, and Zheng Lei has long spoken disrespectfully to Brother Shun. Qi Zhun, yes, I've also seen Zheng Lei bully Brother Shin and Miss Song. What is Zheng Lei even, to dare harm the doctor who saved his life? Duan Nani, Brother Shin just emerged from the dungeon. P.S. Summarizing strategies for everyone while tending to the injuries of this ungrateful player and getting kicked in the process. How difficult it must be. Seeing the other players' comments offered Song Chua some relief. At least most players had a sound moral compass. As for those claiming the dungeon strategy was organized by Shin Junming, she scrolled through the chat history and indeed found that Shin Junin and Shin Junlin had clarified that their cousin was the one who organized it before their comments. Taking a sip of tea, she felt the situation had been adequately explained and returned to the kitchen to assist Su Guanyue with the cooking. 20 minutes later, the three Shin brothers returned to the villa. The bothersome Fu Yin had already left, carrying Zhang Lei, and Shin Junming, feeling exhausted, pinched the bridge of his nose. As he prepared to enter the kitchen for dinner, he discovered the table was already adorned with several colorful and fragrant dishes. Chapter 84. Yu Yin sends shrimp after dinner. The night had completely enveloped the sky. Shin Junming was uneasy about the two young women traveling back alone by boat, so he took the helm of a jet ski, escorting each of them home. Just as he approached within 100 meters of Song Chua's island, he noticed a flickering guiding light in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Fu Yin aboard the boat, with Zhang Lei reclining beside him. A frown creased his brow, just as he suspected, those two troublemakers were still meandering about. He accelerated slightly, ensuring he delivered Song Chua to the dock before they could draw near. Go back and get some rest, he advised. As he turned to glance back at the sea, he saw Fu Yin waving toward the dock. All right, Brother Shen, be careful on your way back. Good night. Song Chua caught sight of the two bothersome figures. Initially, she intended to turn and leave, but after a surge of pent-up frustration, she changed her mind and confronted them instead. Fu Yin, Zheng Lei, I have made it clear that I wish to sever ties with you. From now on, if we cross paths, let us act as if we are strangers. I detest your lack of decorum, and I kindly ask you to cease your harassment. She directed a frosty gaze toward the two men, emanating an air of unapproachability. Shin Junming remained silent. Yet his indifferent expression and swift demeanor conveyed his disdain for Fu Yin and Zheng Lei. The sound of crashing waves echoed around them, while Fu Yin lowered his head, shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to discern his expression. Come on, there's no need to flatter this woman anymore. She doesn't regard you at all. Once my foot recovers, I'll find you someone more obedient. Zheng Lei, still under a ban, scribbled a message on a piece of cardboard and handed it to Fu Yin. After a moment of silence, Fu Yin lifted his head, his demeanor returning to its usual nonchalance. Inside the villa, the little koi had been eagerly waiting for her hostess' return. As soon as Song Chuha stepped inside, the little creature darted into her arms like a small cannonball. Chuha, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you obediently today. The little one tugged Song Chuha to the sofa and, noticing her weariness, began to massage her shoulders tenderly. You're the best, little koi. Let us open the treasure chest we acquired from today's dungeon. Song Chuha placed the rewards from her first clearance and the dungeon completion on the coffee table. Although she had planned to open them at Shin's place, she refrained. Eager to first bask in the little koi's luck, she positioned the little koi atop the table, bowed reverently, and placed her hands expectantly on the two chests before her. First clearance chest, 3 dark iron, 1 blueprint for swift boots. Dungeon chest, easy 1 dark iron, 2 sea witch garment fragments. 100 grams of wheat seeds, 4 pieces of dark iron. How splendid. Song Chuha was currently gathering materials for her second bow reinforcement. And with this new source of dark iron, her joy was uncontainable. After securing the dark iron, she picked up the blueprint for the swift boots, finding it somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, she realized she already possessed one but had yet to gather enough materials for its creation. Little koi, what are these sea witch garment fragments? Can they be combined into a garment once a sufficient quantity is collected? She set the blueprint aside and retrieved 2 blue fragments resembling jigsaw pieces from the chest. Correct. Collecting 100 fragments will allow you to forge a sea witch garment. Wearing this garment will enable you to resist the mind-bending skills of the sea witches. Furthermore, it will enhance your swimming speed while submerged. The little koi blinked, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly fetched a transparent acrylic box from the TV cabinet. She opened the box, indicating for Song Chuha to place the fragments inside. 100 fragments. Seems quite distant. Luckily, I have the scales left by Yu Yan. I remained lucid during the battle with the sea witch. Song Chuha smiled as she caressed the golden scales hanging around her neck. Today, both the scales and the ocean heart had proven invaluable. However, Shen Juming and Su Guanyue had faced a bit of a predicament during their final challenge. In order to maintain their composure, they found themselves pinching themselves at intervals. Reflecting on this, Song Chuha began to seek solutions. Little koi, aside from fish scales, are there other items that can resist the sea witch's skills? Indeed, consuming the tranquility pill can negate the sea witch's enchanting abilities. You've already learned the recipe for the tranquility pill. Shall we brew some? With players diving into dungeons, the tranquility pill is bound to fetch a handsome price. The little koi, aware of her host's penchant for profit, presented yet another opportunity. Very well, let us proceed to concoct the potion. After tidying the various materials on the coffee table, Song Chuha happily approached the cauldron. Time slipped away rapidly, and by the time she filled the necessary vials, it was already midnight. Rarely did she stay up this late, and knowing she had a more challenging dungeon to tackle the next day, she swiftly took a shower and returned to bed, falling into a peaceful slumber within minutes. The little koi slept soundly beside her, but at 2 o'clock in the morning, she suddenly heard a rustling sound outside. Alert! She rose quietly and made her way to the balcony. Peering down, she spotted Yu Yan, golden-haired and holding a net filled with seaweed, standing in the yard. Their eyes met, and after a brief moment, the little koi leaped from the second floor to the first. Little fish, you're back? Chua is already asleep. She told me that if you returned, she'd reserve the largest guest room on the first floor for you. The little koi smiled as she opened the villa's grand door, gesturing for Yu Yan to follow her inside. No, you keep this. Yu Yan stared at the new house in silence for a few seconds, filled with the sin of humanity. A gust of wind swept by, and he stepped forward, handing over the net brimming with fresh shrimp to the little koi. He vaguely recalled the human mentioning her fondness for shrimp. Are you not coming in? Chuha misses you dearly. Should I wake her up now? The little koi knew that after Yu Yan's departure, her host often gazed longingly toward the sea. She felt regretful for not being able to share meals with her host. Otherwise, she might have supplanted Yu Yan in her affections. Let her rest. I must go. With that, he turned and walked toward the sea. As he entered the water, his legs transformed back into a golden fishtail. The little koi, clutching a bag of chicken jerky, hurried after him. This is a special snack that Chuha roasted for you. Take it. The little koi beamed as she offered the treat. Yu Yan's expression shifted to one of complexity in an instant. Even in the moonlight, his beautiful tail shimmered with dazzling gold. At that moment, The frequency of his tail's movements increased, splashing against the water's surface, as if signaling an emotional upheaval within its owner. Chapter 85. Roasting dried shrimp after a moment's hesitation. Yuyan accepted the snacks brought by the little koi. He was well aware of the culinary prowess of both the humans and her small robotic companion. During his convalescence on the island, he had relished the opportunity to indulge his palate. As for the delicacies from the deep sea, it was better left unmentioned. Should he return next time, it would be prudent to do so while Chi-He was awake. Farewell for now, little fish. The little koi waved goodbye and treaded delicately across the fine sand back to the villa. The evening breeze was cool. Yuyan cast a lingering glance at the room with a small light on the second floor of the villa before turning and swimming towards the depths of the sea. The following morning, upon learning that Yuyan had come and gone, he instinctively dashed to the balcony. Regrettably, the sea was calm and tranquil, and she did not catch sight of the fish she had been yearning for. Chi-He, I handed over the dried chicken we roasted to the little fish. He brought you a large bag of fresh shrimp, which are still being kept in the kitchen. The little koi tugged at the hem of her host's nightgown, eager to hear her plans for the fresh shrimp. Let's dry them into shrimp chips. They can serve as snacks or be added to congee or soup to enhance flavor. Disappointed, Chi-He returned to her bedroom, relieved to know Yuyan was safe. Today, she had to go to Boss Shin's place to tackle a dungeon, leaving her little time to ponder other matters. After a simple breakfast, she transformed the remaining venom from the red snake into venom arrows and, after double-checking her various pills, set off on her boat with enthusiasm. In the waters near Boss Shin's residence, she once again spotted that persistent figure. However, this time, Fu Yin did not approach her with his usual exuberance. Feeling content, she did not even raise her eyelids and headed straight for the villa upon reaching the dock. The team was already assembled, and after a night's rest, everyone appeared in high spirits. Here, take a bottle of the tranquility pill each. During the final stage of the dungeon, we won't need to squeeze our thighs to stay alert. Chi-He distributed the freshly crafted pills to her teammates, then began to hand out antidotes and stamina pills. She was the only one in the squad with a potion-making cauldron, so she was generous in this regard. Thank you, Miss Chi-He. I have a patch of medicinal herbs on my island. I will supply all your potion-making materials from now on. The happiest recipient of the pills was Shinjunin, who had been troubled by the lack of a market for the herbs on his island. All right. I will seek you out when needed. Chi-He smiled gently, accepting Shinjunin's goodwill, even though she was not in short supply of herb suppliers. After taking the pills, Shinjuming initiated a dungeon of normal difficulty. The five were teleported to the familiar underwater basin, with the experience from their previous dungeon run. They navigated the earlier stages with ease. The monsters in the normal dungeon had thicker health pools and would actively attack players. Yet with the explosive damage output from Shinjuming and Chi-He, they managed to complete the dungeon without expending much effort. As they exited the underwater map, it was precisely noon. Shin Junming invited his teammates to dine on his island. After their meal, the Shin twins planned to return to their own waters. The dungeon was a weekly task, and the brothers had arranged to return that Sunday to tackle the world boss, followed by a double dungeon run the following Monday. Since Chi-He was eager to return to brew potions for profit, she set out for her island under the scorching sun after the Shin twins departed. As she left, she also received 8 bottles of various monster toxins from Shun Junming and Su Guanyue. They were aware of her need for copious amounts of venom for her arrow making, so they generously gifted her all the toxins they had on hand. Upon returning home, Chi-He collapsed on the sofa, basking in the air conditioning. Chi-He, we still have the shrimp to process. The little koi poked her host's arm, looking distressed. Her database lacked the method for making shrimp chips. Oh yes, I was in such a rush this morning. Let me take a look. Chi-He rose and entered the kitchen, only to be stunned by the sight of both sinks overflowing with shrimp. This is way too much. I thought Yuyan only sent a basin's worth. This is it. The net bag I carried can hold 2 of me. The little koi shook the half-dried seaweed net, still recognizable in its original size despite some shrinkage. How long will it take to process all of these? Chi-He felt a pang of sympathy for her oven. Setting aside the final product, merely removing the legs and antennae from these shrimp would consume a considerable amount of time. I'll help you. Don't worry. The little koi patted her chest, claiming her title as the best helper with pride. All right, let's get to work. First, we wash them thoroughly. Then use scissors to trim their spikes, antennae, and legs. Chi-He donned gloves, patiently explaining the shrimp processing method to the little koi. At 2 in the afternoon, the duo toiled in the kitchen, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, many shrimp remained uncleaned in the sink. I can't go on. My eyes are blurring. Let's wash the rest lightly, and then blanch them. Chi-He stretched her neck. Despite her efforts to maintain good posture, her body ached terribly. Fortunately, the shrimp sent by Yuyan were impeccably clean, sparing her the task of deveining. Otherwise, she might have fainted in the kitchen. Originally, she intended to keep some shrimp in the fridge for freezing, but she preferred them fresh. Freezing would significantly compromise their taste and texture. The seasoning pack has been soaked, so now it's time to marinate them, right? The little koi excitedly presented a basin of fragrant water, causing Song-chi to feel a wave of fatigue wash over her. There was still much work to be done, leaving no time for her to take a break. I'm a bit hungry. I'll take a basin of shrimp to trade with Guan Yue for dinner. Steeling herself in the face of Yu Yan's generous offerings, she shivered slightly. It was better to share this sweet burden with a friend. Su Guan Yue had prepared spicy soup and beef patties, and upon receiving a private message from her friend, she gladly served a full bowl of soup and 3 meat patties. After devouring a bowl of the spicy and satisfying soup, the shrimp in the kitchen had absorbed some flavor from the marinade. The final roasting stage was relatively easy, though the oven and microwave would endure some strain. For the next few hours, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma, punctuated by the sounds of beeping timers and Song-chi's tired exclamations. Once the crispy and delectable shrimp chips were stored in glass jars, it was already 1:30 in the morning. 6 jars. This is absurd. If Yu Yan sends shrimp again, I'll definitely have to ask him to catch fewer. I can't handle this. Song-chi squinted her eyes, overwhelmed by the complex scents, and lay back on the sofa. Because she had been handling the slightly fishy shrimp, she hadn't had the chance to freshen up while the oven was running, instead opting to quickly buy some daily necessities in the trading hall. The random treasure chests near the shallows had been respawning roughly once a day, and consumables like toilet paper and laundry detergent had to be purchased from other players. However, these expenses were nothing to her. She was ranked 8th among the wealthy, a small fortune in her own right. Rich. Indulgent. Chapter 86. The blind box of TV shows the following day was Wednesday, and the rhythm of her biological clock awakened Song-chuha around 8 in the morning. While brushing her teeth, she caught a whiff of her hair, which she had carelessly rinsed the night before. Frowning, she retreated to the bathroom to wash herself from head to toe once more. After enveloping herself in the delightful scents of shampoo and body wash, she descended to the first floor with renewed vigor. Today marked the final day for her potion orders. Despite having spent the past 2 days engrossed in intense dungeon runs, she had managed to concoct a considerable number of pills. The majority of her customers required stamina pills and underwater breathing potions. Fortunately, she had a decent stock of these items. After bottling them, she meticulously sent emails to each client based on the information recorded in her private chat. To entice repeat customers, Song-chuha included a small package of irresistibly crunchy shrimp snacks in the emails. These handcrafted treats, devoid of additives, had a limited shelf life. And even with a refrigerator, she wished to consume them as swiftly as possible. She thought to herself that Yu Yan would certainly not want the shrimp he had caught to eventually spoil and emit an unpleasant odor. Transforming them into delectable snacks was their most fitting destiny. Once the emails were dispatched, it didn't take long for the customers to remit the final payments. The quality of the pills she sold was commendable. Most contained medium-grade ingredients, with a few lower and higher quality ones sprinkled in. Compared to other potion merchants, her sales approach was remarkably conscientious, earning her consistent praise from clients. With her tasks completed and no new missions from the system, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She could afford to relax for a few days. After collecting her payments, Song-chuha stretched languidly and settled down in the living room with a coconut in hand. The villa was equipped with a liquid crystal television, and she connected it to the power source, intending to pass the time by choosing from a few movies she had long grown weary of. Unfortunately, she had seen all of these old films numerous times, and after cycling through the options a few times, she disdainfully tossed the remote aside. How boring. Chuha. You can now spend shell coins to unlock other TV shows from Earth. This was a recent update from the gaming system, quite user-friendly. The little koi fish perched obediently on the sofa, her short stature causing her to dangle her chubby feet back and forth. Really? Song-chuha's eyes brightened as she picked up the remote once more. With the little koi's guidance, she indeed found the page to unlock TV programs. However, to her dismay, it displayed a blind box for shows. Why couldn't it be more direct and allow players to select freely? Unlocking any movie required 8,000 shell coins. Any television series costs 16,000. As for anime and variety shows with numerous episodes, it was 32,000 shell coins. Once unlocked, they could be viewed indefinitely. The little koi blinked, seemingly anticipating that her host would unlock a series she would enjoy. But what if she ended up with something she disliked? Could she request a refund? Song-chuha gazed at the flamboyant page with great indecision. Although she possessed wealth, she was reluctant to squander it on subpar content. The little one shook her head in response. Very well, let us proceed with the process. Taking a deep breath, Song-chuha placed the little koi on the coffee table and bowed reverently 3 times while firmly grasping the remote. Subsequently, she spent 32,000 shell coins to purchase an anime blind box. Before clicking to unlock, she closed her eyes and with trembling fingers pressed the confirmation button. Oh wow. It's a story about a family of 3 and a little white dog. This is just the first season, containing 480 episodes. At the little koi's cheer, Song Chua suddenly opened her eyes wide. Fantastic. This is an anime I adore. In the second season, they will have an additional adorable family member. Initially anxious, her apprehension melted away as she recognized the visuals on the screen. She leaped up, cradling the little koi in her arms. This anime had been her go-to comfort show during her university days. Each time she settled at a corner of the cafeteria with her meal, donned her headphones, and pressed play, she could savor her food in blissful contentment. Seeing her host so elated, the little koi clapped in delight. With some time remaining before lunch, Song Chua embraced the soft little creature and began watching the show. She munched on the shrimp snack she had roasted yesterday, and by the time lunch rolled around, she was so thoroughly entertained that she hadn't even realized she was hungry. What a delight. This existence bestowed upon me a sense of returning to life on Earth. Rolling on the sofa, Song Chua reached out to the little koi, who was about to head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Hey, aren't we having lunch today? The little koi turned back, puzzled. Nope, I'm full from snacking. Come sit, let's watch a few more episodes. Song Chua patted the adjacent sofa. But just as her words left her lips, a new private message appeared on the game panel. Wang Shuero, hello, Songda. Thank you for the pills. The shrimp snacks you sent were absolutely delicious. I wonder if your shop sells these little treats. They remind me of home, and I miss them dearly. This female player was the one who had clashed with Xinglei during the last World Boss event. Upon seeing her name, Song Chua envisioned a lively, bright face. She glanced at the jars of snacks on the kitchen counter and thought that since a player enjoyed them, she might as well sell some. Song Chua, I can sell you a jar separately. I followed a recipe from my memories to make them, so I'm glad you like them. After replying to the girl, Song Chua found herself in a bit of a quandary. What would be a reasonable price for a jar of shrimp snacks? Initially, she had just been having fun, so she had added a few dried chili peppers during the marinating process, not expecting anyone to share her taste. However, before she could deliberate for too long, Wang Shuero sent 30,000 shell coins to her inbox. Wang Shuero, let us finalize the transaction. I'm worried I might miss out if you list them. Gazing at the sudden influx of shell coins, Song Chua felt as though the god of wealth had graced her presence. Without further ado, she sent Wang Shuero a jar brimming with shrimp snacks. Clearly thrilled, Wang Shuero agreed to notify Song Chua promptly whenever new shrimp snacks were available for sale, before happily indulging in her nostalgic treats. Chua, if you need more shrimp snacks to sell, I can go to the sea every day to catch some for you. The little koi was always eager to assist her host in making money. No, these should be an occasional treat. Too much would spoil the flavor. After selling the first jar of shrimp snacks, Song Chua lingered in the kitchen for a while. In this game, homemade items fetched a commendable price. Perhaps she could create more snacks to sell. Chapter 87. Coconut Cake. In truth, Song Chua did not aspire to earn substantial profits from selling snacks. Her primary desire was to explore various endeavors, enriching life on the island with vibrancy. Ideally, players would be willing to purchase the treats she crafted, yet if not, it mattered little since her fortune was assured through alchemy. Nevertheless, with this newfound inspiration, she was determined to seize the moment and bring her ideas to fruition. After contemplating her options, Song Chua identified 2 significant avenues: dried seafood and a variety of confections, pastries, or beverages crafted from coconuts. During her time on Earth, she had never undertaken the creation of such delicacies herself. However, she now found herself with an abundance of time, allowing her the luxury to experiment at her leisure. Regarding food safety, she reassured herself that with the assistance of her little koi companion, an embodiment of good fortune, her culinary endeavors would not culminate in culinary disasters. If the final product proved unpalatable, they could simply refrain from selling it. Little koi, do we still have glutinous rice flour and white sugar? Song Chua inquired, as she had not located the desired ingredients on the countertop and turned to her diligent household helper. Yes, they're in the cupboard. What delicious creation shall we embark on today? The eager little creature quickly retrieved the necessary items, her round, sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. Coconut cake. Do you have a recipe for it? Song Chua glanced at her little koi. Subconsciously, she categorized pastries within the realm of snacks, thus uncertain whether her companion possessed the knowledge to prepare this treat. Not at the moment. But fret not, I will relay this to the main system. And by the next database update, I shall certainly learn more culinary techniques. A flicker of disappointment crossed the little koi's face, as she felt unable to assist her host this time. Do not be disheartened, let us attempt it together. Even if I cannot quite recall the exact proportions of the ingredients. With a warm smile, Song Chua affectionately patted the little koi's head. having watched numerous cooking tutorials. She had a general understanding of the process for making coconut cake. The island was abundant with coconuts, glutinous rice flour, and white sugar, providing ample resources for experimentation. That afternoon, the two remained in the kitchen. After numerous adjustments to the ratios of glutinous rice flour, coconut meat, and coconut milk, a bowl of soft, sweet coconut cake finally came to fruition. The steaming, white delicacy beckoned to Song Chua, who eagerly took a spoonful to taste. The coconut meat and milk had been blended to a velvety smoothness, melting in her mouth with delightful ease. Ah, it will surely be even more delectable once it cools. Song Chua, still savoring the experience, reluctantly set down her spoon, covered the bowl with a lid, and contentedly returned to the living room, her belly pleasantly full. Chua, after consuming so many rice dumplings, will you still have an appetite for dinner? The little koi queried, following her host with a puzzled expression. Having abstained from cooking all day, I suppose I shall not feel hungry. We can wait until the hunger strikes, Song Chua replied, patting her round belly with a hint of concern about potential indigestion. The sunset outside was splendid, and she decided to take a stroll along the beach with her little companion. As they ambled towards the northern part of the villa, they unexpectedly discovered 4 fresh eggs by the chicken coop. The number of chickens had grown from the initial 2 to 10, and to prevent further expansion of their flock, the little koi diligently collected eggs every morning and evening. Any surplus eggs were placed in the trading hall, where numerous players purchased them for consumption. After spending a short while on the beach, Song Chua received 2 orders for potion crafting. She gazed at the distant sunset for a moment before cheerfully returning home to earn her keep. The following days passed without new tasks. However, on Friday, a visitor arrived on the island while Song Chua was in the kitchen experimenting with the preparation of dried squid. Brother Shin, it's quite warm outside. Please come in and sit for a while. Upon receiving Shun Juanming's request to dock, Song Chua hastily instructed the little koi to hide on the 2nd floor before welcoming her guest indoors. I was merely excavating treasure maps nearby and thought to deliver some herbs to Junin, Shun Juanming began, even before taking a seat, as he rummaged through his game backpack to retrieve the herbs. These are all sent by my cousin. Junin has procured several stamina potions from you, but you have never accepted his herbs, as each mail was declined. Thus, the reserved Junin had to rely on his cousin to relay these materials. Is there this much? Song Chua marveled at the array of herbs nearly covering the tea table, some already dried, while others glistened with fresh dew. Each was meticulously prepared, showcasing the care of the gatherer. Do not hesitate to accept his offerings. Junin's island is abundant with these. If you refuse, he may refrain from ordering various potions from you. Shin Juanming chuckled, observing Song Chua's earnest nature. Each time she provided potions, she only symbolically accepted a few items in return. Very well. Please extend my gratitude to Junin, Song Chua replied, pouring a glass of cool tea for Shin Juanming, ultimately nodding to accept the herbs. Shin Juanming did not linger long. After finishing his tea, he departed on his motorboat for further exploration. Once he left, the little koi joyfully bounded down from the 2nd floor. Little koi, what do you think powers Brother Shin's motorboat? Surely, he cannot be refining gasoline? As she watched the distant figure of her guest, a question suddenly arose in Song Chua's mind. With shell coins, just like the system's transport ships, you simply pay to purchase sailing opportunities. However, using a motorboat is cheaper than the transport ship, and it moves much faster. Moreover, shell coins can be used for necessities like water and electricity, the little koi explained, her eyes sparkling with insight. Ah, I see. How wonderful it would be to have my own means of transportation. I recall that at the beginning of the game, a player once found a blueprint for an aircraft in a random treasure chest. Given the frequency of ocean excursions for world bosses and dungeons, I no longer wish to rely on the slow transport ships of the system. I yearn for my own vehicle, much like Brother Shen's. Indeed, I shall make a note of this. Perhaps the main system will offer players more transportation options in the next game update. The little koi blinked, realizing she could not provide her host with an aircraft at present, but could relay her needs to the main system. Chapter 88. She is extremely popular. Time flies swiftly. And before she knew it, the weekend had arrived once more. That afternoon, a world boss event was scheduled, but regrettably, the system had not updated any transportation methods prior to the event. Thus, Song Chua could only board the leisurely transport ship to reach the waters where the colossal octopus resided. It was only 1:30 when she arrived at the platform, which was sparsely populated with only a few individuals. Approximately 20 meters from the dock, she laid out a picnic mat and set up an umbrella, seeking refuge in a small patch of shade as she rested her head in contemplation. With only 10 slots available in her game bag, she had to carefully choose between carrying her bow and arrow or her supplies of ice water and snacks. Each outing required considerable deliberation before she could decide what to take along. How she wished for an item that could expand her inventory, allowing her to bring as much as she desired. As she began to drift into a light slumber, the three brothers of the Shin family arrived one after another. The big shots are here. Let's go greet them. Perhaps we can join them in a dungeon. The excited voices jolted Song Chuha awake, and she drowsily lifted her head to see Shin Junming encircled by a group of players. Meanwhile, Shin Junlin and Shin Junin had already approached her, chatting and laughing. Hello, Chuha. Good afternoon. We've brought some chairs and tables. Come sit with us. The two brothers greeted her while rummaging through their bags to produce various items. Oh, thank you. Song Chuha rubbed her eyes, stowed away her picnic mat, and offered them some sweet berries she had brought along. She initially hoped the large area of the picnic mat would allow her to set up a stall to sell snacks and potions once more players arrived. However, under the sun, the platform's surface grew unbearably hot, and after only a brief while, she felt as though she were a squid sizzling on a scorching iron plate. Her plans to set up shop were dashed before they even began. After sipping the sour plum soup Shin Junin had handed her, she sighed in resignation. These berries are quite sweet. Seeing the table laden with sweet fruits, Shin Junlin wasted no time indulging, although he had plenty of fruit trees on his own island. After numerous experiences of sour stomachs and diarrhea, he was convinced that those fruits were inedible. Eat as much as you like. There are plenty more. Song Chuha smiled and took out some dried shrimp and squid to treat her younger brothers. At that moment, Su Guanyue arrived, accompanied by Wang Shuero. They had only recently become acquainted, as Wang Shuero had purchased salted duck eggs from Su Guanyue several times. Their repeated transactions had quietly fostered a budding friendship. Chuha, good afternoon. Miss Song, good afternoon. The group exchanged pleasantries before gathering around the small table. Fortunately, the umbrella brought by the Shin brothers was large enough to accommodate 5 people, leaving a few spots available to provide some shade. The 2 girls who arrived later had also brought local specialties from their islands, and in this small space, they shared food and laughter. If you don't mind, I'd like to call you Chuha like Guan Yue does, Wang Shuero said, filled with admiration for Song Chuha. In her leisure time, she had perused the profiles of the top 10 players on the wealth leaderboard and discovered that the only female player among them was Song Chuha. Despite having methods to quickly earn shell coins, she remained stuck at the lower end of the list. Sure. Have you finished the dried shrimp from last time? I brought some more, though this batch is without chili, Song Chuha replied, her lips curling into a smile. A cheerful and polite girl. Who could resist such charm? Not yet. I still have some at home. I can't bear to eat them all at once. Wang Shuero shyly took a shrimp and placed a handful of boiled peanuts she had brought in front of Song Chuha. She had used only salt in boiling the peanuts since her island had few seasonings. After finishing a shrimp, she suddenly had an idea and, with an expectant expression, asked, Chuha, with all these flavorful snacks you've made, you must have plenty of seasonings on your island, right? How about we partner to sell marinated peanuts? Wang Shuero's island had a vast peanut field, and she was nearly tired of eating them. Lacking a lucky charm like a little koi, her trading hall was still a chaotic mess, and searching for items meant spending considerable time visiting one shop after another. Furthermore, with the influx of players of dubious intent in the World Channel recently, she was reluctant to solicit materials there. That is a splendid suggestion. However, I don't have much of the marinade left, so I can't prepare too many marinated peanuts. In recent days, Song Chuha had squandered quite a bit of seasoning making dried squid, leaving her kitchen and living room enveloped in a strong aroma of spices. Oh, I see. No worries. Your cooking skills are excellent. After I return, I can pick a basket of fresh peanuts for you. You can make a small batch for us to try. Wang Shuero responded, undeterred by the news. Her own shop had little notoriety, and if she wanted to earn shell coins, she knew she had to collaborate with someone prominent. Even if it meant taking a smaller share, her primary goal was to expand her circle of friends. Actually, both Brother Shin and Guan Yue are better cooks than I am. I merely dabble in cooking when I have free time, Song Chuha modestly smiled, not daring to claim superiority in culinary skills. Shen Juanming's marinated beef and Su Guanyue's spicy soup were both to her liking, but those two were not inclined to profit from their culinary delights. After several rounds of compliments exchanged among the group, Shen Juming finally broke free from the throng of other players. Just as he reached his teammates, the World Boss event officially commenced. Throughout the latter half of the event, many players recognized the prowess of the girl who was currently in first place, Song Chuha. As they inquired among themselves, after some discussion, they learned that Song Chuha was the teammate of the esteemed Shin Junming, and the primary source of damage for their dungeon team was this bow-wielding maiden. By the end of the afternoon, Song Chuha's fame had expanded yet again. Hello, Miss Song. I purchased 3 underwater breathing potions from your shop. The prices were truly reasonable. I bought 5 stamina recovery potions and always leave good reviews for your shop. What is that compared to me? I not only bought Miss Song's potions, but also snagged the limited edition coconut cake and dried squid. They were absolutely delicious. What a treat. In an instant, the focus of admiration shifted from Shun Junming to Song Chua. She was still adjusting to the sudden influx of compliments, her head buzzing with the cacophony of praise until Shin Junming stepped in to rescue her. Thank you all for supporting my business, but we have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave. If anyone needs any potions, feel free to message me, and I will make sure to restock them upon my return. With a smile, Song Chua bid farewell to the players before boarding the ship bound for Shin Junming's island. Chapter 89. A giant sea turtle and Yu Yan's identity upon their arrival at Shin Junming's island. The 5 individuals convened in the living room to deliberate on whether to tackle the challenging level of the sea monster dungeon. The dungeon had been accessible for a week, and thanks to the strategies provided by the esteemed Shin, numerous teams had successfully completed it at the easy level. However, the normal difficulty proved to be a formidable challenge for many players, not to mention the arduous nature of the hard difficulty. According to reports from other players, the quantity of mysterious iron awarded in the treasure chest was fixed, with only the number of sea monster clothing fragments varying. Shin Junming summarized the information he had gathered over the past few days and continued, ultimately, our aim in conquering the dungeon is to obtain the mysterious iron. The other treasures in the chest are of secondary importance. What do you all think? He understood that as they progressed, the difficulty of the dungeon would escalate, consequently increasing the likelihood of player injuries. Indeed, if it weren't for the mysterious iron, who would willingly face the onslaught of those pesky octopuses? Shin Junlin quickly chimed in, recalling how he had been ensnared by the second level's monsters during their last attempt, leaving him itchy for days afterward. He believed his current abilities were only sufficient for the first 2 difficulty levels. 100 fragments were required to synthesize the sea monster clothing, which offer protection against the sea monster's mind-bewildering abilities and enhanced a player's swimming speed in the ocean. Song Chua pondered for a moment before sharing the information given to her by her little koi. She had little interest in the clothing, thus felt indifferent about whether they attempted the hard difficulty. How about this? Let us tackle the normal difficulty twice. It shouldn't be too challenging, and it will ensure we receive the completion rewards. Seeing that her teammates were not fixated on challenging a new difficulty, Shin Junming proposed this idea with a smile. The group readily agreed and arranged to reconvene the following morning at 8 o'clock. The subsequent day's dungeon run did not go as smoothly as hoped, as Song Chua was stung on the neck by a blue jellyfish during the final level. Jellyfish at the easy difficulty did not actively attack players, but those at normal difficulty did. If a player obstructed their path, the jellyfish would extend their venomous tentacles to eliminate the obstacle. Unfortunately, Song Chua was distracted, playing with a green stone, and did not notice a jellyfish the size of her fist drifting towards her neck. By the time she felt the sting, the tentacles had already latched onto her fair skin. Fortunately, everyone had consumed calming pills and antidotes, preventing the jellyfish's venom from spreading. She would merely endure a brief discomfort. I'm fine. The sea monster has already been activated. Let's complete the dungeon first. She smiled reassuringly at Shin Junming and Su Guanyue, who had rushed to check on her, and then bravely began to draw her bow and aim at the target. After the dungeon concluded, Su Guanyue presented her with a small mirror, and she was startled to discover her neck was swollen and red. Ouch, that hurts. Song Chua reached to touch the wound, but Shin Junming instructed Su Guanyue to hold her hand. First, let's apply some pain-relieving and anti-inflammatory ointment. Shin Junming rummaged through the medical kit and handed a tube of ointment to the unfortunate injured party. Seeing her grimacing in pain, he felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Here was a remarkably capable young woman, yet she had suffered an unexpected injury due to her playful carelessness. Brother Shun, will this injury leave a scar? Su Guanyue, having washed her hands, patiently applied the ointment to Song Chua's wound. As long as you don't scratch it. It won't scar. After pouring everyone a cup of hot tea, Shin Junming sighed and called his 2 younger brothers to help prepare lunch in the kitchen. After lunch, the Shin twins set sail back to their own island. Song Chua, preoccupied with several alchemy orders she had accepted, disregarded Shin Junming's attempts to dissuade her and eagerly boarded the small boat heading back to her island. She had simply forgotten to bring the scales left by Yu Yan. Otherwise, she would have been able to stride confidently through the dungeon, impervious to any monster's harm. As she disembarked and made her way towards the villa, her little koi bounced towards her, pointing excitedly at the waters near the dock. Chua, I detected a giant turtle approaching our island. Oh, why is your neck so red? How did you get hurt? The little creature, oblivious to the approaching marine life, leapt onto her shoulder to examine her injury. I accidentally got stung by a jellyfish, but I've applied some ointment, so I'm fine. What did you say is coming? Song Chua gently removed the koi from her shoulder, and before it could respond, both noticed a sudden commotion on the water's surface not far from them. There, The giant turtle. As soon as the words left the koi's mouth, a turtle the size of a small hill breached the surface, slowly gliding towards them. A turtle? It's bigger than a small car. What is it doing here? Startled, Song Chuha took several steps back, pulling the little koi with her. The turtle had a seaweed net draped around its neck. There are shrimp and scallops in that net. The koi scanned the enormous turtle and, discovering no signs of aggression, released its grip on its host's hand and cautiously approached. Has Yu Yin turned into a turtle? The familiar net caused Song Chuha to momentarily lose her composure. The beautiful fish she had once nurtured had returned in an entirely different guise. Before her thoughts could wander further, an ancient voice resonated. Little koi. Quickly fetch me the necklace strung with the ocean's heart and fish scales. Song Chuha gazed at the colossal creature with a complex expression. And upon receiving the ocean's heart from the little koi, she finally discerned the message being conveyed. The judge has entrusted me to deliver these gifts to you. Please accept them. By this time, the turtle had gnawed through the seaweed net around its neck, causing the shrimp, scallops, and various seashells to scatter across the ground. The little koi gasped and hurried back home to retrieve a large basin to collect the items. The judge? Is it Yu Yin? A more relaxed expression crossed Song Chua's face. At least her beautiful fish had not transformed into a giant turtle. Indeed, the giant turtle nodded, a glimmer of respect shining in its ancient eyes. The sea creatures had thrived on this planet for a century, all thanks to the judge's maintenance of order in the deep sea, allowing for a semblance of peaceful coexistence. Yet, troubling events had recently transpired in the depths. Let me take a moment. Song Chua inhaled deeply several times. The judge must hold a distinguished status. No wonder Yu Yan's hair and fishtail were such resplendent shades of gold. Chapter 90. Mutual nourishment. With Yu Yan, the purpose of the great sea turtle's journey was to deliver the contents of its net to the hands of humans. With its task accomplished, it huffed a few breaths and began to turn its massive form to re-enter the ocean. Song Chua, still pondering the specific role of the judicator, noticed the sea turtle was about to depart and immediately called out to it. Excuse me, esteemed elder, could you kindly assist me in delivering some items to Yu Yan? Unsure of how to address the colossal creature, she inferred its great age from its voice and demeanor. Certainly. The sea turtle surveyed the human before it with its murky eyes, seemingly breaking into a gentle smile. It adjusted its limbs, settling down on the shallows, patiently awaiting the human's next move. Song Chuha, not wanting to keep it waiting, dashed toward her villa. The last batch of shrimp Yu Yin had sent was already transformed into dried shrimp, and she had saved 2 jars for this creature to sample as a snack. Since he could not come, she would enlist the sea turtle for this task. In addition to the dried shrimp, she packed 3 marinated chicken legs and some spiced chicken wings into a sealable bowl, managing to close the lid only when the bowl was nearly overflowing. After 5 minutes of tidying up in the kitchen, she placed the bowl and jars into a vine-woven net, carefully weighing it to ensure it wouldn't collapse. Before setting it aside temporarily, having lived by the sea for so long, she had acquired a certain understanding of the local marine creatures' tastes. Without hesitation, she swiftly filled a large bowl with food for the great sea turtle to enjoy. When she returned to the beach, balancing the bowl and the net, she found a small koi fish had climbed onto the turtle's towering back, busily scratching at its shell. A little to the left. Yes, right there. The sea turtle squinted its eyes in comfort, appearing entirely relaxed. Upon closer inspection, Song Chuha realized the koi was removing barnacles from the giant's back. She offered the food to the turtle's mouth, smiling as she spoke. I recall that marine creatures are quite curious about human food. Here are some clean morsels. Would you care to try them? The bowl contained several ribs, 2 sizable pieces of braised beef, and the last remnants of dried shrimp from her cupboard. While she was delighted by the abundance of seafood Yu Yin had sent this time, she also felt a twinge of concern, remembering how late she had stayed up preparing the last batch. The sea turtle expressed its gratitude, tilting the bowl slightly with its forelimbs, and soon the entire contents slid into its mouth. It barely chewed, merely smacking its lips a couple of times before its eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. By the way, these are items I would like you to take to Yu Yan. Should I tie them around your neck? Song Chuha pulled out a vine, measuring it to see if it could reach Yu Yan. Yes, I will safeguard them. The sea turtle scrutinized the diminutive human before it, realizing her frail appearance and understanding why the judicator would provide her with food. Just as the koi was tying the vine around its neck, the sea turtle noticed a mark on the human's neck, a sign of a jellyfish sting. It squinted, a small pool of tears forming in its eyes. My tears can heal jellyfish stings. Please apply a little to your wound as a token of gratitude for this meal. Among the marine creatures, the sea turtle was known for its gentle nature and friendliness towards humans. Today, having savored food it had never encountered before, it felt joy and newfound respect for this fragile human. Thank you. Song Chua was taken aback but complied, After applying the tears, the painful sting indeed subsided, and she marveled at the remaining droplets, instinctively dabbing them onto her neck. Is your back still itchy? The koi slid down the turtle's shell, having nearly finished its task of cleaning. No more itching, thank you. I must return now to meet the judicator. Farewell. The sea turtle gently nudged the koi with its head, feeling refreshed as it swam towards the depths of the ocean, dragging the vine net behind it. As the waves receded in the distance, Song Chuha squinted at the horizon and suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh no, I forgot to ask about Yu Yan's well-being. And I forgot to tell it not to send back so much seafood next time. I simply can't finish it all. She frowned at the large basin by her feet, where a hermit crab was still attempting to escape. Sell them for money. Your ranking on the shell coin leaderboard has dropped. The koi tossed the hermit crab back into the basin, then reached out to grab a shrimp that had jumped onto the beach. Let me see. Song Chuha joined the koi in bringing the seafood back into the villa. Enjoying the air conditioning, she sorted through the hermit crabs and sea snails, instructing the koi to return them to the sea. With her limited culinary skills, she only kept a few large scallops and some shrimp larger than her palm. Feeling weary after completing the dungeon, she tossed the ingredients into the kitchen and collapsed onto the sofa. Although Yu Yan had left in a hurry, he had not forgotten her, frequently providing her with food. Simply knowing that filled Song Chuha with warmth. What did it matter that she had left Earth? In this game, she had encountered genuine friends who treated her kindly, like Yu Yan, Su Guanyue, and the Shun brothers, all of whom were exceptionally friendly. Despite occasional frustrations in her current life, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Lost in these thoughts, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. When she opened them again, the rich aroma of garlic wafted from the kitchen. Rising to investigate, she found the koi emerging with a platter of garlic-baked scallops. How delightful. You're amazing, little koi. Song Chuha slipped on her shoes and hurried to the dining area. On the table, alongside the scallops, was a plate of golden salted egg yolk shrimp and a bowl of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, each dish appearing extraordinarily tempting. Hey, the rice is ready too. I'll serve it for you. Receiving praise from her host, the koi's invisible tail lifted triumphantly. It joyfully scooped a bowl of rice onto the table, eagerly awaiting Song Chuha's taste of this splendid feast. Chapter 91. The Venomous Serpent of the Sea. After dinner, Song Chuha busily concocted potions while attending to the seafood she had received that afternoon. During this time, Su Guanyue and Shun Junming both sent her private messages inquiring about the injury on her neck. Touched by their concern, she expressed her gratitude and shared some fresh shrimp and scallops with them. The bustling Sunday and Monday had passed, and she leisurely observed the large shrimp gradually turning red in the oven, contemplating a well-deserved rest. However, fate had other plans. The following morning, the system issued 2 new tasks in rapid succession. Ding! A new task has been initiated. Players are required to collect 100 sea crystal stones within 72 hours. Failure to complete the task by the deadline will result in penalties. Ding! A new task has been initiated. Players must develop the island map to 90% within 14 days. Failure to complete the task by the deadline will result in penalties. As the electronic voice faded, Song Chuha, who had been reluctant to leave her bed, immediately straightened up. After reviewing the task panel, she felt as deflated as a wilted eggplant. The demands of these tasks were exceedingly strenuous, and the dangers involved were significantly heightened compared to previous assignments. She buried her head in her pillow for a moment, but ultimately rose from her bed with reluctance. Good morning, Chuha. Today's breakfast consists of toasted bread and sweet berry jam. A little koi, wearing an ill-fitting apron, was busy in the kitchen making a rich, fragrant jam in a small saucepan. The furnishings in the new villa were relatively complete, and the little creature had quickly familiarized itself with their usage. You're wonderful, little koi. Seeing her vibrant companion restored Song Chuha's spirits, and she stretched lazily, smiling as she took over the task of toasting bread. After breakfast, she proceeded to the garden to prepare for opening random treasure chests. However, the little koi tugged at her clothing, looking quite distressed. There are no treasure chests refreshing at the shallows today. It was still the hot season, and the frequency of resource refreshes in the game had significantly diminished. In the early days, the little koi could manage to bring back 1 or 2 treasure chests daily. But as time passed, it sometimes took 2 days to find a chest of mediocre quality. Given that the little koi had such luck, the plight of other players would undoubtedly be even more challenging. That's not too concerning. After all, we can still obtain some basic living supplies through dungeon quests. She gently reassured the little koi, affectionately lifting the small creature and ruffling its head. The rice and flour in her home were sufficient to last her a considerable time, especially since she ventured into dungeons weekly. Speaking of dungeons, she suddenly recalled the 2 unopened siren treasure chests from yesterday. She retrieved the chests from her game backpack and, along with the little koi, opened them together. With these 2 pieces of mysterious iron, We now have 7 in total, just 3 short of the next weapon enhancement. The excitement of opening the chest shifted the little koi's focus, and its face once again radiated innocence and joy. Besides the mysterious iron, the chest contained fragments of siren garments, rice seeds, and a small cactus no larger than a fist. More seeds? I haven't even planted the wheat we found last time. Song Chuha mused, squeezing the small bag of seeds. Lacking experience with planting wheat and rice, she hesitated to take action. Nevertheless, acquiring seeds was a fortunate development. Should the hot season persist, and she be unable to open random treasure chests, these seeds would allow her to be self-sufficient on the island. Shall we plant them? I can soak the seeds to encourage germination. The little koi blinked eagerly, brimming with anticipation. Not yet. Let's save them for now. Today, we need to mine sea crystal stones. If my period arrives in a few days, I won't be able to venture into the sea. Song Chuha pinched the little koi's cheek playfully before hastily returning to the second floor to don her diving suit. This time, the quantity of sea crystal stones to be mined was considerably greater than before. She consumed 3 high-quality underwater breathing pills to successfully complete the task. Upon finishing, the system promptly reclaimed the sea crystal stones from her backpack, rewarding her with a 5-kilogram bag of rice. Phew, I knew it. As long as I complete tasks, I won't go hungry. Though this method of trading labor for food can be quite exhausting. Weary, Song Chuha dragged her tired body from the sea, shaking her hair, before preparing to return to the villa for a shower. However, before she had taken a few steps, the little koi suddenly looked alert, gazing warily at the ocean. Chuha, those 2 players have drifted into our nearby waters again. I'm heading home. After warning her, the little koi swiftly retreated to the villa. Turning back to glance at the vast sea, Song Chuha indeed spotted a boat gradually enlarging in her line of sight. She did not linger and quickened her pace towards home. Although Fu Yin no longer actively harassed her, he still occasionally floated about on the surface of the sea with Zhang Lei. Persistent as a ghost was the only phrase that came to her mind to describe them. While she was showering, the little koi hesitantly knocked on the glass door. Little koi? What is it? Song Chuha turned off the water, revealing a wet head peeking through the door. A group of venomous snakes has suddenly appeared on the sea. They are drifting in with the waves, and several have been washed up on our beach. The little creature, who had initially been focused on preparing dinner, detected the presence of danger and, after a moment of contemplation, hurried to report to her. The sudden appearance of the venomous snakes was indeed bizarre. They had floated in from afar with the waves. Yet the little koi could not ascertain their exact origin, which exceeded its perceptual capabilities. Huh? I'll go take a look. Initially startled by the mention of venomous snakes, Song Chuha quickly regained her composure and chuckled. The household was in need of venom, and by eliminating those snakes, she would not have to worry about a shortage of venomous arrows for some time. She rinsed the shampoo from her hair, donned a dry cap, and grabbed her bow and arrows as she dashed toward the shallows. Upon reaching the beach, she indeed spotted several sluggish figures writhing in the sand. Are these red snakes? They are much smaller than the ones we encountered last time. Song Chuha knocked an arrow and aimed at the nearest snake, hitting its head with precision. However, Chuha, red snakes typically inhabit land. They do not usually venture into the sea in large numbers. The little koi voiced its concerns. If they were ordinary sea snakes, it would not have felt the need to rush to inform her, opting instead to handle the matter quietly on its own. Chapter 92. Suspicions of poisoning. Upon hearing the words of the little koi, Song Chuha suddenly loosened her grip on the bowstring, and an arrow, not yet aimed, had already embedded itself in the sand several meters away. Thus, it could either be that they had collectively succumbed to despair and leapt into the sea, or someone had deliberately cast them into the ocean. If the latter conjecture were true, the situation would indeed be quite terrifying. She squinted her eyes, gazing at the surface of the sea, where 2 distant silhouettes were gradually moving, appearing to be passing vessels. The little koi, bold in spirit, had already retrieved the initially struck red serpent. Song Chuha crouched down to observe the slightly swollen body of the serpent, which appeared decidedly unnatural. Its belly was filled with seawater. The little creature poked at the serpent's abdomen, and a stream of water gushed forth from its mouth, intermingled with the distinctive black blood of the red serpent. When had Fu Yin and Zhang Lei departed from our vicinity? A rather ominous answer lingered in Song Chuha's mind. They had headed north shortly after passing our dock a mere 10 minutes ago. The little koi released the red serpent and turned to collect the arrows that had missed their mark. In truth, the serpents washed ashore were already in a state of near demise. They required no archery skills, as a mere stick would suffice to dispatch them. Given their struggle at the precipice of life and death, Song Chuha bore no ill will in her speculation about other players. Rather, she had been exploring the sea just half an hour prior, when there had been no such perilous entities. She extracted a vial of venom from the serpent at her feet and subsequently opened the world chat channel for a brief moment. No other players had mentioned the poisonous serpents, prompting her to swiftly send private messages to Shen Junming and Su Guanyue. Not long after sending the message, she received a reply. Su Guanyue, Chuha, after seeing your message, I immediately went out to check, and indeed, there are several red serpents drifting on the sea. Yet they have not reached the shore. Song Chua, these serpents are highly venomous. Please exercise caution when handling them. By the way, could you check if there are any other players in your area? Su Guanyue, there are indeed 2 ships, likely passing by. I do not recognize them. Su Guanyue lingered at the dock for a while, and, noticing that the venomous serpents had already washed ashore, hastily took out her whip to deal with them. The red serpents were not as dangerous as she had initially imagined. With a gentle crack of her whip, the word decompose appeared on the serpent's body. Song Chua, these serpents originally inhabit the land. I suspect someone has cast them into the sea. At present, I cannot ascertain the validity of this suspicion. So please remain vigilant on your end. Su Guanyue, understood, and you take care too. After alerting her friend, Song Chua opened the private chat page with Shen Junming, but he had yet to respond, likely preoccupied. The sun gradually descended, prompting her to stow her bow and arrow and return home, where she procured a long bamboo pole to remove any reachable red serpents from the beach for disposal. These serpents were not large, yielding only a small vial of venom once decomposed, yet she carefully collected every last drop. Scanning complete. No living venomous serpents in the vicinity. The little koi handed the final vial of red serpent venom to her host, and before them lay only a series of blackened imprints on the sandy shore. The sea's once crystalline clarity now marred. The unfortunate small fish, which had once thrived in the shallow waters, had succumbed to the serpent's venom, now floating lifelessly on the surface. After such an ordeal, Song Chua's hair had dried halfway. Upon returning home to reflect on the events, an increasing sense of dread washed over her. If she had delayed her return to shore by even a moment today, would she have been bitten by a serpent? Meanwhile, Shen Junming had just completed his task of excavating sea crystal stones when he noticed Fu Yan and Zheng Lei arriving at his home to change their bandages. Zheng Lei's foot wound had become inflamed and festered twice, necessitating frequent visits for treatment. Despite being advised to rest, there were no signs of improvement in his condition. With their daily excursions, when could they hope for recovery? Though he disapproved of their reckless behavior, he still meticulously tended to Zheng Lei's injuries. We need to catch fish to sell, Brother Zhang. There is a machine on the island that doubles the return for fresh fish. Each fish is worth 20 times more than at the recycling station. Fu Yan scratched his head. Having coordinated with Zheng Lei to sell the caught fish together, with the final earnings divided, of which he would take 30%, Zheng Lei remained silent. Yet his pride swelled at the mention of the machine. Observing the two, who exhibited no sense of urgency or caution, Shen Junming refrained from further admonishment. After they departed from his island, he noticed a private message from Song Chua. He lingered at the dock for a moment, finding no trace of venomous serpents nearby. However, he sensed that Fu Yan and Zhang Lei were unusually subdued today. While tending to Zhang Lei's wound, they frequently cast their gazes toward the sea. Initially dismissing it as mere restraint, he began to wonder if they had indeed released the venomous serpents on their way. Shen Junming, no strange creatures have appeared near my home for now, but Fu Yan and Zhang Lei are indeed acting oddly. From Song Chua's words, he surmised that she was suspicious of potential poisoning. Yet, lacking direct evidence, they could only exercise caution individually. That evening, due to her concerns about the possible return of the red serpents, Song Chua found it difficult to sleep. It was not her own safety that plagued her thoughts, but rather the well-being of Su Guanyue and Shen Junming. Chapter 93. Midnight marvels. As night descended, players seldom ventured out to sea. Song Chua lingered in the small garden of her villa, concocting potions while keenly observing the ocean's surface for any peculiar occurrences. An hour passed, and the individual responsible for releasing the venomous snakes had yet to appear, yet she beheld another extraordinary sight. A vast expanse of dead fish drifted upon the waters, poisoned by the venom of the red serpent. The little koi remarked that there was no need to concern themselves with the deceased, for the ocean would see them off. Initially, Song Chua found this statement perplexing, but upon witnessing several mermaids shimmering with ethereal light rise from the depths, enlightenment dawned upon her. Look, Chua, they are purifying the ocean. The little koi exclaimed with exuberance, having stumbled upon this remarkable phenomenon by chance. The enigmatic merfolk of the deep sea were not subject to the game-s system, thus eluding detection by Yu Yin or the information regarding these mermaids, making this revelation all the more astonishing. Song Chua stood rooted in the garden, hesitant to approach, her gaze transfixed upon the sea. She found herself at a loss for words to adequately encapsulate the scene before her. The term spectacular and awe-inspiring hardly sufficed. The mermaids ascended to the surface, their luminous tails casting a radiant glow upon the night. One by one, they glided towards the floating corpses of fish, methodically consuming the deceased. Once the waters were cleared of the remnants, they turned their gaze towards the moon, harmonizing in a hauntingly beautiful melody. The entire ritual transpired within a mere 5 minutes, after which the enchanting mermaids sank back into the depths. As the waves gradually calmed, Song Chuha and the little koi made their way to the beach. The ocean, once reeking of decay, had returned to its pristine state, the dark stains on the sand washed away. Did they cleanse the filth from the sea as well? Song Chua pondered, removing her shoes to feel the coolness of the waves. Indeed, they only appear in the stillness of the night. So few players are aware of the mermaid's existence. The little koi mimicked her host, frolicking along the shore. They must be companions of Yu Yan, though their tails vary slightly in hue. Halting her steps, Song Chuha gently caressed the golden scales hanging from her neck. Yu Yan's tail glimmered brighter and more beautifully, at least in her eyes. When the little fish returns next time, we shall inquire. The little koi unearthed a seashell from the sand, shaking it until a hermit crab tumbled out. The resting crab seemed displeased, pinching the little koi's pudgy finger. Observing this, Song Chua swiftly crouched down to check on the little creature. I'm fine, the little koi dismissed, effortlessly extracting her finger from the crab's grip. Not a scratch in sight. The hermit crab, however, appeared slightly crooked, which piqued her disinterest. She playfully dug a small hole in the sand, tossing the crab and its shell into it. Oh, I almost forgot about your advanced technology. Running barefoot on the island every day seems to be without consequence. Song Chua sighed in relief, scooping up the little one for a gentle embrace before continuing her stroll along the beach. Listening to the soothing sound of the waves, her thoughts drifted further afield. Recent events weighed heavily on her. Evasion and complacency would not suffice. Yet, her mindset had transformed entirely from the beginning. She felt emboldened to confront the uncertainties ahead. Even if she faltered alone, she had several enthusiastic allies to assist her. Life would persist, she mused inwardly. Look, there are 2 little fish kissing. The mischievous little koi contemplated jumping into the sea to disrupt them, but Song Chuha deftly restrained her. Let us not disturb them. There are some shells over there we can collect for decoration. She smiled, momentarily casting aside the burdens of the day. All right, heeding her hostess' words, the little koi redirected her focus to shell collecting. The pair played along the sandy shore until midnight before returning home to rest. The following morning, before her host awoke, the little koi ventured to the beach to gather random treasure chests. Upon returning the boxes to the villa garden, she noticed 2 ships approaching from the southern waters. However, the vessels did not linger, maintaining their course towards the northeast. After their departure, no dangerous creatures, like the red serpent, emerged upon the sea. Song Chuha awoke at 8:30. And as she washed up, the little koi reported on the morning's coastal activity. As long as there is no danger, we must not rush to capture the culprit. Let us prepare. Today we shall continue exploring the jungle. Despite a restless night, she steeled herself to get ready, eager to complete her task sooner. The quicker she accomplished her objectives, the sooner she could acquire more items and enhance her abilities. Enough with the procrastination. If I do not strive, I might end up hungry for days and potentially become someone else's meal. Chapter 94. A web of doubts prior to entering the jungle. Song Chuha made thorough preparations. While it goes without saying that she gathered various weapons and tools, she also selected the finest quality of medicinal pills to bring along. As she set off, she placed the little koi at the entrance of the jungle and bowed sincerely to it. Although uncertain of the efficacy of such an act, it at least provided her with some psychological comfort. Her intention for the day was to explore the jungle as extensively as possible, ideally advancing the mapping progress to a full 100%. Within a radius of 50 meters ahead, all is safe. Let us proceed. The little koi took the lead, carrying a bamboo basket as it ventured into the thicket. This time, they did not follow the previously cleared path but instead headed directly towards the western side of the island, delving deeper into the jungle. Look, there are numerous calming herbs here. Upon detecting temporary safety in the vicinity, the little koi began to dig around with a small hoe. Before long, its bamboo basket was filled with several types of herbs. Splendid. Song Chua nodded and joined in, collecting a few herbs as well. Although her primary objective for the day was not to gather materials, she thought it prudent to take a few as a token. After harvesting the calming herbs, the duo continued their exploration westward. Perhaps thanks to the earlier homage to the little koi, they encountered no dangers along the way. Wild boars and red snakes seemed to have retreated, allowing them to reach the farthest western edge of the island with ease. What a vast area of rocky terrain this is. Song Chua found a higher rock to stand upon, surveying her surroundings. Behind her lay the forest they had traversed, while a mere 10 meters ahead, the tumultuous sea roared. Some of the rocks were quite tall, with steep drops that were nearly vertical to the sea level. and she quickly retreated to safety after a brief glance. Indeed, just a bit further south is where we encountered the red snakes last time, but thankfully, there seems to be little danger nearby now. The little koi adeptly navigated the rugged rocky hills, occasionally rescuing stranded fish and shrimp by tossing them back into the sea. Let us head northward, for the map has now been developed to 76%, Songchua remarked, glancing at the time. It was still before noon, and they could continue exploring along the edges of the rocky area and the jungle. The winds and waves on the western side of the island were quite fierce, the crashing sounds resonating as they unknowingly completed their tasks. After a simple lunch beneath a large tree, Songchua took a moment to check the global chat channel. Xianggaoi, what the heck? I just came up from mining stones in the sea and found several snakes before me. Lu Qing, friend upstairs. What kind of snakes are they? The red ones? Xianggaoi, yes, their bodies are red, but their blood is black. It's revolting. Thankfully, they seem lethargic. Otherwise, being bitten would be a dire consequence. Upon reading this exchange, a sense of unease flickered in Songchua's mind. She hastily checked their profiles and, after noting their coordinates, realized they were situated in the northeast direction of her island, albeit at a considerable distance. Reaching them by boat would likely take 40 minutes. Little koi, this morning you detected the 2 boats passing by our island heading northeast, correct? How many people were aboard? Songchua confirmed the information with the little creature. Yes. They were moving in succession northeast, with only 1 passenger on each boat. However, I cannot ascertain their specific identities, the little koi replied, tilting its head. Let me ponder this further. Since Zheng Lei cannot walk, he likely wouldn't venture out to sea alone. Could it be that the venomous snakes were released by Fu Yin and Zheng Lei? Songchua felt that her current information was still insufficient. After much contemplation, she decided to observe the situation a while longer. Just then, Shinju Ming also chimed in on the global channel. Shinju Ming, those red snakes are highly venomous. Exercise extreme caution if encountered. Since yesterday, several players have reported sightings of venomous snakes near their islands. It's unclear whether this is intentional or accidental. Qizhen, thank you for the warning, Shun. I will be careful. Wang Shuero, what does the big shot mean by that? Intentionally. Could players be tossing venomous snakes into the sea? Everyone is primarily mining sea crystals. If that is the case, how terrifying. Yu Shiyong, quite a chilling thought. Can we still enjoy the game? Duan Nani, this is a survival game. Perhaps the venomous snakes are a challenge set by the game system for players? As various opinions flooded in, Songchua felt increasingly bewildered. Her mind became a whirlpool of confusion. Opting to exit the game interface, she continued her exploration of the jungle alongside the little koi. If her suspicions proved correct, the perpetrator would inevitably be caught. For now, her foremost priority was to complete the exploration task, acquire the resource treasure chest, and bolster her strength. Chapter 95, Slaying the Goat Demon and Acquiring the Precious Fan. During the afternoon's expedition, Songchua discovered the island's sole freshwater spring nestled deep within the jungle. The crystal-clear water trickled from a crevice in a rock, forming a small puddle the size of a basin, as the excess seeped into the earth. This spring served as a vital watering hole for the jungle's creatures, evidenced by the myriad of footprints surrounding it. Observing this scene, Songchua felt immense gratitude for her earlier encounter with the little koi. Had she been left to fend for herself on this island, she might have been eliminated shortly after the novice protection period expired. Caution is advised. 3 rat demons are approaching the spring. The little koi, with its exceptional reconnaissance abilities, promptly alerted its host to the impending danger. Rat demons? Very well, let us lay in wait for them. Songchua, along with her small companion, concealed themselves behind a rock. Before long, 3 gray rats, each larger than a football, cautiously approached the spring. She drew her bow and aimed at one. With a sharp squeak, the largest rat demon fell to the ground. The remaining companions sensed the threat and, instead of fleeing, began to search for its source. However, Songchua denied them the chance to retaliate. Her second arrow swiftly struck another rat, while the little koi charged out and kicked the third one over. Once the threat was neutralized, the duo did not linger by the spring. They collected the treasure chest dropped by the rat demons and hurried towards the edge of the forest. The island map had been explored to 92%. But Songchua felt invigorated and, after a brief respite, pressed onward. Soon after, they encountered a goat demon. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary goat, yet its speed was astonishing. From the moment the little koi detected its presence to its arrival before them, a mere 5 seconds elapsed. Too swift. I cannot aim accurately. It was Songchua's first encounter with such a fast creature. As she knocked her bow, the little koi leaped ahead, positioning itself between her and the goat. I will distract it. You retreat 10 meters and aim from that open space. The little koi rapidly devised several combat strategies in its mind, selecting the optimal one and guiding its host to execute the plan. Understood. Song Chuha, trusting in the little koi's judgment, retreated while observing the standoff. The goat demon, enraged at being obstructed, pawed the ground twice and let out a long bleat before charging towards the little koi. The little koi, quick on its feet, nimbly leapt onto a nearby tree. Casting a casual glance back at Song Chuha, the furious goat demon, unable to halt its momentum, crashed into a tree trunk, splintering it, while its horns became ensnared in the bark. Seizing the opportunity, Song Chuha fired a venomous arrow that plunged deep into the goat demon's neck. It let out a pained cry and, despite its injuries, broke free from the tree's grasp, bolting towards Song Chuha. Without hesitation, the little koi descended from the tree, landing atop the demon. Do not harm Chuha. Clinging to one of its horns with one hand, the little koi fiercely pounded its fist against the demon's head. Yet, the goat demon appeared impervious to pain, rampaging towards Song Chuha. A second venomous arrow struck its eye from a mere 3 meters away, piercing through its skull and exiting at the neck. At last, its movement slowed. The little koi grasped its horns and twisted forcefully, bringing it crashing down at Song Chua's feet. The goat demon's bleat resonated through the forest, echoing above the island for an extended moment before fading. Have we succeeded? Song Chuha, her heart racing, felt the lingering thrill of narrowly avoiding a collision with the beast. Yes, it has perished. This was a formidable demon king, Chuha. You are truly remarkable. The little koi clapped its hands, gazing at its host with admiration. You are impressive as well. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have been tossed aside. Acknowledging the little koi's critical role in their victory against the goat demon, they exchanged compliments. To Song Chua's astonishment, she discovered that the map had been fully explored. Joyfully, she collected the treasure chest dropped by the goat demon, locating the nearest path on the map before hastily returning to the villa on the eastern side of the island. Upon arriving home, her anxieties finally eased. The little koi brought over a glass of water and set it on the coffee table, where they exchanged wide-eyed glances for a moment. Today, we acquired 4 treasure chests. Shall we each open 2? Song Chuha eagerly moved the 2 smaller chests dropped by the rat demons before her. While she hoped that the larger chest from the goat demon would be opened by the little koi, the fortunate one. All right. The little koi rubbed its hands together, brimming with anticipation as it opened the large chest. Goat demon treasure chest, black iron X1, dark moon spectral fire, precious fan, X1M? This is a weapon. The little koi excitedly presented the fan to its host. From the look of delight on its face, it was evident that this fan was far from an ordinary item. Chapter 96. The Divine Weapon Rankings. The Dark Moon's ghost fire is a folding fan, its moon-white ribs exuding a chilling touch, seemingly crafted from a precious jade. The fan surface is adorned with dark silk, embellished with intricate crimson flame patterns. As Song Chuha unfurls the fan and examines it closely, she might have mistaken it for a mere work of art, were it not for the information displayed in her mind. Dark Moon's ghost fire, a treasure fan forged from the power of stars and moon. Each swing summons 16 blades of wind. Its damage doubles when used at night. Though the fan's description is succinct, Song Chuha feels a surge of delight. She now possesses an area of effect weapon. How marvelous! It is her first encounter with a weapon that bears a name, and its aesthetic charm captivates her. As an aficionado of beauty, she adores all things exquisite, including those capable of inflicting harm. This weapon is truly one of a kind within the game. It can also be further enhanced, with no upper limit on the number of upgrades as long as ample materials are available. The little koi is perched on the coffee table, its upper body leaning forward, while its dangling legs sway joyfully, clearly in high spirits. Today has been exceptionally splendid. It has procured an incredibly powerful weapon for its host. Indeed, all thanks to the little koi's efforts. Rather than hastily opening additional chests, Song Chuha first scoops up the little koi and lavishes it with compliments for several minutes. The little creature is her lucky charm. She feels that her achievements to date are merely 10% due to her own efforts, while 90% stems from the little koi's fortuitous influence. The little koi beams with delight, basking in the praise, and with a cheerful bounce, it scurries into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Song Chuha remains in the living room, organizing the various items she has collected from the treasure chests. The chests dropped by the rat demon did not contain any mysterious iron, but one of them surprisingly held strawberry seeds and cherry seeds. These are 2 of Song Chuha's favorite fruits, and as she weighs the bags of seeds, she resolves to study how to cultivate them once her current tasks are complete. In addition to the seeds, one of the treasure chests also contained a backpack expansion scroll. This scroll would increase the player's inventory by 5 slots, bringing Song Chuha further joy as she immediately clicked to use it. Dinner was swiftly prepared, and after enjoying a hearty meal, she noted, upon the little koi's reminder, that the World Channel had erupted with activity. Yu Shiyong, woe is me. I have never made it onto the comfort rankings or the wealth rankings. And now there's a divine weapon rankings. How can I catch up with the big shots? Zhou Xiaohu, who understands, my friends? Yesterday, I defeated a monster and obtained a long knife, and today it has brought me onto the rankings. Hehe. Qizhan, did anyone notice that the second and third places on the divine weapon rankings are occupied by the same person? Miss Song is so formidable. Take me along. Take me along. Uxin, Dark Moon's Ghost Fire. What a lovely name. I wonder what kind of weapon it is. After a cursory glance at the chat channel, Song Chuha promptly clicked to open the so-called divine weapon rankings. At the top was still Shin Junming. According to the information displayed, his spear had been enhanced 3 times, elevating its quality to exceptional. The second and third positions were occupied by her fan and Bao, respectively. Surprised by Shin Deji's swift collection of mysterious iron, she realized that the damage of his spear must have surpassed that of her Bao. Sipping her chilled tea, Song Chua felt her position on the rankings was rather unearned, while Shin Junming had truly ascended through his own prowess. No matter. Once we gather materials to enhance the fan, the first place will be yours. However, the divine weapon rankings do not confer rewards. They merely serve to showcase the weapons of various elites to others. The little koi gently pats her shoulder, seemingly offering comfort. We shall strive together. Song Chuha smiled warmly. She felt no discontent, but rather a sense of pride and envy. Shin Junming is her teammate, and his growth brings her considerable benefits as well. Chapter 97. Rumors surrounding her relationship with the big shot following the release of the divine weapon rankings. The spotlight fell predominantly on Song Chua. Among the 50 weapons listed, she claimed 2, both of which ranked impressively high, prompting other players to feign indifference to their envy. Notably, Zheng Lei, who harbored a grudge against her, was visibly seething, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. After exclaiming "Why her?" he hastily sent a message to the World Channel. Zheng Lei, she is merely a woman. What do you think has propelled her to this point? Her connection with the top-ranked player is far from what you all imagine. As soon as this message was dispatched, the World Channel erupted into a fervent discussion. Zhao Entai, is there gossip to be had? I'm all ears, please elaborate. Esteemed brother upstairs. Wang Shuero, come and see. Some players, lacking the prowess to become big shots themselves, resort to spreading rumors about others. Zheng's nonsensical ramblings are nothing new. Who would be foolish enough to believe him? Qizhan, aren't these 2 prominent figures merely teammates and neighbors? Some individuals should refrain from harboring such sordid thoughts. Miss Song possesses a potion cauldron, and her store offers high-quality potions at reasonable prices. It requires considerable diligence to concoct such an abundance of potions for the benefit of other players. Zheng Lei, huh? They gather to dine together frequently. Who can ascertain the purity of their interactions? The rest is for you to ponder, ha ha ha. Prompted by little Koi's reminder, Song Chua became aware of the disparaging remarks being made. Typically reticent in the World Channel, she found herself unable to contain her indignation upon reading Zheng Lei's words. If not now, when? Song Chua, are you residing in a pickled vegetable jar? Even from such a distance, I can detect the sourness emanating from you. While I am collaborating with my teammates to tackle dungeons and strategize, what are you engaged in? And while I am out exploring and gathering herbs, what are you up to? Wang Shuero, he is likely fishing. I also dwell in the same waters as the big shots. Zhang and Fu can be found daily on their boat, fishing and carelessly discarding cigarette butts. Surely, you all know of this fishing enthusiast who harasses female players and even sends dead rats in the mail. Shin Junlin, Zheng Lei, I have yet to settle the score with you for kicking my brother while he was bandaging your wounds, and now you come here spouting nonsense, huh? You have no conscience. With bombshell revelations being dropped one after another, the public's perception of Song Chua, Shin Junming, and Zheng Lei underwent a tumultuous shift. Each party had their own justifications, yet other players, not directly involved, remained apathetic to the underlying causes of the conflict. After indulging in the spectacle, the spectators gradually dispersed, leaving Song Chua alone, brooding in anger. Why can't players engage in mutual combat within this game? Clenching a cushion on the sofa, she pounded it in frustration. Yet this did little to alleviate her ire. If physical confrontation were permissible, she would undoubtedly storm Zheng Lei's island to deliver a resounding slap, testing her newly acquired fan in the process. I have a plan. Let us summon Little Fish back. He is free from the game's constraints and can assist us in teaching Zheng Lei a lesson. Little Koi mirrored her irritation, unable to tolerate the injustice faced by her host. Unfortunately, the game's rules were flawed, lacking provisions for punishing players who spread falsehoods. Thus, they were unable to penalize Zheng Lei for the time being. Thinking of you, Yen calmed Song Chuha's rage somewhat. If Little Koi was a cheat, then Yu Yen was the ultimate cheat among cheats. Perhaps it was best not to trouble him with such matters. After careful contemplation, Song Chua resolved to suppress her fury. It was not worth her while to be angered by Zheng Lei. However, she was far from a pliable target. In due time, she would ensure that Zhang Lei faced consequences for his actions. This experience had convinced her of the need to grow stronger. She would wield her strength to silence those who looked down upon her, for true power was the best weapon. Chapter 98. Weapon Enhancement. Shen Juming had been exceedingly busy. Upon learning from his cousin that Zhang Lei had been exploiting his relationship with Song Chua, he discovered that the topics on the World Channel had already shifted several times. Furrowing his brow, he scrolled through countless old messages until he finally encountered the unfavorable comments. Zhang Lei remained as detestable as ever. However, Fu Yin, who usually thrived on creating chaos, had surprisingly refrained from uttering a single word on the World Channel today. With a sigh, Shen Juming seized the opportunity to send Song Chua some medicinal herbs, offering her a few comforting words. On her end, Song Chua had finished her evening routine and was preparing for sleep. She nonchalantly assured the distinguished figure that she was unbothered, yet inwardly plotted ways to retaliate against Zhang Lei. In the following 3 days, Song Chua ventured into the forests several times. After defeating 6 magical beasts, she finally gathered 10 pieces of mysterious iron, allowing her to enhance her bow for the second time. What new skill might this enhancement bestow upon me? She placed the bow and the mysterious iron on the workbench, her palms sweating with anticipation before pressing the enhancement button. Surely, it would yield a valuable skill. Come on. Come on. The little koi, propping her chin on her hands, looked so cheerful that it warmed the heart. Well, may your words bring me good fortune. After paying her customary respects to the little koi, Song Chua took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and clicked on the enhancement. A flash of white light enveloped her, and the bow appeared even more exquisite and ornate than before. Let me see. The second additional skill is slow, which reduces the target's movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds upon being hit. She whispered the skill description softly, her lips curling into an ecstatic smile. Aha! I knew a useful skill would emerge. With this slowing ability, encounters with fast-moving monsters would no longer leave me flustered. The little koi cheered enthusiastically, appearing even more delighted than the host herself. Indeed, this skill provides ample opportunities for both offense and escape. Alright, the third enhancement requires 20 pieces of mysterious iron, which poses quite a challenge to collect, so I shall take a moment to pause. Song Chua reclined in her rocking chair, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After days of gathering mysterious iron, her feet were blistered, and she longed for a day of proper rest before greeting the weekend's World Boss event in peak condition. The weather outside remained sweltering. She sipped on some iced water and began to aimlessly peruse the various leaderboards in the game interface. There were 3 leaderboards in total: Comfort, Wealth, and Divine Weapon. She held a place on the latter too, yet in terms of comfort, she lagged far behind. Shen Juming's island had already reached a comfort level of 16,000, while hers had just surpassed 7,000. Since moving into this villa, Song Chua had ceased her relentless pursuit of comfort. Her current home was spacious and comfortable, and the little koi kept everything in meticulous order, allowing them both to live contentedly. Her ranking on the wealth leaderboard was solely earned through her own efforts. Alchemy had become second nature to her, and even during meals or rest, the cauldron beneath the eaves of the garden continued to crackle away, producing pills. Lastly, there was the newly released Divine Weapon leaderboard. Both she and Shen Juming still occupied the top 3 positions, but this time, her bow had soared to second place, pushing the Dark Moon's shadow to third. Upon seeing this, Song Chua placed her fan on the workbench. The enhancement page for the fan glaringly indicated that 5 moonstones were required. The items needed to enhance this weapon differed from those of others, which explained her hesitation to upgrade it. Little koi, where can we obtain moonstones? She called over the little creature, who was busy weeding in the garden, hoping to glean some insight. The database indicates that moonstones are specialty stones found near the sea goddess temple, and they can only be harvested there. Given our current progress, we cannot yet reach the sea goddess temple. If you need them, perhaps the little fish can assist us. The little koi blinked, aware that the host possessed a passage token to the sea goddess temple. However, that area was far more perilous than the islands or shallow waters. I see. I shall wait until next time I encounter you, Yin, to inquire further. The fan is already quite formidable, so for now, I shall refrain from enhancing it. Song Chua picked up the treasured fan and fanned herself. Even without enhancement, it still far surpassed other weapons on the leaderboard. If the fan had hands, it would surely be proudly placed on its hips. Chapter 99. She became flustered in the blink of an eye. The weekend arrived once more. Before venturing to confront the world boss, Song Chua unfortunately discovered that her menstrual cycle had begun. With the little koi expressing concern, she left her home and, upon arriving at the monster hunting platform, was immediately noticed by Su Guanyue, who sensed that something was amiss with her complexion. Chua, are you feeling unwell? The gentle and caring older sister took Song Chua's hand and examined her closely, yet found no visible injuries. It's just your period, bear with it. Song Chua smiled and waved her hand dismissively, explaining that there were no painkillers on her island and that she had to endure these few days each month. However, the heat of the island contributed to her discomfort, as she often indulged in icy drinks, which made her condition particularly challenging. I brought some room temperature pear soup today. Drink this first, and I'll figure out something else for you, Su Guanyue advised, helping her settle into a chair before swiftly messaging Shin Junming. When Shin Junming read the message, he was preparing to leave and grabbed a box of painkillers before heading to the monster hunting platform. I have brown sugar and glutinous rice balls on my island. After we finish fighting, come to my place, and I'll cook something warm for you, Su Guanyue added, sitting beside her. In her spare time, Su Guanyue often researched various cuisines or tended to her plants, unlike Song Chuha and Shin Junming, who focused on enhancing their skills. This is the nature of gaming. Each player has their unique approach. Sure, Song Chua nodded, her complexion still somewhat pallid, but her spirits lifted considerably. Shin Junming arrived shortly after, handing her the medication while discerning her discomfort without needing to inquire further. He silently offered her a bottle of room-temperature water. Thank you, Brother Shun. Are Junlin and Junin not joining us today? After taking the painkillers, Song Chuha noticed the absence of the two energetic companions behind Shin Junming. I was just about to mention that. They are quite busy next week and won't be joining our team. Shin Junming replied as he set up an umbrella over the two ladies and began discussing strategies for tomorrow's dungeon run. The dungeon had been active for over half a month, but not every player could clear it effortlessly, prompting the Shin twins to assist their friends enthusiastically. Then let us find two more teammates. I'll follow your lead, Su Guanyue smiled warmly, instinctively yielding to their guidance, aware that both were more skilled than she. Brother Shun, do you have suitable candidates? I'm open to anything. Song Chuha, still feeling fatigued as the painkillers had yet to take effect, leaned against the chair. Her mind clouded. Let us look for two in the nearby waters. I'll do it. Can I join your dungeon run? Big shots? I promise to be very obedient. Before Shin Junming could finish, Qi Zhun, eager to ingratiate himself, approached. Having cleared a simple dungeon just days prior, he would not miss this opportunity. All right, is normal difficulty acceptable? Shin Junming nodded, as he was somewhat familiar with Qi Zhun after several transactions. Hee, I'll follow your lead. I'm not picky, but my damage output is quite low, so I hope I won't hold you back. Qi Zhun shyly glanced at the trio beneath the umbrella. Not a problem. Let us meet at my island tomorrow morning at 9, Shin Junming encouraged, patting Qi Zhun's shoulder, thus acknowledging the new teammate. Other players on the platform, seeing Shin Junming's amiability, began to converge, eager to secure the last spot in the dungeon. Ultimately, Shin Junming chose the player who approached him first, as fairness dictated that priority be given to those who arrived first. The others could only wait in disappointment for the next opportunity. Simultaneously, the World Boss event commenced, and attention shifted back to Song Chua. They knew she possessed the treasure fan, ranked third on the Divine Weapon leaderboard, and were eager to witness its power. Amidst the crowd's excitement, Song Chua stepped forward and, with a gentle flick of the fan, unleashed 16 moonlight wind blades that struck the octopus in rapid succession, sending her damage output soaring to the top of the leaderboard. Shin Junming, with a slight smile, joined the fray, attacking the octopus with a spear, triggering a critical hit that surpassed Song Chua's damage by a narrow margin. The platform erupted in applause. Ah, so powerful. Miss Song, where's your bow? Let us see its damage. How did you acquire that fan? I want one too. How did Brother Shin gather the mysterious iron? Please share your strategy. Except for Fu Yin and Zhang Lei, all the players gathered around Song Chua and Shin Junming's area. By diligently defeating monsters, you two can acquire more items. Shin Junming stated officially his success attributed to relentless effort. He set daily goals for himself, refusing to rest until they were accomplished. However, not everyone appreciated his remarks, and a scoff echoed from behind the players. Isn't that just common knowledge? Who doesn't understand the significance of farming monsters? If you're capable, relinquish the world boss rewards in this area. A woman, occupying the leaderboard daily. How shameless. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned to identify the source, none other than Zhang Lei. Song Chua recognized the remark was directed at her. With her stomach still aching and her temper more volatile than usual, she strode through the crowd, coldly inquiring, "Does Mr. Zing have any other insights?" Despite the sweat forming on her forehead due to discomfort, her presence remained formidable. You, Zing Lei, taken aback by the boldness of this ailing woman confronting him, momentarily faltered. "Speak. You've repeatedly slandered and provoked both me and Brother Shin. If you're indeed more capable and confident, let us put it to the test." At that moment, Song Chuha resembled a lion whose fur had bristled, the pain in her abdomen not detracting from her fierce demeanor. She had endured Zhang Lei's sarcasm for too long. Having lived over 20 years, she had never encountered such an audacious individual. Chuha, take a break. I'll handle this. Shen Junming supported the wavering Song Chuha, recognizing that it was inappropriate for a young girl to bear this burden alone. Moreover, Zhang Lei had indeed overstepped his bounds. Chapter 100. Weary in body and mind in terms of strength, Zhang Lei was undeniably inferior to Song Chuha and Shen Junming. However, when it came to audacity, he far surpassed 99% of the players in this game. I haven't violated any rules, so you have no right to judge me. He scoffed, rolling his eyes, completely oblivious to his own misdeeds, reveling instead in the irritation he caused others. What a despicable and loathsome habit. Seeing his arrogant demeanor only fueled Song Chua's anger. She longed to confront him physically. Yet, she was acutely aware of the repercussions of engaging with other players. Ultimately clenching her fists in frustration. After taking a deep breath, she spoke calmly. You may continue your nonsensical ramblings, but I advise you not to provide me with any leverage against you. With that, she stormed back to her resting place, her steps filled with indignation. She knew she shouldn't let such trivial matters provoke her, yet she couldn't help it, especially given her already frail condition. After enduring the sun's harshness, even the painkillers hardly alleviated her discomfort. It became clear to her that her previous strategy of ignoring Zhang Lei was futile. She needed to find a way to expel him from this game, to keep him out of her sight. Meanwhile, Shen Junming stood with his arms crossed, observing Zhang Lei with cold detachment. This is a survival game. Rather than seeking validation through your misdeeds, it would be more prudent to enhance your skills, Mr. Zhang. In the future, should you sustain injuries, I suggest you refrain from seeking my assistance. Take care of yourself. He had no desire to assist such a person any longer. A doctor might mend a patient's wounds, but they could not heal a rotting heart. The resources he had expended on Zhang Lei's treatment were nothing more than fodder for dogs. Zhang Lei instinctively wanted to retort, but recalling the system's penalties, he swallowed his disdain and merely huffed, tilting his head defiantly. What a malignant presence. Let us keep our distance from him. Such a heartless and ungrateful individual, how could he possibly have friends? Was there truly no reporting system in the game? If only they could band together to expel this wretched creature, sparing others from his daily torment. The onlookers shared their outrage. Yet their words had no impact on Zhang Lei. Fu Yin silently observed the situation, surprisingly refraining from his usual antics. Once everyone had dispersed, he quickly donned a sycophantic demeanor and accompanied Zhang Lei to another corner to grind for damage. The World Boss event had commenced for over 10 minutes, and Song Chuha felt exhausted, both physically and mentally. She had showcased the damage of her Dark Moon Phantasm at the beginning, but after trading barbs with Zhang Lei, she retreated to a shaded chair beneath an umbrella, closing her eyes to rest. Su Guanyue kindly offered her comfort for some time. Seeing that Song Chuha's complexion had not improved, she suggested they return home for a proper rest. Guanyue, I'll be fine after a short break. You usually earn ranking rewards, so go ahead and grind for damage, Song Chuha replied with a slight smile, though she was merely taking a moment to regroup, not intending to forfeit the opportunity for rewards. She believed in the power of her two weapons and was confident that resting for an hour would allow her to inflict devastating damage on the boss. This conviction was what fueled her argument with Zhang Lei. She was no delicate flower. Be sure to call for me if you feel unwell. Missing one reward is of no concern to me. Su Guanyue gently touched her forehead with the back of her hand, ensuring her temperature was normal before heading to the attack platform to confront the giant octopus. It was only in the last half hour of the event that Song Chuha began to deal damage, alternating between standard arrows and poison arrows. By the conclusion of the event, she remarkably secured the second position on the damage leaderboard, with Shen Junming naturally taking the first. How are you feeling? Perhaps we should postpone the dungeon run for a few days, Shen Junming inquired, concern etched on his face as he stowed away his weapon. I'm perfectly fine. I'll be ready to tackle the dungeon tomorrow. I've already made arrangements with my teammates, Song Chuha reassured him, fanning herself with the Dark Moon Phantasm. The pain in her abdomen had subsided, and the anger ignited by Zhang Lei had dissipated. There were still many delightful aspects of her life. She refused to allow negativity to engulf her. Be sure to rest well when you return, Shen Junming advised, observing the two girls as they linked arms, uncertain of the conversation they had just shared. Of course, I'll head to Guanyue's home for some sweet rice dumplings before heading to bed. See you tomorrow. Big brother Shen. With her spirits somewhat lifted, Song Chuha boarded the ship, bidding farewell to the esteemed player as she set off in pursuit of the delectable food she anticipated. Chapter 101. Two pestilential spirits. Su Guanyue's home remained as pristine and orderly as ever, with even the bouquet adorning the coffee table meticulously tended to. Although the house lacked air conditioning, a standing cooler directed its breeze towards the ceiling, creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere. Song Chuha was firmly seated on the sofa. And before long, the rich aroma wafting from the kitchen caught her attention. The red beans, boiled prior to their departure, should have softened sufficiently. It was time to test their sweetness. Su Guanyue emerged from the kitchen with 2 steaming bowls of red bean glutinous rice balls. The vivid red bean paste mingled with the plump glutinous rice balls, topped with a sprinkle of brown sugar, making for a visually delightful treat. Ah, this is truly delectable. Guanyue, your culinary skills are worthy of a dessert shop. Upon savoring a rice ball, warmth spread through Song Chua's body, alleviating the discomfort in her waist and abdomen. Although this dessert would have tasted better chilled, Su Guanyue opted for the warm version, considering her friend's condition during her menstrual cycle. As long as you enjoy it. There's plenty more in the kitchen. I'll prepare a portion for Brother Shin. You take your time eating. With a slight smile, Su Guanyue returned to her culinary endeavors. Navigating the waters after dark could pose dangers, so Song Chuha decided against staying for dinner at her friend's house. Before sunset, she set out on her boat to return home. Just as she was nearing her destination, a reminder from the little koi in her mind echoed, Chuha. There are 2 people fishing in the waters near our home. I want to come out to greet you. 2 individuals fishing. She didn't need to guess their identities. Approaching the dock, she indeed spotted the ill-fated duo. Their backs illuminated by the light, Song Chufa could not discern Fu Yan's expression. So she hurried home without lingering at the dock. Little Koi skinned the shallow waters for any red snakes or other hazardous creatures. Upon entering, Song Chufa assigned the little Koi a new task, still suspicious that the 2 men were behind the previous incident involving venomous snakes. This suspicion was not unfounded. After knowing them for so long, their sinister nature was transparent to her. The area was currently safe. They had been drifting there for half an hour and had caught a plethora of fish. The little Koi's eyes flickered, in truth. She had always been monitoring the environment around the island for her host. Could they truly be nothing more than simple fishermen? Brother Shin had mentioned that Zhang Lei owned a machine that bought fresh fish at 20 times the market price. With a frown, Song Chua led the little Koi upstairs. From her room's floor-to-ceiling window, she could still vaguely see the boat on the vast sea. The duo observed from the second floor for several minutes until the sun approached the horizon and they finally saw the 2 men swaying as they departed. It's getting late. I should prepare dinner. With no unfamiliar faces detected near the island, the little Koi finally stepped out onto the balcony. I don't need to cook dinner today. I had a generous bowl of red bean glutinous rice balls at Guanyue's and am still quite full. The pain relief pill she had taken in the afternoon had already worn off, and as she settled down, a wave of abdominal pain washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she gathered a change of clothes and entered the bathroom. While she bathed, another player on the World Channel claimed to have spotted a red venomous snake near their island. Standing beneath the warm water, she irritably clicked on the player's profile. Their island was located southwest of hers. Having read the coordinates, she quickly opened the game map. Zheng Lei and Fu Yan's island was also situated to the southwest of her home. She found it hard to believe that so many coincidences could exist. How could these 2 pestilential spirits always appear in areas where venomous snakes were reported? The answer was evidently surfacing, yet she needed more concrete evidence. However, even if she obtained proof, how could she ensure that these wrongdoers face justice? Their actions had thus far caused no tangible harm to players, and it seemed improbable that the game system would punish them. Growing increasingly agitated, the discomfort in her body magnified. Emerging from the bathroom with a pale face, she collapsed onto her soft mattress. Chufa, you look unwell. Is there anything I can do for you? The little Koi detected her host's deteriorating condition and felt a surge of concern. I'm fine. I just need a good night's rest. Song Chuha patted the other side of the bed, inviting the little Koi to lie down with her for a while. Tomorrow, they would embark on a dungeon raid, and she needed to rest well tonight, avoiding excessive worry. Chapter 102, The Maternal Male and the Strong-Willed Girl as the night passed. Song Chuha's discomfort in her waist and abdomen showed no signs of alleviation. In fact, the soreness had intensified. She attributed this to her recent frenzied monster hunting and treasure box looting in the jungle, conveniently omitting any mention of her daily consumption of 5 or 6 bottles of iced drinks. Chuha, your complexion still appears quite poor. Are you certain you want to go out now? Little Koi tugged at her host's garment, her innocent face filled with concern. Yes. I already made plans with Brother Shin yesterday. Don't worry, I'll return right after the dungeon run. After sipping some warm water and giving little Koi a gentle pat on the head, Song Chuha rushed out, equipped with various gear. She was the first to arrive at Shin Jiunming's home. Before she could step inside, a small child watering flowers in the garden caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a robot resembling little Koi, dressed in a blue and white jumpsuit. with only a single antenna atop its head, giving it a boyish appearance. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if Shin Junming had also bound himself to some system akin to hers. Chuha, why are you standing outside in a daze? I've made some blackbone chicken soup. Come in and have a taste. A gentle voice pulled her from her reverie, prompting her to step inside. Brother Shin, what about that robot watering flowers outside? That's a reward I obtained for defeating a wolf monster a few days ago. It can assist with household chores and engage in light conversation. Quite a pleasant distraction. Shin Junming wiped his hands on his apron, then brought a bowl of fragrant blackbone chicken soup to the dining table, gesturing for her to sit. So it was a high-tech item from a reward box. Song Chua glanced back at the robot, feeling it lacked the vibrant spirit of her own little koi. However, if other players could acquire such companions, perhaps she could eventually let little koi venture out to meet others. Stop daydreaming and drink while it's hot, Shin Junming reminded the girl, who still looked unwell. This soup is delightful. Brother Shin's culinary skills have improved. Song Chua quickly showered him with compliments. As she took a spoonful, she was pleasantly surprised to detect the flavor of medicinal herbs within the soup. It was a nourishing dish, undoubtedly crafted with great care by Shin Junming. Just as she was halfway through her soup, Su Guanyue, Qi Zhen, and Wu Shijiao arrived at the dock. Despite it not being lunchtime yet, the group of players preparing to tackle a dungeon sat in the dining room enjoying the chicken soup. Brother Shin's hospitality truly was unparalleled. Song Chua raised her gaze to meet his warm and kind expression. He was undeniably a nurturing figure. Oh, this is my first time enjoying air conditioning since entering the game, and the first time tasting such exquisite food. Qi Zhen and Wu Shijiao exclaimed, their eyes brimming with tears of joy as they praised Shin Junming fervently. Su Guanyue's gaze flitted between Song Chua, Shin Junming, and the delicious soup, suddenly sensing she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Chua, did Brother Shin specifically make this soup for you? She whispered playfully into Song Chua's ear. Isn't this just Brother Shin's unique way of welcoming guests? Song Chua set down her bowl and began chatting quietly with her friend. She recognized that Shin Junming treated her well, but he was equally kind to their neighbors. We're merely benefiting from your good fortune. I must admit, I might be shipping you too, Su Guanyue said with a teasing smile. Haha, I once shipped you and Brother Shin too. He simply has a kind heart and excels at caring for us novice players, Song Chua replied, her gaze lowered. She had never given much thought to matters of the heart. Besides, they were currently in a survival game. Her sole focus was on enduring, leaving no time to ponder other concerns. Before their conversation could delve deeper, Shin Junming cleared his throat and began discussing the timing for their dungeon run. It's only 9:30 now. If we hurry, we should be able to complete 2 runs before noon. Given the extraordinary circumstances, Song Chua wished to minimize their time spent outside and sought to accomplish their objectives swiftly. Moreover, with formidable weapons in hand, she, Su Guanyue, and Shin Junming need not worry about damage output. I'm all set. Me too. Let us follow Brother Shin. Qi Zhen and Wu Shijiao were simply thrilled to partake in the dungeon rewards. All right, let us prepare to set off, Shin Junming replied with a smile, leading everyone into the courtyard. Just as they were about to teleport into the dungeon, Song Chua glanced back towards the dock and caught sight of the 2 ominous figures lingering nearby. Clenching her teeth, she envisioned the monsters within the dungeon as the faces of those 2, significantly enhancing her efficiency in defeating them, leaving the others in awe. By the time they concluded their 2 dungeon battles, it was just past 11:40. Upon returning to Shin Junming's living room, Qi Zhen and Wu Shijiao were left with a singular impression of the seemingly fragile girl. She was indeed a powerhouse.